Neoliberalism and Imperialism. Dissecting the Dynamics of Global Oppression. Tatah Mentan. Today's neoliberal imperialism crushes all unfavorable conditions through multiple forms of oppression to ensure the creation of a world in its own image. The systemic and structural oppression birthed by neoliberal imperialism, once again, reproduces and implements colonialism armed robbery on a global scale. The difference between the old form and the new form is the scale of destruction and the overt use of weapons of mass destruction. Hence the militarization of the globe is a natural outcome. In this book, Professor Tatah Mentan argues that United Fruit Company, for instance, could not have flourished without the strong support of the Marines, the U.S. State Department and all of its resources. In fact, the French, the German, the British and the Belgian Naziers could not have been able to suck the blood out of their colonies without their legionnaires, soldiers, mercenaries, preachers, merchants, and generals. Specifically, the Western colonial empires in the 19th century presented their penetration, pillage, and rape of Africa, Asia, and Latin America as modernization and tutelage, aided by the ideology of survival of the fittest. This conceit pervaded the entire Western bourgeois social science, educational and religious institutions. And today, there is the same clear symbiotic relationship between business and the military. Empirical realities demonstrate that companies like Microsoft could not enjoy its overwhelming prosperity without having the strong military that America has. This is precisely why neoliberal imperialism operates alongside oppressive militarism, war, and dictatorship and must be disrupted to liberate mankind from its death grip. Table of Contents. List of abbreviations and acronyms. V. List of figures, tables, and charts. 7. Preface. 9. Chapter 1. Introduction, The Dynamics of Global Oppression. 1. Chapter 2. The Anatomy of Global Oppression. Methodological and Theoretical Contours. 61. Chapter 3. Neoliberalism and Imperialism. Global Violence as Oppression. 107. Chapter 4. Neoliberalism and Imperialism, Global Exploitation as Oppression. 169. Chapter 5. Neoliberalism and Imperialism, Global Oppression and Powerlessness of the Weak. 233. Chapter 6. Neoliberalism and Imperialism, Global Marginalization of the Poor as Oppression. 293. Chapter 7. Neoliberalism and Imperialism, The Culture of Globalization as Oppression. 343. Chapter 8. Neoliberalism and Imperialism. Theoretical Reprise, Summary, and Conclusion. 403. Chapter 9. When Oppression is the Status Quo. Disruption is a Moral Duty. 457. 4. Appendix. 509. Preface. The idea that a growing economy benefits all classes has a long history of acceptance. It has been embedded in political rhetoric for the past half-century, regardless of party. In fact, John F. Kennedy is credited with the saying, "A rising tide lifts all boats." The theory popularized as trickle-down economics presumes that economic policies that help the wealthy eventually benefit everyone. It's led to federal legislation reducing taxes on the wealthy and easing corporate regulation, as well as Supreme Court decisions increasing the legal rights of corporations, bringing them in near parity with natural beings. Despite expectations that the country as a whole would benefit from these measures, the results have been disappointing. Consequences have included a growing income disparity between the wealthiest members and the rest of society. It's also led to an increase in national debt and significant corporate abuses of public trust, such as the manipulation of energy and securities markets. As a result, citizens and corporate leaders are rejecting the old paradigm and exploring a new model for capitalism. Failures of traditional capitalism. The 1990s savings and loan failures, Enron's manipulation of electricity prices in 2001, and the mortgage securities crisis in 2008 are major examples of the negative consequences of capitalism. In the view of many business and citizen leaders, corporate greed and uncontrolled capitalism have also had the following general negative effects. 1. Lack of equality and opportunity. The most public critic of the current capitalist system has been Pope Francis. In an apostolic exhortation issued November 26, 2013, he asserted that today everything comes under the laws of competition and the survival of the fittest, where the powerful feed upon the powerless. As a consequence, masses of people find themselves excluded and marginalized, without work, without possibilities, without any means of escape. The Pope goes on to say that the minority who do benefit reject the right of states, charged with vigilance for the common good, to exercise any form of control. A new tyranny is thus born, invisible and often virtual, which unilaterally and relentlessly imposes its own laws and rules. Businesses overtly resist the efforts made by governments, which have the responsibility of protecting the rights and interests of their citizens, to pass laws or regulate corporate activities. All this, even as the wealthy benefit the most from publicly owned assets and exorbitant government contracts. 2. Worker exploitation. According to a 2013 survey by the Public Religion Research Institution in partnership with the Brookings Institution, 54% of Americans think capitalism is working well. However, almost as many believe that not only is it failing, but that hard work and determination are no longer guarantees of success for the majority of people. The same survey indicated that 53% of Americans believe one of the big problems in this country is that we don't give everyone an equal chance in life. Surprisingly, 39% of those polled felt differently. It is not really that big a problem if some people have more of a chance in life than others. This conflict is most apparent when looking at such issues as the minimum wage. Americans are almost equally split as to whether it should be increased from $7.75 per hour, even though there is widespread agreement that it does not provide enough money to meet the basic needs for a great many American families. 3. Growing disparity of wealth and income. Since the mid-1970s, the nation's wealth and income have gone increasingly to the top 10% of citizens, dramatically so to the top 1/100th of 1%. In 2012, the top 10% of families owned 74.4% of America's wealth, while the top 0.01% had an astounding 11.1%. The bottom 90% owned a meager 25.6% of the pie. There are approximately 78.8 million families in the U.S. and they have a combined net worth of $80.7 trillion. To put these percentages in perspective, on average, the total net worth of the less than 8,000 families in the top 0.01% is almost $9 trillion, while the combined net worth of the almost 71 million remaining families is $21 trillion. These gaps between wealthy and average Americans have concerned economists and politicians on both sides of the aisle, including the following, 3/4 in his book The Price of Inequality, How Today's Divided Society Endangers Our Future. Nobel laureate economist Joseph E. Stiglitz writes that we are paying a high price for the inequality that is increasingly scarring our economy. Since those on the low end of income spend a greater proportion of their income than higher earners, the concentration of wealth reduces total expenditures, putting a brake on growth and promoting instability. 3/4 according to Jared Bernstein, senior fellow at the Center on Budget and Policy Procedures. High levels of income disparity encourage and preserve opportunity barriers, holding the majority back. Bernstein says that the effects are evident in the gap between parents' investment in their children for tutoring, art, sports, and books. The gap in academic achievement standardized tests has 11. Increased 40% in the last 30 years, and college attainment and admission into an applicant's university of choice is more likely for kids from wealthy families. 3/4 A recent Standard & Poor's report links the income disparity with a slowdown in state tax revenue, since the wealthy manage to shield much of their income from taxes and spend a lower percentage of it. According to Gabriel Patek, S&P credit analyst, rising income is not just a social issue. It presents a very significant set of challenges for the policymakers. French economist Thomas Piketty, who some have called the most important thinker of his time according to The Guardian, wrote the best-selling book Capital in the 21st Century about the dynamics of capitalism and the increasing concentration of wealth in the hands of the very few. In simple terms, Piketty projects that the income disparity will continue to widen due to the growing share of national income going to the owners of capital, inherited wealth, and top executives of corporations who are beyond the control of shareholders. He also concludes any significant change in direction is unlikely since the holders of wealth, energized by Supreme Court decisions, will aggressively defend their positions. 4. Corporate moral and ethical irresponsibility. The combination of deregulated markets, management insulation from shareholder control, and the emergence of too big to fail institutions have led to unbridled greed and excessive risk-taking. Huge, multinational corporations have severed allegiances or obligation to any country or citizens, being solely dedicated to maximizing profits for their shareholders. As a consequence, they engage in the following activities: 9. Wholesale export of critical manufacturing jobs. These jobs are most often transferred to countries with minimal ecological, labor, or human rights laws. 9. Complicated corporate maneuvers to avoid taxes. The unethical, possibly illegal combination of corporate changes in domicile, complex tax accounting, and active support of the world's tax havens is practically universal by large multinationals. 9. Excessive participation in the political process. Political action committees can raise and spend unlimited sums of money to advocate for or against political candidates. As of October 14, 2014, 1,209 super PACs had raised almost $370 million and spent $205 million. Corporations and their executive officers contribute millions of dollars through PACs to support candidates who promise to deliver laws and regulations favorable to their supporters. Evidence of widespread corruption and self-serving tax evasion is worldwide, leading Pope Francis in his 2013 apostolic exhortation to condemn the thirst for power and possession knows no limits. 12. 5. Ecological disasters. Multinational corporations have treated the environment as a free resource: arable land, water, minerals, forests, fish, and so forth, without regard for long-term consequences. Many observers claim that global corporations have ravished the world, leaving residents of every nation to live with the consequences: dirty air, foul water, and pollution of every sort. Globalization, or neoliberal imperialism, even if it is sanitized and defined as expansion of the free market, has been a mechanism for greater accumulation on a world scale. Effective globalization requires an international capitalist class alliance along with institutions and ideologies both at the national and global level. The significant institutions in this regard are those of finance, capital, and equally important the military-industrial complex. To protect the alliance, and when necessary to project power, military force is required, and this gives rise to the state of permanent war. Globalization has ushered in the era of neoliberal imperialism. Neoliberalism as capitalism and imperialism is a new form of corporatism based on the ideology of market fundamentalism, dominance of finance in the economy, and cult of the rich instead of ideology based on racial or national superiority typical for classic corporatism. Like many religious doctrines, it belongs to the class of theological voluntarism, while most previous social systems tried to suppress it. Usury laws are an example which were revoked under neoliberalism. The only criteria of any activity is economic success. As an economic doctrine, neoliberalism repudiates Keynesian welfare state economics and promoted the law of jungle principles using bought ideologues like Milton Friedman and earlier by the dubious fighter for economic freedom Friedrich von Hayek. In other words, it favor of dog-eats-dog forms of competition which were the hallmark of early capitalism. Commonly under the term neoliberalism we understand a set of ideas such as a radically free market, maximized competition, and free trade achieved through economic deregulation, elimination of tariffs, a range of monetary and social policies favorable to business and indifferent toward poverty, adopting. 13. Explicit policies: redistribution of wealth up via casino properties of stock market, cultural decimation, acceleration of earth resource depletion and environmental destruction due to the race to the bottom in increasing profits by any means possible. But it is more than that. Like Marxism and most world religions, neoliberalism provides humans with what is called neoliberal rationality, which organizes the worldview of adherents to neoliberalism. It reaches beyond the market. Neoliberal rationality defines human beings as market actors. All dimensions of human life are cast in terms of market relations. Actions and policies are reduced to the bare question of profitability. For example, under neoliberalism, universities became service provider with the primary goal of profitability, not enhancing the society knowledge and preparing educated citizens. It becomes a narrow, over-specialized preparation for entering the job market, and explicitly designed to produce narrow-minded individuals, who never question the social system they live in and who view themselves as entrepreneurs and who know only Excel calculations of profitability, the rules of competition, and are ready to play it hard to get themselves a space under the sun in dog-eats-dog game. As a social system, neoliberalism is a derivative, a new form of classic corporatism, and involves complete dominance of large corporations over government, including but not limited to conversion of goals of multinationals into state foreign policy goals. The usurpation of large multinationals of political life of the country is achieved mainly by economic means, but assassinations of non-conformant political leaders are not excluded, as deep state is a part of neoliberal power structure and has capabilities of physically eliminating opponents. Still, the main form is by buying politicians and key intellectuals as well as controlling all major political appointments. Debt slavery is the standard, preferred tool of neoliberal control both over individuals and countries. One of the key strategy of subduing the countries by bringing to power neoliberal elite as well as enforcing on the country large unpayable debt. Essentially, converting such a country into debt slave rules by vassal governments, which oversee the transfer of funds to metropolia. This global corporate model replaces the direct occupation model used by British and other empires. These developments have rearranged the superstructure and forced capitalist states to develop new imperialistic methods in maintaining a societal equilibrium that is constantly being pushed to the brink of unrest at the hands of a capitalist system that breeds concentrations in wealth and power, while simultaneously driving the working class and peasant majority towards a state 14. Of functional serfdom. Globalization as imperialism needs an infrastructure on a global scale. The World Trade Organization is one component of that infrastructure, charged with making sure that globalization and therefore, accumulation process proceeds uninterrupted. The WTO formalized imperialism of trade engineered by the old historical bloc through standardization. The denationalization of the nation-states polity through incorporation of the nation-states' participation in the process of accumulation legitimizes the process and presents it as voluntary participation. While in the 1990s it appeared that militarism was no longer as overt as in the 1980s, in reality the military-industrial complex continued to exert influence on a global scale. The militarism of the 1990s was relatively subdued but still alive and well in an ostensibly demilitarized world in which business activity is primary and political power has no other task than the protection of the world free trading system. Throughout the 1990s the U.S. military buildup continued as it did in the 1980s and as does now, serving as a mechanism for greater globalization. Aided by the military, the push for greater integration of the world capitalist system with a touch of colonialism and an unprecedented degree of practice of social imperialism continues in its most perverse form. Increases in state expenditures on the military, mainly financed through borrowing, has created the need for an alternative means of social control. It is not accidental that we have seen a growing reliance on the culture of fear as a mechanism to mobilize public opinion in favor of militarism abroad. The psychology of living in fear on the part of the public on the one hand and dependence on fear for the purposes of effective social imperialism on the other have worked hand in hand to replace the fear of communism with the fear of radical Islamic jihadists. The militarization of specific society and of the planet requires an effective propaganda. Fred J. Cook, observing the late 1950s and early 60s, wrote, "The crutch of the warfare state is propaganda. We must be taught to fear and to hate, or we will not agree to regiment our lives, to bear the enormous burdens of ever heavier taxation, to pay for ever more costly military hardware, at the expense of domestic programs." This problem has become much more severe of late and matched only by the level of public ignorance in the US. Thus, a free hand in the allocation of public funds to military and military-related activities, and the exhaustion of credit limits as the need to borrow increases with every annual budget preparation and military action abroad. Yet, government borrowing continues to be one of the mechanisms of redistribution of income upwards. And as long as the general public remains ignorant of the facts, and by extension there are no incentives for the political 15. establishment to change course, the long-run damage to the socio-economic and the political structure will be irreversible. As James Fallows points out, the current imperial wars are fought for so-called freedom and security, are producing results such as deficit financing, lowering the taxes on the rich, while at the same time the deficit helps him more easily slash domestic social programs. In the post-World War II period in general and the post-9/11 era in particular, the culture of fear has been effectively incorporated into the toolbox of jingoism and propaganda. The condition to fear Americans were longing in the 1990s for clear-cut enemy, an indisputable target for moral outrage. We have seen Americans increasingly take not only data. Fear dampens the spirit, demoralizes, belittles personality and blocks rationality. The proponents of realpolitik are not as naive as they appear. They have as their brethren in economics, and indeed on all fields dominated by the organic intellectuals, have a significant role to play in the overall imperial expansion. In fact, some go as far as suggesting that the United States has a duty to be a humanitarian imperialist by crushing regimes such as that of former Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein, and the ideologues from the same genre of organic intellectuals have revisited the Vietnam and similar imperial wars just to present them as legitimate and humanitarian interventions. From the point of view of domestic classes, the demons of the otherness, the unknown, and the most troubling of all, the shifting language in describing the American role in the world, are viewed as sufficient reasons to cheer what the rest of the world sees as oppressively dangerous and costly militarism. Although social welfare expenditures continue to be a legitimacy-generating mechanism, increasingly, the fear of the enemy as perpetuated by the sensationalist warmongering corporate media is a critical factor in establishing and implementing social imperialism. The difference was that the British jingoism defended imperialism outright, with occasional references of the civilizing mission of the infallible and superior Anglo-Saxon race. The contemporary jingoism of the American media uses the rubric freedom and defense of democracy, etc., etc. to subdue popular discontent. The neoliberal 16. empire resorts to a great degree of actual oppressive use of military power abroad and police action and surveillance at home. 1. Chapter 1. Introduction. The dynamics of global oppression. Overview. Oppressive neoliberal imperialism is the ideology of corporate domination and the plunder of finance capital. To preserve itself domestically, the contemporary global system has created both the mass black incarceration state and the national security state. Internationally, terrorism, humanitarian intervention, and economic sabotage are the primary means of maintaining oppressive U.S. hegemony of the neoliberal variety, whitewashed, distorted, and packaged to fit the needs of the imperialist empire. The interplay of these 2. dynamics necessitates that the discourse on equity be positioned outside of the context of bourgeois success and aspiration. Rather, it should be located within internationalized spaces where workers can openly speak about their conditions and reformulate the capacities in which humanity can dismantle patriarchal power and begin cultivating humanizing identities that can affirm and encourage equitable existence, their talents and dreams of self-actualization. The critical step in this direction is taking the time to reflect and deconstruct the extent to which people's daily motivations under imperialist capitalist patriarchy are subverted and affected by oppressive power. People must learn how to reclaim their agency in the world from a thoroughly commoditized heteronormative culture that intends to keep mankind in an eternally deprived state so that people feel compelled to consume and aspire to become a fetishized form of themselves. This task demands that people assign primacy to radical self-love and begin the work of building themselves rather than working to become worthy of capital in the eyes of an unforgiving, rapacious, and apathetic global ruling class. The problems of this world appear to us, at first, like a huge pile of broken things: war, poverty, environmental destruction, and of course racism, sexism, queerphobia and ableism, to name a few. The view that these forms of strife are not independent but have a common essence is what I will defend in this book. A useful way to sum this up might be to contrast three models. The first model, the classical Marxist model, suggests that the class divide is society's most fundamental divide. From this arise other divides: sexism, queerphobia, racism and the like. The second model, the model we have been critiquing, suggests that society is defined by a plurality of divides, which, while they may be mutually reinforcing, are independent. The third model, that we are defending, is similar to the first model in that it suggests that class is society's fundamental divide, but also similar to the second model in that it doesn't see gender, race, and sexuality as the mere effects of an underlying class contradiction. Rather, it suggests that there is only one social contradiction: the contradiction between the producers who labor and the rulers who control capital. Call this contradiction what you like, but taken as a state of being, rather than a process of struggle, we call it capitalism. Marxists are sometimes accused of being dismissive of capitalist oppression, preferring to emphasize the importance of class. One of the more frequent accusations against Marxism, however, is that it is rigidly economistic and that its emphasis on the importance of class in society means it dismisses sometimes difficult questions relating to oppression. This is not the 3. case, and any investigation into the history of Marxism will reveal examples of Marxists addressing different forms of oppression, national, racial, and sexual among others, not only theoretically but in practice. After all, at its heart Marxism is about human liberation in a society where the free development of each is the condition for the free development of all, as the Communist Manifesto put it. So what is oppression? Firstly, oppression is not depression, it's not a psychological state. You don't need to consciously experience your oppression to be oppressed. Women are oppressed under capitalism, but that doesn't mean there aren't examples of women who embrace their role of housewife and others who choose lap dancing as a career. Of course, depression and many other psychological or physical illnesses may well be linked to oppression, but it is important not to equate the two. Oppression is not a term that simply describes a relationship where someone feels dominated or controlled by another individual. To believe that could lead us to thinking blacks are able to oppress whites, or a man can be oppressed by his partner. We also need to make it clear that oppression isn't the same as exploitation. Some activists talk about class oppression as simply another form of oppression, running in parallel with sex and racial oppression. But while we might talk generally about the working class being oppressed by the ruling class, this doesn't reveal the roots of the relationship between the classes that lies at the heart of capitalism. The key to that relationship is exploitation, that is, the extraction of surplus value from workers and the subsequent alienation of workers from their labor. So for Marxists, oppression is not a state of mind or feeling of being oppressed, dominated, or controlled by an individual or group of people. Neither is it simply natural that some people are racist, sexist, or homophobic and so on. Marx recognized that oppression, far from being a natural and thus a permanent feature of human society, is a historical invention. True, the oppression of certain groups of people in society existed before capitalism. For example, Marx's collaborator Engels traced the origins of women's oppression to the formation of the family with the rise of class society. Despite the many changes to the family over the centuries, it persists to this day because it plays a crucial role in the continuation of the system, by bearing the brunt of the cost for caring for present and past generations of workers and the rearing of the next, all at our own expense. So, despite the fact that the majority of women in this country who can work do work, their role in the family means they still accept lower wages and fewer career opportunities. 4. Other forms of oppression have arisen with the emergence of capitalism. So racism was created to justify the slave trade and imperialism and is perpetuated by the need to keep workers divided. Towards the end of the 19th century, a new sexual identity, the homosexual, was invented and portrayed as a threat to society and the maintenance of the family. What is common to all forms of oppression, however, is that they have a material basis and arise from the structures and dynamics of class society. Oppression serves to reinforce the interests of capitalism. But while Marx understood that some forms of oppression existed before capitalism, he also grasped the way the nature of oppression under capitalism was different to what had gone before. Under feudalism or slavery, the mass of the population were either slaves, the property of masters, or serfs tied to particular pieces of land and bound to a lord. Such societies were rigidly hierarchical and were based on the idea that everyone had their rightful place. Notions of freedom for those other than the rulers in society were rare, and subordination in society was widely accepted. When new societies emerge, so too do new ideas. The bourgeois revolutions that overthrew feudalism and paved the way for capitalism did so under the banner of liberty, equality, and fraternity, as the French Revolution put it. This was a huge step forward for humanity compared to previous societies. Under capitalism, production takes the form of creating commodities to be sold in the market. Everything becomes a commodity, including our ability to labor. Workers are no longer tied to individual lords and masters. The new ideas of individual freedom and equality under capitalism reflect this new way of organizing production. But in reality, freedom for the vast majority of the human race is simply this ability to sell their labor power to one or another capitalist. Capitalism holds out the promise of liberation, but then denies it to the majority of society. Capitalist production increasingly comes to depend on the mass cooperation of workers, but as capitalism brings workers together, so too it divides them from each other. Workers are forced to continually compete against each other for jobs, overtime, housing, even access to decent health care provision. Oppression helps to create and reinforce divisions between workers. For example, the mass media and mainstream government encourage us to see immigrant workers as inferior to native-born workers. While it may be acceptable for immigrants to participate in our workforce when there are plenty of jobs, as soon as jobs become more scarce, immigrants are portrayed as less deserving of work, and therefore a threat. 5. Alienation. These divisions are underpinned by the alienation of workers under capitalism from control over their labor. This results in a sense of powerlessness, especially when workers do not fight back collectively. In this situation, some workers may gain a feeling of empowerment by looking down on others and feeling superior. So a white person may look down on a black person or a man on a woman. And it is not just non-oppressed groups who feel superior to oppressed groups, it cuts across oppressed groups too. For example, a second-generation immigrant can feel superior to a recently arrived immigrant, or a gay man can feel superior to a disabled person. As a result, some people argue that sections of workers have an interest in sustaining oppression, rather than seeing that all oppression works to allow the continuation of capitalism by providing it with material benefits. So we hear arguments that men benefit from women's oppression, or that all whites benefit from the oppression of black people. While it's true that non-oppressed groups do not suffer in the way that oppressed people may, it is wrong to think they therefore have some interest in the continuation of oppression. For example, the fact that women in full-time work still earn around 15% less than their male counterparts does not allow men's wages to increase further, it simply means it's easier for the bosses to keep all wages down. The best solution to this would be for male and female workers to fight together for decent wages for all. This may be easier said than done for a woman at work being sexually harassed by a male colleague, however. After all, she experiences her oppression through his sexist comments and gestures. But while he may be the immediate culprit, the causes of oppression run much deeper, they are rooted in capitalism. Socialists have to fight all forms of oppression through the struggle for class unity. Alienation and distorted notions of freedom and equality also mean that people are not necessarily conscious of their oppression and can lead them to actively embrace some of the worst aspects of it. With the emphasis under capitalism on the individual rather than the social whole, we are made to feel that the worst symptoms of our oppression must be through some fault of our own. Here capitalism steps in to sell us the very solutions we need. So we have a whole industry of self-help books in the UK which is estimated to have earned publishers some £60 million in the past 5 years. In a similar vein, the answer to women not feeling sexy enough is to attend pole dancing fitness classes, or undergo cosmetic surgery. There are even skin lightening techniques for black people. 6. A divisive system. Capitalism works quite hard to ensure we keep believing our main enemy is some other group of ordinary people in society rather than the nature of our distorted relationships under capitalist society. The mass media have to continuously pump out horrific anti-immigrant, anti-traveler, anti-single mom propaganda. Capitalism maintains its hold by dividing those workers who collectively could overturn it, and ideology plays a significant role. And this means it has to work to undermine the reality of our lives that actually brings us into constant contact and cooperation with all types of people, whether Muslim, gay, disabled and so on. While many non-Marxists fight with us against oppression, there is often disagreement about our emphasis on the working class as the key agent of change. After all, oppression affects all classes, not just the working class. This means some people believe that the oppressed group itself is the key to overcoming its own oppression. At a recent demonstration at Cambridge University over the visit of former IMF chief Dominique Strauss-Kahn, one of the chants was "The women united will never be defeated." It's not hard to see why this might seem like common sense to some. After all, every woman can be a victim of sexual assault. But which women are we uniting with? Christine Lagarde, Strauss-Kahn's replacement, is central to the imposition of draconian austerity measures across Europe, driving the living standards of millions of women and men down, something that in turn will increase the pressures on people's lives and place more women at the risk of violence. It's true that oppression doesn't simply affect the working class. Homophobia, sexism, and racism affect people of all classes, and a ruling class woman can be oppressed as a woman just as a working class woman is. But the difference is that wealth and power help mitigate the worst effects of the oppression. For example, rich women can employ nannies and cleaners and they are more likely to have the material means to escape domestic violence. The emphasis revolutionaries place on the question of class, therefore, is not about brushing aside the issue of oppression. Socialists will always defend the rights of oppressed groups to self-organize. Instead, it flows from an understanding that the real division in society that causes our oppression and alienation is not our gender, our sexual orientation or our skin color, but class. The role of revolutionary socialists, therefore, is always to seek to build maximum unity across the working class. We understand there is no automatic unity of the oppressed, and that it is our role to expose how the racism, sexism, homophobia, and so on of the system divide us and make us weaker. While we fight for and welcome changes in the law which extend or protect the rights of discriminated groups, and we understand the importance of 7. Education to undermine prejudice, it has always been during periods of class upheaval that leaps forward have been taken in the fight against oppression, for example in the ferment of the late 1960s, where class struggle was also accompanied by a rise in the struggle for women's, black and gay rights, and consequently real gains were made. More recently, in Egypt, women have found the strength to stand up against the most deplorable acts of sexual intimidation and violence by the military in defense of the revolution they see as theirs. However, in terms of the fight against oppression, nothing can quite match the achievements of the Russian Revolution of October 1917, where among many others, the right to same-sex marriage, abortion on demand and attempts to socialize domestic chores were introduced. This makes the Tories' talk of concessions to gay marriage pale into insignificance. The changing patterns of capitalist oppression intensify as the mode of production metamorphoses into contemporary neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is the ideology of corporate domination and the plunder of finance capital. To preserve itself domestically, the modern system has created both the mass black incarceration state and the national security state. Internationally, terrorism, humanitarian intervention, and economic sabotage are the primary means of maintaining U.S. hegemony of the neoliberal variety. Dissecting neoliberalism. The term neoliberalism has become increasingly familiar over recent years. The term was relatively unheard of until the 1990s, but was then adopted principally by the critics of a perceived free market orthodoxy, which was spreading around the world under the auspices of the Washington Consensus. The anti-globalization movement, which rose to prominence with the 1999 Seattle protests against the World Trade Organization, further advanced the pejorative sense of neoliberalism as a form of market fundamentalism, imposed upon developing nations by the United States government and multilateral institutions. The assumption underlying this account of neoliberalism was typically that it arose with the elections of new right political leaders, Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan in particular, in the late 1970s and early 80s. But there was relatively little scholarly work done at this time on the longer history of neoliberal thought preceding that political shift. The beginning of the global financial crisis in the summer of 2007 drew fresh attention to the meaning and history of neoliberalism, while also highlighting the priority that neoliberal policy accords to financial markets and financial institutions. The fact that this crisis emanated from an apparent center and driver of neoliberalism, namely Wall Street, shifted the focus away from 8. The neocolonial, globalizing aspects of neoliberal reform, towards the question of neoliberalism's core rationalities and genealogy. Partly for this reason, no doubt, a wave of new scholarly work appeared, which paid far closer attention to the longer history of neoliberal thought, as far back as the 1920s. This includes work on think tanks, such as the Mont Pelerin Society, and academic traditions, such as the Chicago School of Economics. In an effort to get away from the simply pejorative use of the term neoliberalism, which can be attached indiscriminately to various forms of anti-democratic or pro-corporate power, the more historicist approach to the concept highlights its fluidity and contingent development. However, this approach also risks lapsing into pure historical description, without critique or an account of how ideas translate into policies and strategies. Others apply a more sociological and critical method, which aims to examine which aspects of neoliberalism are at work amongst elites and governments today. This poses the question of precisely how much of neoliberalism has survived the global financial crisis, and through what means this survival has been achieved. Definitions of neoliberalism across these literatures are various. But they tend to share four things. 1. Victorian liberalism is viewed as an inspiration for neoliberalism, but not a model. Neoliberalism is an inventive, constructivist, modernizing force, which aims to produce a new social and political model, and not to recover an old one. Neoliberalism is not a conservative or nostalgic project. 2. Following this, neoliberal policy targets institutions and activities which lie outside of the market, such as universities, households, public administrations, and trade unions. This may be so as to bring them inside the market, through acts of privatization, or to reinvent them in a market-like way, or simply to neutralize or disband them. 3. To do this, the state must be an active force, and cannot simply rely on market forces. This is where the distinction from Victorian liberalism is greatest. Neoliberal states are required to produce and reproduce the rules of institutions and individual conduct, in ways that accord with a certain ethical and political vision. 4. This ethical and political vision is dominated by an idea of competitive activity, that is, the production of inequality. Competition and inequality are valued positively under neoliberalism, as a non-socialist principle for society in general, through which value and scientific knowledge can best be pursued. This bibliographic essay focuses on texts drawn from sociology, history of economics and more historical or cultural traditions of political economy, to look at the ideas, rationalities, and policies through which neoliberalism is constructed and sustained. It does not address the political economic question of how neoliberal economies have actually performed empirically. 9. Pioneers of neoliberal thought. The origins of neoliberalism can be traced back to the years preceding the Great Depression, and to the writings of Ludwig von Mises criticizing the rationality of socialism, 2009. This work, which catalyzed the socialist calculation debate of the 1920s and 30s, and to which Friedrich von Hayek was also a contributor, involved a renewal of the case for economic liberalism. Liberalism as exemplified by Victorian laissez-faire was perceived to have peaked around 1870, but been in decline ever since, with the rise of corporations, trade unions, social policies, regulation, and state socialism. The task faced by Mises, Hayek, and those that supported them was to reimagine economic liberalism in ways that either accommodated these new developments or could effectively rebuff them. The 1930s exacerbated perceived anti-liberal trends, with the appearance of protectionism, macroeconomics, the New Deal in the United States and totalitarianism in Europe. These developments heightened the anxiety of liberals in these countries, who set about reinventing the argument for the price system of the market, in a similar spirit to how Mises had done. In 1938, the French philosopher Louis Rougier organized the colloque Walter Lippmann in Paris, in honor of the American journalist Lippmann, who was a vocal critic of the New Deal. This occasion is thought to be the first time when the term neoliberalism was used. During and after World War II, the shape of neoliberal thought and advocacy would become clearer. 1944 saw the publication of Hayek's bestseller, The Road to Serfdom, which served as a popular introduction to neoliberal ideas for decades. In 1947, Hayek founded the Mont Pelerin Society, as a think tank and network for liberal intellectuals from around the world. Think tanks would go on to serve as a crucial conduit between neoliberal thinkers and policy makers. The post-war period saw a growing split between a European strand of neoliberalism and the American strand. Ordoliberalism and the social market. Up until the 1950s, many neoliberal thinkers assumed that large elements of socialism or at least social democracy were inevitable and necessary. The task, therefore, was to find a space for the free market alongside institutions of social security and strong rule of law. In Germany, this position was advanced by the school of ordoliberalism, which had emerged in Freiburg in the 1930s, under the leadership of Walter Eucken and around the journal Ordo. The ordoliberals were principally lawyers and liberal philosophers, who subscribed to a neo-Kantian epistemology, and believed that 10. Law should be used to impose formal ideas upon society. The idea of competition, as manifest in the free market, was viewed as a guarantor of political rights, but could not be safeguarded by the market alone. The state was therefore necessary to enforce a competitive order, through active and normative antitrust enforcement. This legally mandated market was entirely compatible with strong institutions of social security and public provision, producing what was known as the social market. Hayek was initially very sympathetic to the ordoliberal position. Eucken and his colleagues were influential in designing the reconstructed German economy in the late 1940s. The inclusion of strong antitrust provisions in the 1949 German Constitution and the 1957 Treaty of Rome are viewed partly as ordoliberal achievements. The institutions of neoliberal capitalism, while promoting an expanded role in the economy for market forces, simultaneously transform labor relations. The market under neoliberalism certainly no longer refers to competition as a form of the production and distribution goods and services. Instead, it means something more along the lines of international financial monopolies protected by collusion between captured vassal state institutions and multinationals, which pay money to sustain this social order. The term free markets under neoliberalism means letting rich people do what they want and neutralizing any government interference on this path, not promoting efficient allocation of resources through competition and the price mechanism. The core of the fifth column are local oligarchs and so-called Chicago boys, sons and daughters of local elite who are trained for and indoctrinated for this purpose in Western universities. Under neoliberalism, labor relations assumes the form of full domination of labor by capitalists under the disguise of labor market smokescreen, which tries to atomize workers and deprive them of any solidarity actions. Unions are officially suppressed and large part of middle class is brainwashed to hate using set of propaganda stories about unions, corruption, welfare, quinsy, lack of competitiveness in unionized industries, etc. In this sense, crushing by Reagan of the strike of air controllers was one of the first manifestation of this dominance. Workers again are downgraded to the role of debt slaves, who should be glad to get subsistence wages. And, for example, wages in Walmart are really on subsistence level, no question about it. 11. Neoliberalism in action. Neoliberalism cultivates a set of complex myths. Those myths via indoctrination became the way of thinking of most people in neoliberal societies. That's an example of amazing power of brainwashing for preservation of particular social order, the trait the neoliberalism also shares with Marxism. But like was the case with the USSR, there is a danger of shocks that can kill those myths. If we agree with that hypothesis, then, simplifying, the longevity of neoliberal myths depends on how long the role of the USA as the world hegemon will last and how long cheap oil regime will last. For example, the myth that neoliberalism produces poverty reduction and improves social well-being for all has become an alibi for the dismantling of the welfare state and along with it the dismantling of social rights of workers, on the one hand, and to the channeling of state coffers into private interests to the benefit of banks, financial institutions, and private business, on the other. This myth came under attack after 2008 crisis. Now most of the people see that neoliberal policies of wealth redistribution are shoveling most of the wealth gains into the pockets of a few rich plutocrats, as such they are incompatible with economic growth and reduction of poverty. Growing income inequality is the main cause of excess saving and, hence, secular stagnation. But as a whole set of neoliberal myths proved to be pretty resilient, the same can be said about gradual process of eroding Marxist myths after 1945. It took almost 50 years to be abandoned by most of the population of the USSR and Eastern Europe, after which those societies became house of cards and were successfully toppled by bribing part of the elite by Reagan administration via color revolution mechanisms. But it was the USSR elite that first changed sides and let it happen. While completely based on deception and leading to impoverishment of lower 80% of population and shrinking of middle class, neoliberalism still remains a powerful, dominant global ideology. Or more correctly, a new secular religion. Since early 80th it became the dominant ideology in the world, which defeated and displaced both communism and social democracy models. It is important to stress that it is probably the first worldwide ideology based on deception, in a sense that it pretends to provide benefits to all nations while in reality for all nations outside first-class nations it enforces neocolonial model of economic relations. It also operates with pseudo-scientific concepts like free market that have tremendous propaganda value, serving as an opening door for neoliberalism. 12. Into minds on many people. To disperse the smoke of this propaganda proved to be not those easy tasks, as it became self-sustainable, providing wealth to Wall Street which trickled down small part of it to corrupt MSM. Free market propaganda even managed to survive the crash of neoliberal doctrine in 2008. With historical hindsight, the crisis of Keynesian macroeconomics and of Fordist production created an opportunity for a new paradigm of economic policy making. This was initially exploited in the United States and United Kingdom, before policies were exported internationally via multilateral institutions and economic experts. Prior to this breakthrough, the Chicago School had already shaped the policy regime of Pinochet in Chile, thanks to the training of Chilean economists in Chicago and the advice provided by Friedman to the government. Marxist analyses of applied neoliberalism view it as the mobilization of the state, so as to restore the rate of profit. To this end, the neoliberal state targets inflation through deflationary, monetarist policies, and targets trade union power through legislation, police power, and privatization. The effect of this is far greater returns to capital, and lower returns to labor, resulting in dramatic increases in inequality from the 1980s onwards. With declining investment opportunities following the crisis of Fordist Keynesianism, the neoliberal state discovers non-productive paths to private profit, in households, the public sector and financial sector. Analyses that are more influenced by post-structuralism, by Foucault in particular, look at neoliberalism more as an attempt to remake social and personal life in its entirety, around an ideal of enterprise and performance. Here, an ethos of competitiveness is seen as permeating culture, education, personal relations, and orientation to the self, in ways that render inequality a fundamental indicator of ethical worth or desire. For many such theorists, economists themselves are viewed as political actors, who extend the limits of calculability. The state remains a central actor, according to this perspective, in forcing institutions to reinvent themselves and measure themselves according to this vision of agency. Distinctive neoliberal policies are those which encourage individuals, communities, students, and regions to exert themselves competitively, and produce scores of who is winning and losing. A common theme between the Marxist and the post-structuralist accounts of neoliberalism is the rising power and authority of corporate and quasi-corporate actors and experts in public life. During the 1990s, the sense that social life was increasingly regulated by non-state intermediaries or private firms led to increased awareness of governance, governmentality, and risk as techniques for managing neoliberal or advanced liberal societies in a calculated fashion. Arguably, it is the managerial freedom of corporate and quasi-corporate. 13. Actors which is maximized under applied neoliberalism, and not markets as such. Neoliberal ideology, rooted in capitalism and white supremacy. Neoliberalism is rooted in the historical development of capitalism in the Western Hemisphere. During the colonial period, English settlers arrived on the shores of what was called Turtle Island by its original inhabitants with plans of developing a system of capitalist accumulation. After driving indigenous peoples from their land, settler planters utilized European and African servant labor on monocultural tobacco farms to extract profit for the English crown. Competition in the world tobacco market lowered prices and created a crisis of overproduction that moved capitalist planters to expropriate small tobacco farmers and extend the labor time of bond servants. The proletarianization of African, Irish, and other European laborers created servant class unity against the interests of the plantation ruling class. Tobacco-dependent southern colonies. The most famous was Bacon's Rebellion. Bacon was an unsavory advocate of indigenous extermination but did lead almost 1,000 servants and farmers of all classes to overthrow the governor. Many who took part in the rebellion did so out of resistance to the deteriorating conditions of bond laborers in the colony. The governor of Virginia responded by creating a system of white privileges for European laborers and a system of hereditary bond labor for African laborers. Virginia and the North American colonies became deeply dependent on highly profitable African slave trade to increase the profits of merchants and planters alike. Thus, the white race was born to save capitalism from ruin. Capitalism and racism developed together to fit the interests of the colonial ruling class. White supremacy provided a powerful buffer of protection for the capitalists from super-exploited black people and exploited whites. The so-called American Revolution at the end of the 18th century was declared in response to bourgeois fear that the Crown would terminate the highly profitable system of slavery. If one reads the anthem of the war, the Star-Spangled Banner, the fourth stanza reads, "Their blood has washed out their foul footsteps' pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave." According to Gerald Horne, the colonial bourgeoisie was most preoccupied with the preservation of white supremacy. The Star-Spangled Banner. 14. Proves that there was deep white racist contempt for African slaves that fought for the British Crown. The Crown was viewed by slave owners like George Washington as inciting a rebellion against the interests of the decadent institution of slavery. The principles of capitalism and racism that guided the fight for the independence of the slave-owning class from the British are the roots of neoliberalism. It is important to note that each change in U.S. capitalist development that brought neoliberalism into existence was precipitated by a crisis in the system. After each crisis, U.S. capitalism reformed itself to expand under new historical conditions. When U.S. monopoly capital rapidly consolidated after the Civil War, the U.S. experienced an industrial boom and settler expansion both in the west and south of the U.S. settler state. The doctrine of manifest destiny expanded U.S. colonial capitalism into Western North America and South America. Black life struggled victoriously to free itself from the chains of slavery but was re-enslaved by other means. Workers struggled to organize in the midst of periodic crisis and industrial exploitation. The system responded to the growing ferment in the post-slavery era with periodic reforms that attempted to channel resistance into acceptable means of change. The 20th century marked the last period of reform for U.S. capitalism. The New Deal was instituted to save capitalism from the organized militancy of workers in the Depression era. World War II provided much of the funding for government programs. It also paved two paths of development. One was the fascist, imperialist road of Western exploitation and domination. The other was the socialist road led by the Soviet Union. The historic struggle for socialism took place everywhere, including the U.S. Black Americans played a critical role in the war against the old rule of monopoly capital and for socialist development, a war that continued even after the New Deal reeled large sections of the working class back into imperialism's orbit. Black Americans were excluded from most of the benefits of New Deal legislation. The continuation of the brutal system of state sanctions white supremacy gave Black American freedom fighters like Paul Robeson and Webb Du Bois every reason to forge relationships with nations and people fighting U.S. imperialism at the time. Nations like the Soviet Union and Ghana represented alternatives to the racist, imperialist system of the U.S. The Black Panther Party and other revolutionary organizations in latter half of the 20th century built relationships of solidarity with socialist China, Korea, Vietnam, and other national liberation struggles worldwide. FDR's New Deal and LBJ's Great Society should be seen in a context where global forces were in motion away from, not toward, the dominant capitalist order. 15. Neither president was shy to explain that such reforms were meant to save capitalism and nothing else. Imperial reforms and repression halted the development of the world's socialist revolution, at least for the moment. Imperialism's fight back created an uneven course of development throughout the world. The fall of the Soviet Union in 1991 greatly diminished the socialist camp and empowered the capitalist class to further concentrate capital into its system fell into crisis. Monopoly capital's crisis of overproduction could only be resolved through further monopolization and usurious speculation of commodities, like oil, which were already institutionally dominated by the West under the Bretton Woods Agreement. The ruling class imposed a permanent warfare state on the world and wasted no time to carry out a program of austerity, privatization, deindustrialization, and repression. All of it was justified by the neoliberal paradigm. Neoliberalism is repression, privatization, and empire. The neoliberal paradigm is often called a right-wing backlash or a divergence from the liberal welfare state. Such a simplification ignores the connection between monopoly capital, war, and domestic repression. Neoliberalism is not just a return to classical capitalist values. It is the ideology of corporate domination and the plunder of finance capital. In simpler terms, neoliberalism is a form of capitalist self-preservation. The values of individualism, profit, and private property are dominant aspects of the system as in prior periods. However, the application of these principles differs from prior periods because the challenges of maintaining the rule of the rich have changed. The neoliberal paradigm is best understood in the context of the conditions that birthed it. Below are illustrative examples in the realm of repression, austerity, and war. A. Repression. Neoliberalism required mass-scale repression to thrive in the midst of economic crisis and global resistance. Washington's murderous COINTELPRO surveillance of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Movement created the technical capacity for the 21st century national security state. As deregulation, deindustrialization, and austerity plundered the post-World War II economic base of black and oppressed communities, the ruling class diverted resources into the militarization of police forces and the expansion of prisons. The black mass incarceration state developed to stifle. 16. Black resistance and lock up the growing numbers of black unemployed and poor Americans displaced by neoliberal capitalism's endgame. Imperial state implemented the tough-on-crime war-on-drugs policy to promote the growth of the national security state. The Pentagon provided material support for local police departments to conduct militarized drug raids and mass surveillance of black Americans. This was supported by drug laws that targeted black Americans with a disparate ratio between crack cocaine and power cocaine criminal sentences. State-by-state three-strikes laws were also instituted as a way to lock up black Americans charged for felonies from drug offenses. The ruling class thus created a literal trap that created a pipeline of occupation in working-class black communities starting from the streets of dispossessed neighborhoods and into the rapidly growing prison state. The war on drugs eventually lost its popularity in the public eye. When the War on Terror was declared by Bush Jr. officially in 2001, companies like Blackwater and Lockheed Martin began raking in billions in government contracts to militarize the police and develop a mass surveillance system. Undocumented immigrants were terrorized by more fiercely militarized border patrols. The NSA, CIA, FBI, and other related intelligence communities expanded exponentially to conduct surveillance on each and every American. Since Ed Snowden's leaks of NSA surveillance, the national security state has come under increased scrutiny for its massive size and perversion of privacy. Its ideological and material roots lie in the transformation of the covert repression of oppressed people into an open counterinsurgency war to protect the interests of the neoliberal capitalist order. The U.S. black mass incarceration state imprisons the most people in the world and spends more money on mass surveillance than any country on the planet. The goal is to ensure that the looting of all working-class people, especially black people, continues without the formation of a radical movement against it. The criminalization of black Americans and the erosion of civil liberties under the dictates of the War on Terror period should be seen as necessary conditions of the neoliberal paradigm. Each targets the oppressed as scapegoats and gives capital the needed political space to continue history's largest wealth transfer from the working class to the rich. B. Austerity and privatization. Privatization has been the primary means of achieving super profits for the capitalist class in a period of permanent crisis. Neoliberal policy has consistently recycled capitalist and racist ideology to justify shockwaves of increased exploitation. The attack on federal welfare recipients at the beginning. Welfare queens by the American corporate media and political class. The idea of the welfare queen created hostile racist conditions that allowed Washington to eliminate of AFDC welfare benefits in 1996. President Clinton and the Democratic Party collaborated with Newt Gingrich's Republican Party to eliminate AFDC. This collaboration represented a lasting partnership between the imperialist parties toward neoliberal ends. Clinton passed the anti-union, anti-worker NAFTA policy 2 years earlier, which further gutted the industrial base of the working class. NAFTA culminated an intensified attack on workers and unions from corporate capital that officially began when Reagan busted the PATCO strike. Demolished thousands of public housing units to pave the way for privately contracted subsidized housing and the gentrification of black working-class cities. The Clinton-era rollbacks of union organization and social programs are key examples of neoliberalism at work. Neoliberal austerity in the U.S. has created a new, more miserable normal for working class and oppressed. Public education is being privatized in Chicago and cities all over the country. Corporately sponsored charters like the KIPP school are replacing public schools. Teach for America scabs are replacing community-based teachers. The privatization of public education is most developed in New Orleans. Washington responded to Hurricane Katrina by using the impoverished black lower Ninth Ward as an experimentation zone to completely replace public education with school choice vouchers and charter schools. This was confirmed when Arne Duncan stated in 2010 that Hurricane Katrina was the best thing that happened to the education system in New Orleans. Since the economic crisis of 2008, the city of Detroit has experienced the harshest form of neoliberal plunder to date. The city has been stripped of its municipal political system and put under the state's emergency management plan led by Jones Day law firm. Jones Day is notoriously known as a shill for Bank of America, Barclays, and Wall Street generally. Education, water, housing, and municipal pensions are being sold off as assets to pay the banks for the crisis they created. This model is being in Atlantic City and potentially for cities across the nation. Detroit and Atlantic City's majority black metropolises have been sold off to the ruling class in the name of revitalization and innovation. These catchwords for reform are a critical element of neoliberalism. They reek of anti-blackness and anti-working class sentiment. The ideology of neoliberalism cannot be disconnected from the material conditions that have been 18. Rendered by almost 4 decades of austerity and privatization. Half of U.S. public school children are living in poverty. Black women are being evicted at the same rate of black male imprisonment. White America has over 10 times the wealth of black America. These examples of intensified exploitation are the result of neoliberal ideology and policy at work. Neoliberalism since the 1980s, in sum, has meant the expansion of homelessness, poverty, union busting, and the privatization of all aspects of life so that monopoly capital can expand nationally and globally. The key characteristic of such expansion is that rather than changing form from one mode of development, capitalism has been forced to squeeze and eat up everything it can lay its hands on. The other option for the rulers of capital is for the system to stagnate and die. See, war. Austerity and privatization thrive off the dehumanization of the oppressed. Similarly, imperialist war is no different. In the neoliberal Vietnam debacle created an embarrassing blemish for U.S. foreign policy interests. The war also helped precipitate the economic overproduction of oil and other assets sent shockwaves of reality to the capitalist system. To ward off future political and economic crisis, the ruling class gave the world's people an ultimatum. The rulers of capital demanded subservience to U.S. corporate interests or face economic and military war. However, the character of U.S.-sponsored imperialist warfare was forced to change as the capitalist system entered the neoliberal period. Vietnam taught the ruling class that it could no longer draft Americans to invade countries without political and economic consequence. U.S. capitalism's transition into the neoliberal period was not a peaceful one. The conditions of neoliberalism necessitated a state of permanent imperial warfare, and World War II helped produce the military arsenal to get the job done. In a 1954 document entitled Notes on Foreign Economic Policy, the CIA targeted international trade regulations and the growing influence of socialism as the primary obstacles to U.S. economic hegemony. U.S. involvement in the affairs of other nations was encouraged. A special emphasis was placed on economic development led by U.S.-dominated global financial institutions like the IMF. Corporate expansion and the imposition of war were declared in the document matter of national security. In 1973, the CIA overthrew the democratically elected Chilean government of Salvador Allende. Thousands were killed and thousands more disappeared under the rule of the fascist dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. Washington's 19. Bloody coup was conducted under the dictates of the neoliberal paradigm. Milton Friedman and graduates of the University of Chicago helped plan the neoliberal policy of shock and awe privatization that was implemented after the coup. The privatization of state resources and forced dependence on the IMF and Wall Street defined fascist Chile. Private investment indebted Chile to the West and threw the majority of people in Chile into poverty. Chile represented the desired model of imperialist plunder for the U.S. and the neoliberal ruling class. Since 1945, The US has directly overthrown over 50 foreign governments and caused the death and impoverishment of millions of people. The US invaded Iraq in 2003 at the expense of almost 2 million Iraqi lives. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, over 6 million have been murdered by Ugandan and Rwandan-backed mercenaries since 1996 as they plunder the country's natural resources. The African states waging war on the Democratic Republic of Congo are heavily supported by the US. Cuba, Venezuela, the DPRK, and Iran are currently under crippling US sanctions that have cost these nations billions in revenue and immeasurable suffering. The expansion of war in the interests of neoliberalism has cost at least 20 to 30 million lives since the end of World War II. US imperialism has promoted wars of austerity and pillage as projects of democracy counter-terrorism. The war on Libya and Syria were called humanitarian interventions. These racist and paternalistic justifications for murderous plunder and robbery are critical to the defense of neoliberalism. The world's people must be seen as terrorists or unable to govern themselves without help from the benevolent West. Colonialism's racist paradigm of the innate inferiority of the colonized remains a staple of the neoliberal period. Neoliberalism is a major reason why the US is a permanent warfare state. Permanent war is a result of permanent neoliberal economic crisis. By 2016, the top 1% of the globe will have more wealth than the rest of humanity combined. As capital has concentrated in the hands of the capitalists have unleashed their military apparatus to ensure the spread and safety of its profits. Militarism stands as the most significant weapon in imperialism's arsenal to halt its demise. This explains why the US supports terrorism around the globe to overthrow independent nations yet acts as if its foreign policy objective is a war on terror. The necessity of war also explains why Russia and China are being militarily surrounded by US installations despite having a large stake in the US capitalist economy. The desperation of neoliberalism lies in the fact that the US was once half of the global capitalist economy after World War II. 6 decades later, the US is only 17% of the global capitalist economy. What the US lost in economic power has been compensated through military. 20. Expansion. Terrorism, humanitarian intervention, and economic sabotage are the primary means of maintaining US hegemony of the neoliberal variety. However, the US militarism is failing to institute shock and awe neoliberal economics as it did in prior decades. In Syria, Ukraine, and Libya, US intervention has created conditions of chaos and internal war, which have disallowed a smooth transition to neocolonialism. So while the world remains in a lopsided struggle against IMF debt, Wall Street dominance, and US overt and covert military war, there are positive signs that the imperialist neoliberal system is losing ground. China's rise to global economic supremacy and Russia's growing influence on world affairs guarantee that the US neoliberal ruling class will continue to wage war on the planet until the imperialist system is overthrown entirely. In sum, the primary lesson of neoliberalism is the need for a revolutionary transformation here and around the world. The socialist process has already begun, but neoliberalism has forced its retreat. Corporate and finance capital's neoliberal model has been the dominant model of development in the world since the economic crisis. Liberalism is fascist, free market fundamentalism and white supremacy. In the quest to impose corporate domination and restore the capitalist system, the imperialist ruling class has waged economic wars of privatization, military wars of destabilization, and domestic wars of repression against oppressed people and nations all over the world. This chapter examined neoliberalism within the context of the development, history, and current conditions of the imperialist system. Neoliberalism's impact on oppressed people is vast and extensive. Readers of this article are encouraged to study Black Agenda Report's analysis of the black misleadership class and colorblind racism. The parallel rise of the black misleadership class and the ideology of colorblindness have a close relationship to the ideology and conditions of neoliberalism. So too does the rise of the nonprofit industrial complex. These developments were in large part born from the need for new political buffers between the oppressed and the ruling class during the catastrophic transition into neoliberalism. Imperialism will continue to push the neoliberal agenda in an attempt to recover what it has lost in economic dominance. The left must forward a revolutionary analysis of neoliberalism into the day-to-day work of liberation struggle. Neoliberalism's policy of destabilization is arguably a new, more improved fascism in every realm of life. Unlike the war between fascism and imperialism in the early to mid-20th century, monopoly capital cannot grow and expand itself out of crisis or reform itself to appease broad sections of the class structure. Neoliberalism has no choice but to plunder. 21. Or die. That is, until the resistance of the oppressed bring about the system's immediate end. How much more can we take? Indeed, neoliberalism begets violence. How does this happen? Based on recent research, there appears to be a link between the ideals of neoliberalism and increasing rates of dehumanizing and oppressive inequality. Navarro argues, for instance, that neoliberal policies have contributed to growing inequalities around the globe and to worsening living conditions for the majority of the world's people. For her part, George agrees and blames increasing inequality on the common neoliberal practices of placing public wealth into private hands, approving tax cuts for the wealthy, and pushing wages down for the non-elite. And, unfortunately, evidence suggests that inequality may mediate the relationship between neoliberalism and a third variable, interpersonal violence. In this regard, Krug et al. Write that economic conditions are both the causes and the effects of violence, with those on the poorer end of the spectrum experiencing the most violence. Other scholars, too, have found that inequality is positively correlated with violent crime rates. Considering these findings, it appears that as neoliberalism becomes more prominent in a country, it can be expected that inequality and, as a result, interpersonal violence within that country will increase. In an attempt to demonstrate this argument, I will review these relationships before providing a brief case study to demonstrate how these variables may be interrelated. The relationship between neoliberalism and inequality has been a contentious issue. Advocates of neoliberalism often argue that their ideology has been helpful in that it has reduced absolute inequality. While this may be somewhat true, this view is challenged by those who point out that relative inequality has increased alongside the supposed decrease in absolute inequality. Buttressing this claim, Coburn argues that neoliberalism itself is either unconcerned with or may actually endorse inequality. In a similar vein, Harvey blames the capitalist nature of neoliberalism for rising inequality. In particular, he writes of capitalism's inequality-inducing penchant for accumulation by dispossession via suppressing the rights of the commons, commodifying labor power, suppressing all non-capitalist forms of production and consumption, appropriating assets, monetising exchange and taxation, and initiating credit systems. Through these processes, Harvey writes that neoliberalism engenders inequality through the uneven development of states and through the restructuring of class power in favor of the elites. Wade concurs and 22. Argues that inequality both within and between countries has widened since about 1980, the time that neoliberalism really began to take off under Reagan, Thatcher, and Kohl. In spite of this, world leaders often defend this ideology and the inequality that it creates. Thatcher once quipped, for example, that it is our job to glory in inequality, and see that talents and abilities are given vent and expression for the benefit of us all. By such statements, leaders not only recognize the link between neoliberalism and inequality, they also legitimize it and present it as being both universal and normative. Somewhat expectantly, then, research suggests that growing inequality brings about many social maladies. One of these more serious problems is interpersonal violence. In an analysis of the link between income inequality and violence, Fajnzilber, Laterman, and Loaza examined the relationship between a country's inequality and its violent crime rate. Their results indicated that there is a positive correlation both within countries and between countries when it comes to the association between inequality and violence. By controlling for other crime determinants, the researchers declared that there exists a causal link between inequality and crime. Despite Neumeyer's critiques of Fachenzilber et al.'s study, other researchers have also found a positive correlation between inequality and violence. Bourguignon, for instance, contends that violence is often a byproduct of irregular or uneven economic development in developing countries. An increase in a developing country's income inequality, he writes, tends to increase the criminality of its people. In a more specific explanation, Wade suggests that inequality leads to violence as unskilled men in unequal societies become increasingly aggressive in response to their frustration. Their social capital and trust hitting low levels, these frustrations can then boil over and result in violence. In an attempt to demonstrate the relationships among neoliberalism, inequality, and violence, consider the case of Brazil. In the early 1990s, this country increasingly embraced the ideas of neoliberalism. Import tariffs were lessened, most non-tariff barriers were abolished, privatization was increased, and investments were liberalized. Yet, despite these pro-capitalist changes and drastic improvements in inflation rates, Aman and Baer contend that Brazil's neoliberal regime did not improve income inequality, a problem which has haunted the country for decades. In fact, the gap between the richest 10% of income groups and the poorest 40% of income groups has continued to increase since the introduction of neoliberal policies. 23. Aman and Baer blame part of this widening gap on the reduction of employment opportunities in the industrial sector that occurred as a result of policies that favored privatization, technological advances, and, consequently, mass layoffs. As could probably be expected, urban violence rose dramatically in places like Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo during this time period. Similarly, Gorisowski and Costa found that homicide rates were highest in the areas of São Paulo with the highest rates of socio-economic disparities. In response to such problems, Aman and Baer conclude that Brazil needs the state to re-emerge as a promoter of equality. Considering this brief case review, it is hopefully easier to understand how neoliberalism directly contributes to inequality and may indirectly contribute to violence. By promoting inequality and disregarding the poor, neoliberalism increases the amount of social inequality found both within and across countries. This inequality, research has shown, can then manifest itself in aggression, frustration, and, ultimately, violence just as it has done in Brazil. In an effort to dismantle this relationship, Krug et al. Write that comprehensive approaches to violence prevention should include efforts to promote positive economic development, especially in ways that seek to reduce inequalities. Yet, as of now, such a restructuring does not appear to be on the horizon. This, of course, suggests that inequality and violence may very well increase in the decades to come. The essence of neoliberalism is therefore the redistribution of wealth up. This upward redistribution of wealth is also carefully hidden under the smoke screen. Neoliberalism in principle can't deliver prosperity for all, as the key idea is just the opposite. But revolt is suppressed by powerful propaganda machine as well as the raw military and technological power of the USA and speculation on human greed. The most common criticisms of neoliberalism, regarded solely as economic policy rather than as the broader phenomenon of a governing rationality, are that it generates and legitimates extreme inequalities of wealth and life conditions, that it leads to increasingly precarious and disposable populations, that it produces an unprecedented intimacy between capital and states, and thus permits domination of political life by capital, that it generates crass and even unethical commercialization of things rightly protected from markets, for example, babies, human organs, or endangered species or wilderness, that it privatizes. 24. Public goods and thus eliminates shared and egalitarian access to them, and that it subjects states, societies, and individuals to the volatility and havoc of unregulated financial markets. The neoliberal revolution is that homo politicus is finally vanquished as a fundamental feature of being human and of democracy. Democracy requires that citizens be modestly oriented toward self-rule, not simply value enhancement, and that we understand our freedom as resting in such self-rule, not simply in market conduct. When this dimension of being human is extinguished, it takes with it the necessary energies, practices, and culture of democracy, as well as its very intelligibility. For most Marxists, neoliberalism emerged in the 1970s in response to capitalism's falling rate of profit, the shift of global economic gravity to OPEC, Asia, and other sites outside the West, and the dilution of class power generated by unions, redistributive welfare states, large and lazy corporations, and the expectations generated by educated democracies. From this perspective, neoliberalism is simply capitalism on steroids, a state and IMF-backed consolidation of class power aimed at releasing capital from regulatory and national constraints, and defanging all forms of popular solidarities, especially labor. The grains of truth in this analysis don't get at the fundamental transformation of social, cultural, and individual life brought about by neoliberal reason. They don't get at the ways that public institutions and services have not merely been outsourced but thoroughly recast as private goods for individual investment or consumption. And they don't get at the wholesale remaking of workplaces, schools, social life, and individuals. For that story, one has to track the dissemination of neoliberal economization through neoliberalism as a governing form of reason, not just a power grab by capital. There are many vehicles of this dissemination: law, culture, and above all, the novel political administrative form we have come to call governance. It is through governance practices that business models and metrics come to irrigate every crevice of society, circulating from investment banks to schools, from corporations to universities, from public agencies to the individual. It is through the replacement of democratic terms of law, participation, and justice with idioms of benchmarks, objectives, and buy-ins that governance dismantles democratic life while appearing only to instill it with best practices. 25. Misconceptions about neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is often mistakenly seen only as an economic policy. This per se might not matter, since a specific set of economic measures do, no doubt, fall under the rubric of neoliberalism. But by reducing neoliberalism only to a set of economic measures, a misleading impression is often conveyed that this set of measures are a matter of choice on the part of the ruling bourgeois political formation, i.e., that a non-neoliberal set of measures could also be followed, even in conditions of contemporary capitalism, if only the bourgeois political formation ensconced in government had decided to do so. Reducing neoliberalism only to an economic policy creates scope for this misconception. In fact, however, neoliberalism is a mere description of a whole set of measures that are associated necessarily with the hegemony of globalist finance. These measures are not a matter of choice by some particular bourgeois political formation, they would have to be adopted in the contemporary epoch by any bourgeois political formation, i.e., as long as the country remains within the capitalist orbit, whence it also follows that any political formation that wishes seriously to overturn these measures would necessarily have to be prepared to transcend capitalism. It may have to do so, no doubt, through all kinds of complex tactical steps, but it cannot lull itself into overlooking the necessity for doing so, a point that acquires particular significance in the context of Greece today and of other European countries that may throw up anti-austerity left-wing governments in the coming days. The point being made here is analogous to the one that Lenin had made against Karl Koski on the question of imperialism. He had accused Koski of thinking of imperialism as a policy and thereby suggesting that a non-imperialist policy was also possible at that time, either on the basis of monopoly capitalism itself, or through a reversion from monopoly back to free competition, from which monopoly itself had already emerged. Both these possibilities, he had argued, were utterly unreal, and represented sheer wishful thinking, or a petty bourgeois pipe dream. To underscore his point that one could not detach imperialism from monopoly capitalism in this manner, that it was not a policy that could or could not be adopted depending on the volition of the ruling government under monopoly capitalism, he had defined imperialism as the monopoly phase of capitalism. Koski's rejoinder to this, namely that if one defined imperialism as monopoly capitalism, then one did not prove the necessity of imperialism for capitalism but simply pushed it by definition, also emerged. 26. Naturally from his position. It only expressed his perception that the necessity of imperialism was an independent matter which had to be separately established, whence it followed as a possibility that one could retain monopoly capitalism but do away with this necessity, i.e., that a non-imperialist policy was possible at that time even without transcending capitalism. Exactly analogously, neoliberalism is not a separate detachable thing from contemporary capitalism. It is contemporary capitalism, a manifestation of this contemporary capitalism, characterized as it is by the hegemony of globalist, i.e., international, finance capital. One often comes across a mirror image of this argument of separability, which is prevalent in left-wing circles, especially in Europe, regarding globalization. This holds that the globalization occurring today is a good thing, even though contemporary capitalism is bad, so that we should somehow retain this globalization even while trying to transcend contemporary capitalism. What this argument does is to detach contemporary globalization from contemporary capitalism, and suggesting that we should retain the one but not the other. But the globalization that is occurring today is no less a manifestation of contemporary capitalism than the economic measures covered under the term neoliberalism. Just as one cannot get rid of neoliberalism while retaining contemporary capitalism, likewise one cannot get rid of contemporary capitalism while retaining contemporary globalization. They together constitute an integral unity that has to be transcended. Through what particular tactical steps this is done is a separate issue, but to imagine that one component of it can be retained while the other is discarded is to ignore this unity. It amounts to wishful thinking. The question that arises is, what are the characteristic features of this unity that constitutes contemporary capitalism? One can obviously touch upon only a few of them here, but all of them follow from the fact that today's capitalism is capitalism unrestrained. The restraint that capitalism faced when it was engaged in a struggle against the aristocracy, the restraint that capitalism faced when it was engaged in a struggle against the rising proletariat, when it looked as if socialism was about to conquer the world, and the restraint that capitalism faced when it was organized on national lines, as national finance capital trying to impose its will upon the nation-state against the resistance of the working people, especially in the post-Second War period when this resistance had forced the institution of electoral democracy in the advanced capitalist countries. This conjuncture of restraints appear for the moment to have been lifted. The socialist challenge has abated for the moment, and globalization of capital has forced nation 27 states, even those whose governments derive support from the working class, to accede to the demands of this capital. The characteristics of contemporary capitalism therefore follow in a sense from this conjuncture of capital unrestrained. What are these characteristics which are immanent in capitalism, but are now getting expressed with unprecedented freedom? One is the spread of commoditization on a scale not seen till now. Of particular relevance here is the commoditization of sectors like education and health. In the oldest capitalist country of the world, England, more than 2 centuries had to elapse since the Industrial Revolution, before the sphere of higher education got opened up to private profit-making. Commoditization of higher education has 2 implications. One is that those who are the products of it are also mere commodities with little social sensitivity, and what is true of the advanced capitalist countries holds with far greater strength in the so-called emerging capitalist countries. The destruction of social sensitivity among the products of higher education is carried to far greater lengths here. The other is an attempt to commoditize whatever remains of the intellectual resistance to capitalism, and hence enfeeble it. The second characteristic is a ruthless destruction of petty production. Capitalism historically had subjugated petty production for its own ends through colonialism, without necessarily supplanting it, but against such subjugation there had also been massive resistance from the petty producers. In our own history, the string of revolts, from the Indigo Revolt to the 1857 uprising, culminating in large-scale peasant support for the anti-colonial freedom struggle, are obvious examples of such resistance. Decolonization had brought some restraint upon such subjugation, but contemporary capitalism, negating the post-colonial dirigiste economic regimes and integrating the corporate financial oligarchies of the ex-colonial nations into the corpus of international finance capital, has not only revived this ruthless process of subjugation of petty producers, but is now embarking on a massive process of dispossession of such producers, of naked primitive accumulation of capital, of which the land grab bill currently before the Indian Parliament is an obvious example. The phenomenon of 200,000 peasants committing suicide in the wake of India's assimilation into the world hegemonized by international finance capital underscores the severity of this process. The third is an enormous increase in economic inequality, not just in wealth but also in incomes, and not just globally, between the working people. 28. Of the world and the corporate financial oligarchies of the world, but also within each country, between these two poles within each country. So significant has this problem become that Thomas Piketty's book on it became an instant bestseller. And even the Davos Economic Summit of the world leaders of capital listed it as one of the three major issues confronting mankind. The reason for this increase in inequality is that while the world reserve army of labor remains large and undiminished, its baneful consequences, of not allowing real wage rates to increase, are now not confined only to the third world countries where such large labor reserves exist. They also extend to the advanced capitalist countries whose workers too have to eschew demands for wage increases, lest capital, now globalist, move to lower wage third world countries. Thus, with real wages everywhere not increasing, all increases in labor productivity raise the share of surplus in output, and hence income inequality. This occurs globally as well as within each country. An aspect of this phenomenon is the growth in world hunger. We suggested above that real wages remain tied to some subsistence level in third world countries. But even this does not happen. The privatization of education, health, and other essential services, increase their costs enormously, which erodes the purchasing power in the hands of the working people, and actually lowers their per capita real expenditure on food. When we add to this, which basically concerns the employed workers or the active army of labor, the fact that the dispossession of petty producers also swells the reserve army, the scale of increase in the magnitude of world hunger becomes understandable. The fourth characteristic is linked to this increase in inequality. Such an increase produces at the world level a tendency towards overproduction. In a situation where the nation-states confronting international capital have little option but to obey its diktat, capital uses this fact to wrest further concessions from the state on the grounds that such concessions, by improving the state confidence of the investors, would overcome the crisis of overproduction. In short, a dialectic of growing income inequality, persisting or even accentuating economic crisis, and growing class power of capital that actually aggravates both inequality and crisis but is defended paradoxically as a way out of the crisis, gets built up in the contemporary conjuncture. The fifth characteristic follows from this. Such democratic institutions as exist in capitalist countries had got built up as a result of workers' struggles. Once this restraint of workers' militancy has been lifted, capitalism's 29. Natural tendency would be to scuttle such institutions. In addition, however, the dialectic mentioned above, of growing inequality, persisting crisis, and increasing class power of capital, which is justified in the name of overcoming a crisis that nonetheless persists, increases capitalism's fear of, and hostility towards, democratic institutions. From financing fascist groups, to dividing people along ethnic and religious lines, to blatant recourse to mendacity, to outright suppression of democratic institutions, a whole range of methods are employed to ensure that such institutions are suitably enfeebled. At the same time, the attempt to keep people divided creates a situation of social disintegration. Recourse to political authoritarianism and to social disintegration thus becomes the hallmark of contemporary capitalism. Contemporary imperialism. Lenin dated the imperialist phase of capitalism, which he associated with monopoly capitalism, from the beginning of the 20th century, when the process of centralization of capital had led to the emergence of monopoly in industry and among banks. The coming together of the capitals in these two spheres led to the formation of finance capital, which was controlled by a financial oligarchy that dominated both these spheres, as well as the state, in each advanced capitalist country. The struggle between rival finance capitals for economic territory in a world that was already completely partitioned, not just for the direct benefits that such territory might provide, but more importantly for keeping rivals out of its potential benefits, necessarily erupted, according to him, into wars, which offered each belligerent country's workers a stark choice, between killing fellow workers across the trenches, or turning their guns on the moribund capitalism of their own countries, to overthrow the system and march to socialism. We can distinguish between three different phases of imperialism since then. The first phase, of which the Second World War was the climax, corresponded almost exactly to Lenin's analysis: rivalry between different finance capitals to repartition an already partitioned world, bursting into wars, which in turn led to the formation of a socialist camp. The precise course of events through which this general trend unfolded after Lenin's death included an acute economic crisis, to which the disunity among capitalist powers contributed, and which in turn created the conditions for the emergence of fascism that unleashed the Second World War, and that represented, in Dimitrov's words, the open terrorist dictatorship of the most revanchist sections of finance capital. 30. The Second World War greatly weakened the position of financial oligarchies. The working class in the advanced capitalist countries that had made great sacrifices during the war emerged much stronger from it and was unwilling to go back to the old capitalism. The socialist camp had grown significantly and was to grow even further with the victory of the Chinese Revolution. Capitalism had to make concessions to survive, and two concessions in particular were significant. One was decolonization, where it was so reluctant to proceed that even after the formal process was completed it refused voluntarily to yield control over Third World resources, as evident in the cases of Iran and Egypt. The other was state intervention in demand management in advanced countries to maintain high levels of employment, which until then had never been experienced in capitalist economies. State intervention in demand management in turn was made possible through the imposition of controls over cross-border capital flows, and also trade flows. A new international monetary system, where the dollar was declared as good as gold and which allowed such restrictions on trade and capital flows, came into being. It reflected the new reality of the domination of U.S. imperialism, and a muting of inter-imperialist rivalries in the new scenario. This was the second phase of modern imperialism. The conditions for the third phase within which we are currently located were created by the second phase itself. The dollars being as good as gold meant in effect that the US was handed a free and unlimited gold mine. It could print notes and the rest of the world was obliged to hold such notes since they were as good as gold. As a result, the US did print notes to finance, among other things, a string of military bases all over the world with which it encircled the Soviet Union and China. These notes started pouring into European banks, which then started lending all over the world. They wanted to lend even more as the torrent of notes increased during the Vietnam War. Capital controls were a hindrance in their way and were therefore gradually removed. The international monetary system under which the dollar was officially convertible to gold could not be sustained and was abandoned in the early 70s, though the preeminent position of the $31 as the form in which a large chunk of the world's wealth was held remained. But the easing of capital controls and increased mobility of finance across the globe brought into being a new entity, international finance capital. This third phase of modern imperialism is marked by the hegemony of international finance capital, which is the driving force behind the phenomenon of globalization, and the pursuit of neoliberal policies in the place of Keynesian demand management policies in the advanced countries and Nehru-style planning in the Third World. Capitalist imperialism and inequality. Capitalist imperialism can't surmount inequality as the system itself creates the curse that humanity struggles to defeat. And, inequality, with imperial power and incapacities, affects societies in far-flung areas, distorting their economic, social, cultural, political development. Moreover, inequality with its political manifestations and ramifications threaten the system. But the system nourishes inequality. A seemingly strange, but inherent contradiction within the system? Advanced capitalist economies, the economies that have fattened themselves by bleeding the poor in every corner of the planet, are bearing inequality in spheres of income, well-being, healthcare and education. It's not possible for the system to break down barriers to equality, the dream humanity nourishes in its heart. This takes away all logic for the existence of capitalism while connections of capitalist crisis are exposed. The sharp rise in oppressive income inequality across the world is one of the most worrying developments of the past 200 years, said the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in a recent report. It is hard not to notice the sharp increase in income inequality experienced by the vast majority of countries from the 1980s. There are very few exceptions to this, said the report. How was life? Global well-being since 1820. The enormous increase of income inequality, the report said, on a global scale is one of the most significant, and worrying, features of the development of the world economy in the past 200 years. The report tracked well-being in 8 world regions over 2 centuries. About 3 years ago, OECD Secretary General informed, income inequality in OECD countries is at its highest level for the past half-century. 32. The average income of the richest 10% of the population is about 9 times that of the poorest 10% across the OECD, up from 7 times 25 years ago. He was presenting Divided We Stand, Why Inequality Keeps Rising, an OECD study report, in December 2011. The Secretary General said, inequality increased further in the US, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Israel. It has fallen in Chile and Mexico, but in these 2 countries the incomes of the richest are still more than 25 times those of the poorest. The world capital blesses the rich, from 7 times to 9 times within 25 years, and more than 25 times of the poor. Despite many countries' recovery from the global economic crisis, the OECD finds, the distribution of market income kept widening. Measured by the Gini coefficient, market income inequality rose by 1 percentage point or more in 20 OECD countries between 2007 and 2011/12, Income Inequality Update, June 2014, inequality is behaving in an amazing way, hardest the hit, largest the increase. The largest increases, according to the OECD, occurred in those countries hit hardest by the crisis: Spain, Ireland, Greece, Estonia, and Iceland. France and Slovenia have the same experience. In Spain and Greece, inequality of market income widened considerably in the aftermath of the crisis, and kept increasing more recently as the crisis persisted. Compared to 2010, it increased by another 1.5 and 3 percentage points respectively, in 2011. Market income inequality also increased by more than 1 percentage point in 2011 in Germany, Luxembourg, and Portugal, compared to 2010. In Australia, poverty is on the rise. More than 1 million Australians are in severe poverty, with access to less than 30% of national median income. More than 2.5 million people, and 1 in 6 children, are struggling to fulfill their daily basic needs. More than 600,000 children, and 1/3 of children in single-parent families, lived below the poverty line. A significant number of Australians remained in deep and persistent poverty for extended periods, often for more than 5 years. More than 40% of all people on Social Security benefits fell below the poverty line. More than 100,000 persons are homeless. Adult working-age Australians are more likely to be homeless than any other age group, constituting 44% of all homeless persons nationally. Children have the second largest representation among those classified as homeless, with more than 1 in 4 homeless children falling through the cracks. 33. Poverty and disadvantage in Australia, Bankwest Curtin Economics Centre and Poverty in Australia 2014. The Australian Council of Social Services, the ACSS report cited the Australian Bureau of Statistics Household Income and Expenditure Survey that asked people about their actions because of a shortage of money. Actions taken by the respondents over the last year due to a shortage of money included pawned or sold something, sought financial help from friends/family, unable to heat home, went without meals, could not pay gas/electricity/telephone bill on time. Do these sound actions by the poor in third and fourth worlds? Australia, it was claimed during the Great Financial Crisis, was not facing the crisis. The economy was happily cashing on coal export. But the coal power, along with casino and prostitution, has powered poverty also. Crisis not only generates inequality and poverty in capitalism. Crisis also aggravates inequality situation although the system fattens with profit. During the last 200 years, as the OECD compares, the world found capitalism gaining strength to strength, conquering heights after heights, plundering land after land, waging wars for loot, abusing science and technology for maximizing profit. Over the last 200 years capitalism has gradually and forcefully entrenched its world system. 2 world wars ravaged the world during the last 200 years. The last World War and its aftermath put extra wealth and power in pocket of capitalism. The Korea and Vietnam Wars brought more money to capitalism. Multinational corporations made huge investments and made huge profit during the period. Capitalism's golden age was during the last 200 years. Capitalism has ensured its control not only with its economic dictatorship, but has also imposed its political, information, cultural and ideological order, dictatorship, over the entire planet. Its imperialism. Post-revolutionary societies' efforts to reduce inequality set a few examples as the societies tried to break the chain of the imperialist world order. But those efforts faced disasters. A number of new examples are now emerging in a part of the planet. But still capitalism, the system owning enormous wealth, is the order of the day, and inequality dominates the capitalist system. Condition of the poor around the world is the evidence. Poor, lost more gained less. Gains the poor made in the capitalist world disclose capitalism's capacity and incapacity, capacity to deprive many and benefit a few, and incapacity to initiate a fair distribution among many. Lower income households, the OECD finds, either lost more during the crisis or benefited less from the 34. Recovery. Across the OECD countries, real household disposable income stagnated, and the income of the bottom 10% of the population declined from 2007 to 2011 by 1.6% per year. Focusing on the top and bottom 10% of the population in 2007 and in the latest year available shows that, on average across the OECD, the drop in income was twice as large for the bottom 10% compared with the top 10%. Out of the 33 countries where data are available, the top 10% has done better than the poorest 10% in 19 countries. Jerusalem and Israeli settlements in the West Bank under the terms of international law. 3 in the legend relates to the variable for which countries are ranked from left to right in increasing order. Disposable income also experienced inequality. Spain, France, Hungary, Slovak Republic had larger increases in disposable income inequality. Following a few years of stable inequality in disposable income, Germany and the US, the 2 significant economies in the world capitalist system, found a significant increase in 2011 and 2012. In Finland, Korea, the Netherlands, Poland, and Portugal, the slight decrease in disposable income inequality continued in 2011. Most of the OECD countries are in the first and second worlds. What happens to the poor in non-OECD countries, most of which are in the poor TFW? In most of the OC, transparency and accountability in the ruling mechanism is better than the countries in the TFW. What the poor in the TFW face every day in the present world order if the poor in the OC benefited less and lost more. The TFW countries are not only home to backward economies, these countries are also victims of the world capitalism that mercilessly exploits all the resources of these countries, home to crude ruling elites that openly plunder the people and the nature in respective countries, ruthlessly dominate entire societies, and lumpenize political process, and victims of imperialist intervention, which is carried out not only with armed forces, but also with other forces that include aid, finance, science and technology, and diplomacy, and politics. This reality of invasion increases inequality in the TFW countries. Lumpenizing political process is a single example of many acts and processes that increase inequality. Functions lumpenized political process carries out include snatching away minimum rights based on which people can get mobilized, voice issues related to inequalities, infrastructure and essential services, demand wage rise, protest wage cut and destruction of nature, environment, and ecology. With the tightening of class lines and the increasing severity of social conflict, Sweezy writes, Parliament becomes more and more a battleground for contending parties representing divergent class and group interests. Parliament's capacity for positive action declines. Sweezy's observation was on parliaments in capitalist economies. In the periphery, the parliament reality is different from those in the center. Moreover, the reality in the periphery is not only related to parliament. 36. Its distortion/perversion is wider. In the periphery, efforts to copy the bourgeois institutions of the center, either produced empty facades or were discarded by dominant classes, who saw in any concessions to the underlying population a dangerous threat to their continued rule. This reality of empty facade hurts people's efforts and struggles against inequality. Now, it's an accepted fact that destruction of nature, environment, and ecology hurts people, and the poor is hurt most. The world capitalism makes money by demolishing nature, environment, and ecology while people get hurt deprived because of the demolition. And, today, imperialism is the army of the world capitalism that makes the onslaught on environment, etc. Today's Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria are burning examples of increased inequality due to imperialist intervention. People in countries that turn into victim of imperialist intervention not only stand helpless in front of destruction and disruption of all arrangements and services essential for their survival, they also find institutions critical for survival either vanished or vacant or pseudo. In lands invaded by imperialists, mere daily survival with barest provisions turns out the only fact of life, as the first and only concern of the peoples there in those lands is insecurity/security of life. Uncertainty compounds insecurity in the life of the people. All essential and basic provisions for sustaining life are hoarded in an imperial depot named Earth. Organizations required for voicing needs and waging struggle to attain essential provisions and services turn dysfunctional during and after invasion. The atmosphere that overwhelms an invaded land is hostile to people's organizations capable of organizing people's democratic struggle as only good wishes of victor, represented by an administrator or a commander or an ambassador, prevails there. The entire situation increases inequality. Imposition of neoliberal measures in countries is an example of imperialist intervention in the form of economy. The countries intervened are now not only the TFC, but countries in the Second World also. The regime change episode in Greece and Italy are examples. The neoliberal measures selling out of public properties, utility services, and infrastructure are only a few of those measures increase inequality. Neoliberal measures are imposed by imperialism. Its power and organizations impose it. The recent bombardment with austerity measures in Greece and other countries is another example of imperialist intervention. These countries are examples of rising inequality that the measures generated. Imperialism, thus, emerges as one of the main actors behind inequality and its rise. Mainstream's discussions on inequality don't take into account the 37 issues of imperialism and the world order that the imperialist powers run. Its mainstream's altum silentium, profound silence. Finance capital then and now. In this third phase of imperialism there has been such an immense growth of the financial sector within each capitalist economy and of financial flows across the globe that many have talked of a process of financialization of capitalism, rather like industrialization earlier. While this may be an accurate description of the processes involved, it does not draw attention to the entity that has come into center stage, namely international finance capital. This entity differs from finance capital of Lenin's time in at least three ways. First, while Lenin had talked about the coalescence of finance and industry and had referred to finance capital as capital controlled by banks and employed in industry, which tended to have a national strategy for expanding economic territory that would also serve the needs of its industrial empire, the new finance capital is not necessarily tied to industry in any special sense. It moves around the world in the quest for quick, speculative gains, no matter in what sphere such gains accrue. This finance is not separate from industry, since even capital employed in industry is not immune to the quest for speculative gains, but industry does not occupy any special place in the plans of this finance capital. In other words, not only does capital as finance function as capital as finance, but even capital in production also functions as capital as finance. Capital as finance on the other hand has no special interest in production. This is basically what the process of financialization involves, namely an enormous growth of capital as finance, pure and simple, and its quest for quick speculative gains. Secondly, finance capital in Lenin's time had its base within a particular nation, and its international operations were linked to the expansion of national economic territory. But the finance capital of today, though of course it has its origins in particular nations, is not necessarily tied to any national interests. It moves around globally and its objectives are no different from the finance capital that has its origins in some other nation. It is in this sense that distinctions between national finance capitals become misleading, and we can talk of an international finance capital, which, no matter where it originates from, has this character of being detached from any particular national interests, having the world as its theater of operations, and not being tied to any particular sphere of activity, such as industry. 38. Thirdly, such uninhibited global operation requires that the world should not be split up into separate blocks, or into economic territories that are the preserves of particular nations and out of bounds for others. The interests of international finance capital therefore require a muting of inter-imperialist rivalry. If this process of muting of inter-imperialist rivalry began in the post-war period as an outcome of the overwhelming economic and strategic strength of the US among capitalist powers, it gets sustained in the current phase by the very nature of international finance capital. To say this is not to suggest that contradictions do not exist among these powers, or that they are not engaged in intense competition in world trade, of which the present currency wars are a reflection. But such contradictions are kept in check by the need of globalized finance to have the entire globe as its unrestricted arena of operations. Certainly, the idea of these contradictions bursting into open wars among the advanced capitalist countries, or even proxy wars among them, appears far-fetched in the foreseeable future. Many have seen in this fact a vindication of Karl Koskai's theory of ultra-imperialism, which referred to the possibility of a peaceful and joint exploitation of the world by internationally united finance capital, as against Lenin's emphasis on inter-imperialist rivalry and the inevitability of wars. But the world has moved beyond the Koskaian perception as well, so that using his concept of ultra-imperialism in today's context is misleading for at least two reasons. First, internationally united finance capital of Koskai is not the same as international finance capital of today. We are not talking about unity among a handful of national finance capitals of major capitalist countries, but we are talking about an international phenomenon, which goes beyond national finance capitals and is no longer confined to a handful of powerful countries. It is both composed of finance capitals of different national origins, including from third world countries, and also moves around the entire globe pursuing its own interest, and no particular national capitalist interest. Secondly, Lenin's emphasis on wars as accompanying imperialism remains as valid today as it was in his time. World wars among imperialist countries may not appear on the horizon, but other kinds of war arising from the phenomenon of imperialism, of which the Iraq War, the war in Afghanistan, and the earlier war in the Balkans are examples, continue. Globalization of finance and the nation-state. In the current phase of imperialism, finance capital has become international, while the state remains a nation-state. The nation-state. 39. Therefore willy-nilly must bow before the wishes of finance, for otherwise finance will leave that particular country and move elsewhere, reducing it to a liquidity and disrupting its economy. The process of globalization of finance therefore has the effect of undermining the autonomy of the nation-state. The state cannot do what it wishes to do, or what its elected government has been elected to do, since it must do what finance wishes it to do. It is in the nature of finance capital to oppose any state intervention, other than that which promotes its own interest. It does not want an activist state when it comes to the promotion of employment, or the provision of welfare, or the protection of small and petty producers, but it wants the state to be active exclusively in its own interest. It brings about therefore a change in the nature of the state, from being an apparently superclass entity standing above society, and intervening in a benevolent manner for social good, to one that is concerned almost exclusively with the interests of finance capital. To justify this change which occurs in the era of globalization under pressure from finance capital, the interests of finance are increasingly passed off as being synonymous with the interests of society. If the stock market is doing well, then the economy is supposed to be doing well, no matter what happens to the level of hunger, malnutrition, and poverty. If a country is graded well by credit rating agencies, then that becomes a matter of national pride, no matter how miserable its people are. The point, however, is that this inverted logic, this apparent illusionism, is not just a misconception or false propaganda, it has an element of truth and is rooted in the actual universe of globalization. It is indeed the case that if finance lacks confidence in a particular country and flows out of it, then that country will face dire consequences through a liquidity crisis, so that pleasing finance, no matter how oppressive it is a precondition for economic survival within the system. This inverted logic therefore is the direct offshoot of a real-life phenomenon, namely the hegemony of international finance capital. It cannot be overcome by appealing to some correct logic or some correct priorities of the state. It requires the transcendence of the hegemony of international finance capital. It requires, in short, not reform within a system dominated by finance capital but an overcoming of the system itself. Finance capital's insistence upon a non-activist state, except when the activism is in its own interest, takes in particular the form of imposing fiscal austerity upon the state. In the old days, the sound finance on the part of the state that was favored by finance capital consisted in a balancing of its budget. At present, 40. It takes the form, pervasively, of a 3% limit on the size of the fiscal deficit relative to GDP. This is the limit legislated across the world from the EU to India and sought to be enforced. Since the nation-state pursuing trade liberalization has to cut customs duties, and therefore must restrict excise duties, and since, in the interests of capital accumulation, it keeps taxes on corporate incomes, and hence, for reasons of inter-se parity, on personal incomes, low, the limit on the fiscal deficit causes an expenditure deflation on its part. And this provides the setting for privatizing not only state-owned assets for a song but also welfare services and social overheads like education and health. All this is usually referred to as constituting a withdrawal of the state, and its rationale is debated in terms of the state versus the market. Nothing could be more wrong than this. The state under neoliberalism does not withdraw, it is involved as closely as before, or even more closely than before, in the economy, but its intervention is now of a different sort, viz. exclusively in the interests of finance capital. The recent events in Greece and Ireland underscore this point. The state in those countries incurred a fiscal deficit in order to shore up the banks which had financed speculative bubbles earlier and have now come a cropper with the bursting of the bubbles. To cut the fiscal deficit, however, the state now has to wind up its welfare state measures, at the expense of the working masses. The state in short intervenes in favor of finance capital, but withdraws from intervention in favor of the working people. In India itself, despite a massive food price inflation now, the state hoards 60 million tons of food grains because its release through the PDS will raise the fiscal deficit, and hence offend finance capital. Not surprisingly, both Keynesian demand management in the advanced capitalist countries and third-world dirigisme become untenable in the era of globalization. The nation-state in the era of globalization in short becomes a custodian of the interests of international finance capital, which has the obvious effect of attenuating, diminishing, and making a mockery of political democracy. 41. The global financial community. The restrictions on the activities of the nation-state are imposed not just by the fear of a capital flight. A whole ideological apparatus, and with it a whole army of ideologues, gets built for supporting neoliberal policies. Since finance capital itself becomes international in character, the controllers of this international finance capital constitute, to borrow Lenin's expression, a global financial oligarchy. This global financial oligarchy requires for its functioning an army of spokesmen, media persons, professors, bureaucrats, technocrats, and politicians located in different countries. The creation of this army is a complex enterprise, in which one can discern at least three distinct processes. Two are fairly straightforward. If a country has got drawn into the vortex of globalized finance by opening its doors to the free movement of finance capital, then willy-nilly even well-meaning bureaucrats, politicians, and professors will demand, in the national interest, a bowing to the caprices of the global financial oligarchy, since not doing so will cost the country dear through debilitating and destabilizing capital flights. The task in short is automatically accomplished to an extent once a country has got trapped into opening its doors to financial flows. The second process is the exercise of peer pressure. Finance ministers, governors of central banks, top financial bureaucrats belonging to different countries, when they meet, tend increasingly to constitute what has been called an epistemic community. They begin increasingly to speak the same language, share the same worldview, and subscribe to the same prejudices, the same theoretical positions that have been aptly described as the humbug of finance. Those who do not are under tremendous peer pressure to fall in line, and most eventually do. Peer pressure may be buttressed by the more mundane temptations that Lenin had described, ranging from straightforward bribes to lucrative offers of post-retirement employment, but, whatever the method used, conformism to the humbug that globalized finance dishes out as true economics becomes a mark of respectability. But even peer pressure requires that there should be a group of core ideologues of finance capital who exert and manipulate this pressure. The peers themselves are not free-floating individuals but have to be goaded into sharing a belief system. There has to be therefore a set of key intellectuals, ideologues, thinkers, and strategists that promote this belief system, shape and broadcast the ideology of finance capital, and generally look after the interests of globalized finance. They are not necessarily 42. Capitalists or magnates, but they are close to the financial magnates, and usually share the spoils. The financial oligarchy proper, consisting of these magnates, together with these key ideologues and publicists of finance capital, constitute the global financial community. The function of this global financial community is to promote and perpetuate the hegemony of international finance capital. And this global financial community insinuates its way into the political systems of various countries, initially as IMF and World Bank trained advisors into economic ministries, and subsequently as cabinet ministers, and even office bearers, of established political parties. Reforms are undertaken everywhere in the education system to rid it of the vestiges of any worldview different from what the global financial community propagates. They play an important role in the ideological hegemony of finance capital. The process of privatization and commoditization of education facilitates the instituting of such reforms. Financial crisis and the future of neoliberal imperialism. In the years following the global financial crisis of 2007-09, and the subsequent Great Recession, a couple of different slants appeared in the research on neoliberalism. Firstly, there was a heightened awareness that applied neoliberalism has in practice translated into financialization. This means that profits made in the financial sector account for an ever greater share of profitability overall, made thanks to financial deregulation and growing household, consumer, and student indebtedness. The banking bailouts of 2008 highlighted the crucial role of the state in underwriting the financial sector, to allow for privatization of gains and socialization of losses. In place of profitable production, neoliberalism discovers sources of profit through expanding risk calculus into non-productive areas of social life, which can then be drawn into the financial economy. When it transpires that some of these risks cannot be handled by the private financial economy, they are transferred to the state. The complex neoliberal symbiosis between state and corporations attains a new form. Secondly, the endurance of neoliberalism is itself a matter which requires explanation. The global financial crisis appears to have resulted in a strengthening, and not a weakening, of neoliberalism and the experts that propagate it. States appear even more committed to defending the interests of finance, against other political interests, and increasing the reach of finance into everyday life. Meanwhile, state borrowing is represented as the cause of the crisis, rather than the result, leading to further dismantling. 43. Of social protections and public sector institutions. On the other hand, the ideology, legitimacy, or hegemony of neoliberalism, as a system dedicated to equal opportunity, enterprise, and wealth creation, is now far weaker than before the crisis. There is thus some debate as to whether neoliberalism is alive, dead, or in some paradoxical zombie state. Economic crisis and growing inequality. Neoliberalism's market fundamentals imposed by the Washington Consensus on developing countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia in the 1990s imposed global economic integration by way of liberalization, deregulation, and privatization. These have also increasingly become the basis for domestic economic policy in the U.S., creating super profits for the U.S. financial elite, and raising the poverty line within U.S. borders, debunking Obama's claim that middle-class economics works, as the rich few accrue more wealth, and the majority fall into depression. As of December 2015, the U.S. external debt has reached $19 trillion. The U.S. economy has further moved away from industrial production and become more reliant on financialization, essentially making profit out of putting more Americans in debt, most notably through predatory lending for mortgages, education, personal credit privatization, and austerity to pull itself out, but to no avail. Obama's claim of a drop in unemployment to 5.5% in 2015 is artificial when it is actually at 9.6%, mainly because it excludes the tens of millions of Americans who are rapidly dropping out of the country's labor force. Immigration policy is determined largely by the global labor market's demands for cheap, flexible, and exploitable labor. Staple neoliberal practices of privatization and austerity mean unprecedented loss and lack of recovery of public sector jobs. Exclusivity and wealth disparity, especially along racial and gender lines, are growing. According to a report released by the Urban Institute, white families on average have 7 times the wealth of African American families and 6 times the wealth of Hispanic families. Plain and simple, not everyone has a fair shot to make it in America. In fact, most don't. Neoliberalism is militarism. Obama's claims of aspiring to make technology work for us, especially in solving the climate crisis and wanting to keep America safe and lead the world without becoming its policeman, are also misleading and problematic, particularly when it comes to neoliberalism's push for hypermilitarism. In 44. Both foreign and domestic policy, the U.S. government continues to push for greater militarism. The US government spends more on military production and warfare than any other country in the world. Military production and defense spending dominated the 2015 federal budget at nearly $600 billion. In addition to funding and arming militaries and paramilitaries around the world, the US maintains nearly 800 military bases in over 70 countries. In 2014, the costs of US military intervention around the world cost US taxpayers approximately $100 billion. While creating the illusion of a unipolar world under US imperialism, more and more imperialist and advanced capitalist countries are looking to compete with and isolate US hegemony. The world is fed up with US domination and does not look to the US for leadership. Multipolarity and competition amongst imperialist powers for markets, territories, and natural resources is a proven recipe for endless global warfare. Within US borders, law enforcement is also hyper-militarized and hyper-aggressive, most notably the police and immigration customs and enforcement. The impunity granted to militarized law enforcement to kill, arrest, attack, detain, and deport speaks directly to the profitability of criminalization, state brutality, and repression, especially in the context of a white supremacist, racist, xenophobic, bigoted, enemy-fearing, and anti-immigrant society. Furthermore, the Pentagon remains the largest user of petroleum products and energy in the world, yet remains exempt from international climate agreements. The US military and US war production remain one of the biggest perpetrators of the global climate crisis. Another staple of neoliberalism is the push for so-called free trade agreements. While 20 years of the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement proved disastrous particularly for economies in Latin America, destroying agricultural industries, impoverishing and forcing tens of millions to migrate for survival, the secretly negotiated, and much larger Trans-Pacific Partnership grossly goes beyond the scope of international trade and commerce, but also stresses defense and security of U.S. economic interests in the Asia-Pacific region, home to the largest market for U.S. exports. This inadvertently pushes for greater U.S. militarization in the Asia-Pacific region in order to secure U.S. economic hegemony by way of a so-called pivot to Asia. Contradictions of global imperialism. The neoliberal imperialist regime imposed upon the world by the ascendancy of globalized finance capital entails a number of serious 45 contradictions which bring the system to an impasse. What we are witnessing at present is such an impasse. There are at least 4 contradictions which need to be noted. The first consists in the fact that free movement of goods and services and of capital has made it difficult to sustain the wage difference between the advanced and backward economies that had traditionally characterized capitalism. Since broadly similar technologies are available to all economies, commodities produced with the cheaper labor that exists in the third world economies can outcompete those produced in the advanced countries. Because of this, wages in the advanced countries cannot rise, and if anything tend to fall in order to make their products more competitive, to move a little closer towards the levels that prevail in the third world, levels which are no higher, thanks to the existence of substantial labor reserves, than those needed to satisfy some historically determined subsistence requirements. Advanced country workers, in other words, can no longer escape the baneful consequences of third world labor reserves. And even as wages in the advanced countries fall, at the prevailing levels of labor productivity in the third world countries moves up, at the prevailing level of wages, towards the level reached in the advanced countries. This is because the wage differences that still continue to exist induce a diffusion of activities from the former to the latter. This double movement means that the share of wages in the total world output decreases. Such a reduction in the share of wages in world output also occurs for yet another reason. As technological progress in the world economy raises the level of labor productivity all around, the wages of workers do not increase in tandem, again owing to these wages being tied to the existence of substantial labor reserves in the world economy. As a result, taking the world economy as a whole, there is both an increase in income inequalities, and, as a consequence, a growing problem of inadequate aggregate demand, since $1 in the hands of the working people is spent on consumption while $1 in the hands of the capitalists is partly saved, any shift in income distribution from wages to profits tends to depress demand and create a realization problem. Credit-financed expenditure and expenditure stimulated by speculative asset price bubbles provide only temporary antidotes to this tendency towards overproduction at the world level, but with the bursting of such bubbles and the inevitable termination of such. 46. Credit financing, the basic underlying crisis of the world economy, reappears with all its intensity. The second contradiction under the neoliberal regime arises from this. Any deficiency of aggregate demand resulting in unemployment and recession naturally affects the high-wage and therefore high-cost producers in the advanced countries more severely than those in the low-wage countries like India or China. Countries like the United States therefore experience, as a result of this world tendency towards overproduction, not only higher levels of unemployment but also continuous and growing current account deficits on their balance of payments. In short, acute unemployment, particularly in the hitherto high-wage economies, and the so-called problem of world imbalances are both caused by the neoliberal regime imposed upon the world by globalized finance capital. While the U.S. multinational corporations and U.S. financial interests demand neoliberal regimes everywhere, the fallout of this demand is reduced wages and employment for the U.S. workers. If the state in the advanced economies like the U.S. could intervene to promote demand, then unemployment there could be reduced. But as we have seen, the regime of globalized finance entails a rolling back of state intervention in demand management. Of course, the state of the leading economy, the U.S., whose currency, being almost as good as gold, enjoys a degree of immunity from the caprices of international finance capital in this respect, still retains some fiscal autonomy and can still undertake demand management, since capital flight away from its currency will not be too serious. But since the leading currency country itself is getting progressively indebted, its ability to undertake demand management also suffers. The incapacity of the capitalist state to undertake demand management as earlier constitutes the third contradiction of the neoliberal regime, within which therefore there is no effective solution to the problem of global overproduction and global imbalances. Neoliberalism in short pushes capitalism towards a protracted crisis for several co-acting reasons. It creates a tendency towards overproduction in the world economy by engendering inequalities in world income distribution. It enfeebles capitalist nation-states for undertaking demand management, and it also undermines the capacity of the leading state for playing a similar role, but for a different reason, namely by saddling it with continuous and acute current account deficits. 47. It may be thought that the crisis we are talking about is primarily concerned with the advanced capitalist world, which will continue to remain sunk in it for a long time to come, that the Third World, especially countries like India, are immune to it. This, however, is where the fourth contradiction of neoliberal capitalism becomes relevant. This relates to the fact that the bourgeois-led state in the Third World withdraws from its role of supporting, protecting, and promoting the peasant and petty producers' economy, as the domestic big bourgeoisie and financial interests become closely integrated with international finance capital under the neoliberal regime, leading to a fracturing of the nation and the development of a deep hiatus within it. The abandonment of this role which the bourgeois-led state had taken upon itself during the dirigiste period as a part of the legacy of the struggle for decolonization, causes a decimation of petty production, the unleashing of a process of primitive accumulation of capital, or what may be more generally called a process of accumulation through encroachment. Multinational retail chains like Walmart come up to displace petty traders, agribusiness comes in to squeeze the peasantry, land-grabbing financiers come in to displace peasants from their land, and petty producers of all descriptions everywhere get trapped between rising input prices caused by withdrawal of state subsidies and declining output prices caused by the withdrawal of state protection from world commodity price trends. When we add to all this the rise in the cost of living, because of the privatization of education, health, and several essential services, which affects the entire working population, we can gauge the virulence of the process of primitive accumulation that is unleashed. The current period therefore is one where it is not only the advanced capitalist countries that are beset with crisis and unemployment, but even apparently successful high-growth countries like India. The former are affected by the problem of inadequate demand, the latter by both the fallout of the former's crisis and also by the additional problem of distress and dispossession of petty producers and the unemployment engendered by it. Both segments of the world economy therefore get afflicted by acute social crisis. Other perspectives on contemporary imperialism. We have discussed contemporary imperialism so far on the basis of Lenin's analysis, i.e. taking his analysis as our point of departure. In 48 contemporary writings on imperialism, however, we come across certain other perspectives. Let us examine some of these. One such perspective sees imperialism not in terms of the immanent economic logic of capitalism, which, through the process of centralization of capital, gives rise first to the finance capital that Lenin had analyzed, and subsequently to international finance capital. Instead, it emphasizes imperialism as a political project undertaken by the state of the leading imperialist country, the US, for globalizing its brand of capitalism through enlisting the support of other advanced capitalist states. It therefore sees continuity in the imperialist project in the post-war period, in terms of a persistent attempt by the US state to build an informal empire by taking other capitalist states on board. This project might have been thwarted in some periods and advanced rapidly in others. But through all these vicissitudes, it is essentially a conscious, planned political project. The difference between this perspective and the one outlined earlier is methodological and hence quite fundamental. By taking the leading country's state as the driving force behind imperialism, it attributes not just a relative autonomy to the state but in fact an absolute autonomy. The state, it admits, acts within an economic milieu, but it does not see economics as driving politics. In fact, it rejects such a proposition as being reductionist. It therefore departs from the fundamental understanding of capitalism as being a spontaneous or self-driven system that is unplanned, and therefore incapable of resolving its own basic contradictions. An immediate consequence of this position is to underestimate the current impasse of capitalism. More generally, the methodological flaw in the approach that attributes an autonomy to politics is that it cannot anticipate events, but can only explain them post facto. There are no foreclosed options for capitalism in any given situation imposed by the intrinsic economic logic of the system. The state as an autonomous agency can always mold the system to overcome whatever predicament it may happen to be in. Whether it will be able to do so or not can only be known after the event. This approach therefore is not conducive to conscious revolutionary praxis founded upon the building of revolutionary class alliances on the basis of anticipating the course of movement of society as a whole. A very different perspective is provided by the influential work Empire by Hart and Negri, which talks of a transition from modern imperialism based on nation-states to a postmodern global empire, a transnational entity comparable to ancient Rome. With the rise of the empire, there is an end to national conflicts. The empire is total, victorious. 49. Global capitalism completely permeates our social lives, appropriates for itself the entire space of civilization and presents its enemy only as a criminal, a terrorist who is a threat not to a political system or a nation but to the entire ethical order. Unlike the standard leftist position, however, which struggles to limit the destructive potential of globalization, by preserving the welfare state for instance, Hart and Negri see a revolutionary potential in this dynamic. The standard left position from their perspective therefore appears to be a conservative one, fearful of the dynamics of globalization. In this sense they can claim an affinity to Marx, who did not advocate limiting the destructive potential of capitalism but saw in it an enormous advance for mankind which had to be carried forward through the transcendence of capitalism itself. But even if this affinity is granted for argument's sake, there is nonetheless a basic difference even in this regard between Marx on the one hand and Hart and Negri on the other. This difference consists in the fact that while Marx saw not only the necessity for the transcendence of capitalism but also the fact that the system produced the instrument, viz. the proletariat, through which it could be carried out, Hart and Negri's practical proposals for going beyond contemporary globalization come as a damp squib. The authors propose political struggles for three global rights: the right to global citizenship, the right to a minimal income, and the right to a reappropriation of the new means of production. Instead of concrete strategies of struggle, we thus end up with mere pious wishes. Take for instance the right to a minimal income. The imminent tendency of capitalism to produce wealth at one pole and poverty at another is manifesting itself at present through a vicious process of absolute immiseration, caused by an unleashing of primitive accumulation of capital that is not accompanied by any significant absorption of the impoverished into the ranks of the proletariat. The demand for a minimal level of income in this context is meaningless unless we are willing to transcend capitalism and struggle for an alternative system which is free of any imminent tendency to produce such absolute impoverishment. The logic of this alternative system, the nature of this alternative system, the roadmap for getting to this alternative system must therefore be worked out if we are serious about the right to a minimal level of income. The demand for such a right within capitalism then can only play the role of a transitional demand, which is unrealizable within the system but which can act as a mobilizing, educating, and illuminating device. 50. To argue in general for a minimal level of income therefore is an illusion if it is considered achievable within capitalism, and a mere pious wish if the contours of a society within which it is achievable are not analyzed. To detach this demand from the struggle for socialism is reflective of a theoretical flaw, which afflicts empire. The book, notwithstanding its several insights, does not have any analysis of the tendencies imminent in globalization, does not examine the economics of the system, does not see its spontaneity, its self-driven character that both creates its own gravediggers and gives rise to conjunctures for revolutionary political praxis. George Lukács had once said that the remarkable property of Marxism was that every idea that apparently went beyond Marx was in fact a reversion to something pre-Marxian. Hart and Negri's post-Marxist analysis paradoxically ends up regressing to a position that is even pre-utopian socialist. Accumulation by dispossession. Accumulation by dispossession is about plundering, robbing other people of their rights. When we start to look at what has happened to the global economy for the past decades, a lot of that has been going on all over the place. In some instances, it is taking away people's rights to dispose of their own resources, so you will find that there is resistance to that in the Middle East, now surfacing as transnational terrorism, call it the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, Boko Haram, Taliban, or whatever name one may call it. One of the big issues behind the Zapatista movement was the control of resources. One of the big issues in Bolivia right now is the control of natural resources. Capitalism is very much about taking away the rights people have over their natural resources. But it is not only natural resources when we are talking about dispossession. If you look at what is happening to people's pension funds, it is the taking away of rights. And you take a look at the world and some people are getting extremely rich right now. How are they getting rich? Are they getting rich because they are contributing to a global economy in productive ways, or are they getting rich because they are taking away other people's rights? If you look at the history of things such as Enron, you see that a lot of wealth is being accumulated in the world right now by dispossessing others of their rights and their wealth. It could be natural resources as in Iraq, or in Bolivia or Chiapas, or it could be rights which have been accumulated through pension funds and so on. You could look at something like eminent domain in the United States right now, something that is now being used to take away people's property so the 51. Developers of Walmart can build a new store or a shopping mall. A whole pattern is emerging, and it seems that it is important to understand the dynamics of the accumulation of capital that are occurring today. Struggle against neoliberal imperialism. The nature of the crisis, it was argued earlier, differed somewhat between the first and the third worlds. In the former it is primarily a crisis of insufficiency of aggregate demand, which manifests itself in terms of unemployment and unutilized capacity, while in the latter this aspect of the crisis, though not altogether absent, is muted, but impoverishment of the peasants and petty producers through a process of primitive accumulation of capital, and of the workers too as a consequence of it, takes center stage. It follows that class alliances behind the struggle will be different in the two theaters. In the former, the working class, the immigrants, the so-called underclass, together with the white-collar employees and the urban middle class, will combine to provide resistance, as is happening in Greece, France, Ireland, and England, though of course, as also happens in all such situations, there is a parallel growth of fascism promoted by finance capital that seeks to thwart and disrupt this resistance. In the latter it is the peasants, petty producers, agricultural laborers, marginalized sections like the tribals and Dalits, and the working class that will combine to provide the resistance, while segments of the urban middle class, who are as yet untouched by crisis in any form and benefit from the high growth ushered in by globalization, may for the time being become followers of the big bourgeoisie and financial interests. The crucial difference thus relates to two segments, the peasants and petty producers, who are a significant anti-imperialist force in the Third World but are of less significance in the First, and the urban middle class, which is a militant force in the First World but vacillates or tails the big bourgeoisie at the moment in the Third World. Given this difference, a coordinated global resistance is not on the horizon, in which case the struggle against imperialist globalization must take diverse forms in diverse regions. In countries like India at any rate, it must entail forming a worker-peasant alliance around a national agenda based on a judicious delinking from the global order. 52. The proposal for a selective delinking of the national economy from the global economy will be objected to by many, since it appears to involve a retreat to nationalism from a regime of globalization. True, globalization is dominated by international finance capital and is carried out under the aegis of imperialism, but the way to fight it, many would argue, is through coordinated international actions by the workers and peasants. Nationalism, even anti-imperialist nationalism, they would hold, represents a retreat from such international struggles, and hence a degree of shutting oneself off from the world, which has potentially reactionary implications. There are two basic arguments against this position. First, internationally coordinated struggles, even of workers, are not a feasible proposition in the foreseeable future. And when we see the peasantry as being major force in the struggle against imperialist globalization in countries like ours, so infeasible is the international coordination of peasant struggles, that one cannot help feeling that those who insist on such international coordination are altogether oblivious of the peasant question. In other words, any analysis that accords centrality to the alliance of workers and peasants as the means of embarking on an alternative strategy cannot but see the struggle against imperialist globalization as being nation-based, with the objective of bringing about a change in the nature of the nation-state. Secondly, as already mentioned, such delinking is essential for bringing about an improvement in the living condition of workers in any country. And the workers who struggle for such an improvement cannot possibly be asked to wait until a new world state has come into being that is favorably disposed to the interests of workers and peasants. Any delay on the part of the left in third world countries like ours in working towards such a worker-peasant alliance against imperialist globalization will have serious consequences for another reason. The peasants will not wait for the left to organize them, they will turn to all kinds of fundamentalist organizations to spearhead their resistance against the new global order if the left does not step in. It is possible to detect the class support of peasants and petty producers behind the Islamic fundamentalism of an Ahmadinejad in Iran, just as the same class support lies behind the rise of an Evo Morales in Bolivia. Whether we follow the Iranian or the Bolivian trajectory depends upon how quickly the left moves to organize the peasantry as a militant force aligned with the working class against imperialist globalization. But, leaving aside pragmatism, doesn't a retreat into a national agenda represent a conservative, defensive reaction of the sort that Hart and Negri had criticized, as opposed to seizing the dynamics of globalization for a 53. Revolutionary carrying forward of the process? Isn't a retreat to a national agenda against the march of history, an undialectical act of setting the clock back? The answer to this question lies in the fact that the forward march of history is ensured by the lead provided by a force that comprehends the historical process as a whole, a force that brings the revolutionary class outlook to the working class and organizes the peasantry around it. The march of history is not reducible to formulae about whether the terrain of resistance is national or international, it depends upon whether the leading force in the resistance is internationalist or reactionary. The crisis of capitalism, as argued earlier, is likely to be a protracted one. It will pass through many phases and many twists and turns, some even adverse to the left, just as during the unfolding of the 1930s crisis. But it is pregnant with historical possibilities of a socialist transition for mankind if the left makes proper use of this conjuncture, as Lenin had done earlier. Key motives for neoliberal imperialism. Neoliberal imperialism has become one of the most pervasive, if not, dangerous ideologies of the 21st century. Its pervasiveness is evident not only by its unparalleled influence on the global economy, but also by its power to redefine the very nature of politics itself. Free market fundamentalism rather than democratic idealism is now the driving force of economics and politics in most of the world, and it is a market ideology driven not just by profits but by an ability to reproduce itself with such success that, to paraphrase Fred Jameson, it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of neoliberal capitalism. Various motives prompt empires to seek to expand their rule over other countries or territories. These include economic, exploratory, ethnocentric, political, and religious motives. Economic, imperial governments, and/or private companies under those governments, sought ways to maximize profits. Economic expansion demanded cheap labor, access to or control of markets to sell or buy products, and natural resources such as precious metals and land. Governments have met these demands by hook or by crook. After the advent of the Industrial Revolution, dependent colonies often provided to European factories and markets the raw materials they needed to manufacture products. Imperial merchants often established trading posts and warehouses, created transportation infrastructure, and sought control over strategic choke points, such as the Suez Canal in Egypt. Imperial powers often competed with each other for the best potential resources, markets, and trade. Exploratory, imperial nations or their citizens wanted to explore territory that was, to them, unknown. Sometimes they did this for the purpose of medical or scientific research. At other times, they did it for the sense of adventure. Invariably, imperial explorers sought to discover, map, and claim territory before their imperial competition did, partly for national and personal glory and partly to serve the imperialist goal of expansion. Ethnocentric, imperial nations sometimes believed that their cultural values or beliefs were superior to other nations or groups. Imperial conquest, they believed, would bring successful culture to inferior people. In the late 19th century, for example, European powers clung to the racist belief that inferior races should be conquered in order to civilize them. The Europeans acted on their ethnocentrism, the belief that one race or nation is superior to others. Political, patriotism and growing imperial power spurred countries to compete with others for supremacy. It's a matter of national pride, prestige, and security. Empires sought strategic territory to ensure access for their navies and armies around the world. The empire must be defended and, better yet, expanded. Political motives were often triggered as responses to perceived threats to the security or prestige of the imperial power or its citizens abroad. Religious, during imperial expansion, religious people sometimes set out to convert new members of their religion and, thus, their empire. Christian missionaries from Europe, for example, established churches in conquered territories during the 19th century. In doing so, they also spread Western cultural values. Typically, missionaries spread the imperial nation's language through educational and religious interactions, although some missionaries helped to preserve indigenous languages. British missionaries led the charge to stop the slave trade in the 19th century, while others, such as French missionaries in Vietnam during the same time period, clamored for their country to take over a nation. Neoliberal imperialism and the oppressive stranglehold. Why and how did this combination of neoliberal capitalist imperialism and humanitarianism emerge? Capitalism has always moralized the economy and applied a gloss of righteousness to profit-making and unregulated competition precisely because it is so hard to believe. From Adam Smith's hidden hand to the assertion that unrestrained egotism promotes the 55 common good or that beneficial effects trickle down if the rich get even bigger tax breaks, capitalism has consistently tried to claim the moral high ground. Similarly, human rights and their dissemination are not simply the result of the liberal or charitable disposition of the West. The predominantly negative meaning of freedom as the absence of external constraints, a euphemism for keeping state regulation of the economy at a minimum, has dominated the Western conception of human rights and turned them into the perfect companion of neoliberalism. Global moral and civic rules are the necessary companion of the globalization of economic production and consumption, of the completion of world capitalism that follows neoliberal dogmas. Over the last 30 years, we have witnessed, without much comment, the creation of global legal rules regulating the world capitalist economy, including rules on investment, trade, aid, and intellectual property. Robert Cooper has called it the voluntary imperialism of the global economy. It is operated by an international consortium of financial institutions such as the IMF and the World Bank. These institutions make demands, which increasingly emphasize good governance. If states wish to benefit, they must open themselves up to the interference of international organizations and foreign states. Cooper concludes that what is needed then is a new kind of imperialism, one acceptable to a world of human rights and cosmopolitan values. The promise to the developing world is that the violent or voluntary adoption of the market-led, neoliberal model of good governance and limited rights will inexorably lead to Western economic standards. This is fraudulent. Historically, the Western ability to turn the protection of formal rights into a limited guarantee of material, economic, and social rights was partly based on huge transfers from the colonies to the metropolis. While universal morality militates in favor of reverse flows, Western policies on development aid and third world debt indicate that this is not politically feasible. Indeed, the successive crises and rearrangements of neoliberal capitalism lead to dispossession and displacement of family farming by agribusiness, to forced migration and urbanization. These processes expand the number of people without skills, status, or the basics for existence. They become human debris, the waste life, the bottom billions. This neocolonial attitude has now been extended from the periphery to the European core. Greece, Portugal, Ireland, and Spain have been subjected to the rigors of the neoliberal Washington consensus of austerity and destruction of the welfare state, despite its failure in the developing world. More than half the young people of Spain and Greece are permanently unemployed and a 56 whole generation is being destroyed. But this genocide, to coin a term, has not generated a human rights campaign. As Immanuel Wallerstein put it, if all humans have equal rights, and all the peoples have equal rights, then we cannot maintain the kind of inegalitarian system that the capitalist world economy has always been and always will be. When the unbridgeability of the gap between the missionary statements on equality and dignity and the bleak reality of obscene inequality becomes apparent, human rights will lead to new and uncontrollable types of tension and conflict. Spanish soldiers met the advancing Napoleonic armies shouting "Down with freedom." Today people meet the peacekeepers of the New World Order with cries of "Down with human rights." Social and political systems become hegemonic by turning their ideological priorities into universal principles and values. In the New World Order, human rights are the perfect candidate for this role. Their core principles, interpreted negatively and economically, promote neoliberal capitalist penetration. Under a different construction, their abstract provisions could subject the inequalities and indignities of late capitalism to withering attack. But this cannot happen as long as they are used by the dominant powers to spread the values of an ideology based on the nihilism and insatiability of desire. Despite differences in content, colonialism, neoliberalism, imperialism, and the human rights movement form a continuum, episodes in the same drama, which started with the great discoveries of the New World and is now carried out in the streets of Syria, Somalia, Yemen, Iraq, Libya, and Afghanistan, bringing civilization to the barbarians. The claim to spread reason and Christianity gave Western empires their sense of superiority and their universalizing impetus. The urge is still there, the ideas have been redefined, but the belief in the universality of the Western worldview remains as strong as that of the colonialists. There is little difference between imposing reason and good governance and proselytizing for Christianity and human rights. They are both part of the cultural package of the West, aggressive and redemptive at the same time. In sum, the neoliberal globalization of capitalist production has made it possible to buy a car in the United States made of German steel forged from South African or Brazilian iron ore and incorporating plastics produced in South Korea and China and tires made from Indonesian rubber, all of which are shipped via container ships to Mexico for assembly and then trucked over the U.S.-Mexican border to American car dealers. But the issues around which the global justice movement coalesced don't concern the 57. Globalization of capitalist production, per se, but the neoliberal economic policies driving globalization and the social devastation neoliberalism has left in its wake. Neoliberal doctrine demands that developing countries privatize their national industries, liberalize their financial and capital markets, and allow unrestricted foreign investment. The neoliberal policies of the Washington Consensus ensure a race to the bottom for developing nations, as the International Monetary Fund and World Bank scrap domestic regulatory powers, tweak democratically approved constitutions and retool domestic markets for export rather than survival. This retooling creates the pockets of cheap labor and high unemployment that global capitalism needs in order to keep itself going. The language of free trade argues that this process will ultimately generate wealth and lift up the pockets of poverty, but a quarter-century of neoliberal-driven globalization has so far produced a worldwide increase in poverty and inequality unprecedented in the history of capitalism. The unspoken mantra of liberalization is capital mobility, labor immobility. This helps to ensure that the neoliberal vision of global unity is oppressively only for markets, not for people. Chapter 2. The Anatomy of Global Oppression. Methodological and Theoretical Contours. Overview. Oppression is the systematic and pervasive mistreatment of individuals on the basis of their membership in various groups, which are disadvantaged by the institutionalized imbalances in social power in a particular society. Oppression includes both institutionalized or normalized mistreatment as well as instances of violence. It includes the invalidation, denial, or the non-recognition of the complete humanness of those who are members of the mistreated group. 62. Oppressors plan to grab more power and wealth in such a way as to make executing their dreams less inconvenient, which typically means reducing resistance from those they intend to oppress. For instance, there exists a worldwide political system we may call global dark oppression, a condition in which all people whom global society classes as black, brown, or red are systematically harmed and exploited by the current world neoliberal order. For distributive justice to be global in scope, global racial oppression thus compels that justice must be global. Methodological and theoretical stopping points. Critical social theories conceptualize the structures of domination and resistance. They point to forms of oppression and domination contrasted to forces of resistance that can serve as instruments of change. Thus, critical social theories are weapons of critique and instruments of practice as well as cognitive maps. If a theory illuminates a phenomenon and produces altered reception of it, or inspires the production of oppositional practices, then the theory turns out to be valuable both in its theoretical and practical effects. Douglas Kellner. Oppression is a concept that describes a relationship of dominance and subordination between categories of people in which one benefits from the systematic abuse, exploitation, and injustice directed toward the other. Because social oppression describes relationships between categories of people, it should not be confused with the oppressive behavior of individuals. In social oppression, all members of dominant and subordinate categories participate regardless of the individual attitudes or behavior. Oppressors plan to grab more power and wealth in such a way as to make executing their dreams less inconvenient, which typically means reducing resistance from those they intend to oppress. Historical materialist analysis, often thought to have been discredited by the fall of communism and the rise of neoliberalism, in fact is strongly vindicated by its ability to explain the neoliberal project and its relation to legalized global oppression. Neoliberalism is the project of systematic deregulation of economic, political social life by freeing it from legal and regularity constraints to allow market-based institutions to flourish. Frequently, however, they do not flourish, as historical materialism predicts, and neoliberal deregulation predicts this and explains why. When they do not, as in the financial crisis, the deregulated private institutions turn to the state for bailout and insurance, which is forthcoming in a characteristically minimally regulated manner. The benefits of neoliberalism. 63. Accrue to a small minority at the expense of the majority, as one would expect from historical materialism, while the law, in what historical materialism calls ideology, false belief distorted by class interest, ignores the differences in power and wealth aggravated by neoliberal policies at the expense of democratic decision-making. Hence, visible and invisible cages trap human beings like guinea pigs in the dehumanizing experiments of oppressive global capitalism and new imperialism. Huddled against the economic bars of neoliberal policies or the physical bars of secret super prisons, people throughout the world live in fear. Some, like many Americans, fear freedom, others fear state-sponsored terrorism and pogroms of violence. A. What is the dialectical materialist method? Since the beginning of recorded history, people have been striving to answer essential questions about nature and human society. In earlier times, almost all events in nature were attributed to divine beings or a godlike force. The existing social order that governed the relations between people was explained as part of the same natural order. Things were as the gods or God wanted them to be. While this message may have been beneficial for the ruling classes whose clergy preached that the division between the haves and have-nots was God's will, mystical and impalpable concepts don't shed any scientific light on human existence or why things actually happen. Marxism is the science of revolutionary social, economic and political change. As with any science, the theory behind it, the formulas and calculations used to form scientific conclusions, is important to understand. Dialectical materialism is the theoretical foundation of Marxism. For nothing is final, absolute, sacred. It reveals the transitory character of everything, and in everything, nothing can endure before it except the uninterrupted process of becoming and passing away, of endless ascendancy from the lower to the higher, Friedrich Engels wrote in The End of Classical German Philosophy. Dialectical materialism as a methodology is the combination of dialectics and materialism. It shows that changes in society are not necessarily linear, that history moves forward in fits and starts. Understanding this term necessitates an examination of its component parts. To a dialectical thinker, an entity is not a homogeneous clump of inert matter but a dynamic unity of opposites containing opposing forces within itself that are in continuous struggle against each other. Change occurs as a result of the interaction of these forces, for example, when they become unbalanced and one overpowers the other. 64. What is materialism? Materialism argues that the actual reality of the surrounding world determines the way people think and what they believe. In contrast to religious and other idealist philosophies, Marx's materialist conception of history asserted, it is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. Historical materialism is the philosophical opposite of idealism. It is directly opposed to idealism, the notion that material reality is created by what people believe or perceive in their minds. Marx also asserted that in all class societies the dominant ideas are the ideas of its ruling class. Racism, sexism, homophobia, and national chauvinism are the ideas that the masses of people assimilate from the ruling class, which benefits from the promotion of those ideas. We've all heard the basic idealist argument, society won't change until people's ideas change. On that line of thinking, activists need to do only educational work or teach in schools. Materialism shows that the process of humanity's social development is tied directly with the development of production and technology. Production is the expression of humanity's ongoing relationship with the world. It is a manifestation of the never-ending battle for survival. Every living organism struggles to survive and thrive, whether simply defying cold weather, eluding predators, searching for food, or working in a factory. Of course, not everyone's material reality is the same. For the working class, the struggle for basic needs occupies a greater part of life. For the capitalist class of owners, material reality consists of luxury gained by virtue of their social position within the exploitative capitalist economy. This material reality, according to the materialist worldview, determines how people think about the world. Materialists would reply to those activists who want to change people's ideas, yes, we want to change people's ideas. But the only way to do that is to change the material conditions, the way society is organized. In the process of engaging in revolutionary struggle, and eventually in building a new society, people's ideas definitely will change. The laws of change. Dialectical thought is merely the reflection of objective dialectics, laws governing the development of nature, the laws of uninterrupted change, or, as Darwin discovered, the laws of evolution. According to this view, change occurs in the struggle between opposites. Nothing exists without opposition. When opposites confront each other, changes occur. A central law in dialectics is the transformation of quantity into quality, that a change of the amount 65 will eventually bring about a material change in the whole makeup of something. One of the most practical examples of the transformation from quantity into quality can be seen in nature with water. A change in the temperature of water is a change in quantity. If the temperature gets colder, but is still above freezing, the water stays in liquid form. As the temperature continues to drop, the water eventually will freeze. At that point, the water has changed to ice from liquid to a solid state. The cause of the change is the drop in temperature. The change from liquid to solid is a qualitative change. In the other direction, when water heats and boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, it passes through a qualitative alteration and becomes steam. In society, social change occurs in the conflict between opposing classes in capitalist society, between the working class and the capitalist class. The conflict breaks out on a day-to-day basis: protests, strikes, pickets, and so forth. But when these protests come together in a united political movement against the capitalist class, a quantity of struggles can bring about a qualitative change, a revolution. The analysis incorporated in dialectics, combined with materialism, is the basis for the Marxist view of the world. Dialectical and historical materialism. Dialectical materialism is the world outlook of the Marxist-Leninist Party. It is called dialectical materialism because its approach to the phenomena of nature, its method of studying and apprehending them, is dialectical, while its interpretation of the phenomena of nature, its conception of these phenomena, its theory, is materialistic. Historical materialism is the extension of the principles of dialectical materialism to the study of social life, an application of the principles of dialectical materialism to the phenomena of the life of society, to the study of society and of its history. When describing their dialectical method, Marx and Engels usually refer to Hegel as the philosopher who formulated the main features of dialectics. This, however, does not mean that the dialectics of Marx and Engels is identical with the dialectics of Hegel. As a matter of fact, Marx and Engels took from the Hegelian dialectics only its rational kernel, casting aside its Hegelian idealistic shell, and developed dialectics further so as to lend it a modern scientific form. My dialectic method, says Marx, is not only different from the Hegelian, but is its direct opposite. To Hegel, the process of thinking which, under the name of the idea, he even transforms into an independent subject, is the demiurgos of the real world, and the real world is only the external, phenomenal form of the idea. With me, On the contrary, the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind and translated into 66 forms of thought. When describing their materialism, Marx and Engels usually refer to Feuerbach as the philosopher who restored materialism to its rights. This, however, does not mean that the materialism of Marx and Engels is identical with Feuerbach's materialism. As a matter of fact, Marx and Engels took from Feuerbach's materialism its inner kernel, developed it into a scientific philosophical theory of materialism and cast aside its idealistic and religious ethical encumbrances. We know that Feuerbach, although he was fundamentally a materialist, objected to the name materialism. Engels more than once declared that in spite of the materialist foundation, Feuerbach remained bound by the traditional idealist fetters, and that the real idealism of Feuerbach becomes evident as soon as we come to his philosophy of religion and ethics. Dialectics comes from the Greek dialogo, to discourse, to debate. In ancient times, dialectics was the art of arriving at the truth by disclosing the contradictions in the argument of an opponent and overcoming these contradictions. There were philosophers in ancient times who believed that the disclosure of contradictions in thought and the clash of opposite opinions was the best method of arriving at the truth. This dialectical method of thought, later extended to the phenomena of nature, developed into the dialectical method of apprehending nature, which regards the phenomena of nature as being in constant movement and undergoing constant change, and the development of nature as the result of the development of the contradictions in nature, as the result of the interaction of opposed forces in nature. In its essence, dialectics is the direct opposite of metaphysics. 1. Marxist dialectical method. The principal features of the Marxist dialectical method are as follows: a. Nature connected and determined. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics does not regard nature as an accidental agglomeration of things, of phenomena, unconnected with, isolated from, and independent of each other, but as a connected and integral whole, in which things, phenomena are organically connected with, dependent on, and determined by each other. The dialectical method therefore holds that no phenomenon in nature can be understood if taken by itself, isolated from surrounding phenomena, inasmuch as any phenomenon in any realm of nature may become meaningless to us if it is not considered in connection with the surrounding conditions, but divorced from them, and that, vice versa, any phenomenon can be understood. 67. And explained if considered in its inseparable connection with surrounding phenomena, as one conditioned by surrounding phenomena. b. Nature is a state of continuous motion and change. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that nature is not a state of rest and immobility, stagnation and immutability, but a state of continuous movement and change, of continuous renewal and development, where something is always arising and developing, and something always disintegrating and dying away. The dialectical method therefore requires that phenomena should be considered not only from the standpoint of their interconnection and interdependence, but also from the standpoint of their movement, their change, their development, their coming into being and going out of being. The dialectical method regards as important primarily not that which at the given moment seems to be durable and yet is already beginning to die away, but that which is arising and developing, even though at the given moment it may appear to be not durable, for the dialectical method considers invincible only that which is arising and developing. All nature, says Engels, from the smallest thing to the biggest, from grains of sand to suns, from protista to man, has its existence in eternal coming into being and going out of being, in a ceaseless flux, in unresting motion and change. Therefore, dialectics, Engels says, takes things and their perceptual images essentially in their interconnection, in their concatenation, in their movement, in their rise and disappearance. c. Natural quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics does not regard the process of development as a simple process of growth, where quantitative changes do not lead to qualitative changes, but as a development which passes from insignificant and imperceptible quantitative changes to open fundamental changes to qualitative changes, a development in which the qualitative changes occur not gradually, but rapidly and abruptly, taking the form of a leap. From one state to another, they occur not accidentally but as the natural result of an accumulation of imperceptible and gradual quantitative changes. The dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development should be understood not as movement in a circle, not as a simple repetition of what has already occurred, but as an onward and upward movement, as a transition from an old qualitative state to a new qualitative state, as a development from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher. Nature, says Engels, is the test of dialectics, and it must be said for modern natural science that it has furnished extremely rich and daily increasing materials for this test, and has thus proved that in the last analysis nature's process is dialectical and not metaphysical, that it does not move in an eternally 68. Uniform and constantly repeated circle but passes through a real history. Here prime mention should be made of Darwin, who dealt a severe blow to the metaphysical conception of nature by proving that the organic world of today, plants and animals, and consequently man too, is all a product of a process of development that has been in progress for millions of years. Describing dialectical development as a transition from quantitative changes to qualitative changes, Engels says, in physics, every change is a passing of quantity into quality, as a result of a quantitative change of some form of movement either inherent in a body or imparted to it. For example, the temperature of water has at first no effect on its liquid state, but as the temperature of liquid water rises or falls, a moment arrives when the state of cohesion changes and the water is converted in one case into steam and in the other into ice. A definite minimum current is required to make a platinum wire glow. Every metal has its melting temperature, every liquid has a definite freezing point and boiling point at a given pressure, as far as we are able with the means at our disposal to attain the required temperatures. Finally, every gas has its critical point at which, by proper pressure and cooling, it can be converted into a liquid state. What are known as the constants of physics are in most cases nothing but designations for the nodal points at which a quantitative increase or decrease of movement causes a qualitative change in the state of the given body, and at which, consequently, quantity is transformed into quality. Passing to chemistry, Engels continues. Chemistry may be called the science of the qualitative changes which take place in bodies as the effect of changes of quantitative composition. His was already known to Hegel. Take oxygen, if the molecule contains 3 atoms instead of the customary 2, we get ozone, a body definitely distinct in odor and reaction from ordinary oxygen. And what shall we say of the different proportions in which oxygen combines with nitrogen or sulfur, and each of which produces a body qualitatively different from all other bodies? Finally, criticizing Düring, who scolded Hegel for all he was worth, but surreptitiously borrowed from him the well-known thesis that the transition from the insentient world to the sentient world, from the kingdom of inorganic matter to the kingdom of organic life, is a leap to a new state, Engels says. 69. This is precisely the Hegelian nodal line of measure relations in which at certain definite nodal points, the purely quantitative increase or decrease gives rise to a qualitative leap, for example, in the case of water which is heated or cooled, where boiling point and freezing point are the nodes at which, under normal pressure, the leap to a new aggregate state takes place, and where consequently quantity is transformed into quality. d. Contradictions inherent in nature. Contrary to metaphysics, dialectics holds that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and phenomena of nature, for they all have their negative and positive sides, a past and a future, something dying away and something developing, and that the struggle between these opposites, the struggle between the old and the new, between that which is dying away and that which is being born, between that which is disappearing and that which is developing, constitutes the internal content of the process of development, the internal content of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes. The dialectical method therefore holds that the process of development from the lower to the higher takes place not as a harmonious unfolding of phenomena, but as a disclosure of the contradictions inherent in things and phenomena, as a struggle of opposite tendencies which operate on the basis of these contradictions. In its proper meaning, Lenin says, Dialectics is the study of the contradiction within the very essence of things. And further, development is the struggle of opposites. Such, in brief, are the principal features of the Marxist dialectical method. It is easy to understand how immensely important is the extension of the principles of the dialectical method to the study of social life and the history of society, and how immensely important is the application of these principles to the history of society and to the practical activities of the party of the proletariat. If there are no isolated phenomena in the world, if all phenomena are interconnected and interdependent, then it is clear that every social system and every social movement in history must be evaluated not from the standpoint of eternal justice or some other preconceived idea, as is not infrequently done by historians, but from the standpoint of the conditions which gave rise to that system or that social movement and with which they are connected. The slave system would be senseless, stupid, and unnatural under modern conditions. But under the conditions of a disintegrating primitive communal system, the slave system is a quite understandable and natural phenomenon, since it represents an advance on the primitive communal system. 70. The demand for a bourgeois democratic republic when tsardom and bourgeois society existed, as, let us say, in Russia in 1905, was a quite understandable, proper, and revolutionary demand, for at that time a bourgeois republic would have meant a step forward. But now, under the conditions of the USSR, the demand for a bourgeois democratic republic would be a senseless and counter-revolutionary demand, for a bourgeois republic would be a retrograde step compared with the Soviet Republic. Everything depends on the conditions, time, and place. It is clear that without such a historical approach to social phenomena, the existence and development of the science of history is impossible, for only such an approach saves the science of history from becoming a jumble of accidents and an agglomeration of most absurd mistakes. Further, if the world is in a state of constant movement and development, if the dying away of the old and the upgrowth of the new is a law of development, then it is clear that there can be no immutable social systems, no eternal principles of private property and exploitation, no eternal ideas of the subjugation of the peasant to the landlord, of the worker to the capitalist. Hence, the capitalist system can be replaced by the socialist system, just as at one time the feudal system was replaced by the capitalist system. Hence, we must not base our orientation on the strata of society which are no longer developing, even though they at present constitute the predominant force, but on those strata which are developing and have a future before them, even though they at present do not constitute the predominant force. In the 80s of the past century, in the period of the struggle between the Marxists and the Narodniks, the proletariat in Russia constituted an insignificant minority of the population, whereas the individual peasants constituted the vast majority of the population. But the proletariat was developing as a class, whereas the peasantry as a class was disintegrating. And just because the proletariat was developing as a class, the Marxists based their orientation on the proletariat. And they were not mistaken, for, as we know, the proletariat subsequently grew from an insignificant force into a first-rate historical and political force. Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must look forward, not backward. Further, if the passing of slow quantitative changes into rapid and abrupt qualitative changes is a law of development, then it is clear that revolutions made by oppressed classes are a quite natural and inevitable phenomenon. Hence, the transition from capitalism to socialism and the liberation of the working class from the yoke of capitalism cannot be effected by slow changes, by reforms, but only by a qualitative change of the capitalist system, by revolution. Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must be a revolutionary, not a reformist. Further, if development proceeds by way of the disclosure of internal contradictions, by way of collisions between opposite forces on the basis of these contradictions. 71. And so as to overcome these contradictions, then it is clear that the class struggle of the proletariat is a quite natural and inevitable phenomenon. Hence, we must not cover up the contradictions of the capitalist system, but disclose and unravel them. We must not try to check the class struggle but carry it to its conclusion. Hence, in order not to err in policy, one must pursue an uncompromising proletarian class policy, not a reformist policy of harmony of the interests of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, not a compromiser's policy of the growing of capitalism into socialism. Such is the Marxist dialectical method when applied to social life, to the history of society. As to Marxist philosophical materialism, it is fundamentally the direct opposite of philosophical idealism. 2. Marxist philosophical materialism. The principal features of Marxist philosophical materialism are as follows: a. Materialist contrary to idealism, which regards the world as the embodiment of an absolute idea, a universal spirit, consciousness. Marx's philosophical materialism holds that the world is by its very nature material, that the multifold phenomena of the world constitute different forms of matter in motion, that interconnection and interdependence of phenomena as established by the dialectical method, are a law of the development of moving matter, and that the world develops in accordance with the laws of movement of matter and stands in no need of a universal spirit. The materialistic outlook on nature, says Engels, means no more than simply conceiving nature just as it exists, without any foreign admixture. Speaking of the materialist views of the ancient philosopher Heraclitus, who held that the world, the all-in-one, was not created by any god or any man, but was, is and ever will be a living flame, systematically flaring up and systematically dying down, Lenin comments, a very good exposition of the rudiments of dialectical materialism. b. Objective reality contrary to idealism, which asserts that only our consciousness really exists, and that the material world, being, nature, exists only in our consciousness, in our sensations, ideas, and perceptions. The Marxist philosophical materialism holds that matter, nature, being, is an objective reality existing outside and independent of our consciousness, that matter is primary, since it is the source of sensations, ideas, consciousness, and that consciousness is secondary. Derivative, since it is a reflection of matter, a reflection of being, that thought is a product of matter which in its development has reached a high degree of perfection, namely, of the brain, and the brain is the organ of thought, and that. 72. Therefore one cannot separate thought from matter without committing a grave error. Engels says, the question of the relation of thinking to being, the relation of spirit to nature, is the paramount question of the whole of philosophy. The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. And further, the material, sensuously perceptible world to which we ourselves belong is the only reality. Our consciousness and thinking, however supersensuous they may seem, are the product of a material, bodily organ, the brain. Matter is not a product of mind, but mind itself is merely the highest product of matter. Concerning the question of matter and thought, Marx says, it is impossible to separate thought from matter that thinks. Matter is the subject of all changes. Describing Marxist philosophical materialism, Lenin says, materialism in general recognizes objectively real being as independent of consciousness, sensation, experience. Consciousness is only the reflection of being, at best an approximately true reflection of it. And further, matter is that which, acting upon our sense organs, produces sensation. Matter is the objective reality given to us in sensation. Matter, nature, being, the physical is primary, and spirit, consciousness, sensation, the psychical is secondary. The world picture is a picture of how matter moves and of how matter thinks. The brain is the organ of thought. c. The world and its laws are knowable contrary to idealism, which denies the possibility of knowing the world and its laws, which does not believe in the authenticity of our knowledge, does not recognize objective truth, and holds that the world is full of things in themselves that can never be known to science. Marxist philosophical materialism holds that the world and its laws are fully knowable, that our knowledge of the laws of nature, tested by experiment and practice, is authentic. knowledge having the validity of objective truth, and that there are no things in 73. The world which are unknowable, but only things which are as yet not known, but which will be disclosed and made known by the efforts of science and practice. Criticizing the thesis of Kant and other idealists that the world is unknowable and that there are things in themselves, which are unknowable, and defending the well-known materialist thesis that our knowledge is authentic knowledge, Engels writes. The most telling refutation of this as of all other philosophical crotchets is practice, namely, experiment and industry. If we are able to prove the correctness of our conception of a natural process by making it ourselves, bringing it into being out of its conditions and making it serve our own purposes into the bargain, then there is an end to the Kantian ungraspable thing in itself. The chemical substances produced in the bodies of plants and animals remained such things in themselves until organic chemistry began to produce them one after another, whereupon the thing in itself became a thing for us, as, for instance, alizarin, the coloring matter of the matter, which we no longer trouble to grow the matter roots in the field, but produce much more cheaply and simply from coal tar. For 300 years the Copernican solar system was a hypothesis with 100, 1,000, or 10,000 chances to 1 in its favor, but still always a hypothesis. But when Leverrier, by means of the data provided by the system, not only deduced the necessity of the existence of an unknown planet, but also calculated the position in the heavens which this planet must necessarily occupy, and when Gall really found this planet, the Copernican system was proved. Accusing Bogdanov, Bazarov, Yushkevich, and the other followers of mock of fideism and defending the well-known materialist thesis that our scientific knowledge of the laws of nature is authentic knowledge, and that the laws of science represent objective truth, Lenin says. Contemporary fideism does not at all reject science, all it rejects is the exaggerated claims of science, to wit, its claim to objective truth. If objective truth exists, if natural science, reflecting the outer world in human experience, is alone capable of giving us objective truth, then all fideism is absolutely refuted. Such, in brief, are the characteristic features of the Marxist philosophical materialism. It is easy to understand how immensely important is the extension of the principles of philosophical materialism to the study of social life, of the history of society, and how immensely important is the application of these 74 principles to the history of society and to the practical activities of the party of the proletariat. If the connection between the phenomena of nature and their interdependence are laws of the development of nature, it follows, too, that the connection and interdependence of the phenomena of social life are laws of the development of society, and not something accidental. Hence, social life, the history of society, ceases to be an agglomeration of accidents, for the history of society becomes a development of society according to regular laws, and the study of the history of society becomes a science. Hence, the practical activity of the party of the proletariat must not be based on the good wishes of outstanding individuals, not on the dictates of reason, universal morals, etc., but on the laws of development of society and on the study of these laws. Further, if the world is knowable and our knowledge of the laws of development of nature is authentic knowledge, having the validity of objective truth, it follows that social life, the development of society, is also knowable, and that the data of science regarding the laws of development of society are authentic data having the validity of objective truths. Hence, the science of the history of society, despite all the complexity of the phenomena of social life, can become as precise a science as, let us say, biology, and capable of making use of the laws of development of society for practical purposes. Hence, the party of the proletariat should not guide itself in its practical activity by casual motives, but by the laws of development of society, and by practical deductions from these laws. And thence, socialism is converted from a dream of a better future for humanity into a science. Hence, the bond between science and practical activity, between theory and practice, their unity, should be the guiding star of the party of the proletariat. Further, if nature, being, the material world, is primary, and consciousness, thought, is secondary, derivative, if the material world represents objective reality existing independently of the consciousness of men. While consciousness is a reflection of this objective reality, it follows that the material life of society, its being, is also primary, and its spiritual life secondary, derivative, and that the material life of society is an objective reality existing independently of the will of men, while the spiritual life of society is a reflection of this objective reality, a reflection of being. Hence, the source of formation of the spiritual life of society, the origin of social ideas, social theories, political views, and political institutions, should not be sought for in the ideas, theories, views, and political institutions themselves, but in the conditions of the material life of society, in social being, of which these ideas, theories, views, etc., are the reflection. Hence, if in different periods of the history of society different social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions are to be observed, if under the slave system we encounter certain social ideas, theories, views, and political 75 institutions, under feudalism others, and under capitalism others still, this is not to be explained by the nature, the properties of the ideas, theories, views, and political institutions themselves, but by the different conditions of the material life of society at different periods of social development. Whatever is the being of a society, whatever are the conditions of material life of a society, such are the ideas, theories, political views, and political institutions of that society. In this connection, Marx says, "It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness." Hence, in order not to err in policy, in order not to find itself in the position of idle dreamers, the party of the proletariat must not base its activities on abstract principles of human reason, but on the concrete conditions of the material life of society, as the determining force of social development, not on the good wishes of great men, but on the real needs of development of the material life of society. The fall of the utopians, including the Narodniks, anarchists, and socialist revolutionaries, was due, among other things, to the fact that they did not recognize the primary role which the conditions of the material life of society play in the development of society, and, sinking to idealism, did not base their practical activities on the needs of the development of the material life of society, but, independently of and in spite of these needs, on ideal plans and all-embracing projects, divorced from the real life of society. The strength and vitality of Marxism-Leninism lies in the fact that it does base its practical activity on the needs of the development of the material life of society and never divorces itself from the real life of society. It does not follow from Marx's words, however, that social ideas, theories, political views, and political institutions are of no significance in the life of society, that they do not reciprocally affect social being, the development of the material conditions of the life of society. We have been speaking so far of the origin of social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, of the way they arise, of the fact that the spiritual life of society is a reflection of the conditions of its material life. As regards the significance of social ideas, theories, views, and political institutions, as regards their role in history, historical materialism, far from denying them, stresses the important role and significance of these factors in the life of society, in its history. There are different kinds of social ideas and theories. There are old ideas and theories which have outlived their day and which serve the interests of the moribund forces of society. Their significance lies in the fact that they hamper the development, the progress of society. Then there are new and advanced ideas and theories which serve the interests of the advanced forces of society. 76. Their significance lies in the fact that they facilitate the development, the progress of society, and their significance is the greater the more accurately they reflect the needs of development of the material life of society. New social ideas and theories arise only after the development of the material life of society has set new tasks before society. but once they have arisen they become a most potent force which facilitates the carrying out of the new tasks set by the development of the material life of society, a force which facilitates the progress of society. It is precisely here that the tremendous organizing, mobilizing, and transforming value of new ideas, new theories, new political views and new political institutions manifests itself. New social ideas and theories arise precisely because they are necessary to society, because it is impossible to carry out the urgent tasks of development of the material life of society without their organizing, mobilizing, and transforming action. Arising out of the new tasks set by the development of the material life of society, the new social ideas and theories force their way through, become the possession of the masses, mobilize and organize them against the moribund forces of society, and thus facilitate the overthrow of these forces, which hamper the development of the material life of society. Thus social ideas, theories, and political institutions, having arisen on the basis of the urgent tasks of the development of the material life of society, the development of social being, themselves then react upon social being, upon the material life of society, creating the conditions necessary for completely carrying out the urgent tasks of the material life of society, and for rendering its further development possible. In this connection, Marx says, theory becomes a material force as soon as it has gripped the masses. Hence, in order to be able to influence the conditions of material life of society and to accelerate their development and their improvement, the party of the proletariat must rely upon such a social theory, such a social idea as correctly reflects the needs of development of the material life of society, and which is therefore capable of setting into motion broad masses of the people and of mobilizing them and organizing them into a great army of the proletarian party, prepared to smash the reactionary forces and to clear the way for the advanced forces of society. The fall of the economists and the Mensheviks was due, among other things, to the fact that they did not recognize the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming role of advanced theory, of advanced ideas and, sinking to vulgar materialism, reduced the role of these factors almost to nothing, thus condemning the party to passivity and inanition. The strength and vitality of Marxism-Leninism is derived from the fact that it relies upon an advanced theory which correctly reflects the needs of development of the material life of 77. Society, that it elevates theory to a proper level, and that it deems it its duty to utilize every ounce of the mobilizing, organizing, and transforming power of this theory. That is the answer historical materialism gives to the question of the relation between social being and social consciousness, between the conditions of development of material life and the development of the spiritual life of society. 3. Historical age materialism. It now remains to elucidate the following question: what, from the viewpoint of historical materialism, is meant by the conditions of material life of society which in the final analysis determine the physiognomy of society, its ideas, views, political institutions, etc. What, after all, are these conditions of material life of society? What are their distinguishing features? There can be no doubt that the concept conditions of material life of society includes, first of all, nature which surrounds society, geographical environment, which is one of the indispensable and constant conditions of material life of society and which, of course, influences the development of society. What role does geographical environment play in the development of society? Is geographical environment the chief force determining the physiognomy of society, the character of the social system of man, the transition from one system to another, or isn't it? Historical materialism answers this question in the negative. Geographical environment is unquestionably one of the constant and indispensable conditions of development of society and, of course, influences the development of society, accelerates or retards its development. But its influence is not the determining influence, inasmuch as the changes and development of society proceed at an incomparably faster rate than the changes and development of geographical environment. In the space of 3,000 years 3 different social systems have been successively superseded in Europe: the primitive communal system, the slave system and the feudal system. In the eastern part of Europe, in the USSR, even 4 social systems have been superseded. Yet during this period geographical conditions in Europe have either not changed at all, or have changed so slightly that geography takes no note of them. And that is quite natural. Changes in geographical environment of any importance require millions of years, whereas a few hundred or a couple of thousand years are enough for even very important changes in the system of human society. It follows from this that geographical environment cannot be the chief cause, the determining cause of social development, for that which remains almost unchanged in the course of tens of thousands of years cannot be the chief cause of development of that which undergoes fundamental changes in the course of 78. A few hundred years. Further, there can be no doubt that the concept conditions of material life of society also includes growth of population, density of population of one degree or another, for people are an essential element of the conditions of material life of society, and without a definite minimum number of people there can be no material life of society. Is growth of population the chief force that determines the character of the social system of man, or isn't it? Historical materialism answers this question too in the negative. Of course, growth of population does influence the development of society, does facilitate or retard the development of society, but it cannot be the chief force of development of society, and its influence on the development of society cannot be the determining influence because, by itself, growth of population does not furnish the clue to the question why a given social system is replaced precisely by such and such a new system and not by another, why the primitive communal system is succeeded precisely by the slave system by the feudal system, and the feudal system by the bourgeois system, and not by some other. If growth of population were the determining force of social development, then a higher density of population would be bound to give rise to a correspondingly higher type of social system. But we do not find this to be the case. The density of population in China is 4 times as great as in the USA, yet the USA stands higher than China in the scale of social development, for in China a semi-feudal system still prevails, whereas the USA has long ago reached the highest stage of development of capitalism. The density of population in Belgium is 9 times as great as in the USA, and 26 times as great as in the USSR. Yet the USA stands higher than Belgium in the scale of social development, and as for the USSR, Belgium lags a whole historical epoch behind this country, for in Belgium the capitalist system prevails, whereas the USSR has already done away with capitalism and has set up a socialist system. It follows from this that growth of population is not, and cannot be, the chief force of development of society, the force which determines the character of the social system, the physiognomy of society. What is the chief determinant force? What, then, is the chief force in the complex of conditions of material life of society which determines the physiognomy of society, the character of the social system, the development of society from one system to another? This force, historical materialism holds, is the method of procuring the means of life necessary for human existence, the mode of production of material values, food, clothing, footwear, houses, fuel, instruments of production, etc., which are indispensable for the life and development of society. 79. In order to live, people must have food, clothing, footwear, shelter, fuel, etc. In order to have these material values, people must produce them, and in order to produce them, people must have the instruments of production with which food, clothing, footwear, shelter, fuel, etc., are produced. They must be able to produce these instruments and to use them. The instruments of production wherewith material values are produced, the people who operate the instruments of production and carry on the production of material values thanks to a certain production experience and labor skill, all these elements jointly constitute the productive forces of society. But the productive forces are only one aspect of production, only one aspect of the mode of production, an aspect that expresses the relation of men to the objects and forces of nature which they make use of for the production of material values. Another aspect of production, another aspect of the mode of production, is the relation of men to each other in the process of production, men's relations of production. Men carry on a struggle against nature and utilize nature for the production of material values, not in isolation from each other, not as separate individuals, but in common, in groups, in societies. Production, therefore, is at all times and under all conditions social production. In the production of material values, men enter into mutual relations of one kind or another within production, into relations of production of one kind or another. These may be relations of cooperation and mutual help between people who are free from exploitation, they may be relations of domination and subordination, and, lastly, they may be transitional from one form of relations of production to another. But whatever the character of the relations of production may be, always and in every system they constitute just as essential an element of production as the productive forces of society. In production, Marx says, men not only act on nature but also on one another. They produce only by cooperating in a certain way and mutually exchanging their activities. In order to produce, they enter into definite connections and relations with one another, and only within these social connections and relations does their action on nature, does production, take place. Consequently, production, the mode of production, embraces both the productive forces of society and men's relations of production, and is thus the embodiment of their unity in the process of production of material values. The concept of fuzzy logic illustrates the key difference between human logic and digital computer logic. The computer, as a force of production, organizes its information into absolute categories with rigid boundary lines. The human mind is capable of processing a great deal of contradictory information. 80. Without breaking down. It is somewhat ironic that the human mind's capacity for fuzzy thinking is its greatest asset. Let me hasten to assure you that I'm not recommending fuzzy thinking as a general method. But it is important to guard against overly formalistic thinking, especially in politics. Those who demand absolutely unambiguous political situations before they will take action will wind up never taking action. That is a characteristic of sectarians, and it illustrates the link between formal logic and sectarian politics. The experience of the past decade or so has shown that no matter how powerful a computer is, no matter how fast it can crunch numbers, there are certain kinds of problems that humans can handle better. The difference is that humans are capable of dialectical logic. Computers can be programmed to play a pretty good game of chess. But when someone once compared political strategy to a game of chess, Trotsky pointed out the weakness of the analogy. In chess the rules always remain the same and the pieces maintain stable identities, whereas in political struggles the strength of contending forces varies and the rules change continuously. A computer does well in chess because its strongest virtue is its consistency. But in a rapidly changing political situation, absolute consistency can be too much of a good thing. I think that is what Emerson must have meant when he said, "A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds." A computer cannot therefore handle contradictions. Humans do. b. The first feature of production. The first feature of production is that it never stays at one point for a long time and is always in a state of change and development, and that, furthermore, changes in the mode of production inevitably call forth changes in the whole social system, social ideas, political views, and political institutions. They call forth a reconstruction of the whole social and political order. At different stages of development people make use of different modes of production, or, to put it more crudely, lead different manners of life. In the primitive commune there is one mode of production, under slavery there is another mode of production, under feudalism a third mode of production, and so on. And, correspondingly, men's social system, the spiritual life of men, their views and political institutions also vary. Whatever is the mode of production of a society, such in the main is the society itself, its ideas and theories, its political views and institutions. Or, to put it more crudely, whatever is man's manner of life, such is his manner of thought. This means that the history of development of society is above all the history of the development of production, the history of the modes of production which succeed each other in the course of centuries, the history of the development of productive forces and of people's relations of production. Hence, the history of 81. Social development is at the same time the history of the producers of material values themselves, the history of the laboring masses, who are the chief force in the process of production and who carry on the production of material values necessary for the existence of society. Hence, if historical science is to be a real science, it can no longer reduce the history of social development to the actions of kings and generals, to the actions of conquerors and subjugators of states, but must above all devote itself to the history of the producers of material values, the history of the laboring masses, the history of peoples. Hence, the clue to the study of the laws of history of society must not be sought in men's minds, in the views and ideas of society, but in the mode of production practiced by society in any given historical period. It must be sought in the economic life of society. Hence, the prime task of historical science is to study and disclose the laws of production, the laws of development of the productive forces and of the relations of production, the laws of economic development of society. Hence, if the party of the proletariat is to be a real party, it must above all acquire a knowledge of the laws of development of production, of the laws of economic development of society. Hence, if it is not to err in policy, the party of the proletariat must both in drafting its program and in its practical activities proceed primarily from the laws of development of production, from the laws of economic development of society. See, the second feature of production. The second feature of production is that its changes and development always begin with changes and development of the productive forces, and in the first place, with changes and development of the instruments of production. Productive forces are therefore the most mobile and revolutionary element of productions. First, the productive forces of society change and develop, and then, depending on these changes and in conformity with them, men's relations of production, their economic relations, change. This, however, does not mean that the relations of production do not influence the development of the productive forces and that the latter are not dependent on the former. While their development is dependent on the development of the productive forces, the relations of production in their turn react upon the development of the productive forces, accelerating or retarding it. In this connection, it should be noted that the relations of production cannot for too long a time lag behind and be in a state of contradiction to the growth of the productive forces, inasmuch as the productive forces can develop in full measure only when the relations of production correspond to the character, the state of the productive forces and allow full scope for their development. Therefore, however much the relations of production may lag behind the 82. development of the productive forces, they must, sooner or later, come into correspondence with, and actually do come into correspondence with, the level of development of the productive forces, the character of the productive forces. Otherwise we would have a fundamental violation of the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production within the system of production, a disruption of production as a whole, a crisis of production, a destruction of productive forces. An instance in which the relations of production do not correspond to the character of the productive forces, conflict with them, is the economic crises in capitalist countries, where private capitalist ownership of the means of production is in glaring incongruity with the social character of the process of production, with the character of the productive forces. This results in economic crises, which lead to the destruction of productive forces. Furthermore, this incongruity itself constitutes the economic basis of social revolution, the purpose of which is to destroy the existing relations of production and to create new relations of production corresponding to the character of the productive forces. In contrast, an instance in which the relations of production completely correspond to the character of the productive forces is the socialist national economy of the USSR, where the social ownership of the means of production fully corresponds to the social character of the process of production, and where, because of this, economic crises and the destruction of productive forces are unknown. Consequently, the productive forces are not only the most mobile and revolutionary element in production, but are also the determining element in the development of production. Whatever are the productive forces, such must be the relations of production. While the state of the productive forces furnishes the answer to the question with what instruments of production do men produce the material values they need, the state of the relations of production furnishes the answer to another question: who owns the means of production, who commands the means of production, whether the whole of society, or individual persons, groups, or classes which utilize them for the exploitation of other persons, groups or classes. Here is a rough picture of the development of productive forces from ancient times to our day. The transition from crude stone tools to the bow and arrow, and the accompanying transition from the life of hunters to the domestication of animals and primitive pasturage, the transition from stone tools to metal tools, with a corresponding transition to tillage and agriculture, a further 83. Improvement in metal tools for the working up of materials, the introduction of the blacksmith's bellows, the introduction of pottery, with a corresponding development of handicrafts, the separation of handicrafts from agriculture, the development of an independent handicraft industry and, subsequently, of manufacture, the transition from handicraft tools to machines and the transformation of handicraft and manufacture into machine industry, the transition to the machine system and the rise of modern large-scale machine industry. Such is a general and far from complete picture of the development of the productive forces of society in the course of man's history. It will be clear that the development and improvement of the instruments of production was effected by men who were related to production, and not independently of men, and, consequently, the change and development of the instruments of production was accompanied by a change and development of men, as the most important element of the productive forces, by a change and development of their production experience, their labor skill, their ability to handle the instruments of production. In conformity with the change and development of the productive forces of society in the course of history, men's relations of production, their economic relations also changed and developed. Main types of relations of production. 5 main types of relations of production are known to history: primitive communal, slave, feudal, capitalist and socialist. The basis of the relations of production under the primitive communal system is that the means of production are socially owned. This in the main corresponds to the character of the productive forces of that period. Stone tools, and, later, the bow and arrow, precluded the possibility of men individually combating the forces of nature and beasts of prey. In order to gather the fruits of the forest, to catch fish, to build some sort of habitation, men were obliged to work in common if they did not want to die of starvation, or fall victim to beasts of prey or to neighboring societies. Labor in common led to the common ownership of the means of production, as well as of the fruits of production. Here the conception of private ownership of the means of production did not yet exist, except for the personal ownership of certain implements of production which were at the same time means of defense against beasts of prey. Here there was no exploitation, no classes. The basis of the relations of production under the slave system is that the slave owner owns the means of production, he also owns the worker in production, the slave, whom he can sell, purchase, or kill as though he were an animal. Such relations of production in the main correspond to the state of the productive forces of that period. Instead of stone tools, men now have metal tools at their command, instead of the wretched and primitive husbandry of the 84. Hunter, who knew neither pasturage nor tillage, there now appear pasturage, tillage, handicrafts, and a division of labor between these branches of production. There appears the possibility of the exchange of products between individuals and between societies, of the accumulation of wealth in the hands of a few, the actual accumulation of the means of production in the hands of a minority, and the possibility of subjugation of the majority by a minority and the conversion of the majority into slaves. Here we no longer find the common and free labor of all members of society in the production process. Here there prevails the forced labor of slaves, who are exploited by the non-laboring slave owners. Here, therefore, there is no common ownership of the means of production or of the fruits of production. It is replaced by private ownership. Here the slave owner appears as the prime and principal property owner in the full sense of the term. Rich and poor, exploiters and exploited, people with full rights and people with no rights, and a fierce class struggle between them. Such is the picture of the slave system. The basis of the relations of production under the feudal system is that the feudal lord owns the means of production and does not fully own the worker in production, the serf, whom the feudal lord can no longer kill, but whom he can buy and sell. Alongside of feudal ownership there exists individual ownership by the peasant and the handicraftsman of his implements of production and his private enterprise based on his personal labor. Such relations of production in the main correspond to the state of the productive forces of that period. Further improvements in the smelting and working of iron, the spread of the iron plough and the loom, the further development of agriculture, horticulture, viniculture, and dairying, the appearance of manufactories alongside of the handicraft workshops, such are the characteristic features of the state of the productive forces. The new productive forces demand that the laborer shall display some kind of initiative in production and an inclination for work, an interest in work. The feudal lord therefore discards the slave, as a laborer who has no interest in work and is entirely without initiative, and prefers to deal with the serf, who has his own husbandry, implements of production, and a certain interest in work essential for the cultivation of the land and for the payment in kind of a part of his harvest to the feudal lord. Here private ownership is further developed. Exploitation is nearly as severe as it was under slavery, it is only slightly mitigated. A class struggle between exploiters and exploited is the principal feature of the feudal system. The basis of the relations of production under the capitalist system is that the capitalist owns the means of production, but not the workers in production, the wage laborers, whom the capitalist can neither kill nor sell because they 85. Are personally free, but who are deprived of means of production and, in order not to die of hunger, are obliged to sell their labor power to the capitalist and to bear the yoke of exploitation. Alongside of capitalist property in the means of production, we find, at first on a wide scale, private property of the peasants and handicraftsmen in the means of production, these peasants and handicraftsmen no longer being serfs, and their private property being based on personal labor. In place of the handicraft workshops and manufactories there appear huge mills and factories equipped with machinery. In place of the manorial estates tilled by the primitive implements of production of the peasant, there now appear large capitalist farms run on scientific lines and supplied with agricultural machinery. The new productive forces require that the workers in production shall be better educated and more intelligent than the downtrodden and ignorant serfs, that they be able to understand machinery and operate it properly. Therefore, the capitalists prefer to deal with wage workers, who are free from the bonds of serfdom and who are educated enough to be able properly to operate machinery. But having developed productive forces to a tremendous extent, capitalism has become enmeshed in contradictions which it is unable to solve. By producing larger and larger quantities of commodities, and reducing their prices, capitalism intensifies competition, ruins the mass of small and medium private owners, converts them into proletarians and reduces their purchasing power, with the result that it becomes impossible to dispose of the commodities produced. On the other hand, by expanding production and concentrating millions of workers in huge mills and factories, capitalism lends the process of production a social character and thus undermines its own foundation, inasmuch as the social character of the process of production demands the social ownership of the means of production, yet the means of production remain private capitalist property, which is incompatible with the social character of the process of production. These irreconcilable contradictions between the character of the productive forces and the relations of production make themselves felt in periodical crises of overproduction, when the capitalists, finding no effective demand for their goods owing to the ruin of the mass of the population which they themselves have brought about, are compelled to burn products, destroy manufactured goods, suspend production, and destroy productive forces at a time when millions of people are forced to suffer unemployment and starvation, not because there are not enough goods, but because there is an overproduction of goods. This means that the capitalist relations of production have ceased to correspond to the state of productive forces of society and have come into irreconcilable contradiction with them. This means that capitalism is pregnant. 86. With revolution, whose mission it is to replace the existing capitalist ownership of the means of production by socialist ownership. This means that the main feature of the capitalist system is a most acute class struggle between the exploiters and the exploited. The basis of the relations of production under the socialist system, which so far has been established only in the USSR, is the social ownership of the means of production. Here there are no longer exploiters and exploited. The goods produced are distributed according to labor performed, on the principle, he who does not work, neither shall he eat. Here the mutual relations of people in the process of production are marked by comradely cooperation and the socialist mutual assistance of workers who are free from exploitation. Here the relations of production fully correspond to the state of productive forces, for the social character of the process of production is reinforced by the social ownership of the means of production. For this reason socialist production in the USSR knows no periodical crises of overproduction and their accompanying absurdities. For this reason, the productive forces here develop at an accelerated pace, for the relations of production that correspond to them offer full scope for such development. Such is the picture of the development of men's relations of production in the course of human history. Such is the dependence of the development of the relations of production on the development of the productive forces of society, and primarily, on the development of the instruments of production, the dependence by virtue of which the changes and development of the productive forces sooner or later lead to corresponding changes and development of the relations of production. The use and fabrication of instruments of labor, says Marx, although existing in the germ among certain species of animals, is specifically characteristic of the human labor process, and Franklin therefore defines man as a tool-making animal. Relics of bygone instruments of labor possess the same importance for the investigation of extinct economical forms of society, as do fossil bones for the determination of extinct species of animals. It is not the articles made, but how they are made that enables us to distinguish different economical epochs. Instruments of labor not only supply a standard of the degree of development to which human labor has attained, but they are also indicators of the social conditions under which that labor is carried on. And further, social relations are closely bound up with productive forces. In acquiring new productive forces, men change their mode of production, and in changing their mode of production, in changing the way of earning their living, they change all their social relations. The hand mill gives you society with the feudal. 87. Lord, the steam mill, society with the industrial capitalist. There is a continual movement of growth in productive forces, of destruction in social relations, of formation in ideas. The only immutable thing is the abstraction of movement. Speaking of historical materialism as formulated in the Communist Manifesto, Engels says, economic production and the structure of society of every historical epoch necessarily arising therefrom constitute the foundation for the political and intellectual history of that epoch. Consequently, all history has been a history of class struggles, of struggles between exploited and exploiting, between dominated and dominating classes at various stages of social development. This struggle, however, has now reached a stage where the exploited and oppressed class can no longer emancipate itself from the class which exploits and oppresses it, without at the same time forever freeing the whole of society from exploitation, oppression, and class struggles. D. The third feature of production. The third feature of production is that the rise of new productive forces and of the relations of production corresponding to them does not take place separately from the old system, after the disappearance of the old system, but within the old system. It takes place not as a result of the deliberate and conscious activity of man, but spontaneously, unconsciously, independently of the will of man. It takes place spontaneously and independently of the will of man for two reasons. Firstly, because men are not free to choose one mode of production or another, because as every new generation enters life it finds productive forces and relations of production already existing as the result of the work of former generations, owing to which it is obliged at first to accept and adapt itself to everything it finds ready-made in the sphere of production in order to be able to produce material values. Secondly, because, when improving one instrument of production or another, one clement of the productive forces or another, men do not realize, do not understand or stop to reflect what social results these improvements will lead to, but only think of their everyday interests, of lightening their labor and of securing some direct and tangible advantage for themselves. When, gradually and gropingly, certain members of primitive communal society passed from the use of stone tools to the use of iron tools, they, of course, did not know and did not stop to reflect what social results this 88 innovation would lead to. They did not understand or realize that the change to metal tools meant a revolution in production, that it would in the long run lead to the slave system. They simply wanted to lighten their labor and secure an immediate and tangible advantage. Their conscious activity was confined within the narrow bounds of this everyday personal interest. When, in the period of the feudal system, the young bourgeoisie of Europe began to erect, alongside of the small guild workshops, large manufactories, and thus advance the productive forces of society, it, of course, did not know and did not stop to reflect what social consequences this innovation would lead to. It did not realize or understand that this small innovation would lead to a regrouping of social forces which was to end in a revolution both against the power of kings, whose favors it so highly valued, and against the nobility, to whose ranks its foremost representatives not infrequently aspired. It simply wanted to lower the cost of producing goods, to throw larger quantities of goods on the markets of Asia and of recently discovered America, and to make bigger profits. Its conscious activity was confined within the narrow bounds of this commonplace practical aim. When the Russian capitalists, in conjunction with foreign capitalists, energetically implanted modern large-scale machine industry in Russia, while leaving Tsardom intact and turning the peasants over to the tender mercies of the landlords, they, of course, did not know and did not stop to reflect what social consequences this extensive growth of productive forces would lead to. They did not realize or understand that this big leap in the realm of the productive forces of society would lead to a regrouping of social forces that would enable the proletariat to effect a union with the peasantry and to bring about a victorious socialist revolution. They simply wanted to expand industrial production to the limit, to gain control of the huge home market, to become monopolists, and to squeeze as much profit as possible out of the national economy. Their conscious activity did not extend beyond their commonplace, strictly practical interests. Accordingly, Marx says, in the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. This, however, does not mean that changes in the relations of production, and the transition from old relations of production to new relations of production proceed smoothly, without conflicts, without upheavals. On the contrary, such a transition usually takes place by means of the revolutionary overthrow of the old relations of production and the establishment of new relations of 89. Production. Up to a certain period, the development of the productive forces and the changes in the realm of the relations of production proceed spontaneously independently of the will of men. But that is so only up to a certain moment, until the new and developing productive forces have reached a proper state of maturity. After the new productive forces have matured, the existing relations of production and their upholders, the ruling classes, become that insuperable obstacle which can only be removed by the conscious action of the new classes, by the forcible acts of these classes, by revolution. Here there stands out in bold relief the tremendous role of new social ideas, of new political institutions, of a new political power, whose mission it is to abolish by force the old relations of production. Out of the conflict between the new productive forces and the old relations of production, out of the new economic demands of society, there arise new social ideas. The new ideas organize and mobilize the masses become welded into a new political army, create a new revolutionary power, and make use of it to abolish by force the old system of relations of production, and to firmly establish the new system. The spontaneous process of development yields place to the conscious actions of men, peaceful development to violent upheaval, evolution to revolution. The proletariat, says Marx, during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class. By means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production. And further, the proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of productive forces as rapidly as possible. Force is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one. Here is the formulation, a formulation of genius, of the essence of historical materialism given by Marx in 1859 in his historic preface to his famous book, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production which correspond to a definite stage of development of their material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the social, political and 90. Intellectual life process in general. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their being, but, on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of their development, the material productive forces of society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or, what is but a legal expression for the same thing, with the property relations within which they have been at work hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an epoch of social revolution. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. In considering such transformations, a distinction should always be made between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must be explained rather from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social productive forces and the relations of production. No social order ever perishes before all the productive forces for which there is room in it have developed, and new, higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society itself. Therefore mankind always sets itself only such tasks as it can solve, since looking at the matter more closely, it will always be found that the task itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. B. Theory. Let me start with a disclaimer. It is that Marx and Engels did not generally write extensively on what would later become known as social oppression. But, they were opposed to racism and sexism as being divisive in the working class struggle. Whilst class is always a constant fundamental factor in the social question, this did not mean that they ignored or downplayed the importance of the struggle of the oppressed independent of the working class struggle. This is important, because by the end of the 20th century, when the USSR collapsed and nationalist rivalries tore apart Yugoslavia, it was common for mainstream critics to level the accusation at Marxism that it tended to ignore or downplay nationalism, which was seen as a more powerful ideological impulse than class solidarity and socialism. The failure of the Stalinist movement to adequately deal 91. With issues of gender oppression led to the emergence of a feminism in the 1960s which was often hostile to old left socialist politics. Oppression, the result of this self-perpetuating form of interactive constraint, is a situation in which the apparent social consensus, the culturally shared and expected analog of reality, would come into unresolved conflict with experience-based emotionally informed assessments of reality made by the individual. This illustrates an interesting relationship between the existence of objective reality and experience of oppression. Not that oppression is caused by or causes lack of objectivity in the structuring of shared cognitive norms, but that they coincide as part of the same pattern of reality. Oppression is an interactive phenomenon. It is felt, or sensed by the input of emotion, which precedes interpretation. The intellectual sense of harmony and elegance can guide the interpretation of those who dare to interpret, moving feeling into perception, or intellectual awareness, and one has consciousness of oppression. Oppression does not exist only in the individual's mind or in the world external to the mind of the oppressed individual, but in the abstract epistemological relationship of self to context and to interpretation and expression, and it has an effect on the individual independent of whether the individual successfully analyzes the situation and conceives of it as an oppressive one. Inequality, a dimension of oppression created by the competitive exerting of control, does not mean that the most successful oppressor-controller wins. No one is free. This is the essence of fluid essentialism, a conceptualization of oppression without a class of culprits who are successfully oppressing to their own benefit. Patriarchal oppression is characterized as an immobilization contest in which men compete with each other in an attempt to paralyze and rigidify the behavior of as many people as possible. The winners are significantly less tightly constrained than the losers, but are nevertheless considerably more immobilized themselves than they would be in the absence of this enterprise. The interactive processes of patriarchal oppression explain and are explained by the specific system of shared belief and concepts which delineate patriarchal society. Although all human social activity is constrained in certain universal ways, and presumably any social system would come with its own specific forms of interactive constraint, the patriarchal system happens to be a constraining system which limits interaction and communication in such a way as to create and maintain inflexibility, which is experienced as oppression. I have been describing constraint in gender-neutral terms, but the specific pattern of oppressive constraint is necessarily gender-specific. That is, the value system of patriarchy constructs the experience of and meaning of emotion differently for men and women, diverting the currents of sexual expression into differently constrained patterns in such a way that the desire to express sexuality is harnessed to polarized concepts of sexual viability. The operation of patriarchal constraint focuses on us sexually. It works by polarizing society by gender, defining the genders rigidly according to sex-appropriate behavior, and then tying the intensity of sexuality to these constraints. Systems of oppression. Let us examine 5 types of injustices that are involved in oppression: distributive injustice, procedural injustice, retributive injustice, moral exclusion, and cultural imperialism. To identify which groups of people are oppressed and what forms their oppression takes, each of these 5 types of injustice should be examined. 1. Distributive injustice. Under this heading, I shall briefly consider the distribution of 4 types of capital: consumption, investment, skill, and social consumption. Capital is usually thought of as standard of living. In industrial societies, this is very much related to income. It includes the amounts and types of food and water, housing, clothing, healthcare, education, physical mobility, recreation, and services that are available to members of a group. Clearly, there are gross differences in income and standard living among the different nations, among the different ethnic groups within nations, among the different classes, and between the sexes. For example, compare Sudan with Canada, African Americans with Euro-Americans, employees of General Motors and its executives, males and females. Sen, for example, writes, women tend in general to fare quite badly in relative terms compared to men, even within the same families. This is reflected not only in such matters as education and opportunity to develop talents, but also in the more elementary fields of nutrition, health, and survival. He estimated that there are more than 100 million missing women, in Asia and North Africa, as a result of the unequal deprivations they suffer, compared to men. In other words, the survival rates of women compared to men is considerably lower than could be expected when these are compared to the 93. Relative survival rates of men and women in Europe, North America, and Sub-Saharan Africa, where the differences in consumption capital available to males and females is not as unequal. Investment capital is what people use to create more capital. Income is related to consumption capital and, also, wealth, which in turn, is related to investment capital. Generally, wealth is distributed more unequally than income. The inequalities among nations, within nations, among ethnic groups, among the social classes, between the physically impaired and unimpaired, and between the sexes are apt to be considerably greater with regard to investment than consumption capital. In 1992 in the US, the top 1% of the population possessed 45.6% of the financial assets while the bottom 80% had only 7.8%, and this discrepancy has undoubtedly increased since then. Skill capital is the specialized knowledge, social and work skills, as well as the various forms of intelligence and credentials that are developed as a result of education and training and experiences in one's family, community, and work settings. As Per Uxie and Wisong point out, the most important source of skill capital in today's society is located in the elite universities that provide the credentials for the privileged class. For example, the path into corporate law with six-figure salaries and million-dollar partnerships is provided by about 24 elite law schools where children of the privileged class enroll. Similar patterns exist for medical school graduates, research scientists, and those holding professional degrees in management and business. People in high-income and wealth-producing professions will seek to protect the market value not only for themselves, but also for their children, who will enter similar fields. It is evident that those in non-privileged groups in many societies will have much less opportunity to enter elite universities and to acquire the skills and credentials which would have high market value. Social capital is the network of social ties, which can provide information and access to jobs and to the means of acquiring the other forms of capital, as well as emotional and financial support. It is the linkage that one has or does not have to organizational power, prestige, and opportunities. The social capital that one can acquire and maintain is affected by such factors as one's family's social class, membership in particular ethnic and religious groups, age, sex, physical disability, and sexual orientation. In most societies, the ability to acquire and maintain social capital by those who are underclass or working class, disabled, elderly, members of minority, ethnic, religious of racial groups, or women is considerably more limited than the dominant groups. Personality, undoubtedly, also plays a role. One could expect that individuals who are ambitious, sociable, 94, intelligent, and personally attractive will acquire more social capital than those who are not. To sum up this section on distributive justice, every type of system from a society to a family distributes benefits, costs, and harms. One can examine the different forms of capital and such benefits as income, education, healthcare, police protection, housing, and water supplies, and such harms as accidents, rapes, physical attacks, imprisonment, death, and rat bites, and see how they are distributed among categories of people, rich versus poor, males versus females, employers versus employees, whites versus blacks, heterosexuals versus homosexuals, police officers versus teachers, adults versus children. Such examination reveals gross disparities in distribution of one or another benefit or harm received by the categories of people involved. Thus, blacks generally received fewer benefits and more harm than whites in the United States. In most parts of the world, female children are less likely than male children to receive as much education or inherit parental property, and they are more likely to suffer from sexual abuse. 2. Procedural injustice. In addition to assessing the fairness of the distribution of outcomes, individuals judge the fairness of the procedures that determine the outcomes. Research evidence indicates that fair treatment and procedure are a more pervasive concern to most people than fair outcomes. Fair procedures are psychologically important, because they encourage the assumption that they give rise to fair outcomes in the present and will also in the future. In some situations, where it is not clear what fair outcomes should be, fair procedures are the best guarantee that the decision about outcomes is made fairly. Research indicates that one is less apt to feel committed to authorities, organizations, social policies, and governmental rules and regulations if the procedures associated within them are considered unfair. Also, people feel affirmed if the procedures to which they are subjected treat them with the respect and dignity they feel is their due. If so treated, it is easier for them to accept a disappointing outcome. Questions with regard to the justice of procedures can arise in various ways. Let us consider, for example, evaluation of teacher performance in a school. Some questions immediately come to mind: who has voice or representation in determining whether such evaluation is necessary? How are the evaluations to be conducted? Who conducts them? What is to be evaluated? What kind of information is collected? How is its accuracy and validity ascertained? How are its consistency and reliability determined? What methods of preventing incompetence or bias in collecting and processing information are employed? 95. Who constitutes the groups that organize the evaluations, draw conclusions, make recommendations, and make decisions? What roles do teachers, administrators, parents, students, and outside experts have in the procedures? How are the ethicality, considerateness, and dignity of the process protected? Implicit in these questions are some values with regard to procedural justice. One wants procedures that generate relevant, unbiased, accurate, consistent, reliable, competent, and valid information and decisions, as well as polite, dignified, and respectful behavior in carrying out the procedures. Also, voice and representation in the processes and decisions related to the evaluation are considered desirable by those directly affected by the decision. In effect, fair procedures yield good information for use in the decision-making processes as well as voice in the processes for those affected by them, and considerate treatment as the procedures are being implemented. One can probe a system to determine whether it offers fair procedures to all. Are all categories of people treated with politeness, dignity, and respect by judges, police, teachers, administrators, employers, bankers, politicians, and others in authority? Are some but not others allowed to have a voice and representation, as well as adequate information, in the processes and decisions that affect them? It is evident that those people and groups with more capital are more likely to have access to political leaders and to be treated with more respect by the police, judges, and other authority than those with less capital. Also, their ability to have voice in matters that affect them are considerably greater. 3. Retributive injustice. Retributive injustice is concerned with the behavior and attitudes of people, especially those in authority, in response to moral rule breaking. One may ask, are crimes by different categories of people less likely to be viewed as crimes, to result in an arrest, to be brought to trial, to result in conviction, to lead to punishment or imprisonment or the death penalty, and so on? Considerable disparity is apparent between how robber barons and ordinary robbers are treated by the criminal justice system, between manufacturers who knowingly sell injurious products and those who negligently cause an accident. Similarly, almost every comparison of the treatment of black and white criminal offenders indicate that, if there is a difference, blacks receive worse treatment. 4. Moral exclusion. Moral exclusion refers to who is and is not entitled to fair outcomes and fair treatment by inclusion or lack of inclusion in one's moral community. 96. Albert Schweitzer included all living creatures in his moral community, and some Buddhists include all of nature. Most of us define a more limited moral community. Individuals and groups who are outside the boundary in which considerations of fairness apply may be treated in ways that would be considered immoral if people within the boundary were so treated. Consider the situation in Bosnia. Prior to the breakup of Yugoslavia, the Serbs, Muslims, and Croats in Bosnia were more or less part of one moral community and treated one another with some degree of civility. After the start of civil strife, vilification of other ethnic groups became a political tool, and it led to excluding others from one's moral community. As a consequence, the various ethnic groups committed the most barbaric atrocities against one another. The same thing happened with the Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda and Burundi. At various periods in history and in different societies, groups and individuals have been treated inhumanly by other humans, slaves by their masters, natives by colonialists, blacks by whites, Jews by Nazis, women by men, children by adults, the physically disabled by those who are not, homosexuals by heterosexuals, political dissidents by political authorities, and one ethnic or religious group by another. When a system is under stress, are there differences in how categories of people are treated? Are some people more apt to lose their jobs, be excluded from obtaining scarce resources, or be scapegoated and victimized? During periods of economic depression, social upheaval, civil strife, and war, frustrations are often channeled to exclude some groups from the treatment normatively expected from other in the same moral community. Moral exclusion is perhaps the most dangerous form of oppression. It has led to genocide against the Jews and Gypsies by the Nazis, the Turkish genocide of the Armenians, the Auto-genocide by the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, the mass killings of the political opposition by the Argentinian generals, to widespread terrorism against civilians by various terrorist groups, to the enslavement of many Africans, to mention only a few examples of the consequences of moral exclusion. Lesser forms of moral exclusions, marginalization, occur also against whole categories of people, women, the physically impaired, the elderly, and various ethnic, religious, and racial groups in many societies where barriers prevent them from full participation in the political, economic, and social life of their societies. The results of these barriers are not only material deprivation but also disrespectful, demeaning, and arbitrary treatment as well as decreased opportunity to develop and employ their individual talents. For extensive 97. Research and writing in this area, the work of Susan Apato, a leading scholar in this area. 5. Cultural imperialism. Cultural imperialism involves the universalization of a dominant group's experience and culture and establishing it as the norm. Those living under cultural imperialism find themselves defined by the dominant others. As Young points out, consequently, the differences of women from men, American Indians or Africans from Europeans, Jews from Christians, becomes reconstructed as deviance and inferiority. To the extent that women, Africans, Jews, Muslims, homosexuals, etc. must interact with the dominant group whose culture mainly provides stereotyped images of them, they are often under pressure to conform to and internalize the dominant group's images of their group. Culturally dominated groups often experience themselves as having a double identity, one defined by the dominant group and the other coming from membership in one's own group. Thus, in my childhood, adult African Americans were often called boy by members of the dominant white groups, but within their own group, they might be respected ministers and wage earners. Culturally subordinated groups are often able to maintain their own culture because they are segregated from the dominant group and have many interactions within their own group, which are invisible to the dominant group. In such contexts, the subordinated culture commonly reacts to the dominant culture with mockery and hostility fueled by their sense of injustice and of victimization. Maintaining oppression. Factors that contribute to the maintenance of oppression are, x. the superior power of the dominant group, x. the social production of meaning in the service of legitimating oppression, x. the self-fulfilling prophecies arising from oppression, and x. the distorted relationship between the oppressed and the oppressor. The superior power of the oppressor. Elsewhere, I have discussed different forms of power, as have many others. Although this form of competitive power is much emphasized in discussions of power, another form of power is equally important, cooperative power, where it is to the benefit of each other, if the other's power 98 is enhanced. Here, I am focusing on the power to control, dominate, or exploit another person, group, or nation whose power is not sufficient to prevent such domination or exploitation. Such resources as wealth, status, size, weapons, intelligence, knowledge, organizational skill, internal unity, respect, affection, allies, and a reputation of being powerful are some of the bases of power. Effective power depends not only on the control or possession of resources to generate power but also upon the motivation to employ these resources to influence others, skill in converting these resources to usable power, and good judgment in employing this power so that its use is appropriate in type and magnitude to the situation in which is it used. It is evident that a group's possession of high effective power increases its chances of getting what it desires. Therefore, one would expect that the members of high-power groups would be more satisfied with their groups and more intent on preserving the status quo than members of low-power groups. Given this asymmetry in power and satisfactions, it also could be expected that pressures for change in the power relations is most apt to come from low-power groups. The question naturally arises, how do high-power groups use their power to prevent or contain such pressure from low-power groups? There are several basic ways: control over the instruments of systematic terror and of their use, control over the state which establishes and enforces the laws, rules, and procedures which regulate the social institutions of the society, control over the institutions which socialize and indoctrinate people to accept the power inequalities, and interactive power in which there are repeated individual behaviors by those who are more powerful which confirm the subordinate status of those in low power. In addition, there are the self-fulfilling prophecies in which the behavior of the oppressed, resulting from their oppression, are used by the oppressor to justify the oppression, and the distorted relation between the oppressor and the oppressed. Systematic terror. As Sidonius and Prato point out, in their excellent book Social Dominance, systematic terror can be official, semi-official, or unofficial. Official terror is the public and legally sanctioned violence and threat of violence by organs of the state toward members of a subordinate group. Semi-official terror is the violence or intimidation carried out by officials of the state but not legally sanctioned by the state, while unofficial terror is perpetrated by private individuals from dominant groups, often illegally. 99. With the tacit approval of public officials. Systematic terror may not be necessary to keep a subordinated group in its place, if the subordinated group thinks the social institutions controlled by the dominant group, as well as their daily interactions with its members, are tolerable. Or, it might be that their socialization and indoctrination by the social institutions controlled by the powerful, have led them to accept and internalize the values and ideology of the dominant group. Even so, a harsh, dominant group in a totalitarian society may find it expedient, as well as self-affirming, to keep salient the potential of systematic terror, through its occasional, arbitrary, use to encourage the continued internalization of its values by the subordinate group and the toleration of the injustices it is experiencing. Control over the state. In a self-reinforcing cycle, the powerful in any society control the state, and control of the state increases the power of those who control it. In the United States and other Western democracies, large corporations and wealthy individuals are the primary funders of political campaigns, political parties, and political candidates. They also own and control most of the mass media. Additionally, they provide the support for most of the private policy planning network, the think tanks, research institutes, policy discussion groups, and foundations which help to set the national policy agenda and to establish policy priorities. The result is an immense bias in the political system favoring large corporations and the economically privileged in the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of the government. The effects of this bias are evidenced in which groups experience the various forms of injustice described earlier in this paper. In the United States, it is apparent that such minorities as African Americans, Hispanics, Native Americans, the physically impaired, single mothers, and children have relatively little power and are more likely to be poor and to suffer the other injustices associated with poverty. At the global level, a similar process occurs. The large multinational corporations, the more powerful nations, and wealthy investors are able to influence the processes and practices affecting international trade, aid, and investment to their own advantage and, often, to the detriment of the people in third world states. control over socialization and indoctrination. The development of discontent among the disadvantaged and outrage among the oppressed are often aborted by the socialization and indoctrination institutions of society. The family, school, religious institutions, state, and the media socialize and indoctrinate the oppressed to obey authority and to keep them aware that punishment for disobedience will be severe, to view the 100 disadvantages they suffer as legitimate, or to have faith that they will be compensated for them in the afterlife. The rewards and punishments in the here and now, as well as the afterlife, for acceptance or challenging authority and the status quo are presented vividly and repeatedly in both the myths and practices of the society and its indoctrinating institutions. Interactive power. This form of power has been defined by Harvey as the power to take the initiative in a relationship, in beginning or ending a relationship, and in insisting on its being modified, and in taking a number of communication initiatives like the power to begin or end a specific contact, to insist on being listened to and on being given answer to reasonable and pertinent questions. The socially privileged, typically, assume that they have the right to control the interactions in their relationship with members of subordinated groups. Challenging this assumption can be risky for a subordinate and, as a consequence, they usually go unchallenged. The repeated, everyday experience of being treated as an inferior produces a public image of being an inferior, which may be internalized as an image of self-inferiority. In the socially privileged, in contrast, such interactions will produce a public image of superiority and a corresponding self-image. Such non-egalitarian everyday interactions between the socially dominant and the oppressed help to keep the system of oppression in place by the public images and self-images they produce and perpetuate. Social production of meaning in the service of legitimating oppression. Under this heading, we will provide some illustrations of how the various institutions of society and facets of its culture implicitly proclaim the superiority of the oppressor's identity. Deutsch, 1973, 102-3. The oppressors use history, the law of nature, the will of God, science, the criteria of art, and language as well as the social institutions of society to legitimize their superiority and to ignore or minimize the identity of the oppressed. Some illustrations follow. The Declaration of Independence starts with "We the people," but the "we" did not include Native Americans, slaves, women, or youths. History, as it appears in the textbooks, is mainly a series of events that involve great men such as conquerors, kings, presidents, or successful revolutionary leaders. They were the winners. The losers, if mentioned, are usually presented in a derogatory manner. The history of women, African Americans, Native Americans, children, the aged, homosexuals, the physically 101 challenged, and other minority groups are too insignificant to be noted except as problems. The pseudoscientific social Darwinism eagerly misapplied such ideas as survival of the fittest, hereditary determinism, and stages of evolution to the relations between different human social groups, classes and nations, as well as social races, to justify existing exploitative social relations and to rationalize imperialist policies. The rich and powerful were biologically superior. They had achieved their positions as a result of natural selection. It would be against nature to interfere with the inequality and suffering of the poor and weak. Imperialism was patriotism in a race endowed with the genius for empire, for those superior peoples meant to lead inferior peoples. All the large-scale religions share the belief in female inferiority. God, according to the Christian tradition, made man in his own image, while a woman is a mere reflection of man. In Hinduism, women are not even eligible for salvation, they must await for another incarnation. In Islam, the testimony of a woman is worth only half that of a man. Every day, the Orthodox Jewish male thanks God for not having made him a woman. According to Pope John Paul II, women are not allowed to be priests because this would be contrary to both their humanity and femininity. The behavioral and social sciences have often legitimized the oppressor's claim to superiority. Well-known psychologists have used the results of intelligence testing to proclaim that African Americans, Jews, Eastern Europeans, and people from the Mediterranean area are inferior to Anglo-Saxons. Piaget and Kohlberg indicated that women have a less developed moral judgment than men. Sociologists have considered the lower classes to be pathological. Anthropologists have employed the term primitive to characterize indigenous societies. Psychiatrists have considered homosexuality to be a mental disease, women to suffer from penis envy, and that children were fantasizing their abuses. The historians of art, music, and literature have much neglected the contributions of women and have frequently credited their works to men. Art and literature are created by the dominators. African art is primitive art, even though copied by Picasso. Gays write homosexual novels, and female film directors produce women movies. It has long been accepted for minority artists and performers to work in their own group's genre, for example, for blacks to create and perform jazz music. Only recently have blacks been permitted to express themselves in the higher genres of classical music, ballet, or opera. 102. Contribution of self-fulfilling prophecies to the maintenance of oppression. The myths of moral, intellectual, or motivational superiority of the oppressor, which often are used to legitimize the subordination of oppressed groups, are typically supported by self-fulfilling prophecies. As Sidonius and Prato point out, societies are set up in ways that make life relatively easy for dominants and relatively difficult for subordinates. Subordinated groups are less likely to live in circumstances which encourage and stimulate the development of one's intellectual potential, which foster the motivation to be ambitious and to achieve economic success, which motivate conformity to the social norms against deviant and criminal behavior, which foster intragroup cohesiveness, and which contribute to the development of physical and mental health. These deficiencies resulting from oppression support the mythology and stereotypes promulgated by the oppressor and, in a self-fulfilling prophecy, enable the dominant to justify their oppression by characterizing the oppressed as being dumb, lazy, or immoral. Of course, there are oppressed groups who do not fit these stereotypes. Such groups, which have high intellectual and economic attainments as well as much intragroup cohesiveness, are often viewed as potential competitors. They are stereotyped as cunning, deceitful, overly ambitious, and clannish. These groups tend to be morally excluded or marginalized so that they have only restricted or limited participation in the important institutions of society: political, legal, educational, etc. They tend to be segregated from the dominant group and their economic activities are primarily in stigmatized occupations, and often they have to be very ambitious, cunning, and clannish to survive and thrive. As I have suggested elsewhere, these groups are seen as potential competitive threats to the dominant group, and the responses to such threats often take the forms of intolerance, exclusion, or extermination. Distorted relationship between the oppressed and the oppressor. The oppressed. Imagine the situation of an oppressed or abused child, wife, employee, or citizen. Each is in some critical way dependent upon the oppressor: the parent, the husband, the employer, and the governing undemocratic power. Suppose the oppressed has needs or desires of which the oppressor strongly disapproves or only allows their expression in distorted, dissatisfying, self-abusive forms. The reaction of the oppressed is apt to be one of frustration. 103. Anger, and anxiety if the oppressor indicates, even subtly, that the oppressed will be severely punished if the oppressed expresses her desires, frustrations, or anger. One way of reducing the anxiety aroused by the temptations to manifest the forbidden desires is to build an internal barrier to their expression by internalizing the threat through identification with the oppressor. Doing so leads, at one level, to guilt and self-hatred for having these desires. At a deeper level, it leads to guilt and self-hatred for abandoning one's self, as well as rage and a sense of moral superiority toward the oppressor who is responsible for this abandonment. As a result of these processes, submission and obedience to the oppressor, as well as depression, are commonly found among the oppressed when they are interacting with oppressors or when they are in oppressive situations. However, it should be recognized that many who experience oppression in some aspects of their life do not necessarily experience it in other aspects, so that they are not necessarily submissive, and depressed personalities racked by guilt, self-hatred, and rage in all situations. Damage to the personalities of oppressed people will be limited, even when exposed to pervasive oppression, if they are also part of a supportive, cohesive community whose values oppose oppression. The oppressor. If we were to examine the oppressors psychologically, the child abusers, the husbands who batter their wives, brutal bosses, and political tyrants, I believe that we would find that the oppressors need the oppressed. Their need to control and dominate the other, their intolerance of the autonomy of the other, makes them dependent upon having vulnerable, weaker others for the definition of their own power. Their own deep sense of vulnerability leads to strong needs both to deny one's vulnerability and to have the power to control those who are vulnerable or can be made to be more vulnerable. The oppressor needs to be able to make demands, which are arbitrary and unreasonable, so that the obedience of the oppressed is due to the oppressor's power and not to the agreement of the oppressed. The oppressor's intolerance of the autonomy of the oppressed is neither idle nor freely chosen, it is a function of dependence on the vulnerable others for the definition of his or her own power. One can, of course, be more powerful in a relationship without being an oppressor. Power can be used for the other rather than against the other. 104. Psychodynamic relationship between the oppressor and the oppressed. There are structural similarities between the sadomasochistic and the oppressor-oppressed relationship. Each side of the relationship has some of the latent qualities of the other side. The sadist, when he is whipping the masochist, is also whipping himself. The oppressor, when he is controlling the oppressed, is controlling himself. The masochistic, when whipped, is also having the sadist within himself punished. Similarly, the oppressed who is being controlled is also having his rage controlled. It seems obvious that not all oppressors have oppressive personalities, nor do all the oppressed have oppressed personalities, in the sense that they do not consistently prefer and seek out relationships where they can be the oppressors or the oppressed. Nevertheless, I suggest that in any long-standing oppressive relationship, both the psychodynamics within its participants as well as social expectations will contribute to its persistence and resistance to change. Thus, in Afghanistan, many wives will continue to wear burqas and also to believe that their husbands have the right to beat them if they disobey them. I conclude this section of my discussion by stating that any attempt to end long-enduring oppressive relations will have to address the psychodynamic issues which lead people to resist changing unhappy but familiar relationships. Some of the anxieties and fears that have to be addressed for the oppressed and oppressor are: 1. Both feel anxious in the face of the unknown. They believe that they will be foolish, humiliated, or helpless, in a new unclear relationship. 2. Both fear the guilt and self-contempt for their roles in maintaining the oppressive relationship. 3. The oppressed fears that their rage will be unleashed, the oppressor is in terror of this rage. 4. Both fear punishment, if they change, the oppressed from the oppressor from the oppressed and other oppressors, and 5. Both anticipate loss from the change. The oppressed will lose their sense of moral superiority and the excuses of victimhood. The oppressor will lose the respect and material benefits associated with being more powerful. In sum, oppression is seldom pointless. The problem is we too easily get caught up in the discussion of who is doing what, instead of paying attention to the effects as a whole. It won't matter what labels we apply to those who run the system, nor their names. Nor is it really necessary to examine all the various mechanisms of oppression and their plans. All we need to know is they plan to grab more power and wealth in such a way as to make executing their dreams 105. Less inconvenient, which typically means reducing resistance from those they intend to oppress. Chapter 3. Neoliberalism and Imperialism. Global Violence as Oppression. Overview. Essential to imperialist domination is violence. Imperialism, the most brutal form of exploitation, oppression, and subjugation, is the primary source of violence in the world. It fights with every means at its disposal. Imperialists will use whatever they have to maintain their class position. Under extreme conditions, mass sentiment and action can make the government forego extreme measures. This does not mean that we should ideologically disarm the people with the illusion of social peace with the imperialists. We should not mystify this word violence. The arms trade, war, and conflict, and institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, and the World Trade Organization persist in exploitation and endorsement of imperialism, strengthening the previous history of colonialism, fueling conflict between tribes and enhancing the conditions for social injustice. Hence, violence is hunger, racism, exploitation, oppression, and destruction of culture, enslavement and the slaughter of human life that will occur as long as the imperialist system exists. Many so-called revolutionaries and progressives see that a primary task is to have peaceful relations with the capitalist class and from such a relationship proceed to make fundamental changes in the world. We regard this idea as delusion and capitulation on the part of those promoting social peace. Certainly we are for 108. Peace, peace between people and their governments, between nations. But not peace based on violence, as a peace with imperialists would most certainly be. Historical review of the violence of neoliberal imperialism. Let us open with the perception of imperialist warfarism by Rosa Luxemburg. No less dramatic is Rosa Luxemburg's perception of the economic role of militarism in the historical globalization of the market economy. Militarism fulfills a quite definite function in the history of capital, accompanying as it does every historical phase of accumulation. It plays a decisive part in the first stages of European capitalism, in the period of the so-called primitive accumulation, as a means of conquering the New World and the spice-producing countries of India. Later, it is employed to subject the modern colonies, to destroy the social organizations of primitive societies so that their means of production may be appropriated, forcibly to introduce commodity trade in countries where the social structure had been unfavorable to it, and to turn the natives into a proletariat by compelling them to work for wages in the colonies. It is responsible for the creation and expansion of spheres of interest for European capital in non-European regions, for extorting railway concessions in backward countries, and for enforcing the claims of European capital as international lender. Finally, militarism is a weapon in the competitive struggle between capitalist countries for areas of non-capitalist civilization. The drive for world supremacy by the USA and Europe has been clothed in the rhetoric of world leadership. The consequences have been devastating for the peoples targeted. The biggest, longest, and most numerous wars have been carried out by the United States. Presidents from both parties direct and preside over this quest for world power. The ideology which informs imperialism varies from anti-communism in the past to anti-terrorism today. Washington's drive for world domination has used and combined many forms of warfare, including military invasions and occupations, proxy mercenary armies and military coups, financing political parties, NGOs, and street mobs to overthrow duly constituted governments. The driving forces in the imperial state, behind the quest for world power, vary with the geographic location and social-economic composition of the targeted countries. What is clear from an analysis of U.S. empire building over the last half-century is the relative decline of economic interests, and the rise of politico. 109. Military considerations. In part this is because of the demise of the collectivist regimes and the conversion of China and the leftist Asian, African, and Latin American regimes to capitalism. The decline of economic forces as the driving force of imperialism is a result of the advent of global neoliberalism. Most US and EU multinationals are not threatened by nationalizations or expropriations, which might trigger imperial state political intervention. In fact, MNC are invited to invest, trade and exploit natural resources even by post-neoliberal regimes. Economic interests come into play in formulating imperial state policies, if and when nationalist regimes emerge and challenge US MNC, as is the case in Venezuela under President Chavez. The key to US empire building over the past half-century is found in the political, military, and ideological power configurations which have come to control the levers of the imperial state. The recent history of U.S. imperial wars has demonstrated that strategic military priorities, military bases, budgets, and bureaucracy have expanded far beyond any localized economic interests of MNC. Moreover, the vast expenditures and long-term and expensive military interventions of the U.S. imperial state in the Middle East has been at the behest of Israel. The takeover of strategic political positions in the executive branch and Congress by the powerful Zionist power configuration within the U.S. has reinforced the centrality of military over economic interests. The privatization of imperial wars, the vast growth and use of mercenaries contracted by the Pentagon, has led to the vast pillage of tens of billions of dollars from the U.S. Treasury. Large-scale corporations which supply mercenary military competence have become a very influential force shaping the nature and consequences of U.S. empire building. Military strategists, defenders of Israeli colonial interests in the Middle East, mercenary military and intelligence corporations are central actors in the imperial state, and it is their decision-making influence which explains why U.S. imperial wars do not result in a politically stable, economic prosperous empire. Instead, their policies have resulted in unstable, ravaged economies, in perpetual rebellion. We will proceed by identifying the changing areas and regions of U.S. empire building from the mid-1970s to the present. We then examine the methods, driving forces, and outcomes of imperial expansion. We will then turn to describe the current geopolitical map of empire building and the varied nature of the anti-imperialist resistance. We will conclude by examining the why and how of empire building, and more particularly, the consequences and results of a half-century of U.S. imperial expansion. 110. America's omnipresent war ethos. War on drugs. War on poverty. War in Afghanistan. War in Iraq. War on terror. The biggest mistake in American policy, foreign and domestic, is looking at everything as war. When a war mentality takes over, it chooses the weapons and tactics for you. It limits the terms of debate before you even begin. It answers questions before they're even asked. When you define something as war, it dictates the use of the military as the primary instruments of policy. Violence becomes the means of decision, total victory the goal. Anyone who suggests otherwise is labeled a dreamer, an appeaser, or even a traitor. War, in short, is the great simplifier, and it may even work when you're fighting existential military threats. But it doesn't work when you define every problem as an existential one and then make war on complex societal problems or ideas and religious beliefs. Consider the Afghan War, not the one in the 1980s when Washington funneled money and arms to the fundamentalist Mujahideen to inflict on the Soviet Union a Vietnam-style quagmire, but the more recent phase that began soon after September 11. Keep in mind that what launched it were those attacks by 19 hijackers representing a modest-sized organization lacking the slightest resemblance to a nation, state, or government. There was as well, of course, the fundamentalist Taliban movement that then controlled much of Afghanistan. It had emerged from the rubble of our previous war there and had provided support and sanctuary, though somewhat grudgingly, to Osama bin Laden. With images of those collapsing towers in New York burned into America's collective consciousness, the idea that the U.S. might respond with an international policing action aimed at taking criminals off the global streets was instantly banished from discussion. What arose in the minds of the Bush administration's top officials instead was vengeance via a full-scale, global, and generational war on terror. Its thoroughly militarized goal was not just to eliminate Al-Qaeda but any terror outfits anywhere on Earth, even as the U.S. embarked on a full-fledged experiment in violent nation-building in Afghanistan. More than 13 dismal years later, that Afghan war-come experiment is ongoing at staggering expense and with the most disappointing of results. While the mindset of global war was gaining traction, the Bush administration launched its invasion of Iraq. The most technologically advanced military on Earth, one that the president termed the greatest force for human liberation the world has ever known, was set loose to bring democracy and a Pax Americana to the Middle East. Washington had, of course, been in conflict with Iraq since Operation Desert Storm in 1990 to 1991, but what began as the 111. Equivalent of a military coup by an outside power, an attempt to overthrow Saddam Hussein and eliminate his armed forces and party, soon morphed into a prolonged occupation and another political and social experiment in violent nation building. As with Afghanistan, the Iraq experiment with war is still ongoing at enormous expense and with even more disastrous results. Radical Islam has drawn strength from these American-led wars. Indeed, radical Islamists cite the intrusive and apparently permanent presence of American troops and bases in the Middle East and Central Asia as confirmation of their belief that U.S. forces are leading a crusade against them, and by extension against Islam itself. And in a revealing slip of the tongue, President Bush did indeed once call his war on terror a crusade. Considered in these terms, such a war is by definition a losing effort because each success only strengthens the narrative of Washington's enemies. There's simply no way to win such a war except by stopping it. Yet that course of action is never on the proverbial table of options from which officials in Washington are said to choose their strategies. To do so, in the context of war thinking, would mean to admit defeat. Our leaders persist in such violent folly at least in part because they fear the admission of defeat above all else. After all, nothing is more pejorative in American politics or culture than to be labeled a loser in war, someone who cuts and runs. In the 1960s, despite his own serious misgivings about the ongoing conflict in Vietnam, President Lyndon B. Johnson set the gold standard in his determination not to be the first American president to lose a war, especially in a damn little pissant country like Vietnam. So he persisted, and the conflict turned him into a loser anyway and destroyed his presidency. Even as he waged war, as historian George Herring has noted, LBJ did not want to be known as a war president. 2 generations later, another Texan, George W. Bush, grasped the war president moniker with genuine enthusiasm. He, too, vowed he would win his war when things started to go sour. Staring down a growing insurgency in Iraq in the summer of 2003, Bush did not shy from the challenge. "Bring 'em on," he said in what was supposed to be a Clint Eastwood/Dirty Harry style moment. Now, Washington is sending troops back into Iraq for the third time to engage an even more intractable insurgency, the Islamic State's radical version of Islam, a movement originally fed and bred partly in Camp Bucca, an American military prison in Iraq. And just to set the record straight, President Obama, too, accepted the preeminence of war in American policy in his 2009 Nobel Prize acceptance speech in Oslo. There, he offered a stirring defense of America's role and record as the world's sole military superpower. 112. Whatever mistakes we have made, the plain fact is this: the United States of America has helped underwrite global security for more than 6 decades with the blood of our citizens and the strength of our arms. The service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform has promoted peace and prosperity from Germany to Korea, and enabled democracy to take hold in places like the Balkans. We have borne this burden not because we seek to impose our will. We have done so out of enlightened self-interest, because we seek a better future for our children and grandchildren, and we believe that their lives will be better if other people's children and grandchildren can live in freedom and prosperity. It was a moment that defined the Obama presidency as being remarkably in tune with America's already omnipresent war ethos. It was the very negation of hope and change and the beginning of Obama's transition, via the CIA's drone assassination program, into the role of assassin-in-chief. Everything is jihad. Recent American leaders have something in common with their extremist Islamic counterparts: all of them define everything, implicitly or explicitly, as a jihad, a crusade, a holy war. But the violent methods used in pursuit of various jihads, whether Islamic or secular, simply serve to perpetuate and often aggravate the struggle. Think of America's numerous so-called wars and consider if there's been any measurable progress made in any of them. Lyndon Johnson declared a war on poverty in 1964. 51 years later, there are still startling numbers of desperately poor people and, in this century, the gap between the poorest many and richest few has widened to a chasm. Since the days of President Ronald Reagan, in fact, one might speak of a war on the poor, not poverty. Drugs. 44 years after President Richard Nixon proclaimed the war on drugs, there are still millions in jail, billions being spent, and drugs galore on the streets of American cities. Terror. 13 years and counting after that war was launched, terror groups, minor in numbers and reach in 2001, have proliferated wildly, and there is now something like a caliphate, once an Osama bin Laden fantasy, in the Middle East, ISIS in power in parts of Iraq and Syria, Al-Qaeda on the rise in Yemen, Libya destabilized and divvied up among ever more extreme outfits, innocents still dying in US drone strikes. Afghanistan. The opium trade has rebounded big time, the Taliban is resurgent, and the region is being destabilized. Iraq. A cauldron of ethnic and religious rivalries and hatreds, with more US weaponry on the way to fuel the killing, in a country that functionally no longer exists. The only certainty in most of these American wars is their violent continuation, even when their original missions lie in tatters. 113. The very methods the US employs and the mentality its leaders adopt ensure their perpetuation. Why? Because drug addiction and abuse can't be conquered by waging a war. Neither can poverty. Neither can terror. Neither can radical Islam be defeated through armed nation building. Indeed, radical Islam thrives on the very war conditions that Washington helps to create. By fighting in the now familiar fashion, you merely fan its flames and ensure its propagation. It's the mindset that matters. In places like Iraq and Afghanistan, places that for most Americans exist only within a war matrix, the US invades or attacks, gets stuck, throws resources at the problem indiscriminately, and makes a desert and calls it peace, to quote the Roman historian Tacitus. After which our leaders act surprised as hell when the problem only grows. Sadly, the song remains monotonously the same in America: more wars, made worse by impatience for results driven by each new election cycle. It's a formula in which the country is eternally fated to lose. Two curious features of America's new wars. Historically, when a nation declares war, it does so to mobilize national will, as the US clearly did in World War II. Accompanying our wars of recent decades, however, has been an urge not to mobilize the people, but demobilize them, even as the experts are empowered to fight and taxpayer funds pour into the national security state and the military-industrial complex to keep the conflicts going. Recent wars, whether on drugs or in the greater Middle East, are never presented as a challenge we the people can address and solve together, but as something only those who allegedly possess the expertise and credentials, and the weapons, can figure out or fight. George W. Bush summed up this mindset in classic fashion after September 11 when he urged Americans to go shopping and visit Disney World and leave the fighting to the pros. War, in short, has become yet another form of social control. Have a gun or a badge of some sort and you can speak forcefully and be listened to, otherwise, you have no say. In addition, what makes America's new wars unique to our moment is that they never have a discernible endpoint. For what constitutes victory over drugs or terror? Once started, these wars by definition are hard to stop. Proxy wars in Central America, Afghanistan, and Southern Africa. The US imperialist defeat in Indochina marks the end of one phase of empire building and the beginning of another, a shift from territorial invasions to proxy wars. Hostile domestic opinion precluded large-scale ground wars. Beginning during the presidencies of Gerald Ford and James Carter, the 114 U.S. imperialist state increasingly relied on proxy clients. It recruited, financed, and armed proxy military forces to destroy a variety of nationalist and social revolutionary regimes and movements in 3 continents. Washington financed and armed extremist Islamic forces worldwide to invade and destroy the secular, modernizing, Soviet-backed regime in Afghanistan, with logistical support from the Pakistan military and intelligence agencies, and financial backing from Saudi Arabia. The second proxy intervention was in southern Africa, where the U.S. imperial state financed and armed proxy forces against anti-imperialist regimes in Angola and Mozambique, in alliance with South Africa. The third proxy intervention took place in Central America, where the U.S. financed, armed, and trained murderous death squad regimes in Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala and Honduras to decimate popular movements and armed insurgencies, resulting in over 300,000 civilian deaths. The U.S. imperial state's proxy strategy extended to South America. CIA and Pentagon-backed military coups took place in Uruguay, Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, and Peru. Empire building by proxy was largely at the behest of US MNC, which were the principal actors in setting priorities in the imperial state throughout this period. Accompanying proxy wars were direct military invasions, the tiny island of Grenada and Panama under Presidents Reagan and Bush, Sr. Easy targets, with few casualties and low-cost military expenditures, dress rehearsals for relaunching major military operations in the near future. What is striking about the proxy wars are the mixed results. The outcomes in Central America, Afghanistan, and Africa did not lead to prosperous neo-colonies or prove lucrative to U.S. multinational corporations. In contrast, the proxy coups in South America led to large-scale privatization and profits for U.S. MNC. The Afghan proxy war led to the rise and consolidation of the Taliban Islamic regime, which opposed both Soviet influence and U.S. imperial expansion. The rise and consolidation of Islamic nationalism in turn challenged U.S. allies in South Asia and the Gulf region, and subsequently led to a U.S. military invasion in 2001 and a prolonged war, and most probably to a military retreat and defeat. The main economic beneficiaries were Afghan political clients, U.S. mercenary military contractors, military procurement officers and civilian colonial administrators who pillaged hundreds of billions from the U.S. Treasury in illegal and fraudulent transactions. Pillage of the U.S. Treasury in no way benefited the non-military MNCs. In fact, the war and resistance movement undermined any large-scale, long-term entry of U.S. private capital in Afghanistan and adjoining border regions of Pakistan. The proxy war in southern Africa devastated the local economies. 115. Especially the domestic agricultural economy, uprooted millions of laborers and farmers and curtailed U.S. corporate oil penetration for over 2 decades. The positive outcome was the deradicalization of the former revolutionary nationalist elite. However, the political conversion of the Southern African revolutionaries to neoliberalism did not benefit the U.S. MNC as much as the rulers turned kleptocratic oligarchs who organized patrimonial regimes in association with a diversified collection of MNC, especially from Asia and Europe. The proxy wars in Central America had mixed results. In Nicaragua, the Sandinista revolution defeated the US-Israeli-backed Somoza regime but immediately confronted a US-financed, armed, and trained counter-revolutionary mercenary army based in Honduras. The US war destroyed many of the progressive economic projects, undermined the economy, and eventually led to an electoral victory by the US-backed political client Violeta Chamorro. 2 decades later, the U.S. proxies were defeated by a deradicalized Sandinista-led political coalition. In El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, the U.S. proxy wars led to the consolidation of client regimes presiding over the destruction of the productive economy, and the flight of millions of war refugees to the United States. U.S. imperial dominance eroded the basis for a productive labor market, which spawned the growth of murderous drug gangs. In summary, the U.S. proxy wars succeeded, in most cases, in preventing the rise of nationalist leftist regimes, but also led to the destructive of the economic and political basis of a stable and prosperous empire of neo-colonies. Changing structure, external and internal contingencies, shifting priorities, and global constraints. To understand the operations, structure, and performance of U.S. imperialism in Latin America, it is necessary to recognize the specific constellation of competing forces which shaped imperial state policies. Unlike the Middle East, where the militarist Zionist faction has established hegemony, in Latin America the MNC have played a leading role in directing imperial state policy. In Latin America, the militarists played a lesser role, Constrained by the power of the MNC, the shifts in political power in Latin America from right to center left the impact of economic crises and the commodity boom. In contrast to the Middle East, the Zionist power configuration has little influence over imperial state policy, as Israel's interests are focused on the Middle East and, with the possible exception of Argentina, Latin America is not a priority. For over a century and a half, the US MNC and banks dominated and dictated US imperial policy toward Latin America. The US Armed Forces and 116 CIA were instruments of economic imperialism via direct intervention, proxy military coups, or a combination of both. U.S. imperial economic power in Latin America peaked between 1975 to 1999. Vassal states and client rulers were imposed via proxy military coups, direct military invasions and military-civilian-controlled elections. The results were the dismantling of the welfare state and the imposition of neoliberal policies. The MNC-led imperial state and its international financial appendages privatized lucrative strategic economic sectors, dominated trade, and projected a regional integration scheme which would codify U.S. imperial dominance. Imperial economic expansion in Latin America was not simply a result of the internal dynamics and structures of the MNC but depended on the receptivity of the host country, or more precisely the internal correlation of class forces in Latin America, which in turn revolved around the performance of the economy, its growth or susceptibility to crises. Latin America demonstrates that contingencies such as the demise of client regimes and collaborator classes can have a profound negative impact on the dynamics of imperialism, undermining the power of the imperial state and reversing the economic advance of the MNC. The advance of U.S. economic imperialism during the 1975 to 2000 period was manifest in the adoption of neoliberal policies, the pillage of national resources, the increase of illicit debts and the overseas transfer of billions of dollars. However, the concentration of wealth and property precipitated a deep socio-economic crisis throughout the region, which eventually led to the overthrow or ouster of the imperial collaborators in Ecuador, Bolivia, Venezuela, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay and Nicaragua. Powerful anti-imperialist social movements, especially in the countryside, emerged in Brazil and the Andean countries. Urban unemployed workers' movements and public employees' unions in Argentina and Uruguay spearheaded electoral changes, bringing to power center-left regimes which renegotiated relations with the U.S. imperial state. U.S. MNC influence in Latin America waned. They could not count on the full battery of military resources of the imperial state to intervene and reimpose neoliberal clients because of its military priorities elsewhere, the Middle East, South Asia, and North Africa. Unlike the past, the US MNC in Latin America lacked two essential props of power: the full backing of the US armed forces and powerful civilian military clients in Latin America. The US MNC's plan for US-centered integration was rejected by the center-left regimes. The imperial state turned to bilateral free trade agreements with Mexico, Chile, Colombia, Panama, and Peru. As a result of the economic crises and collapse of most Latin 117 American economies, neoliberalism, the ideology of imperial economic penetration, was discredited. Neoliberal advocates marginalized. Changes in the world economy had a profound impact on U.S.-Latin America trade and investment relations. The dynamic growth of China and the subsequent boom in demand and the rising prices of commodities led to a sharp decline of U.S. dominance of Latin American markets. Latin American states diversified trade, sought and gained new overseas markets, especially in China. The increase in export revenues created greater capacity for self-financing. The IMF, WB, and IDB, economic instruments for leveraging U.S. financial impositions, were sidelined. The U.S. imperial state faced Latin American regimes who embraced diverse economic options, markets, and sources of financing. With powerful domestic popular support and unified civilian military command, Latin America moved tentatively out of the U.S. sphere of imperialist domination. The imperial state and its MNC, deeply influenced by their success in the 1990s, responded to the decline of influence by proceeding by trial and error, in the face of the negative constraints of the 21st century. The MNC-backed policymakers in the imperial state continued to back the collapsing neoliberal regimes, losing all credibility in Latin America. The imperial state failed to accommodate changes, deepening popular and center-left regime opposition to free markets and the deregulation of banks. No large-scale economic aid programs, like President Kennedy's effort to counter the revolutionary appeal of the Cuban Revolution by promoting social reforms via the Alliance for Progress, were fashioned to win over the center-left, probably because of budget constraints resulting from costly wars elsewhere. The demise of neoliberal regimes, the glue that held the different factions of the imperial state together, led to competing proposals of how to regain dominance. The militarist faction resorted to and revived the military coup formula for restoration. Coups were organized in Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia, Honduras, and Paraguay. All were defeated, except the latter two. The defeat of U.S. proxies led to the consolidation of the independent, anti-imperialist center-left regimes. Even the success of the U.S. coup in Honduras resulted in a major diplomatic defeat, as every Latin American government condemned it and the U.S. role, further isolating Washington in the region. The defeat of the militarist strategy strengthened the political diplomatic faction of the imperial state. With positive overtures toward ostensibly center-left regimes, this faction gained diplomatic leverage, retained military ties and deepened the expansion of MNC in Uruguay, Brazil, Chile, and Peru. With the latter two countries the economic imperialist faction of the imperial state. 118. Secured bilateral free trade agreements. A third MNC military faction, overlapping with the previous two, combined diplomatic political accommodations toward Cuba, with an aggressive political destabilization strategy aimed at regime change in Venezuela. The heterogeneity of imperial state factions and their competing orientations reflects the complexity of interests engaged in empire building in Latin America and results in seemingly contradictory policies, a phenomenon less evident in the Middle East where the militarist Zionist power configuration dominates imperial policy making. For example, the promotion of military bases and counterinsurgency operations in Colombia is accompanied by bilateral free market agreements and peace negotiations between the Santos regime and the FARC armed insurgency. Regaining imperial dominance in Argentina involves promoting the electoral fortunes of the neoliberal governor of Buenos Aires Macri, backing the pro-imperial media conglomerate, Clarín, facing legislation breaking up its monopoly, exploiting the death of prosecutor and CIA Mossad collaborator, Alberto Nisman, to discredit the Kirchner-Fernandez regime, backing New York speculators' investment fund attempting to extract exorbitant interest payments and, with the aid of a dubious judicial ruling, blocking Argentina's access to financial markets. Both the militarist and MNC factions of the imperial state converge in backing a multi-pronged electoral and coup approach, which seeks to restore a US-controlled neoliberal regimes to power. The contingencies which forestalled the recovery of imperial power over the past decade are now acting in reverse. The drop in commodity prices has weakened post-neoliberal regimes in Venezuela, Argentina, and Ecuador. The ebbing of anti-imperialist movements resulting from center-left co-optation tactics has strengthened imperial state-backed right-wing movements and street demonstrators. The decline in Chinese growth has weakened the Latin American market diversification strategies. The internal balance of class forces has shifted to the right, toward US-backed political clients in Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and Paraguay. Theoretical reflections on empire building in Latin America. U.S. empire building in Latin America is a cyclical process, reflecting the structural shifts in political power, and the restructuring of the world economy forces and factors which override the imperial state and capital's drive to accumulate. Capital accumulation and expansion does not depend merely on the impersonal forces of the market because the social relations under which the market functions, operate under the constraints of the class. 119. Struggle. The centerpiece of imperial state activities, namely the prolonged territorial wars in the Middle East, are absent in Latin America. The driving force of U.S. imperial state policy is the pursuit of resources, labor power, markets. The economic interests of the MNC are the motives for imperial expansion. Even as, from a geostrategic vantage point, the Caribbean, Central America as well as South America are located most proximate to the U.S., economic not military objectives predominate. However, the militarist Zionist faction in the imperial state, ignore these traditional economic motives and deliberately choose to act on other priorities: control over oil-producing regions, destruction of Islamic nations or movements, or simply to destroy anti-imperialist adversaries. The militarist Zionist faction counted the benefits to Israel, its Middle East military supremacy, more important than the U.S. securing economic supremacy in Latin America. This is clearly the case if we measure imperial priorities by state resources expended in pursuit of political goals. Even if we take the goal of national security, interpreted in the broadest sense, of securing the safety of the territorial homeland of the empire, the U.S. military assault of Islamic countries driven by accompanying Islamophobic ideology and the resulting mass killings and uprooting of millions of Islamic people, has led to blowback, reciprocal terrorism. U.S. total wars against civilians has provoked Islamic assaults against the citizens of the West. Latin America countries targeted by economic imperialism are less belligerent than Middle Eastern countries targeted by U.S. militarists. A cost/benefits analysis would demonstrate the totally irrational nature of militarist strategy. However, if we take account of the specific composition and interests that motivate particularly imperial state policymakers, there is a kind of perverse rationality. The militarists defend the rationality of costly and unending wars by citing the advantages of seizing the gateways to oil, and the Zionists cite their success in enhancing Israel's regional power. Whereas Latin America, for over a century, was a priority region of imperial economic conquest, by the 21st century it lost primacy to the Middle East. The demise of the USSR and China's conversion to capitalism. The greatest impetus to successful U.S. imperial expansion did not take place via proxy wars or military invasions. Rather, the U.S. empire achieved its greatest growth and conquest, with the aid of client political leaders, organizations, and vassal states throughout the USSR, Eastern Europe, the Baltic states, the Balkans, and the Caucasus. Long-term, large-scale U.S. and EU political penetration and 120. Funding succeeded in overthrowing the hegemonic collectivist regimes in Russia and the USSR, and installing vassal states. They would soon serve NATO and be incorporated in the European Union. Bonn annexed East Germany and dominated the markets of Poland, the Czech Republic, and other Central European states. US and London bankers collaborated with Russian-Israeli gangster oligarchs in joint ventures plundering resources, industries, real estate, and pension funds. The European Union exploited tens of millions of highly trained scientists, technicians, and workers, by importing them or stripping them of their welfare benefits and labor rights and exploiting them as cheap labor reserves in their own country. Imperialism by invitation, hosted by the vassal Yeltsin regime, easily appropriated Russian wealth. The ex-Warsaw Pact military forces were incorporated into a foreign legion for U.S. imperial wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Their military installations were converted into military bases and missile sites encircling Russia. U.S. imperial conquest of the East created a unipolar world in which Washington decision-makers and strategists believed that, as the world's supreme power, they could intervene in every region with impunity. The scope and depth of the U.S. world empire was enhanced by China's embrace of capitalism and its rulers' invitation to U.S. and EU MNC to enter and exploit cheap Chinese labor. The global expansion of the U.S. empire led to a sense of unlimited power, encouraging its rulers to exercise power against any adversary or competitor. Between 1990 and 2000, the U.S. expanded its military bases to the borders of Russia. U.S. MNC expanded into China and Indochina. U.S.-backed client regimes throughout Latin America dismantled the national economies, privatizing and denationalizing over 5,000 lucrative strategic firms. Every sector was affected: natural resources, transport, telecommunications, and finance. The U.S. proceeded throughout the 1990s to expand via political penetration and military force. President George H.W. Bush launched a war against Iraq. Clinton bombed Yugoslavia, and Germany and the EU joined the US in dividing Yugoslavia into many states. The pivotal year 2000, the pinnacle and decline of empire. The very rapid and extensive imperial expansion, between 1989 to 1999, the easy conquests and the accompanying plunder, created the conditions for the decline of the US empire. The pillage and impoverishment of Russia led to the rise of a new leadership under President Putin, intent on reconstructing the state and economy and ending vassalage. The Chinese leadership harnessed its dependence on the West for capital investments and technology, into 121 instruments for creating a powerful export economy and the growth of a dynamic national public-private manufacturing complex. The imperial centers of finance which flourished under lax regulation crashed. The domestic foundations of empire were severely strained. The imperial war machine competed with the financial sector for federal budgetary expenditures and subsidies. The easy growth of empire led to its overextension. Multiple areas of conflict reflected worldwide resentment and hostility at the destruction wrought by bombings and invasions. Collaborative imperial client rulers were weakened. The worldwide empire exceeded the capacity of the US to successfully police its new vassal states. The colonial outposts demanded new infusions of troops, arms, and funds at a time when countervailing domestic pressures were demanding retrenchment and retreat. All the recent conquests, outside of Europe, were costly. The sense of invincibility and impunity led imperial planners to overestimate their capacity to expand, retain, control and contain the inevitable anti-imperialist resistance. The crises and collapse of the neoliberal vassal states in Latin America accelerated. Anti-imperialist uprisings spread from Venezuela to Argentina, Ecuador, and Bolivia. Center-left regimes emerged in Brazil, Uruguay, and Honduras. Mass movements, in rural regions, among Indian and mining communities gained momentum. Imperial plans formulated to secure US-centered integration were rejected. Instead, multiple regional pacts excluding the US proliferated: ALBA, UNASUR, CELAC. Latin America's domestic rebellion coincided with the economic rise of China. A prolonged commodity boom severely weakened US imperial supremacy. The US had few local allies in Latin America and over-ambitious commitments to control the Middle East, South Asia, and North Africa. Washington lost its automatic majority in Latin America, its backing of coups in Honduras and Paraguay and its intervention in Venezuela and blockade of Cuba was repudiated by every regime, even by conservative allies. Having easily established a global empire, Washington found it was not so easy to defend it. Imperial strategists in Washington viewed the Middle East wars through the prism of the Israeli military priorities, ignoring the global economic interests of the MNC. Imperial military strategists overestimated the military capacity of vassals and clients, ill-prepared by Washington to rule in countries with growing armed national resistance movements. Wars, invasions, and military occupations were launched in multiple sites. Yemen, Somalia, Libya, Syria, Pakistan were added to Afghanistan and Iraq. U.S. imperial state expenditures far exceeded any transfer of wealth from the occupied countries. 122. A vast civilian, military, mercenary bureaucracy pillaged hundreds of billions of dollars from the U.S. Treasury. The centrality of wars of conquest destroyed the economic foundations and institutional infrastructure necessary for MNC entry and profit. Once entrenched in strategic military conceptions of empire, the military-political leadership of the imperial state fashioned a global ideology to justify and motivate a policy of permanent and multiple warfare. The doctrine of the war on terror justified war everywhere and nowhere. The doctrine was elastic, adapted to every region of conflict and inviting new military engagements. Afghanistan, Libya, Iran, and Lebanon were all designated as war zones. The terror doctrine, global in scope, provided a justification for multiple wars and the massive destruction of societies and economic resources. Above all, the war on terrorism justified torture and concentration camps, and civilian targets anywhere. Troops were withdrawn and returned to Afghanistan and Iraq as the nationalist resistance advanced. Thousands of special forces in scores of countries were active, purveying death and mayhem. Moreover, the violent uprooting, degradation and stigmatization of entire Islamic people led to the spread of violence in the imperial centers of Paris, New York, London, Madrid, and Copenhagen. The globalization of imperial state terror led to individual terror. Imperial terror evoked domestic terror, the former on a massive, sustained scale encompassing entire civilizations and conducted and justified by elected political officials and military authorities. The latter by a cross-section of internationalists who directly identified with the victims of imperial state terror. Imperialism, present and future perspectives. To understand the future of U.S. imperialism, it is important to sum up and evaluate the experience and policies of the past quarter of a century. If we compare U.S. empire building between 1990 and 2015, it is clearly in decline economically, politically, and even militarily in most regions of the world, though the process of decline is not linear and probably not irreversible. Despite talk in Washington of reconfiguring imperial priorities to take account of MNC economic interests, little has been accomplished. Obama's so-called pivot to Asia has resulted in new military base agreements with Japan, Australia, and the Philippines surrounding China and reflects an inability to fashion free trade agreements that exclude China. Meantime, the U.S. has militarily restarted the war and re-entered Iraq and Afghanistan in addition to launching new wars in Syria and the Ukraine. It is clear that 123. The primacy of the militarist faction is still the determinant factor in shaping imperial state policies. The imperial military drive is most evident in the U.S. intervention in support of the coup in the Ukraine and subsequent financing and arming of the Kiev junta. The imperial takeover of the Ukraine and plans to incorporate it into the EU and NATO, represents military aggression in its most blatant form. The expansion of U.S. military bases and installations and military maneuvers on Russia's borders and the U.S.-initiated economic sanctions, have severely damaged EU trade and investment with Russia. U.S. empire building continues to prioritize military expansion even at the cost of Western imperial economic interests in Europe. The US-EU bombing of Libya destroyed the burgeoning trade and investment agreements between Imperial Oil and Gas MNC and the Gaddafi government. NATO air assaults destroyed the economy, society, and political order, converting Libya into a territory overrun by warring clans, gangs, terrorists and armed thuggery. Over the past half-century, the political leadership and strategies of the imperial state have changed dramatically. During the period between 1975–1990, MNC played a central role in defining the direction of imperial state policy, leveraging markets in Asia, negotiating market openings with China, promoting and backing neoliberal military and civilian regimes in Latin America, installing and financing pro-capitalist regimes in Russia, Eastern Europe, the Baltic and Balkan states. Even in the cases where the imperial state resorted to military intervention, Yugoslavia and Iraq, the bombings led to favorable economic opportunities for US MNC. The Bush senior regime promoted US oil interests via an oil for food agreement with Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Clinton and free market regimes in the many states resulting from the breakup of socialist Yugoslavia. However, the imperial state's leadership and policies shifted dramatically during the late 1990s onward. President Clinton's imperial state was composed of long-standing MNC representatives, Wall Street bankers and newly ascending militarist Zionist officials. The result was a hybrid policy in which the imperial state actively promoted MNC opportunities under neoliberal regimes in the ex-communist countries of Europe and Latin America, and expanded MNC ties with China and Vietnam while launching destructive military interventions in Somalia, Yugoslavia, and Iraq. The balance of forces within the imperialist state shifted dramatically in favor of the militarist Zionist faction with 9/11, The terrorist attack of dubious origins and false flag demolitions in New York and Washington served to entrench the militarists in control of a vastly expanded imperial state apparatus. 124. As a consequence of 9/11, the militarist Zionist faction of the imperial state subordinated the interests of the MNC to its strategy of total wars. This in turn led to the invasion, occupation, and destruction of civilian infrastructure in Iraq and Afghanistan. The U.S. colonial regime dismantled the Iraqi state. The assassination and forced out migration of millions of skilled professionals, administrators, police, and military officials crippled any economic recovery. The militarist Zionist ascendancy in the imperial state introduced major changes in policy, orientation, priorities, and the modus operandi of U.S. imperialism. The ideology of the global war on terror replaced the MNC doctrine of promoting economic globalization. Perpetual wars replaced limited wars or interventions directed at opening markets or changing regimes which would implement neoliberal policies benefiting U.S. MNC. The locus of imperial state activity shifted from exploiting economic opportunities in Asia, Latin America, and the ex-communist countries of Eastern Europe to wars in the Middle East, South Asia and North Africa, targeting Muslim countries which opposed Israel's colonial expansion in Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and elsewhere. The new militarist, power configuration's conception of empire building required vast, trillion-dollar, expenditures without care or thought of returns to private capital. In contrast, under the hegemony of the MNC, the imperial state intervened to secure concessions of oil, gas, and minerals in Latin America and the Middle East. The costs of military conquest were more than compensated by the returns to the MNC. The militarist imperial state configuration pillaged the U.S. Treasury to finance its occupations, financing a vast army of corrupt colonial collaborators, private mercenary military contractors and, soon-to-be millionaire, U.S. military procurement officials. Previously, MNC-directed overseas exploitation led to healthy returns to the U.S. Treasury both in terms of direct tax payments and via the revenues generated from trade and the processing of raw materials. Over the past decade and a half, the biggest and most stable returns to the MNC take place in regions and countries where the militarized imperial state is least involved: China, Latin America, and Europe. The MNCs have profited least and have lost most in areas of greatest imperial state involvement. The war zones that extend from Libya, Somalia, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Ukraine, Iran, and Afghanistan and Pakistan are the regions where imperial MNC have suffered the biggest decline and exodus. The main beneficiaries of the current imperial state policies are the war contractors and the security military-industrial complex in the U.S. Overseas, the state beneficiaries include Israel and Saudi Arabia, in addition Jordanian, Egyptian, Iraqi, Afghani and 125. Pakistani client rulers have squirreled away tens of billions in offshore private bank accounts. The non-state beneficiaries include mercenary, proxy armies. In Syria, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, and the Ukraine, tens of thousands of collaborators in self-styled non-governmental organizations have also profited. The lost benefit calculus under the aegis of the militarist Zionist imperial state. Sufficient time has passed over the past decade and a half of militarist Zionist dominance of the imperial state to evaluate their performance. The US and its Western European allies, especially Germany, successfully expanded their empire in Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and the Baltic regions without firing a shot. These countries were converted into EU vassal states. Their markets dominated and industries denationalized. Their armed forces were recruited as NATO mercenaries. West Germany annexed the East. Cheap educated labor, as immigrants and as a labor reserve, increased profits for EU and US MNC. Russia was temporarily reduced to a vassal state between 1991–2001. Living standards plunged and welfare programs were reduced. Mortality rates increased. Class inequalities widened. Millionaires and billionaires seized public resources and joined with the imperial MNC in plundering the economy. Socialist and communist leaders and parties were repressed or co-opted. In contrast, imperial military expansion of the 21st century was a costly failure. The war in Afghanistan was costly in lives and expenditures and led to an ignominious retreat. What remained was a fragile puppet regime and an unreliable mercenary military. The US Afghanistan War was the longest war in US history and one of the biggest failures. In the end, the nationalist Islamist resistance movements, the so-called Taliban, and allied ethno-religious and nationalist anti-imperialist resistance groups dominate the countryside, repeatedly penetrate and attack urban centers and prepare to take power. The Iraq War and the imperial state's invasion and decade-long occupation decimated the economy. The occupation fomented ethno-religious warfare. The secular Ba'athist officers and military professionals joined with Islamist nationalists and subsequently formed a powerful resistance movement which defeated the imperial-backed Shia mercenary army during the second decade of the war. The imperial state was condemned to re-enter and engage directly in a prolonged war. The cost of war spiraled to over $1 trillion. Oil exploitation was hampered and the U.S. Treasury poured tens of billions to sustain a war without end. The U.S. imperial state and the EU, along with Saudi Arabia and Turkey, financed armed Islamic mercenary militias to invade Syria and overthrow the 126 secular, nationalist, anti-Zionist Bashar Assad regime. The imperial war opened the door for the expansion of the Islamic Ba'athist forces ISIS into Syria. The Kurds and other armed groups seized territory, fragmenting the country. After nearly 5 years of warfare and rising military costs, the US and EU MNC have been cut off from the Syrian market. US support for Israeli aggression against Lebanon has led to the growth in power of the anti-imperialist Hezbollah armed resistance. Lebanon, Syria, and Iran now represent a serious alternative to the US, EU, Saudi Arabia, Israeli axis. The US sanctions policy toward Iran has failed to undermine the nationalist regime and has totally undercut the economic opportunities of all the major US and EU oil and gas MNC as well as US manufacturing exporters. China has replaced them. The US-EU invasion of Libya led to the destruction of the economy and the flight of billions in MNC investments and the disruption of exports. The US imperial state seizure of power via a proxy coup in Kiev provoked a powerful anti-imperialist rebellion led by armed militia in the east and the decimation of the Ukraine economy. In summary, the military Zionist takeover of the imperial state has led to prolonged, unwinnable costly wars which have undermined markets and investment sites for US MNC. Imperial militarism has undermined the imperial economic presence and provoked long-term, growing anti-imperialist resistance movements, as well as chaotic, unstable, and unviable countries out of imperial control. Economic imperialism has continued to profit in parts of Europe, Asia, Latin America, and Africa despite the imperial wars and economic sanctions pursued by the highly militarized imperial state elsewhere. However, the US militarist seizure of power in the Ukraine and the sanctions against Russia have eroded EU's profitable trade and investments in Russia. The Ukraine under IMF-EU's tutelage has become a heavily indebted, broken economy run by kleptocrats who are totally dependent on foreign loans and military intervention. Because the militarized imperial state prioritizes conflict and sanctions with Russia, Iran, and Syria, it has failed to deepen and expand its economic ties with Asia, Latin America, and Africa. The political and economic conquest of East Europe and parts of the USSR has lost significance. The perpetual, lost wars in the Middle East, North Africa, and the Caucasus have weakened the imperial state's capacity for empire building in Asia and Latin America. The outflow of wealth, the domestic cost of perpetual wars has eroded the electoral foundations of empire building. Only a fundamental change in the composition of the imperial state and a reorientation of priorities towards centering on economic expansion can alter the current decline of empire. The danger is that as the militarist Zionist imperialist state pursues losing wars, it 127 may escalate and raise the ante, and move toward a major nuclear confrontation, an empire amidst nuclear ashes. In sum, For the past 50 years and running, imperialist wars have raged across the world in a variety of ways, especially structural violence. This form of violence consists of economic, political, and cultural dynamics that work systematically through social structures to oppressively create human suffering and constrain human agency. It is structural in the sense that the suffering is not produced by direct one-on-one acts of violence such as spousal abuse, lynching or torture, although even these kinds of interpersonal violence are clearly tied to social structures that extend beyond the individuals involved. Structural violence is still less personal, intentional, and direct, since the misery in question need not involve bullets, knives, or implements of torture. It involves more mediated and multi-factor forms of oppression in which sexism, racism, homophobia, and other forms of social pathology frequently come together with economic exploitation and deprivation. For Farmer, it is therefore a broad rubric that includes a host of offenses against human dignity, ranging from racism to gender inequality, extreme and relative poverty. He cautions against economic reductionism, but it is nevertheless clear that he thinks the world's poor are the chief victims of structural violence. It is in turn his driving concern to explain poverty as a kind of generalized co-infection, creating the context for disease that accounts for why Farmer frequently talks about structural violence as if it operated like an unseen virus destroying a patient's immune system. While the visible hands of abusive husbands, white supremacists, and military interrogators all go on producing suffering, Farmer emphasizes that structural violence more generally involves invisible hands that produce global inequality through transnational political economic processes. Only through careful analysis of growing transnational inequalities, he therefore underlines, will we understand the complex social processes that structure risk. In fact, militarism and imperialism are inherent features of capitalist economic development. It is in this context that militarism often appears in the form of nationalism, which in turn reinforces militarism, and the line between nationalistic sentiments and militaristic tendencies appears blurred. The rise of neoliberalism and the worsening fiscal crisis of the state, the era of post-classic social imperialism, is eloquent testimony. From the 1980s, the 128th advent of economic neoliberalism followed a persistent global economic crisis in the West. The so-called Reaganomics in the US and Thatcherism in Britain were the epitome of neoliberalism and a direct consequence of a growing accumulation problem in the global economy. The interruption in the global accumulation caused by the Iranian Revolution, the Nicaraguan Revolution, invasion of Afghanistan by former USSR, and the domestic working class demands on capital revived neoliberalism and militarism. Neoliberalism manifested itself in the relentless pursuit of obscenely high rates of profit through deregulation, privatization, and rugged individualism, and militarism came to define the core of U.S. foreign policy of containing USSR and the challenges to hegemonic practices on the part of the labor and national liberation fronts. The political ideology of this period was a rehabilitated social Darwinism and free market fundamentalism. This in turn reinforced a hysterical nationalism and demanded greater jingoism of the corporate media. Growing U.S. military spending in the 1980s, economic growth through deficit spending, tax cuts for the rich, reduction in social services were manifestations of changing national and global priorities. The global context was characterized by race for resources and hegemonic tendencies, Machiavellian and imperialistic. Domestically, the pro-business policies were hailed as a clean break with the troubling labor-dictated condition. From the late 1970s, the attempt at the eradication of the anti-business climate manifested itself in an all-out attack strategy by neoliberalism with a global reach. In the post-1970s, legitimation is no longer the concern it was in the era of the Cold War. Alan Greenspan, the former chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve System, whose statements were perceived as policy statements, once remarked that insecure workers are good for the economy as they keep inflation low. Demoralized labor, insecure labor, unorganized labor, and threatened labor are necessary and effective components of struggle for legitimacy and hegemony. In retrospect, the fiscal crisis of the 1970s was unique in that the state expenditures for the dual purposes of accumulation and legitimation were signs of the power of the organized labor's ability to negotiate better contracts. From the late 1970s and particularly in the 1980s, labor lost its ability to regroup and maintain its ability to collectively bargain. Reaganomics and Thatcherism were the two most ideologically anti-labor attempts at restoring capital's long-run hegemony. Comparatively speaking, the current crisis has reached a point of no return for two important reasons: legitimation imperatives and bourgeoising national debt. The reduction in social expenditures out of necessity must be replaced by a set of effective legitimacy-generating mechanisms. In the 1980s, tax cuts for the rich coupled with 129 increases in spending caused an annual increase of 13.8% in the national debt. During his two terms, Reagan increased the national debt by 200%. Beginning with the rise of economic neoliberalism and the global capitalist assault on the working class in the 1980s and the uncompromising and determined policy of crushing all opposition to its rule around the world, military might became indispensable. Massive pouring of resources into the military-industrial complex and the massive tax cuts for the rich in the United States resulted in the first $1 trillion of accumulated deficits in the 1980-81. The grand aim was the dismantling of the Soviet evil empire through a crippling arms race initiated by the Reagan administration in the United States and Margaret Thatcher in Britain. In the meantime, the ideology of neoliberalism aided by militarism was to facilitate accumulation on a global scale. Two interruptions in the accumulation process, namely the Iranian Revolution of 1979 and the Nicaraguan Revolution, were viewed as challenges to global accumulation. The Iranian Revolution was to be at least confined within the borders, if not completely eliminated. Therefore, Saddam Hussein was called upon to respond to that challenge by attempting to invade Iran, but bogged down in an 8-year-long war of attrition. The Nicaraguan Revolution was challenged by the army of Contras aided by the Reagan administration, and the rest is a story well told. The United States, however, continued with the tradition of American intervention in the affairs of Latin America. To meet the demand of the military spending, the Reagan administration and the succeeding administrations ran high budget deficits. Accumulation by dispossession is the hallmark of neoliberal economic policy. Globally, the accumulation by dispossession involves indebtedness, privatization of state-owned industries, free trade which is suffocating the most vulnerable countries, and military interventions. The attack on the poor through indebtedness, eminent domain, pension rating, and declining access to social services becomes more problematic. Indeed, the essence of neoliberalism globally as well as domestically involves the domination of capital over labor. In the era of post-classic social imperialism, the implementation of globalization and the entire hegemonic and imperialistic strategy involves a violent attack on the working class and the poor of the world disguised as free trade, democracy, freedom, and civility. Inequality both in its creation as well as its maintenance involves violence, for it demands expropriation and exploitation and the means of coercion to achieve these ends. Around the world, neoliberal policies in the form of austerity measures are imposed by powerful multilateral financial institutions like the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and WTO. Aided by these supranational agencies, global capitalism is steered on the path prescribed by the Neo-130. Liberal economic policy for the ultimate goal of creating smooth global conditions for accumulation. In the 1980s and 1990s, global capital mobility and trade increased, but the plight of the workers, growth, and employment opportunities showed no major improvement. On the contrary, what appeared to be more noticeable was the burden of national debt and declining collective bargaining power on a global scale. Indeed, the application of Keynesianism both nationally and globally was aided by the Bretton Woods new international monetary system and its two powerful supranational institutions of the IMF and the World Bank, and as instruments of centralization of capital against the global working class struggle. In the American context, the neoliberal economic strategy and the slogan of laissez-faire overshadowed all corporate accountability even to their own shareholders. The merger mania of the 80s and 90s was indicative of capital's strategy for greater consolidation and centralization. In the 1990s, globalization intensified and exceeded all prior efforts, and with it came the socialization of its costs. The imperial projects such as globalization is very expensive, and according to Chalmers Johnson, the flow of nations' wealth from taxpayers and to lenders through the government to military contractors and back to the taxpayers is in the tradition of what Kalecki called military Keynesianism. Neoliberal globalization, even if it is sanitized and defined as expansion of the free market, has been a mechanism for greater accumulation on a world scale. Effective globalization requires an international capitalist class alliance along with institutions and ideologies both at the national and global level. The significant institutions in this regard are those of finance, capital, and equally important the military-industrial complex. To protect the alliance, and when necessary to project power, military force is required, and this gives rise to the state of permanent war. Globalization as imperialism needs an infrastructure on a global scale. The World Trade Organization is one component of that infrastructure, charged with making sure that globalization and therefore, accumulation process proceeds uninterrupted. The WTO formalized imperialism of trade engineered by the old historical bloc through standardization. The denationalization of the nation-state's polity through incorporation of the nation-state's participation in the process of accumulation legitimizes the process and presents it as voluntary participation. While in the 1990s it appeared that militarism was no longer as overt as in the 1980s, in reality the military-industrial complex continued to exert influence on a global scale. The militarism of the 1990s was relatively subdued but still alive and well in an 131. Ostensibly, demilitarized world in which business activity is primary and political power has no other task than the protection of the world free trading system. Throughout the 1990s the U.S. military buildup continued as it did in the 1980s and as does now, serving as a mechanism for greater globalization. Aided by the military, the push for greater integration of the world capitalist system with a touch of colonialism and an unprecedented degree of practice of social imperialism continues in its most perverse form. Increases in state expenditures on the military, mainly financed through borrowing, has created the need for an alternative means of social control. It is not accidental that we have seen a growing reliance on the culture of fear as a mechanism to mobilize public opinion in favor of militarism abroad. The psychology of living in fear on the part of the public on the one hand and dependence on fear for the purposes of effective social imperialism on the other have worked hand in hand to replace the fear of communism with the fear of radical Islam. The militarization of specific society and of the planet requires an effective propaganda. Fred J. Cook, observing the late 1950s and early 60s, wrote, "The crutch of the warfare state is propaganda. We must be taught to fear and to hate, or we will not agree to regiment our lives, to bear the enormous burdens of ever heavier taxation, to pay for ever more costly military hardware, at the expense of domestic programs." This problem has become much more severe of late and matched only by the level of public ignorance in the U.S. Thus, a free hand in the allocation of public funds to military and military-related activities, and the exhaustion of credit limits as the need to borrow increases with every annual budget preparation and military action abroad. Yet, government borrowing continues to be one of the mechanisms of redistribution of income upwards. And as long as the general public remains ignorant of the facts, and by extension there are no incentives for the political establishment to change course, the long-run damage to the socio-economic and the political structure will be irreversible. As James Fallows points out, the current imperial wars are fought for so-called freedom and security, are producing results such as deficit financing, lowering the taxes on the rich, while at the same time the deficit helps him more easily slash domestic social programs. In the post-World War II period in general and the post-9/11 era in particular, the culture of fear has been effectively incorporated into the toolbox of jingoism and propaganda. The condition to fear Americans were longing in the 1990s for clear-cut enemy, an indisputable target for moral outrage. We have seen Americans increasingly take not only data. Fear dampens the spirit, demoralizes, belittles personality and blocks rationality. The proponents of realpolitik are not as naive as they appear. They have as their brethren in economics and indeed on all fields dominated by the organic intellectuals, have a significant role to play in the overall imperial expansion. In fact, some go as far as suggesting that the United States has a duty to be a humanitarian imperialist by crushing regimes such as that of former Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein, and the ideologues from the same genre of organic intellectuals have revisited the Vietnam and similar imperial wars just to present them as legitimate and humanitarian interventions. From the point of view of domestic classes, the demons of the otherness, the unknown and the most troubling of all the shifting language in describing the American role in the world are viewed as sufficient reasons to cheer what the rest of the world sees as dangerous and costly militarism. Although social welfare expenditures continues to be a legitimacy-generating mechanism, increasingly, the fear of the enemy as perpetuated by the sensationalist warmongering corporate media is a critical factor in establishing and implementing social imperialism. The difference was that the British jingoism defended imperialism outright with occasional references of the civilizing mission of the infallible and superior Anglo-Saxon race. The contemporary jingoism of the American media uses the rubric freedom and defense of democracy, etc., etc. To subdue popular discontent, the empire resorts to a great degree of actual use of military power abroad and police action and surveillance at home. Neoliberal imperialism and the logic of war-making. Commentaries on war stretching back more than 2 millennia to the Peloponnesian Wars have enshrouded the fundamental causes of war in an almost impenetrable fog of myths, fallacies, and outright lies. In most studies, war is generally portrayed as the inevitable outcome of either complex historical forces or accidental circumstances generally beyond the understanding or control of the human combatants. Fortunately, there exists a science of human action that is applicable to all purposeful activities. This science is referred to as praxeology. Although 133. Economics is its most developed branch, the basic principles of this science can also be applied to analyzing violent action including warfare. Thus Murray Rothbard wrote, "The rest of praxeology is an unexplored area." Attempts have been made to formulate a logical theory of war and violent action, and violence in the form of government has been treated by political philosophy and by praxeology in tracing the effects of violent intervention in the free market. As Rothbard suggested, what we might call the logic of war-making is a relatively undeveloped area of the science of human action. Its elaboration is therefore especially necessary if we are to dispel the mythology of war and elucidate its true origin and character. The basic axiom of this praxeological discipline is that war is the objective outcome of the human endeavor of war-making. As a human endeavor like any other, war-making is the product of reason, purpose, and choice. Therefore a proper analysis of war must take into account the goals of the war-makers, the means at their disposal, the benefits they anticipate from the war and the costs they expect to incur in executing it. It also must distinguish in a general way between the individual beneficiaries and victims of war. These victims include not only the vanquished group of war makers and those who reside in the territory they control but especially the productive inhabitants of the region controlled by the victorious organization of war makers. The meaning of imperialist war. At this point it is necessary to define war and distinguish it from other forms of interhuman violence in order to circumscribe the bounds of the logic of war-making within the general praxeological system. For not all violent conflict constitutes war-making. War is here defined as violent interaction between two groups of humans, one or both of which is a state. We adopt the definition of the state given by the anthropologist and historian of primitive warfare, Lawrence H. Keeley. States are political organizations have a central government empowered to collect taxes, draft labor for public works or war, decree laws, and physically enforce those laws. Essentially states are class-stratified political units that maintain a monopoly of deadly force, a monopoly institutionalized as permanent police and military forces. Pre-civilized social groups such as bands, tribes, and even chiefdoms are not states because, according to Keeley, a chief, unlike a king, does not have the power to coerce people into obedience physically, instead employing economic 134 means or exploiting a belief in magic to enforce his decrees. Although Keeley refers to pre-state warfare or primitive war, for the purposes of praxeological analysis, we restrict the term the war to violent conflicts involving at least one state. Combat between looser social groupings was most commonly motivated by vengeance for previous homicides or economic issues, especially access to natural resources and crude capital goods. For example, in Minnesota, the Chippewa and Dakota Sioux tribes battled one another for over 150 years over access to hunting territories and wild rice fields, while tribes in the Pacific Northwest frequently fought for frontage on the ocean and rivers giving access to the Salmon Run. Anthropological studies show that, while most of these conflicts involved savage violence and extreme cruelty, often resulting in the expropriation, enslavement, expulsion, or annihilation of the vanquished tribe, their purpose was never to establish a hegemonic relationship and exact regular tribute from the foe. As Kelly explains, polities that lack the physical power to subjugate their own populations or to extract involuntary tribute or taxes from them are extremely unlikely to make war against others for these purposes, since they lack the institutional and administrative means to convert victory into hegemony or taxation. Thus, while both non-state social groups and states have historically engaged in the violent annexation of territories to acquire natural resources, only states possess the institutional means necessary to pursue a policy of imperialism, i.e., the ongoing subjugation and economic exploitation of other peoples. Imperialist wars waged by states in every epoch of history are not accidental, they are the outcome of the powerful tendency to war-making inherent in the very nature of the state. War-making and class conflict. All governments past and present, regardless of their formal organization, involve the rule of the many by the few. In other words, all governments are fundamentally oligarchic. The reasons are twofold. First, governments are non-productive organizations and can only subsist by extracting goods and services from the productive class in their territorial domain. Thus the ruling class must remain a minority of the population if they are to continually extract resources from their subjects or citizens. Genuine majority rule on a permanent basis is impossible because it would result in an economic collapse as the tribute or taxes expropriated by the more numerous rulers deprive the minority engaged in peaceful productive activities of the resources needed to sustain and reproduce itself. Majority rule would therefore eventually bring about a violent conflict between factions of the previous ruling class, which 135 would terminate with one group establishing oligarchic rule and economically exploiting its former confederates. The second factor that renders oligarchic rule practically inevitable is related to the law of comparative advantage. The tendency toward division of labor and specialization based on the unequal endowment of skills pervades all sectors of human endeavor. Just as a small segment of the population is adept at playing professional football or dispensing financial advice, so a tiny fraction of the population tends to excel at wielding coercive power. As one writer summed up this iron law of oligarchy, all human groups at all times there are the few who rule and the many who are ruled. The inherently non-productive and oligarchic nature of government thus ensures that all nations under political rule are divided into two classes, a productive class and a parasitic class, or, in the apt terminology of the American political theorist John C. Calhoun, taxpayers and tax consumers. The king and his court, elected politicians and their bureaucratic and special interest allies, the dictator and his party apparatchiks, these are historically the tax consumers and, not coincidentally, the war makers. War has a number of advantages for the ruling class. First and foremost, war against a foreign enemy obscures the class conflict that is going on domestically, in which the minority ruling class coercively siphons off the resources and lowers the living standards of the majority of the population, who produce and pay taxes. Convinced that their lives and property are being secured against a foreign threat, the exploited taxpayers develop a false consciousness of political and economic solidarity with their domestic rulers. An imperialist war against a weak foreign state, example Grenada, Panama, Haiti, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, etc. is especially enticing to the ruling class of a powerful nation such as the United States because it minimizes the cost of losing the war and being displaced by domestic revolution or by the rulers of the victorious foreign state. A second advantage of war is that it provides the ruling class with an extraordinary opportunity to intensify its economic exploitation of the domestic producers through emergency war taxes, monetary inflation, conscripted labor, and the like. The productive class generally succumbs to these increased depredations on its income and wealth with some grumbling but little real resistance because it is persuaded that its interests are one with the war makers. Also, in the short run at least, modern war appears to bring prosperity to much of the civilian population because it is financed in large part by money creation. We thus arrive at a universal, praxeological truth about war. War is the outcome of class conflict inherent in the political relationship, the relationship between ruler and ruled, parasite and producer, tax consumer and taxpayer. The parasitic class makes war with purpose and deliberation in order to conceal and ratchet up their exploitation of the much larger productive class. It may also 136. Resort to war making to suppress growing dissension among members of the productive class, who have become aware of the fundamentally exploitative nature of the political relationship and become a greater threat to propagate this insight to the masses as the means of communication become cheaper and more accessible, example desktop publishing, AM radio, cable television, the internet, etc. Furthermore, the conflict between ruler and ruled is a permanent condition. This truth is reflected perhaps half-consciously in the old saying that equates death and taxes as the two unavoidable features of the human condition. Thus, a permanent state of war or preparedness for war is optimal from the point of view of the ruling elite, especially one that controls a large and powerful state. Take the current U.S. government as an example. It rules over a relatively populous, wealthy, and progressive economy from which it can extract ever larger boodles of loot without destroying the productive class. Nevertheless, it is subject to the real and abiding fear that sooner or later productive Americans will come to recognize the continually increasing burden of taxation, inflation, and regulation for what it really is: naked exploitation. So the U.S. government, the most powerful megastate in history, is driven by the very logic of the political relationship to pursue a policy of permanent war. From the war to make the world safe for democracy to the war to end all wars to the Cold War and on to the current war on terror, the wars fought by U.S. rulers in the 20th century have progressed from episodic wars restricted to well-defined theaters and enemies to a war without spatial or temporal bounds against an incorporeal enemy named terror. A more appropriate name for this neoconservative contrived war would involve a simple change in the preposition to a war of terror, because the American state is terrified of productive, workaday Americans, who may someday awaken and put an end to its massive predations on their lives and property, and maybe to the American ruling class itself. In the meantime, the war on terror is an open-ended imperialist war, the likes of which were undreamed of by infamous war makers of yore, from the Roman patricians to German National Socialists. The economist Joseph Schumpeter was one of the few non-Marxists to grasp that the primary stimulus for imperialist war is the inescapable clash of interests between rulers and ruled. Taking an early megastate, Imperial Rome, as his example, Schumpeter wrote, "Here is the classic example of that policy which pretends to aspire to peace but unerringly generates war, the policy of continual preparation for war, the policy of meddlesome interventionism. There was no corner of the known world where some interest was not alleged to be in danger or under actual attack. If the interests were not Roman, they were those of Rome's allies, and if Rome had no allies, then allies would be invented. When it was utterly impossible to 137. Contrive such an interest, why, then it was national honor that had been insulted. The fight was always invested with an aura of legality. Rome was always being attacked by evil-minded neighbors, always fighting for a breathing space. The whole world was pervaded by a host of enemies, and it was manifestly Rome's duty to guard against their indubitably aggressive designs. They were enemies who only waited to fall upon the Roman people. Attempt be made to comprehend these wars of conquest from the point of view of concrete objectives. Thus there is but one way to an understanding, scrutiny of domestic class interests, the question of who stood to gain. Owing to its peculiar position as the democratic puppet of ambitious politicians and as the mouthpiece of a popular will inspired by the rulers did indeed get the benefit of the booty. So long as there was good reason to maintain the fiction that the population of Rome constituted the Roman people and could decide the destinies of the empire, much did depend on its good temper. But again, the very existence, in such large numbers, of this proletariat, as well as its political importance, was the consequence of a social process that also explains the policy of conquest. For this was the causal connection. The occupation of public land and the robbery of peasant land formed the basis of a system of large estates, operating extensively and with slave labor. At the same time the displaced peasants streamed into the city and the soldiers remained landless, hence the war policy. The latifundian landowners were, of course, deeply interested in waging war. The alternative to war was agrarian reform. The landed aristocracy could counter the perpetual threat of revolution only with the glory of victorious leadership. T was an aristocracy of landlords, large-scale agricultural entrepreneurs, born of struggle against their own people. It rested solely on control of the state machine. Its only safeguard lay in national glory. An unstable social structure of this kind merely creates a general disposition to watch for pretexts for war often held to be adequate with entire good faith and to turn to questions of foreign policy whenever the discussion of social problems grew too troublesome for comfort. The ruling class was always inclined to declare that the country was in danger, when it really was only class interests that were threatened. This lengthy quotation from Schumpeter vividly describes how the expropriation of peasants by the ruling aristocracy created a permanent and irreparable class division in Roman society that led to a policy of unrestrained imperialism and perpetual war. This policy was designed to submerge beneath a tide of national glory and war booty the deep-seated conflict of interests between expropriated proletarians and landed aristocracy. 138. Democracy and imperialist war-making. Schumpeter's analysis explains the particularly strong propensity of democratic states to engage in imperialist war-making and why the age of democracy has coincided with the age of imperialism. The term democratic is here being used in the broad sense that includes totalitarian democracies controlled by parties such as the Nationalist Socialist Workers' Party in Germany and the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. These political parties, as opposed to purely ideological movements, came into being during the age of nationalist mass democracy that dawned in the late 19th century. Though I fault Tolman for his failure to include totalitarianism of the left, his argument remains valid. Because the masses in a democratic polity are deeply imbued with the ideology of egalitarianism and the myth of majority rule, the ruling elites who control and benefit from the state recognize the utmost importance of concealing its oligarchic and exploitative nature from the masses. Continual war-making against foreign enemies is a perfect way to disguise the naked clash of interests between the tax-paying and tax-consuming classes. In this vein, it is noteworthy that the first instance of sustained global imperialism in the Western world was the democratic city-state of Athens. Victor Davis Hanson has emphasized this in his path-breaking work on the Peloponnesian War. Hanson writes, Athenianism was the Western world's first example of globalization. There was a special word of sorts for Athenian expansionism in the Greek language, attakizo, to atticize, to become like or join the Athenians. By the standards of the time, the expanse of the Athenian Empire was breathtaking. By the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War, the Athenian Empire had swelled to nearly 200 states run by 700 imperial overseers. According to Hanson, to maintain such an empire, in the 5th century Athens had fought 3 out of every 4 years, a remarkable record of constant mobilization, unrivaled even in modern times. Moreover, unlike its openly oligarchic rival Sparta, who led a loose voluntary coalition of states that genuinely feared a proselytizing and expansionary Athenian democracy, Athens unilaterally formulated and imposed a single strategy on its imperial subject states and allies. Hansen does not shrink from noting the parallels between the imperialism of ancient Athens and the modern U.S. megastate, writing, although Americans offer the world a radically egalitarian popular culture and, more recently, in a very Athenian mood, have sought to remove oligarchs and impose democracy in Grenada, Panama, Serbia, Afghanistan, and Iraq, enemies, allies, and neutrals alike are not so impressed. They understandably. 139. Fear American power and intentions, while our successive governments, in the manner of confident and proud Athenians, assure them of our morality and selflessness. Military power and idealism about bringing perceived civilization to others are a prescription for conflict in any age, and no ancient state made war more often than did 5th century imperial Athens. Severing the sinews of imperialist war. Ernest Hemingway once wrote, "The sinews of war are 5 men, money, materials, maintenance, and morale." In a modern market economy, Hemingway's 5 M's, in practice, boil down to 1, money. A political oligarchy that rules and exploits a large and productive economy need only get its hands on sufficient monetary funds in order to obtain the men, material, and maintenance necessary to carry out its war plans. Furthermore, an ever-expanding supply of money and credit also boosts the morale of the civilian population by distorting economic calculation and creating the temporary illusion that war brings prosperity. Thus Cicero spoke more truly when he said, "The sinews of war, a limitless supply of money." Explaining the connection between monetary inflation and civilian morale during wartime, Mises wrote in 1919, "In every great war monetary calculation was disrupted by inflation. The economic behavior of the belligerents was thereby led astray, the true consequences of the war were removed from their view." One can say without exaggeration that inflation is an indispensable means of militarism. Without it, the repercussions of war on welfare become obvious much more quickly and penetratingly. War weariness would set in much earlier. However, the initial stages of war inflation must eventually give way to crisis and depression. The reason is that war entails a massive consumption of capital because of the diversion of real resources from production for present and especially future civilian needs, that is, the maintenance and replacement of capital goods to production for immediate military purposes. The productive class only becomes aware of the enormous destruction of its real income and wealth when inflation ceases and the ensuing crisis and recession reveal the true costs of the war, aside from its physical destruction of lives and property. Financing war through money creation distorts and conceals its actual costs. At this point, the bitterly disillusioned and demoralized producers begin to realize that their own interests are not identical with those of their imperialist rulers. In the 2 world wars of the 20th century, the war makers on both sides were able to forestall this day of reckoning by abrogating the freedom to produce and exchange and instituting a more or less thoroughgoing command. 140. Economy featuring pervasive price controls and central direction of production and distribution by legal fiat. Things are different in contemporary imperialist wars, such as those fought by the United States since the end of the Cold War. The reason is that the vast disparity in military and economic power between the imperial state and the state it wishes to subjugate obviates recourse to massive monetary expansion. For example, the current U.S. war on Iraq, according to the National Priorities Project, the cost of this war is estimated to have cost roughly $346 billion from its inception in 2003 until the present. During this time, the change in the adjusted monetary base, which is completely controlled by the Fed and represents the signage or inflation tax that the government realizes from money creation, has been about $137 billion. But the rate of growth of MB has steadily declined from mid-2002 from 10% to below 5% currently. This is reflected in a decline in the rates of growth of broader monetary aggregates such as MZM, M2, and M3. Yet at the same time, U.S. federal government debt has ballooned by nearly $2 trillion since March 2003, expanding the total debt accumulated since the inception of the American Republic by over 30%. How has this flood of new debt been financed if not by money creation? The answer is by borrowing from foreigners. In March 2003, foreign investors held about $1,286.3 billion of federal government debt. By June 2006, foreign investors were holding $291.7 billion of the debt, an increase of $805.4 billion or over 40% of the increase of the total debt since March 2003. The data in this paragraph are drawn from Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis Monetary Trends and National Economic Trends. In other words, foreigners have by and large financed the U.S. imperialist adventure in Iraq, greatly mitigating the economic burden of the war borne by U.S. taxpayers and consumers at least until foreigners refuse to absorb any more U.S. debt. At this point, increased taxation and more rapid money creation must be resorted to in continuing to finance the war as well as the interest payments on the outstanding debt. In the meantime, an interesting issue to contemplate is whether an aroused and disgruntled tax-paying class has any means at its disposal short of violent revolution for putting an end to the never-ending series of imperialist wars sucking the lifeblood out of the economy and consuming its real wealth and income. Vladimir Lenin's answer was, convert the imperialist war into a civil war. All consistently waged class struggles in wartime and all seriously conducted mass action tactics inevitably lead to this. The logic of war making in conjunction with its cognate praxeological discipline, economics, reveals that Lenin's dictum is indeed practicable and that 141. There are a number of peaceful tactics available to the productive masses that strike directly at the sinews of the imperialist war machine. The first is the general strike, an Atlas Shrugged scenario writ large, in which the producers go on strike for lengthy periods of time and live off their accumulated savings. This chokes off the current taxes that pay for the war as well as the military supplies needed to execute it. Mass boycotts of goods and services produced by enterprises directly profiting from the war as well as central government enterprises such as the post office strike directly at the revenues of the tax-consuming class. So do economic boycotts of the mass media, including establishment newspapers and periodicals and the major television broadcast networks. In the contemporary United States, the latter, in particular, are little more than legally licensed cartelists spewing forth government war propaganda. Withdrawing all bank deposits and using only cash or barter arrangements in exchange would cause the fractional reserve banking system to grind to a halt for a lengthy period of time, as the monetary authorities would have to freeze all bank accounts until sufficient currency was printed and delivered to banks throughout the country. This would take months and would completely disrupt the monetary and financial system in the meanwhile, forcing the government to resort to the archaic and costly technique of literally printing up and shipping new currency to pay for its war expenditures. Selling government bonds en masse, causing their prices to plunge, would wreak havoc with the balance sheets of banks and other financial institutions and make it extremely difficult for the government to issue war debt. These mass action tactics would have a number of additional and very important benefits. First, they would cause a deep rift in the ruling class, which, in a plutocratic democracy such as the United States, is by no means monolithic because it includes significant elements of the big business and finance establishment that are competing with one another for subsidies and special legal privileges from the state. This uneasy coalition of political interests can be readily destabilized by the radical change in the pattern of benefits and costs brought about by mass action tactics that unevenly affect the revenues and subsidies of politically connected business firms. Thus, those industrial firms and financial institutions suffering significant hardships from these tactics would turn against the war, thereby shrinking and weakening the ruling class. With the prospect of civil war with its former allies looming, those in control of the state apparatus would have a strong incentive to halt its war-making activities. Second, other business firms completely outside the ambit of the tax-consuming, government-industrial complex, e.g., McDonald's, Walmart, Microsoft, etc., would also suffer economic losses as a result of the general strike and financial collapse, giving them an incentive to ally themselves with the 142 renegade firms that were formerly members of the political establishment. This newly emergent anti-state coalition of business organizations could also peacefully strike at the enfeebled and demoralized imperial state by refusing to do business with it and threatening to blacklist individual bureaucrats and politicians as candidates for the anticipated lucrative jobs in the private sector. Finally, the anti-imperialist alliance of large and powerful business interests brought into existence by the general strike and other peaceful mass action economic tactics would naturally, if unintentionally, interpose itself as a protective shield between the economically debilitated but still dangerous and vindictive state and the individual dissidents of the tax-paying class. In sum, the praxeological method, which has been used successfully to elaborate the laws of economics, is also capable of yielding a systematic body of truths when applied to the analysis of war. Although the logic of war-making has yet to be fully elaborated, it is clear that this praxeological subdiscipline is useful in dispelling the long-entrenched myths and fallacies about war. The logic of war-making also provides knowledge of the means to those whose goal, for ideological or economic reasons, is to bring about the cessation of a war. Imperialism and the Cold War. The last decades have seen an upturn of interest in Marxist theories of imperialism. The background has been, of course, the drive of the last American administration to fundamentally alter the balance of power in the strategically important, oil-rich region of the Middle East, by using unilateral military power to achieve regime change in states considered hostile to U.S. influence. The bellicose rhetoric of the Bush administration and the idea of an unending number of supposedly preventative wars put forward by leading neoconservative protagonists at the time, provided fertile ground for a renewal of debate and argument on the Marxist left over the concept of imperialism. Bush's Iraq brutal had, after all, undermined a number of previously accepted assumptions about the post-Cold War world. On the left and the right, many had viewed America's unipolar moment of the early 1990s and the globalization of the world economy under its leadership in the 2 decades that followed, as having inaugurated a new world order marked by an amelioration of interstate conflict and global social and political integration. The belief and excitement in globalization may now largely exist as little more than a distant memory of a collective flight of fancy, but, for a time, the features of the post-1991 order appeared to seriously challenge classical Marxist assumptions about 143. The nature of the global system. In particular, the issue was to what extent global economic integration and political multilateralism in a world with only one superpower represented a post-imperial evolution of the system. Proponents of the view that it did, could point to the new discourse of multilateralism and strictly humanitarian intervention by allied Western powers into supposed trouble spots, the proliferation of international agreements and the formation of the WTO, the sharp increase in the reach and power of Western multinational companies globally, and the booming world trade system and financial markets. The Iraq and Afghan conflicts, not to mention the explicitly imperialist designs of the Project for a New American Century school of thought that underpinned these wars, broke these ambitious but flawed theoretical edifices, which had argued the various concrete features of the international system in the 1990s, were basically epiphenomenal expressions of more profound and transformative changes in the relationship between states and markets across the globe. If, however, as seemed increasingly obvious, there was continuity as well as change in the pre- and post-Cold War worlds, then a space could be opened up for a reconsideration of classical theories of imperialism as explanans, the means by which we go about finding an explanation for the workings of the contemporary international order. Part of the issue was explaining the juxtaposition of the war on terror policy of the United States with the ongoing globalization of international economic exchanges. How did the two intersect? If the actions of the Bush regime were not simply mad but based on at least some kind of rational calculation of U.S. geopolitical and economic interests, then there must be a relationship to be excavated between the contradictions of the global economy and the superpower's increasing propensity to openly promote its own imperial power. This question of how the pursuit of economic and political power connect with one another in late capitalist development concerned two Marxist theorists, David Harvey and Alex Kallinikis, who have both played an important role in stimulating the resurgence of debate of imperialism over the last decade. Both were concerned to situate the aggressive policy of the last U.S. administration within the tectonics of global capitalism as it had developed historically over previous decades. As David Harvey described his own endeavor in the opening pages of his New Imperialism, I seek to uncover some of the deeper transformations occurring beneath all the surface turbulence and volatility, and so open up a terrain of debate as to how we might best interpret and react to our present situation. The common thread to both Kallinicus and Harvey's work was their shared view that 144. The logics of political and economic power had to be situated in an irreducible but dialectical relation to one another, if, that is, a concrete explanation for the latest bout of American imperial hubris was to be achieved. Meanwhile, the theoretical explanations of international political economic development they offered have simultaneously had to wrestle with crucial changes in the global political economy happening across this time. Any reinvigorated Marxist theory of imperialism had to rise to the challenge of not only explaining the historical changes in the international system since the end of the Cold War, the related impact of neoliberal/conservative Anglo-American policies on the world stage since the late 1970s, but, in addition to this, the great financial crisis that erupted in the fall of 2008, the deep global recession which followed, and the new Obama-led administration in the United States, who has of course invoked a language suggesting some degree of policy change with the Bush era. The consequence of this more recent set of historical changes is a world order that makes for a dramatic contrast with 1992, i.e., one increasingly eliciting a tendency to multipolarity with the U.S. capacity to violently pursue its interests freely in the name of the system as a whole increasingly inhibited by the growth in the relative political and economic power of its rivals. The cases of Colombia and Libya are historic illustrations. Imperialism and violence in Colombia. The U.S. military intervention in Colombia constitutes the longest counterinsurgency war in recent world history. Beginning with President John F. Kennedy's launch of the Green Berets in 1962 and escalating in the new century with President Clinton's $7 billion military program in 2001 to Obama's inauguration of 7 new military bases in the present, the U.S. has been at war in Colombia for 50 years. 10 U.S. presidents, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans, both liberals and conservatives, have alternated in carrying out one of the most brutal counterinsurgency wars ever recorded in Latin America. In terms of civilian killings, trade union and human rights murders and the dispossession of peasants, the US-backed oligarchy has the dubious distinction of being at the top of the list of tyrannical rulers. To understand the bloody history of U.S. imperial intervention in Colombia requires us to examine several key dimensions of the relation in a comparative historical framework that highlights the specificities of Colombia's ruling class and the strategic geopolitical importance of Colombia to U.S. hemispheric dominance. 145. Colombia, a ruling class in search of hegemony. Violence is endemic in a society ruled by a closed ruling class governing through 19th-century oligarchical parties for the greater part of the 20th and 21st centuries. Colombia differs from most of the rest of the major countries of Latin America which early on in the 20th century expanded representation to diverse middle-class parties. In the post-World War I period and certainly by the World Depression of the 1930s, Latin America witnessed the emergence of socialist, communist, and national populist parties and popular front-type regimes. However, Colombia remained frozen in a time warp of a closed political system dominated by 2 oligarchical parties which competed with bullets and ballots. When in the immediate post-World War II period a dynamic nationalist populist figure emerged, Jorge Elisher Gaitan, he was assassinated and the country entered a period of a society-wide bloodbath, dubbed La Violencia. Factions of conservative and liberal oligarchs financed armed bands to murder each other resulting in over 300,000 killings. The oligarchs ended their internecine war by signing an agreement to alternate electoral office, the so-called National Front further consolidating their stranglehold on power and forcibly excluding new political movements from achieving any significant representation. Even when a pseudo-alternative emerged, under the rule of right-wing populist, Rojas Pinilla, The mass urban and rural poor were subject to the private armies of the landlords, while the urban workers' movement was brutally repressed by the military and police. Dissident Democrats usually formed a faction of the Liberal Party, while activist workers were drawn to the militant trade unions and the clandestine or semi-legal Communist Party or smaller socialist parties. The Cold War and U.S. imperial penetration. With the onset of the Cold War, Washington found a willing accomplice in the biparty oligarchical alliance, especially after the elimination of Guyton and the savage repression of militant class-based unions in the U.S. agrobusiness complexes. Beginning with the bilateral and multilateral anti-communist military agreements of the early 1950s, Colombian politics was frozen into a pattern of subordination and collaboration with Washington, as the U.S. extended its empire from Central America and the Caribbean into Latin America. The similarities between the bipartisan political systems of Colombia and the U.S. and the exclusion of any effective opposition in countries facilitated continuity and collaboration. As a result, Colombia's oligarchy did not face the 146 challenges that emerged from time to time in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay. The Cuban Revolution and the US-Colombian alliance. The Cuban Revolution, especially its transition towards socialism and the multiplication of guerrilla movements throughout Latin America, marked a turning point in US-Colombian relations. Colombia became a pivotal country in Washington's counter-revolutionary strategy. Colombia served as a U.S. laboratory in the effort to defeat the revolutionary upsurge of the 1960s. Colombia served as a trampoline for Washington to launch a counter-offensive based on military regimes to establish an empire of dependent client states, open to U.S. economic interests and obedient to Washington's foreign policy dictates. U.S. imperialism and Latin American nationalism, impositions and adaptations. The U.S. empire did not emerge ready-made at the end of World War II. It confronted and had to overcome many domestic and overseas obstacles and challenges. Domestically, at the end of WW II, after 5 years of war, most U.S. citizens demanded a military demobilization which weakened the capacity to intervene against the emerging progressive governments in Guatemala, Chile, Argentina, and elsewhere. However, with the Cold War and the Hot War in Korea, the U.S. rearmed and launched its quest for world dominance. Social democratic and progressive governments and leaders were ousted from governments and jailed in Venezuela, Guatemala, and Chile. Throughout the 1950s, Washington embraced the first age of dictators and free markets. They included Adria in Peru, Pérez Jiménez in Venezuela, Ospina and Gómez in Colombia, Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, Duvalier in Haiti, Somoza in Nicaragua, Armas in Guatemala, Batista in Cuba. Between 1948 to 1960, the U.S. empire totally relied on the brute force of the dictators and the complicity of the local agromineral oligarchy to secure its dominance. The empire, built on the basis of right-wing dictators, however, did not last beyond a decade. Beginning with the victory of the 26th of July movement in Cuba, a decade-long continent-wide revolutionary upsurge challenged imperial power and client collaborators of empire. U.S. imperialism, faced with the demise of its dictatorial clients, was forced to adapt to the new configuration of forces composed of reformist middle-class electoral parties and a new generation of radical and a revolutionary movement of intellectual, peasants and workers inspired by the Cuban example. 147. In 1962, Washington launched a new strategy called the Alliance for Progress to divide reformers from revolutionaries. The AP promised economic aid to the reformist middle-class regimes and military advisors, arms, and special forces to destroy the revolutionary insurgents. In other words, imperial violence was more selective, it was directed against the independent revolutionary movements and involved greater direct military involvement in the counterinsurgency programs of the electoral regimes. Colombia the exception, repression with reform. In contrast to the rest of Latin America, where agrarian, democratic and nationalist reforms accompanied the counterinsurgency programs, in Colombia the oligarchy retained power, blocked the emergence of a reformist democratic alternative and relied wholly on a strategy of total militarization, polarizing politics between revolution and reaction. In Colombia, the U.S. empire did not face a choice between a reformist middle-class regime or a revolutionary movement because the oligarchical biparty system dominated the electoral arena. The U.S. did not need to combine the cannot with the stick. It concentrated all its efforts in strengthening the military power of the dominant oligarchy. The Colombian ruling class ruled out any agrarian reform like in Chile, Peru, and Ecuador for the obvious reason that they were the land-owning elite. The Colombian oligarchy did not face a nationalist military pressuring to nationalize strategic industries, like in Bolivia and Peru, because the military was under U.S. tutelage and was closely linked with the emerging narco-bourgeoisie. By the end of the 1960s, Colombia became the centerpiece of U.S. policy for Latin America. The region moved from reform to radical nationalism and democratic socialism in the early 1970s, especially among the Andean countries and the Caribbean. Colombia was the anomaly in an Andean region ruled by nationalists like Guillermo Rodriguez in Ecuador, Juan Velasco Alvarez in Peru, J.J. Torres in Bolivia, and democratic socialists like Salvador Allende in Chile. The Colombian ruling class served as the U.S. counterpoint to launch its second and most brutal counter-revolutionary offensive, beginning with a coup in Brazil in 1964. Subsequently, the U.S. invaded and occupied the Dominican Republic in 1965-66 and supported the overthrow of Allende, Rodriguez, Torres, Velasco Alvarez in the Andean countries. Later, the U.S. backed military coups in Argentina and Uruguay. The Pentagon organized mercenary death squads in El Salvador and Guatemala, killing nearly 300,000 peasants, Indian workers, teachers, and other 148 citizens. The U.S. organized a mercenary army in Honduras to destroy the Sandinista revolution. Colombia's ruling class, backed by U.S. and Israeli counterinsurgency experts, tried to follow the U.S. counter-revolutionary lead by engaging in a scorched earth policy to defeat the popular insurgency. But narco-presidents Turbe, Betancur, Barco, Gaviria, and Samper were only partially successful. They destroyed the popular legal Union Patriotica but increased the size, scope, and membership of the armed insurgency. The second wave of dictators and free markets, included Pinochet, Videla, and Alvarez, came under popular pressure and faced the insurmountable debt crises of the early 1980s. Once again, U.S. imperialism faced a challenge and choice: continue with the dictators and a deepening financial crisis, or engineer a democratic transition which would preserve the state and the neoliberal economy. Neoliberalism and elections 1990 to 2000 in Latin America. The 1990s witnessed the greatest pillage of the Latin American economies since the times of Pizarro and Cortés. Presidents Menem in Argentina, Salinas and Zedillo in Mexico, Cardoso in Brazil, Sanchez de Losada of Bolivia, and Fujimori in Peru privatized and denationalized over 5,000 public enterprises, mines, energy resources, banks, telecommunication networks, mostly through executive decrees worth over $1 trillion. During the 1990s, over $900 billion flowed out of Latin America in profits, royalties, and interest payments to multinational corporations, bankers, and speculators. In Colombia, narco-trafficking became the principal source of profits as the traditional oligarchy joined with the new narco-bourgeoisie in laundering billions of dollars via correspondence accounts with the major U.S. banks in Miami, Wall Street, and Los Angeles. The transition from military dictatorships to neoliberal authoritarian electoral systems in Latin America was paralleled in Colombia by the transition from an oligarchical to a narco-state. In Colombia, the military and paramilitary death squads dispossessed millions of peasants, and confronted the armed insurgency. There was no democratic transition. The democratic opposition was murdered. Between 1984 to 1990, over 5,000 members of the Patriotic Union were slaughtered. U.S. empire builders looked on neoliberal Latin America in the 1990s as the model for expanding on a world scale. The formula was to combine pillage via privatization in Latin America and dispossession via militarization in Colombia. 149. The Crises of the Neoliberal Militarist Model of Empire 2000 to 2012. The entire basis of U.S. imperial supremacy in Latin America in the 1990s was built on fragile foundations. Pillage, plunder, and corruption led to a profound class polarization and economic crises which culminated in mass popular uprisings overthrowing US-backed client regimes in Argentina, Bolivia and Ecuador. In Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela the incumbent neoliberal presidents were defeated by center-left and national populists parties and leaders. In Colombia, mass rejection of the ruling neoliberal narco-bourgeoisie expressed itself via massive electoral abstention, the exponential growth of influence and the presence of the armed insurgency in over one-third of the municipalities and the tactical retreat of President Pastrana. He accepted a demilitarized zone for direct peace negotiations with the FARC-EP. The entire basis of U.S. imperial rule built on the collaboration of neoliberal client regime crashed. Between 2000 to 2005 popular social movements succeeded in defeating a counter-revolutionary coup and lockout in Venezuela. A victorious President Chavez accelerated and radicalized the process of socio-economic change and deepened Venezuela's anti-imperialist foreign policy. Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay rejected U.S. free trade agreements. Once again Colombia went against the progressive tide of the region. Colombia's narco-bourgeoisie and oligarchy opted for total militarization to avoid the popular democratic movements occurring in the rest of Latin America. The Colombian-US response to democratic revolution in Latin America was Plan Colombia, a $10 billion war on the Colombian people financed by the governments of the US, Colombia and the European Union. Plan Colombia, imperialism's response to Latin America's democracy movement. Plan Colombia was the US response to the spread of the popular democratic revolution throughout Latin America. Plan Colombia represented the biggest U.S. military aid program in the entire region and was designed with several strategic goals. 1. To fence in Colombia from the contagion of the anti-neoliberal revolution which had undermined the proposed U.S. Free Trade of the Americas Agreement. 2. Plan Colombia served to build up Colombia's capacity to threaten and pressure Venezuela's anti-imperialist government and to provide the U.S. with 150 multiple military bases from which to launch a direct intervention in Venezuela if internal coups took place. 3. Plan Colombia had an important internal political and economic function. It was designed to militarize society and to empty the countryside. 300,000 soldiers together with 30,000 death squad paramilitary forces, forced millions to flee guerrilla-controlled territory. The guerrillas lost important intelligence and logistical support but gained new recruits. As a result of the Uribe/Santos scorched earth policy and the mass violence, entire new economic sectors, especially in mining, oil, and agriculture, were secured for foreign investors, laying the groundwork in 2012 for the Obama-Santos Free Trade Agreement. There is a direct connection between Plan Colombia, militarization of the state, mass repression and dispossession, the deepening of neoliberalization and the Free Trade Agreement. 4. Colombia serves a strategic geopolitical role in the U.S. militarized empire. In the Middle East, South Asia, and North Africa the U.S. has used the pretext of the war against terrorism to invade and establish an empire of military bases, in alliance with Israel and NATO. In Latin America, the U.S. in alliance with Colombia and Mexico and under the pretext of the war on drugs has built an empire of military bases in Central America, the Caribbean, and increasingly in Latin America. Currently the U.S. has military bases in Colombia, Aruba, Costa Rica, Guantanamo, Curacao, El Salvador, Honduras, Haiti, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico. The U.S., a militarized empire. Because of the relative decline of U.S. economic power and the rise of militarism, the U.S. empire today is largely a military empire engaged in perpetual wars. Washington's close ties with Colombia reflects the close structural features of the state heavily weighted toward military institutions and economy, skewed toward neoliberal and free market policies. Once again, Colombia is the anomaly in Latin America. Nearly 10 years after Latin America rejected neoliberalism and 8 years after the center-left regimes rejected a free trade agreement with the U.S., Colombia under Uribe Santos embraced neoliberalism and a free trade agreement with Washington. Facing two major economic initiatives from Venezuela, Plan Caribe and ALBA, challenging U.S. hegemony in the Caribbean and Andean region, Washington tightens its ties with Colombia via the free trade agreement. Summarily, U.S. empire depends on collaborator regimes everywhere in order to defend its military dominance. In Latin America, Colombia is the 151 biggest and most active collaborator, especially in the Central American Caribbean region. But like the U.S., Colombia's militarized state does not fit in with the rest of Latin America. The U.S. has no new economic initiatives to offer Latin America and has lost significant influence and witnessed a relative decline in trade, investment, and market shares. Because Colombia, as a militarized neoliberal state, complements the U.S. global project, it became a special recipient of massive U.S. military aid precisely to prevent it from joining the new bloc of independent progressive states and further isolating Washington. Colombia's increasing dependence on the U.S. economy via the free trade agreement sacrifices a large sector of domestic producers in agriculture and manufacturing but increases vast opportunities for the oligarchy and foreign investors in mining, oil, and finance. The free trade agreement will increase the opportunities of the powerful narco-financial bourgeoisie which launders over $20 billion annually in drug revenues through leading U.S. and EU banks. Colombia is the model state of the U.S. empire in Latin America. Colombia is ruled by a triple alliance of a narco-oligarchy, neoliberal bourgeoisie and the military. The Santos regime depends increasingly on the large-scale inflow of foreign capital, which is oriented toward producing for overseas markets. The military expenditures, the mass terror of the Uribe regime, the political isolation from the regional economic powers and the limitation of the stagnant U.S. economy are serious obstacles to the neoliberal model. President Santos is attempting to reconcile these internal contradictions. Santos has replaced mass terror with selective assassinations of key activists in the trade unions and the human rights and social movements. He has focused on co-opting electoral politicians and centering the activity of the paramilitaries on eliminating popular opponents in the new mining and investment zones. He has combined major economic agreements with Venezuela and deepened military ties with the U.S. The Santos White House agreements and the strategy of diversified dependence and free markets rest on very fragile domestic and global foundations. The repression of dissent, the regressive taxes, the depression of living standards, the millions of rural dispossessed has led to the vast growth of inequalities and pent-up mass demand and rising popular pressure. The military commitments to the U.S. impose a heavy economic cost with no economic compensation. The cost of U.S.-promoted militarism undermines efforts by Colombian business to expand in regional markets. The U.S. economy is stagnant, the EU is in recession and the outlook for 2012 is precarious, especially for an open economy like Colombia. At the turn of the 21st century, Latin American countries faced a similar situation, neoliberal regimes in crises, the U.S. in economic decline and a ruling class unable to grow externally and unwilling to develop the internal market. 152. The result was the popular democratic revolutions which led to a partial rupture with U.S. hegemony and neoliberalism. A decade later, Colombia faces a similar situation. The question is whether Colombia will follow the rest of progressive Latin America in breaking with imperial militarism and embracing a new developmental road. The time is ripe for Colombia to cease being a political anomaly, a client of a militarized imperialism. The popular movements in Colombia, as evidenced in the Patriotic March movement, are ready to make their own popular democratic and anti-imperialist revolution and establish their own Colombian road to 21st century socialism. Gaddafi's Libya, the violence of neoliberal imperialism in Africa. Muammar Gaddafi is dead and the Al-Fatah revolution has been rolled back. 2 months after his death, on October 2011, the imperialists, in collaboration with the Salafists in Tripoli and Khartoum, orchestrated the assassination of the revolutionary leader of the Sudanese Justice and Equality Movement, Dr. Khalid Ibrahim. On a recent visit to Tripoli, President of Sudan, Omar Bashir, congratulated the Libyan NTC and said that Gaddafi's death is the best thing that could have happened to the people of Sudan. When the chairman of the NTC, Mustafa Jalil, recently visited Sudan, Bashir once again sank into absurdity, claiming that Sudan has experienced no harm, even from the colonial nations, like the injury caused by Gaddafi and his group. Bashir certainly wasn't speaking for South Sudan, nor even for some parts of the north. He was speaking only for those Sudanese who support the National Congress Party, which he leads, and their program to promote Arab hegemony. NATO-backed Salafist militias are working with Bashir's military to seal the Sudanese-Libyan border, and are engaged in a joint military effort to fight pro-Gaddafi Tuaregs and Jem fighters operating in the region. Jem's leader, the late Dr. Khalid Muhammad, was residing in Libya prior to and during the NATO invasion. Khartoum wanted Gaddafi to hand over Khalid Muhammad, who was wanted by the Bashir regime. Gaddafi of course refused. He had for many years assisted the African fighters in southern Sudan and those operating in the Darfur area in their legitimate struggle against the ethnic and religious chauvinists in Khartoum. This fueled Khartoum's hatred of Gaddafi, because Gaddafi openly supported the struggle being waged against the Bashir regime, and also they hated Gaddafi's Islam, an Islam that promotes justice, equality, and peace, hence the name Jem. A few weeks after Gaddafi's death, the Justice and Equality Movement, based in the Darfur region, joined forces with the Sudanese People's Liberation Movement, and two other liberation organizations to form the Sudanese Revolutionary Front, with the aim of toppling the Khartoum regime. 153. Strangely enough, when Bashir visited NATO-controlled Libya, no attempt was made to instruct the NTC to hand him over to the International Criminal Court, although only months ago the US was making a big fuss about the fact that other African regimes had allowed Bashir to land on their soil and had not handed him over. Of course, the imperialists change their allegiances at the drop of a hat. Mubarak is a good example of that. That is at least one thing that we can agree on, that throughout the terrible White Ages, the politics of the North Atlantic tribes has always been based on expedience rather than being rooted in moral principles. Their relationships are always based solely on how best the relationship can further Euro/American interests and objectives, and they will make a pact with the any demon when and where necessary. I think we can all agree on that self-evident truth. And we must never forget that their objective is always the same, unchanging: to dominate Africa and the rest of the global South, in order that they can continue to plunder our vast resources, enabling them to live their irrational, spiritually bankrupt, and unsustainable lifestyle. End of story. We are nothing to them, mere pawns in their game, no more than a bit of collateral damage in their way. Their worldview was perfectly illustrated when Leslie Stahl of CBS asked former U.S. Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, the following question. We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it? To which Madeleine Albright replied, I think this is a very hard choice, but the price, we think the price is worth it. There is no better example of the enemy's total disregard for us than recent events in Libya. The most prosperous and stable country on the African continent was bombed to a point of total destruction of its physical environment, economy, and social fabric, and then, following the globally televised murder of the leader, left to dwell in pure chaos and misery. In the space of 24 hours, the corporate and mainstream media went from 24-hour coverage to zero coverage. They turned off their cameras so that the world would not see the ensuing bloodbath, as the racist and fascist Salafists, who had been handed power by NATO, continued on their murderous rampage of ethnic and ideological cleansing. Intellectuals, religious leaders, black Libyans, and all those who dared to openly support the Al-Fatah revolution were rounded up, imprisoned, tortured and murdered, and not a word from NATO countries about the human rights they pretended to cherish while they savagely bombed this defiant African nation. One only has to look back on the days of what the enemy has termed the Arab Spring to understand how sinister and sophisticated their plans for domination really are. They quite clearly have a contingency plan for every 154 eventuality, and so, when they need to support a repressive regime such as Ben Ali in Tunisia or Mubarak in Egypt, they do so. When that is no longer working, they can switch gear within hours to support the Muslim Brotherhood and Salaf electoral outfits, despite the fact that only yesterday they were raging against them. The only thing that matters is that they remain at the top of the global pyramid, exerting total control. There are many, who for years, have discarded such ideas as the ranting of wacky conspiracy theorists. However, it is now becoming crystal clear for all to see that the unfolding of global events is not taking place as a result of shared interests converging in some ad hoc manner, but rather is part of a carefully planned strategy. Of course, there are random events that occur which are beyond anybody's control, such as the Tunisian vegetable seller, Mohamed Bouazizi, setting himself on fire in protest at his harassment by Tunisian local authorities, but let us not be confused by random events that occur. It is important to note that those that are manipulating world events have contingency plans for every conceivable series of events and outcomes. As soon as the rebellion in Tunisia and Egypt started, they swung into gear, launching Plan B to either co-opt and or destabilize the rebellions. They would support any commotion, even an Al-Qaeda-inspired and led takeover of Libya, as long as they remain in control. Confusion ascendant. Even amongst so-called anti-imperialist and revolutionary organizations and personalities, confusion reigns. They shout revolution as soon as they see a rebellion, failing to realize that all rebellions are not revolutions, and some, as in the case of Libya and more recently Syria, are simply imperialist orchestrated rebel commotion. Revolutions do not happen without a revolutionary theory and revolutionary organization. In the absence of these weapons, and indeed, revolutionary theory, consciousness and organization are weapons. Confusion, co-option, and chaos are easy to establish. In an alliance with the powerful corporate media and local players, commotion of a destabilizing nature is all around us. In such circumstances, as we have witnessed over the past 18 months, if we are not careful we can lose our bearings. Sadly, many progressive and so-called anti-imperialist figures fell for the bait and found themselves on the same side as NATO and the Salafists. For the past decades, since the end of the so-called Cold War, as the single global superpower, the US and their European allies have enjoyed unfettered access to Africa. However, with the rise of China as a powerful economic player, and their own deepening economic crisis and decline, they are once again on the offensive, determined that they will maintain sole control over Africa by whatever means necessary. Muammar Gaddafi and the Libyan Jamahiriya were 155 major obstacles to their plan. Gaddafi had the ability to provide financial assistance to African countries, and his vision of African unity was fast gaining momentum. Gaddafi and Libya's prosperity and capability to lead the charge towards African liberation had to be eliminated. No one was more aware of their nefarious agenda than the brother leader himself. His last message to the peoples of Africa stated, "The fight, if it is not won in Libya, will be coming to you. Prepare for it. Prepare traps for the invaders. You must defend your corners, do not let them use you. Be united. Build your defenses, for they are coming if they manage to pass Libya." Since the overthrow of the Libyan revolution, the United States Africa Command, set up to facilitate U.S. military intervention in Africa, has, as expected, stepped up its activity throughout the continent. Muammar Gaddafi was totally opposed to AFRICOM and all it stood for. His ability to influence other African governments meant that not a single African country had allowed AFRICOM to establish a military base on their soil, which was what AFRICOM had set out to do. As a result of this unanimous rejection by African nation-states, AFRICOM was forced to establish its headquarters in Germany. This was a humiliating defeat for the US-led mission to militarily occupy Africa. AFRICOM, a creature of US imperialism, is modeled after the infamous School of the Americas, where military training, including instruction on torture techniques, was provided to the military and paramilitary personnel of the most vicious of Central and South American dictatorships. The objective was to build their capacity to fight U.S. imperialist conflicts and achieve the imperialists' outcomes throughout the Americas, without having to deploy U.S. troops. This partnership with compliant South American countries meant that citizens of the South, rather than U.S. citizens, could fight and die to further U.S. objectives in the region. Likewise, AFRICOM already has Ugandan, Rwandan, Kenyan, Ethiopian and Somali troops fighting to achieve the U.S. agenda in Somalia. We have witnessed the hideous YouTube campaign, known as Kony 2012, which was a crude attempt to win support for U.S. military advisors and troops to be deployed in Central Africa. Kony 2012 is also part of imperialism's ongoing attempt to control and co-opt the Internet. However, it was a dismal failure. In fact, due to the huge number of comments ridiculing this pitiful attempt to establish a credible cover for the U.S. military being on the ground in Africa, an order was given from somewhere to disable the comments to avoid further embarrassment. So, although this social experiment using the Internet failed dismally, in the midst of the Kony madness, Obama authorized 100 U.S. troops to be deployed to Central Africa to ostensibly assist in the U.S.-created mythical struggle against Joseph Kony, yet another African bogeyman. The imperialists, 156, are tightening their military grasp on Africa. In fact, military intervention is clearly the preferred method. Contain or kill. The second form of warfare, psychological warfare, is becoming a more difficult option, posing many challenges in a world connected by internet and social media. The enemy is clearly aware of this. In a recent address, the Han Minister Louis Farrakhan once again reminded us that we need to listen carefully to the enemy because they are crystal clear regarding their plans for our continued enslavement. Minister Farrakhan quoted the infamous speech given by Zbigniew Brzezinski to a gathering of British elites in London on November 17, 2008. Brzezinski was National Security Advisor in the Carter administration. He is also a founding member of the Trilateral Commission, which is a think tank set up to increase cooperation between the US, Europe and Japan with the aim of furthering their domination of world affairs, and is highly influential in the Obama administration. He had this to say on what he termed, the global political awakening. This is a truly transformative event on the global scene, namely that for the first time in human history, almost all of mankind is politically awake, activated, politically conscious and interactive. There are only a few pockets of humanity, here or there, in the remotest corners of the world, which are not politically alert and interactive with the political turmoil and stirrings and aspirations around the world, and all of that is creating a worldwide surge in the quest for personal dignity and cultural respect, in a diversified world sadly accustomed for many centuries to domination of one portion of the world by another. That is an enormous change, and beyond that is the interacting of a further change, namely in the distribution of global power. It pertains to some of the obvious of which we are aware but which it is important to register, namely that we are living in a time of the basic shift away from the 500 years long global domination by the Atlantic powers. It is the countries that have been located on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean, and let's recall them, Portugal, Spain, France, the Netherlands, Great Britain and more recently the United States that have dominated world affairs, and that shift now is taking us towards Asia. It is not the end of the preeminence of the Atlantic world, but it is now the surfacing of the Pacific region, most notably Japan, the number 2 economic power, and China, an assertive global power that is now occupying a preeminent place in the global hierarchy, and of course, beyond them, there is India's future development, though it is currently still in the wings, and it is also complicated by the reappearance of Russia, which is still restless, rather unclear about its 157. Own definition, very undefinite about its recent past and very insecure about its place in the world. These new and old major powers face still yet another novel reality, in some respects unprecedented, and it is that, While the lethality of their power is greater than ever, their capacity to impose control over the politically awakened masses of the world is at a historical low. I once put it rather pungently, and I was flattered that the British Foreign Secretary repeated this as follows, namely, in earlier times it was easier to control 1 million people, literally it was easier to control 1 million people than physically to kill 1 million people. Today it is infinitely easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people. It is easier to kill than to control. Here it is the chilling plan: easier to kill than to control. A clear picture of the era that is before us. And I can guarantee that Brzezinski and his kind have a plan. The question is, do we? Notice that nowhere in Brzezinski's speech is there any mention of us, of those of us that dwell in the parts of the world that the imperialists continue to wrangle over and dominate. We are treated as nothing expendable, not even worth a mention. The trilateralists are very different from the crude neocons. Their plans for global domination are much slicker. Where the neocons support direct military intervention, the trilateralists are among those who believe that it is smarter and more effective to pit us against each other, and to ensure that we fight the wars on their behalf. While Brzezinski welcomes the Russians back onto the world stage, and acknowledges China's rise in a seemingly friendly way, behind the rhetoric is a plan to directly counter China and Russia's global power, ensuring the continuity of West European/American dominance. Hence, Brzezinski and his kind would rather see us embroiled in conflict and turmoil, fighting each other, and where possible, use this chaos to their advantage in their battle to counter the growing influence of China and Russia. The Green Book, Era of the Masses. Muammar Gaddafi predicted this moment in history many years before Brzezinski and his cohorts. Even progressive commentators and intellectuals speak about the current awakening of the masses without referring to the Green Book. As far back as 1975, when the Green Book was first published, Gaddafi spoke about the era of the masses, describing it as a time rapidly advancing towards us to overtake the era of republics, an era that would excite the emotions and dazzle the eyes. However, he also realized that it would usher in a dangerous time, where we may find ourselves teetering on the brink of disaster. He sounded this warning, but inasmuch as it heralds the advent of real freedom for the masses and the blissful emancipation from the chains of all. 158. Instruments of government, it is also the harbinger of a chaotic and tumultuous era. If the new democracy, the authority of the people, were to suffer a relapse, such an era would bring back autocracy. Gaddafi the visionary was able to comprehend the movement of history and the spirit of time, always believing that the present era represents a turning point in humanity's history, heralding the great awakening of the masses, both men and women moving forward together to shape history and social evolution. Revolution, not chaos and commotion. Leaders from Marcus Garvey to Muammar Gaddafi have warned us over and over that we will continue to be condemned to the imperialists' genocidal policies and domination until we are able to unite and set our own agenda. We must have zero tolerance of those amongst us who continue to be manipulated to serve the interests of and achieve the very outcomes laid out for us by our enemies. Even this historical moment, which Brzezinski describes as a truly transformative event on the global scene and what he rightly terms a global political awakening, will be of no use to us without some level of clarity and unity of purpose. The objective of psychops is to defeat us mentally, to convince us of the invincibility of Euro/American domination. This forces us into an acceptance of the inevitability of being relegated to nothing more than collateral damage in a battle between powerful global forces. The aim is to make us feel completely disempowered and impotent in the face of this Leviathan, which destroys entire nation-states that stand in its way with its foreboding military might, and parades the televised murder of our leaders before us with impunity. Amos Wilson explains. The European inhabits only a small part of this globe. The parts of the globe that the European occupies are relatively resourceless when compared to those occupied by non-European people. And yet, the European is saddled with great wealth, economic and political power. He controls the globe and maintains the world in a state of terror, and has the earth now on the brink of suicide. We must question how is it that a minority people, a very small percentage of mankind, a people who are essentially resourceless in terms of their natural resources, maintain the power they have? Why is it that the people whose lands contain the wealth of the earth are the poorest people? Why is it that Africa with some 20 or 30 strategic metals that make the space age possible? Why is it that the image of Africa is projected at us time and time again as that of starving children, as societies in disorder, as societies on the verge of disaster? 159. This implies, to my mind, that there must exist a political and social situation wherein the mental orientation of our people must be so structured, that the power and ability of the Europeans to rule this earth are continually maintained. The imperialistic European must essentially function in a very devilish fashion. That is, in a fashion that uses deception as its major characteristic. Consequently, fundamental values and ways of seeing reality must be reversed. The good must appear to be the bad, the light dark. Truth must be taken for the lie for truth. Otherwise a small group, such as European people, could not continue to keep the rest of the world out of its mind. The European hegemonic establishment must project false and injurious ideologies that are accepted by its victims. Burying imperialism in Africa? See Kauture's bold assertion asserts that imperialism will be buried in Africa. From a Eurocentric perspective that might have seemed optimistic, and indeed some commentators asserted that it was not grounded in reality and that we were, if anything, being crushed by imperialism's might. However, looking at it from a revolutionary Pan-African perspective, one simply sees it as inevitable. Actually, imperialism can only be defeated in Africa. Although there is a revolutionary fight back globally and most notably throughout South America, it is only when Africa is finally free and regains its sovereignty that imperialism in its current form can be buried, since it is Africa that fuels the space age. The onus is on revolutionary Pan-African organizations and movements, on the continent and in the diaspora, to provide clear analysis and strategies that are capable of thwarting the enemy's plans at every point in the evil axis of Euro/American imperialism, Saudi and Qatari-sponsored Salafism parading as Islam, and the neocolonial regimes in Africa and the diaspora. There is no room for weakness, ineffective ways of operating that drain our resources and fail time and time again to achieve results. There is no room or time for indecision leading to inaction. Bury imperialism in Africa or perish. In a recent interview with the Southern Times, veteran African freedom fighter and former president of Namibia, Sam Nujoma, was extremely critical of the African Union's weakness, stating that they had woefully failed to mobilize militarily to stop the bombing of Libya and that the African Union should have mobilized their forces in order to fight and defend the territorial integrity of Libya. 160. He offered the following advice on confronting what he identified as a new scramble for Africa: Africans should talk war, the language best understood by Western countries. The imperialists understand no other words than fighting. We dislodged them from our continent by fighting them. If we did not fight in Namibia or in Zimbabwe or elsewhere, we would not be free today. We must now prepare to fight them again. Nujoma stated that Africa's sovereignty was not up for debate and called upon the youth of Africa to prepare themselves to fight and defend the continent. Where is African power? It is only with access to Africa's resources that modern-day empires, fueled by industrialized and high-tech economies, can be built. Even Arab countries, such as Saudi Arabia and Qatar, are in the scramble for African lands to grow food for their populations, and African resources to fuel their economies. The Lebanese, Saudis, Qataris and Israelis are among those that rival the Europeans in their plunder of Africa's wealth. It came as no surprise that it was the Lebanese who assisted the French to draft the so-called no-fly zone resolution which spelled Libya's destruction. The same Lebanese, who now so hypocritically recognize Syria's plight in the face of groups of Salaf terrorists being armed, trained, and organized by the NATO member states, and are calling for no outside intervention with an agenda for regime change in Syria. The only Arab nations to oppose NATO's invasion of Libya were Algeria, Syria, and Mauritania. Gaddafi's plans for Africa were inimical to the Lebanese and other Arab business interests on the continent. Like their European counterparts, they simply could not afford a united and independent Africa. Libyan Popular National Movement. The fight back is on and intensifying in every region of Libya. The NTC is definitely not in control, and faces a well-coordinated armed rebellion on a daily basis. Gaddafi loyalists have launched the Libyan Popular National Movement, which embodies the principles of the Al-Fatah revolution and draws on 40 years of experience in struggle against imperialism, pseudo-Islam, and neocolonialism. Its leader, Kweldi al-Hamdi, was one of the original members of the Free Unionist officers that toppled the pro-Western monarchy of King Idris back in 1969. He lost his pregnant daughter-in-law and 3 of his grandchildren when his home was bombed by NATO. This man, like Muammar Gaddafi and Abu Bakr Yunus Jabr, is a man of steel. Prior to the NATO invasion, Kweldi al-Hamdi was semi-retired, and now in his 70s, after losing So. 161. Many of his family members, is once again in the trenches. As revolutionary Pan-Africanists, we must give unwavering support to the Libyan Popular National Movement, the natural heir of the Al-Fatah revolution. Axis of evil, imperialists, neocolonial regimes, and Salafists. Imperialism and its neocolonial client regimes have been written about extensively and are old members of this axis. Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah provided us with a masterful analysis of neocolonialism in Africa in his book Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism. Pretenders to Islam are the enemy in the house. The Salafists are a less understood and recent member of this most unholy of alliances. While we were sleeping, these religious charlatans were quietly stealing the minds of large numbers of Muslim youth throughout Africa and the Arab region. It was not a difficult task. The Salafists had, and continue to receive massive financial backing to the tune of millions from the medieval Wahhabi creatures in Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This allowed them to prey on the disillusioned and poverty-stricken youths throughout the continent and the Arabian Peninsula. They seduced the poorest of them with scholarships, covering all costs, to Salaf-infested institutions, where they have been and continue to be, indoctrinated with a simplistic, puritanical, and one-dimensional view of Islam and the world. The Salafi offer themselves to the Muslim Ummah as the sole solution to the crisis of modernity and secularism. This is opium for the people, especially the youth. It appeals to the poor and marginalized who have little or no education. It also appeals to youth from the wealthier middle classes, who are completely disaffected by the hypocrisy and double standards of their parents' generation, a generation which they perceive as having sold out to the West, which entailed abandoning their Islamic values. To these youths, the Salafists seem to be the only ones talking militancy and offering a tangible solution. This is not the first time we have witnessed the emergence of such movements. In recent history, we have observed the emergence of fascist movements, which in all their tendencies, offer simplistic and puritanical solutions to the crisis of capitalism and existing political systems, and prey on the disillusionment, disenfranchisement, and fear of the masses, especially the youth. We have also seen deviant religious ideas used as a weapon during slavery, throughout the colonial project and in apartheid South Africa, to name a few examples. The Salafists have become imperialism's shock troops, foot soldiers doing their dirty work. It is no accident that Ansar Dine has emerged out of the blue to challenge the revolutionary nationalist and Islamic MNLA in Mali, while in 162. Nigeria, Boko Haram is well funded and armed to wage war against the Nigerian state, bombing Christian churches and killing Muslims who do not adhere to their Salafist doctrine, and all the while shouting Allahu Akbar. Throughout the continent, Salafism is on the rise, posing a serious threat to the Pan-African struggle for the liberation of Africa and the creation of a United States. As I write, the Salafist Ansar Dine, which is linked to Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, are destroying historical, religious and cultural artifacts in Timbuktu, on the grounds that they are somehow un-Islamic. An observer aptly referred to them as madmen with guns. Let us be clear, that in order to defeat these enemies of Islam, Africa, and humanity, we have to wage war against them on every front, including in the realm of theology and ideas. The battle of ideas is crucial, since it is the hearts and minds of the youth that have been captivated. It is important to understand that these pretenders to Islam are not revolutionaries but are rather reactionaries in the true sense, both racist and fascist. They are not rebels but are actually counter-revolutionaries, with little or no understanding of Islam. For them Islam and Arab culture is one and the same thing. They are religious deviants, preaching a false and misguided theology, in order to achieve their objective, which is to subvert Islam and dominate the Ummah. This is not a new battle but is a battle that has been waged since the time of the Prophet and before. The Salafists' objective is to ensure that Islam is stripped of its revolutionary essence and reduced to a mere ritualistic/legalistic doctrine and practice, which will no longer challenge the existing order. The Muslim Brotherhood and the Salafist parties are no threat to Western economic and geopolitical interests in the region and globally. Their electoral outfits, wherever they assume political office, will implement neoliberal economic policies and will manage the free market economy with an Islamic veneer. Zia-ul-Haq showed how the early conflicts in the Muslim world shaped the Wahhabi/Salaf mindset. After the civil wars and counter-revolution of the Umayyads, the revolutionary principles of Salat, Jihad, Zakat etc., were all reinterpreted in a feudal framework. Feudalism reasserted itself when under monarchy and autocracy, feudal social and economic relationships of master and slave, lord and serf, king and his subjects replaced the pristine revolutionary principles of justice and social equality. Feudal Islam was a political instrument to enslave the broad masses in the name of pristine Islam. Feudal Islam was thus a negation of the Turanic Islam, the Islam of the Prophet revolutionaries, the Islam which was synonymous with truth, justice, social equality, sincerity, and humility. Gaddafi knew them well. In the early 70s he spoke of this ongoing battle. 163. As the Muslims have strayed far from Islam, a review is demanded. The Libyan revolution is a revolution for rectifying Islam, presenting Islam correctly, purifying Islam of the reactionary practices which dressed it in retrograde clothing not its own. Soon we'll find out who is the real revolutionaries, 'cause I don't want my people to be tricked by mercenaries. African youth, especially Muslim youth, need to familiarize themselves with the writings and teachings of the real revolutionary Islamic thinkers and Islamic liberation theologians, such as Muhammad Iqbal, Ali Shariati, Mahmoud Ayoub, Ayatollah Mahmoud Talkani, Muammar Gaddafi, Louis Farrakhan, and Wesley Muhammad among others. Revolutionary Pan-Africanists must heed the call of Nigeria's African Renaissance Party and join with them in applying pressure on the African Union not to recognize the NTC racists in Libya. We must also put pressure on African governments in the Caribbean to do the same. They must, as Gaddafi implored us in his final message, hold down our corner. We need to make sure that wherever we are, the battle against these enemies of humanity is raging. As the brothers and sisters of the Pan-African Society Community Forum stated, African neocolonial agents of imperialism have no strategic power. They have no economic or financial power, which therefore means that they have no strategic political power. Whilst they have a degree of operational powers, they are under the total strategic control of their racist masters, their active tools of imperialism's racist agenda as well as its economic one. The racism of the imperialist system is still present, but the role of the African neocolonial agents is disguising it at the point of conflict. Those who are committed to the unification and total liberation of Africa must understand and grasp Gaddafism, the revolutionary theory and practice of the Al-Fatah Revolution of 1969. It is a theory of revolution capable of ushering in a new era of popular democracy in Africa. In the words of Gaddafi himself, democracy can only occur when power, wealth, and arms are in the hands of the African people. Presently none of these are in our hands, and the ludicrous mimicry of the Western parliamentary system parading as democracy is obsolete. If we are to succeed in our protracted struggle against imperialism, neocolonialism and religious deviationism, we must have a revolutionary theory that provides us with the tools to combat Africa's enemies, while also providing us with the guidelines for social, economic, and political reconstruction on our own terms. Gaddafism and its concept of a Jamahiriya, which means state of the masses, was developed under African skies, by a Bedouin, who was able to create a system that embraced the values, traditions, and entire way of life/culture of the people it was designed to govern. It is, in every sense of the 164 word, a political theory and system of governance indigenous to Africa. It offers an Afrocentric alternative to the two Eurocentric paradigms that have been dominant globally in this epoch, that is, liberal capitalism and Marxism. Gaddafism addresses the problems confronting Africa as a result of the imposition of alien ideologies and political systems, in that it gives us a political theory and practice that is wholly applicable to Africa and the African psyche. What makes Gaddafism unique is that, unlike so many great thinkers to have emerged from the global south, there are no traces of Marxism or any other European revolutionary ideas lingering in Gaddafi's political thought. Those who disagree with this premise need to examine the history of Islam during the period of the Prophet Muhammad and before, and the history, culture, and indigenous political systems of Africa. It is clear from such research that Gaddafi's socialism and concept of popular democracy are rooted in the ancient democratic practices of Africa and early Islam, which are far older than any Greek and European notions of democracy and European versions of socialism. This is why there are so many challenges faced by those of who have been involved in the dissemination of the ideas contained in the Green Book, and the attempt inside Libya to put these ideas into practice. It is important to understand that any attempt by any non-Western leader to develop and articulate a political theory which is outside Western intellectual tradition and paradigms, is unacceptable in the halls of Western academia and political circles, and unfortunately many of our academics are still tangled up in these circles and influenced by them. Non-Western political thought is frowned upon, and only those scholars whose works are shaped by Enlightenment ideologies such as liberalism and Marxism are given any serious consideration. Hence, the deliberate marginalization and ridicule of Gaddafism and the Third Universal Theory by Eurocentric academics, political philosophers, and activists is to be expected. There can be no doubt that one of the gravest enemies of Africa has been the imposition of European materialist ideologies and political systems, whether they emanate from right or left. Africa's true liberation cannot occur unless we free ourselves from this conceptual incarceration. We must move beyond multipartyism and electocracy parading as democracy. We must reject the criminal and fraudulent neoliberal economic policies that have been imposed on us with the full complicity of African neocolonial regimes. Also, we must reject Marxist solutions as yet another imposition of an alien ideology. Another important factor in the negation of Gaddafi's ideas in Western circles, and sadly in some non-Western circles still influenced by Western thought, is that secular European discourse is unable to comprehend an ideology such as the Third Universal Theory, precisely because this ideology acknowledges the transcendental and metaphysical dimension of human. 165. Civilization and existence. However, it is this very aspect of the ideology that provides us with an alternative model for social and political reconstruction and transformation in synergy with our culture and traditions, which for Africans is deeply rooted in the metaphysical and transcendental. This is why the rejection of Marxism being applied as a theory of social change in Africa is as inevitable as our rejection of the liberal/capitalist paradigm. However, the rejection of Marxism is not yet accepted by all Pan-Africanists, despite the fact that many of our greatest African thinkers have lamented the fact that Marxism is fundamentally at odds with African culture and thinking and therefore doomed to fail as a solution to Africa's crisis. Oba T. Shaka puts it this way: while Marxism represents Western man's best attempt to formulate a just system of thought and a conception of the just society in the modern world, the fundamental flaw of Marxism is its Western orientation, precisely because Marxism is a product of the European mind and the European worldview. It accepts the Greek notion that nothing can give rise from nothing. Marxism is rooted squarely in a Western materialistic paradigm, which regards the invisible or the spiritual as superstitious. This is a fundamental flaw in Marxism because it denies our humanity, which is tied to a spiritual material unity and synthesis. Only when man and woman as physical beings aspire to be better spiritually can we become truly human. The inability of Marxism to deal with the invisible spiritual is the central reason why Western Marxism has not even offered a conception of a just human being. Marxism simply proposes that somehow human beings will be better if the goods are equally distributed. Here Marxism is only partially correct. In contrast, Kaddafism is a holistic paradigm incorporating the theological, philosophical, political, economic, legal, and scientific principles, all interrelated. As such, it represents an ideological paradigm that is applicable to Africa and indeed other parts of the global south. Molefi Santi explains another fundamental aspect of Marxism that places it at odds with the African psyche. Marxism oversimplifies the significance of our history. In some ways Marxism acts on the same Eurocentric basis as capitalism because for both, life is economics. The class warrior attitude dominates the thinking of Marxists and capitalists. It is a war of class against class, group against group, and individual against individual. Marxism's base is antithetical to the African concept of society. Life for the Afrocentric person is organic and harmonious. However, the Marxist view of life is as competitive as that of the capitalist, since both are rooted in Eurocentric materialism. Kaddafism on the other hand rejects the notion of class warfare and sees the aim of the nation as an integral whole striving for harmony, which must not be fragmented or socially stratified along class, tribal, ethnic or partisan lines. It is a party-less system because the political party is seen as an instrument which 166 fragments and divides the society. As Yahya Ndu of the African Renaissance Party of Nigeria said, the Western world has through the systems of government that it has forced upon Africa today put the whole continent in collective amnesia, which has rendered the continent totally stultified to such an extent that it is incapable of doing anything about its sorry state. Unless and until Africans can return to their own form of democratic governance there can be no salvation for her and her peoples. He goes on to state that, historical revelations point to the fact that democracy was practiced in Igbo land of Nigeria long before it found its way to Greece and that Western visitors to Igbo land strikingly discovered the extent to which democracy was truly practiced. He cites a number of academics and historians who saw the Igbo political culture as, in their words, ultra-democratic in its values and having no hierarchical type of political organization. Ndu concludes it was this political climate or tradition that gave everyone who cared, the opportunity to mobilize and distinguish him or herself. In other words, it was a model of direct and party-less democracy which can be traced, in its various forms, to many parts of the African continent. It is this same concept that was implemented in the Libyan Jamahiriya, where everyone who cared was able to fully participate in making the decisions that affected their lives through a network of people's congresses and popular committees. The Africans are oppressed by the enemy's military and economic might. However, both their military and economic might would have been humbled if only we were not still captivated by and adopting alien ideologies and political systems, that have stood in the way of our total liberation for so long. It is imperative that we free ourselves from these ideologies and the neocolonial regimes that foster this mindset. The struggle must be intensified against this axis of evil on every front, and most importantly at the battlefront of ideas. For, if we do not free ourselves mentally, then I fear that we will fight these same battles many times over and not see the change we fight for. Unfortunately, many more lives will be lost before we realize that one of the most potent weapons in our arsenal lies, in the words of Amilcar Cabral, in our return to the source. Chapter 4. Neoliberalism and Imperialism. Global Exploitation as Oppression. Overview. Headline news stories about cases of modern slavery, human trafficking or forced labor have become part of the new normal in this era of global labor relations. Captive migrant laborers in the tomato fields of Florida, child labor in the cacao plantations in West Africa, forced labor in the UK food sector and construction industry, and trafficking in persons for economic gains are examples of the growing, complex and multifaceted reality of forced labor under neoliberal capitalist exploitation. Capital is value accumulated through the exploitation of workers' labor and then set in motion to expand further exploitation. Despite this important tradition of scholarship in Marxist historiography, however, there is still a strong tendency to dissociate capitalism from violent and coercive forms of labor. This position often takes the form of a soft functionalism whereby capital's ability to use supposedly non-capitalist forms of exploitation are acknowledged historically without having any theoretical impact. 170. Fragile global economy today. Capitalism in its current neoliberal form is the most successful wealth-creating economic system that the world has ever known. No other system, as the distinguished economist Joseph Schumpeter pointed out, has benefited the common people as much. Capitalism, he observed, creates wealth through advancing continuously to ever higher levels of productivity and technological sophistication. This process requires that the old be destroyed before the new can take over. Technological progress, the ultimate driving force of capitalism, requires the continuous discarding of obsolete factories, economic sectors, and even human skills. The system rewards the adaptable and the efficient, it punishes the redundant and the less productive. This process of creative destruction, to use Schumpeter's term, produces many winners but also many losers, at least in the short term, and poses a serious threat to traditional social values, beliefs, and institutions. Moreover, the advance of capitalism is accompanied by periodic recessions and downturns that can wreak havoc in people's lives. Although capitalism eventually distributes wealth more equally than any other known economic system, as it does tend to reward the most efficient and productive, it tends to concentrate wealth, power, and economic activities. Threatened individuals, groups, or nations constitute an ever-present force that could overthrow or at least significantly disrupt the capitalist system. Revolt in the international system against a global economy characterized by open markets, unrestricted capital flows, and the activities of multinational firms appears repeatedly in the guise of trade protection, closed economic blocks, and various kinds of cheating. Individual nations and powerful groups within nations that believe the world economy functions unfairly and to their disadvantage, or who wish to change the system to benefit themselves to the detriment of others, are an ever-present threat to the stability of the system. The international capitalist system could not possibly survive without strong and wise leadership. International leadership must promote international cooperation to establish and enforce rules regulating trade, foreign investment, and international monetary affairs. But it is equally important that leadership ensure at least minimal safeguards for the inevitable losers from market forces and from the process of creative destruction. Those who lose must at least believe that the system functions fairly. Continuation of the market or capitalist system will remain in jeopardy unless considerations of efficiency are counterbalanced by social protection for the economically weak and training/education of those workers left behind by rapid economic and technological change. With the 1989 end of the Cold War, many proclaimed the triumph of global capitalism, and by the late 1990s, the American people were enjoying what the 171 economist of London called the longest ever economic expansion. Unemployment was the lowest in almost 30 years, wages were up for most American workers, and inflation was low. This was indeed an economic achievement. The performance of the stock market was extraordinary as the Dow Jones Index broke through the 10,000 mark in the spring of 1999. The wealth effect of the high stock market, which encouraged Americans to spend freely, draw down their personal savings, and go deeply into debt, fueled rapid economic growth. With the rest of the world in recession or other dire economic straits, many Americans believed that the United States in the 1990s had fashioned a new type of capitalist economy and had escaped forever from ills historically associated with the capitalist system. This new American economy, many declared, had been created by several important developments, including the freeing of markets from excessive government regulations, downsizing and restructuring of American corporations, and rapid technological advances. Moreover, economic globalization, high rates of productivity growth, and the openness of the American economy to imports had kept prices down and dampened inflationary pressures, thereby allowing the Federal Reserve to pursue expansionary economic policies. Moreover, reduction of the federal budget deficit, superior business management, and reinvigorated American entrepreneurship had made the American economy better suited than its Japanese and European competitors to take advantage of the Internet economy and the inevitable shift of the advanced economies from manufacturing to service industries. These developments had greatly increased the international competitiveness of the American economy. Enthusiastic supporters of the NE even proclaimed that the American economy had transcended the boom and bust of the business cycle that has historically plagued capitalist economies. It seemed that the economic boom could continue forever. Most academic economists, on the other hand, were skeptical of such claims and warned that the American economy was experiencing a speculative bubble. Like the Japanese bubble of the late 1980s and similar bubbles of the past, the American bubble would also necessarily burst one day. Rejoicing in their own good fortune, Americans failed to appreciate that the country's prosperity was highly dependent on the global economy and that, in international economic affairs as in other aspects of life, no person or country is an island. Few appeared to be aware that, although global capitalism had indeed triumphed, the larger global economy was in serious trouble. Nor were they concerned that the Clinton administration and the Congress were doing very little about it. However, rapid U.S. economic growth throughout much of 172. The 1990s was significantly assisted by exports to overseas markets and also by large amounts of imported capital as well as by inexpensive imports. The United States is one of the world's largest exporters, and long-term economic progress is dependent on these exports. Many American workers benefit greatly from the export economy because exports are associated with higher-paying jobs. With the lowest rate of personal savings in the industrialized world, the American economy has also become very dependent on capital imports, and it prospered in the 1990s in part because foreign investors were contributing significantly to financing the American stock market and thus to economic growth. Although the changes associated with the NE provide part of the explanation of America's good economic fortune in the 1990s, equally important contributing factors included skillful management of the economy by the Federal Reserve under the chairmanship of Alan Greenspan and just plain good luck. And the United States benefited from highly favorable international developments. The victory over inflation and low interest rates was due in large part to the fact that the rest of the world economy was experiencing slow growth or recession throughout much of the 1990s. This situation led to lower import prices, especially for petroleum, other raw materials, and consumer goods. For the same reason, the United States has been able to import huge amounts of capital on highly favorable terms, with few other places to invest their capital. Both American and foreign investors inflated the American stock market or purchased treasury bills. As Greenspan has warned, the resultant accumulation of foreign debt could cause the dollar to fall significantly and cannot continue forever. Resumption of economic growth in Europe and Asia would lessen these favorable conditions and, in the short term, would slow U.S. economic growth, even though over the longer term a revival of global economic growth would immensely benefit American exports. Furthermore, it is not clear that the revival of productivity in the late 1990s can be sustained. During the Reagan boom of the early 1980s, a similar jump in productivity occurred. That boom dissipated by the end of the decade. The increase in productivity in the 1990s could be due to the fact that Americans have been working harder and longer during the boom years rather than be a consequence of the computer and information economy. Throughout the 1980s and 1990s, America's trade/payments deficits reached record highs. Since the early 1980s, in fact, Americans have borrowed approximately $5 trillion from the savers of the world, especially the Japanese, to finance their consumption and investment. In the mid-1980s, the United States went from its post-World War I position as the world's largest creditor nation to become its largest debtor. If one discounts American investment overseas, the net American international debt in the late 1990s stood at 173. Approximately $1 trillion. As a consequence, a sizable portion of the federal budget must be devoted to interest payments on this huge and increasing debt. Furthermore, throughout the 1990s, Americans had emptied their personal savings accounts to fuel 7 years of good times, leaving too little for the 7 years of bad times that many and perhaps most economists believe loom ahead. The spending spree left 20% of American households net debtors. And the good times of the 1990s left many behind as the income of the least skilled lagged. Americans appeared to be unaware that one day the nation's huge accumulated debt will have to be repaid and serious adjustments in the American standard of living will be necessary. If Japan, Western Europe, and the emerging markets of East Asia had also grown rapidly throughout the 1990s, world commodity prices would have soared and increased inflationary pressures, and thus would have dampened American economic growth. However, America's unprecedented good economic fortune will one day run out, and when it does, the United States must confront its low personal savings rate, deteriorating education system, and accumulated foreign debt, and it must also adjust to a rapidly changing global economy characterized by intensifying competition, exclusive regional arrangements, and an unstable international financial system. The developments transforming the global economy pose a significant challenge to the United States. Propelled by a number of political, economic, and technological developments, the world has moved from the sharply divided international economy of the Cold War to an increasingly integrated global capitalist economy. The end of the Cold War in 1989 and the subsequent disintegration of the Soviet Empire were, of course, extremely important to this change. The rapid industrialization in the 1980s and 1990s of the emerging markets of East Asia, Latin America, and elsewhere shifted global economic power and created an increasingly competitive international economy. Furthermore, the continuing technological revolution associated with the computer and the emergence of the information economy accelerated the shift of the advanced industrialized countries from manufacturing-based toward service-based economies. Enormous increases in international trade, financial flows, and the activities of multinational corporations integrated more and more economies into the global economic system in a process now familiarly known as globalization. However, by the end of the decade, these developments had also produced upheaval in both domestic and international affairs. The global economic turmoil of the late 1990s, which began in Thailand in July 1997, reflected the growing impact of global economic forces on international economic and political affairs. Spreading quickly throughout the industrializing economies of Pacific Asia, and even to Japan, this turmoil soon engulfed much of the world. By the fall of 1998, a quarter of the world economy, including that of Japan, which is the world's second largest economy, was in recession. Evaporation of wealth in Pacific Asia and elsewhere was enormous, and commodity exporting countries, including the United States, suffered huge losses as their export markets dried up. Although the Russian economy constituted only a small portion of the international economy and its troubles were largely of its own making, disturbing economic news from Russia in the late summer of 1998 roiled international financial markets, and a large drop in the American and other national stock markets followed. The psychological impact of these developments caused worried investors to withdraw from Brazil and other emerging markets. Whereas the emerging markets had been hailed in the early 1990s as a source of huge profits for American investors, by the end of the decade they were considered a major source of global economic and political instability. In the 1980s, it would have been unthinkable that a financial crisis originating in a minor Southeast Asian economy could bring harm not only to the United States but also to the rest of the world. Indeed, during the Reagan and Bush administrations, the United States had been celebrated as the only true superpower. President Bush proclaimed the New World Order of peace, prosperity, and democracy with, of course, the United States at its core. A decade later, however, serious doubts had arisen about the prospects for a prosperous and peaceful New World Order based on American leadership. At the beginning of the 21st century, the increasingly open global economy is threatened. Although the East Asian and global financial troubles have significantly moderated, the vulnerability of the international financial and monetary system threatens the stability of the global economy. Although financial crises appear to be an inherent feature of international capitalism, only half-hearted measures have been taken to prevent future financial crises. In addition, the unity and integration of the global economy are increasingly challenged by the spread of regional economic arrangements. Both the European movement toward greater economic and political unity and the North American Free Trade Agreement represent important shifts away from an open global economy. And, most important of all, the political foundations of the international economy have been seriously undermined since the end of the Cold War. Even though the globe has become increasingly integrated both economically and technologically, it continues to be politically fragmented among independent, self-interested states. The forces of economic globalization, trade, financial flows, the activities of multinational corporations. 175. Have made the international economy much more interdependent. At the same time, the end of the Cold War and the decreased need for close cooperation among the United States, Western Europe, and Japan have significantly weakened the political bonds that have held the international economy together. As a consequence, the rule-based international economic system laid down at the Bretton Woods Conference has greatly eroded. Despite some important reforms, including the 1995 creation of the World Trade Organization, the rules governing trade, money, and other international economic matters are no longer adequate for a highly integrated and fragile global economy. The problems arising from increased economic integration of national economies necessitate new rules or modification of older rules to deal with pressing economic issues and ensure the continued existence of an open and stable global economy. The international integration of financial markets, the increasing importance of multinational corporations and foreign direct investment, and the spread of regional economic blocs call for action by the major powers and the rising economies of East Asia and elsewhere. Continuing failure of the international community to address crucial international economic matters threatens the stability of the global economy. Improved governance and management have become imperative. Atrophy of the political cooperation that characterized the post-World War II international economic order has undermined the foundations of that order. A stable and prosperous international economy requires strong and stable political foundations to undergird the institutions and rules governing the system and to prevent problems from escalating into crises like the post-1997 financial crisis. Strong international leadership, cooperative relations among major economic powers, and a commitment by citizens to an open world are all crucial elements. From 1945 to the 1980s, strong and generally prudent American leadership, close cooperation among the United States and its major allies, and a domestic consensus in the major capitalist economies favoring free trade and an open world economy provided a firm base for the development of the integrated international economy. However, the foundations first laid down at Bretton Woods have been weakened, as have the shared political interests, mutual understandings, and cooperative arrangements of the Cold War decades. By the beginning of the 21st century, American leadership of the world economy had been significantly weakened by a number of developments. The faltering domestic consensus on economic affairs contributed to that decline. Whereas, during most of the Cold War, the federal government had been expected to assume an important role in management of both domestic and international economic affairs, the market became ascendant with the 176. Presidency of Ronald Reagan, and many began to believe that the market alone could govern the world. The end of the Cold War has undermined America's ability and willingness to pay the economic and other costs of world economic leadership. Throughout the Cold War, Americans believed that partisan political concerns and other divisive issues should be set aside in the interest of national unity in foreign affairs. Collapse of the Soviet threat greatly weakened this belief. In the economic realm, the American domestic consensus supporting free trade was weakened by ideological and political schisms regarding economic policy and by growing fears that economic globalization was threatening American economic well-being. In the 1990s, many constituencies in the United States protested expansion of trade and foreign investment, arguing that they harmed the American worker, the environment, and human rights. Simultaneously, more and more Americans attributed the country's economic and other problems to globalization, and accused imports and corporate investments overseas of hurting American workers, small businesses, and the overall society. Many, for example, began to believe that increased economic inequality, declining real wages, and increasing job insecurity had been caused by increased competition from Mexico, Pacific Asia, and other low-wage economies. This shift in thinking was well illustrated by the acrimonious 1997 debate over and the failure of Congress to approve fast-track authority to facilitate new trade negotiations, and by the lengthy 1998 delay of congressional approval of an appropriation for the International Monetary Fund. Two attacks from both the political right and left on the evils of the global economy have become symptomatic of America's retreat from international leadership. Since the end of the Cold War, economic cooperation among the United States and its allies has eroded considerably, and American foreign and economic policy has become more unilateral and self-centered. This shift away from international cooperation began in the mid-1980s when the Reagan administration abandoned the post-war commitment to economic multilateralism in favor of a multi-track trade policy that included managed trade and NAFTA. The United States became converted to economic regionalism. The Clinton administration's aggressive economic offensive against Japan in the early 1990s underscored America's abandonment of multilateralism and of its prior emphasis on international cooperation with its Cold War allies. The administration's managed trade policy toward Japan would never have been launched during the height of the Cold War. Meanwhile, the Europeans also became much more parochial in their economic and political concerns than in the past. Their energies have been focused on intensified efforts to create a European economy and polity. They have wanted to stabilize the continent politically, create a globally competitive 177 European economy, and strengthen their economic and political position vis-a-vis the United States and, to a lesser extent, Japan. Led by the French-German Economic Alliance, the West Europeans have concentrated on achieving economic unification of the continent and strengthening the European Union. The Japanese have also reoriented their economic and foreign policies. Following the 1985 Plaza Agreement and the consequent substantial appreciation of the yen, the Japanese political and economic elite increased their attention to Pacific Asia, and renewed interest in the region led to efforts to fashion a regional economy tightly linked to Japan. Japanese multinational corporations, strongly backed by the Japanese government, created integrated production networks of Japanese and local firms to strengthen the competitiveness of Japanese firms in the global economy. Although this effort has been set back by the East Asian financial crisis and Japan's own economic problems, the concerted effort to forge a Japanese-led Pacific Asian economy has continued and signifies Japan's increasing assertiveness and independent stance within the global economy. Failure of the major capitalist powers to launch any coordinated effort to deal with the post-1997 instability in international financial markets revealed the extent to which international cooperation had receded. The weakness of American leadership was painfully evident in President Clinton's speech at the Council on Foreign Relations on September 14, 1998, and in subsequent discussions among the major economic powers following the October 1998 annual joint meeting of the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. The centerpiece of the President's Council speech, a proposal for a global cut in interest rates, met a cool reception. The Bundesbank, more concerned with fighting inflation than with the health of the global economy, turned the President's proposal aside. Japan, with nearly 0% interest rates already and weighed down by its own enormous troubles, appeared to do little to stimulate its economy. Although agreement to create a new loan fund in the IMF was reached by the G7, there has thus far been inadequate progress in safeguarding international financial matters. Many political leaders, business executives, and scholars, especially in the United States, dismiss concerns about the future of global capitalism. The world economy, they point out, has become market-dominated, and free markets can successfully guide the global economy to ever higher levels of prosperity and stability. According to this argument, the failure of the former command economies and the closed economies of the less developed countries caused governments everywhere to turn toward market solutions to economic problems. Among developed countries, deregulation, privatization, and other reforms have reduced the role of the state in the economy and have led many to proclaim the triumph of international capitalism and the economic ideas on 178, which it rests. This belief in the secure victory of liberated capitalism may turn out to be valid, but it is important to recall that the world passed this way once before in the laissez-faire era prior to the outbreak of World War I and the subsequent collapse of that highly integrated world economy. Although the threat of another major war is very small, other developments could bring down or at least seriously damage the contemporary international capitalist system. As the revolt against globalization in the United States and other countries reminds us, capitalism creates its own internal enemies. Throughout this chapter I shall argue that international politics significantly affects the nature and dynamics of the oppressively exploitative international economy. Although technological advance and the interplay of market forces provide sufficient causes for increasing integration of the world economy, the supportive policies of powerful states and cooperative relationships among these states constitute the necessary political foundations for a stable and unified world economy. The international rules that govern international economic affairs cannot succeed unless they are supported by a strong political base. Since the end of the Cold War, all the political elements that have supported an open global economy have considerably weakened. Both the ability and the willingness of the United States to lead have declined, and although the formal framework of anti-Soviet alliances has continued, the Cold War allies' political unity has eroded as the United States, Western Europe, and Japan have emphasized their own parochial national and regional priorities more than in the past. Furthermore, the domestic consensus in both the United States and Europe has been worn away by years of increased income inequalities, job insecurity in the United States, and high levels of unemployment in Western Europe. Although major structural changes driven by technological change and ill-considered national policies carry a large share of responsibility for these social and economic ills, more and more people in the United States and Europe blame globalization and competition from foreign low-wage labor. Growing concern over economic globalization and increased competition have intensified the movement toward economic regionalism and the appeal of protectionism to fight exploitative global capitalist oppression. Global challenges at the beginning of the 21st century. The greatest difficulty we have in describing our global condition as we enter the 21st century is that the picture that presents itself is so mixed. Measured in terms of personal prosperity, about 1/6 of the population of the world is enjoying uncommonly high standards of living, while a much smaller percentage of those families have achieved startling levels of wealth. 179. Another 1/3 of humanity, in the so-called emerging economies, have seen rapid increases in per capita income over the past quarter century, yet about 1/2 of the human inhabitants of the globe are still battling poverty, often to the most extreme degree. The same discrepancies exist in the realms of justice, human rights, democracy, and war and peace. States in, say, Scandinavia enjoy a happy combination of high prosperity, environmental care, social services, political and all other freedoms, whereas many countries in, say, Africa lag far behind on so many counts. Such an extraordinarily mixed picture frequently defies our human comprehension and all too often leads observers to describe only partial accounts of the untidy, larger whole. Thus, the cornucopian school paints an exciting scene of a high-tech nirvana for mankind to enjoy whilst doomsters warn that we are crossing environmental and demographic thresholds that can bring disaster. The challenge in producing such as work as Global Trends 2000 is to capture the varieties of this mixed landscape yet at the same time avoiding blandness and lack of commitment. Perhaps the best way to think about where our planet is going is to pull right out from it and to imagine that we are members of, say, an extraterrestrial spaceship that has been circling the globe for many months, using sophisticated sensors to track all of the activities on this planet. The scientists in this spaceship have really advanced technologies, and big data banks, and are good at analyzing lots of material, even the curious and conflicting stuff that is coming to them from the planet Earth. They have the task of sending back a summary report to their leaders on Mars, or wherever the spaceship has come from. What will they say about us, and our planet? What will impress them? My guess is that the first thing they will report is that this is a live planet, unlike so many of the barren ones they have visited in the galaxy. Not only is the Earth breathing and changing, with the seasonal alterations and the daily ritual of rainfalls and evaporation, but it contains millions of species which are also living and breathing and active. And of all those species, birds, animals, fish, insects, one in particular seems dominant. It is called Homo sapiens, a two-legged mammal of various colors and sizes and two genders that lives about 75 years on average and dwells on land rather than in the water or in the air. This species has other notable characteristics. It lives in societies of many sorts and numbers, it is immensely creative, it dominates all other species, it has increasing control of the natural environment, and for better or worse it has immense powers of destruction, whether locally or globally. Right now, the Martian spaceship reports, one part of this species seems to be showering all sorts of projectiles upon another part, at a place the locals call Serbia. No other species does anything like this. 180. Members of the Homo sapiens species by no means possess the same resources as each other or live in the same circumstances as each other, which is very odd indeed to our extraterrestrial observers. All the other creatures on this earth, whether they be peregrine falcons or codfish or church mice, have as a species very similar daily lives and surroundings. But the human species is different. Some societies have levels of income 200 times higher than others. One of the spaceship's satellite cameras came low over a place called Silicon Valley and found a veritable hive of organizations creating immense wealth through the production of electronic software and hardware. Of course, this technology was still very primitive compared with that on Mars, but the human beings themselves clearly thought this was an important activity and were proud of what they were doing there. On the other hand, there were also many instances where members of this same species were experiencing totally different circumstances, hungry, homeless, torn by war, bereft of material goods, and living lives as wretched as those of their cattle or their dogs. The reporting teams could not understand how or why the species Homo sapiens could tolerate such vast discrepancies, especially since their very own global communications made people in the richer societies frequently aware of their poorer brethren, through a primitive imaging and transmission system which they called television. Perhaps it was that many people in those richer lands seemed to spend so much of their time watching quaint sports events and talk shows and so-called sitcoms that they managed to forget about the rest of the world. This suggested to the extraterrestrial observers that this Homo sapiens species had some real problems which it might not be wishing to deal with. The reason why the extraterrestrial observers believed that there were real problems on this planet Earth is not just the existing gaps between rich and poor societies, but also another sort of gap, that relating to population increases. Whereas the numbers of the other species on the Earth seem relatively stable, or in some cases have actually declined because of the pressures from humankind, the absolute numbers of Homo sapiens have been rising for centuries and still seem to be increasing. Roughly speaking, there appear to be 6 billion humans on this planet and about 85 million extra persons are added to the total every year. From the population projections that the humans themselves have made, they expect that the Earth's total of human beings may be as many as 8 or 9 billion by 2030 and might be many more at the end of the next century. There is a great debate among the Earth people as to what that means. Can the land feed 9 billion people comfortably? Can they find employment for 3 billion young people? Will the environment be destroyed? 181. Such questions, although important, would probably seem to the Martian analysts to be directed at second-level issues. They would guess that the Earth people are clever enough to produce enough food and sustenance for extra billions, and they are also becoming more environmentally aware, at least in the richer, middle-class societies. Agricultural production has a great potential for expansion, albeit through the uncertainties of biotechnology, and there is much room for creating and using energy much more efficiently. No, the big problem that our extraterrestrial scientists are likely to point to is not the absolute increases in the human population but the very skewed or unbalanced pattern of these demographics between one region and the next. Roughly speaking, the peoples of the earth are divided into two types, those in what are called developed regions, which are rich, technology-heavy societies, and those termed developing countries, which are usually much poorer and have great social and economic deficits. The really interesting thing is that the total population of the richer lands is hardly expected to increase at all over the next 50 years, whereas that in the developing regions is growing very rapidly indeed. One might have thought that the richer folks, having lots of resources, would want to enjoy lots of children, and that the poorer folks would be scared to have a large family. But these humans don't appear to think like that. Generally, the rich people seem to spend their money on material goods rather than on extra children, and the poorest societies have the greatest tendency to produce large families even if this strains local resources and hurts the environment. This discrepancy is broken down into forecasts of population increases by each region of this planet, and the pattern is confirmed. Africa, Asia, and Latin America all expect big rises in overall population, whereas those areas called Europe, Japan, and North America will be stable or will probably decline in absolute numbers. What makes this especially intriguing is that this socio-economic and technological gap between rich and poor societies is not accompanied by complete and severe geographical and physical barriers. It is true that horribly disadvantaged Africa is separated from prosperous Europe by waters called the Mediterranean Sea, and that a large river called the Rio Grande separates the rich United States from its poorer neighbors to the south. But those boundaries are porous, especially the second one, and in any case the United States is actively leading a campaign for what is described as globalization, that is, the ever-increasing integration between all societies on the earth, aided by technologies such as the internet and the television, by increased travel opportunities, by student exchanges, by massive investments of private capital in overseas countries, by cultural interactions and international organizations. In fact, many of these Americans believe that if the entire world lived like themselves, everything would be well. But the question that is rarely answered. 182. By them, or answered convincingly, is how can the poorer, resource-depleted countries become prosperous, stable democracies like the USA and Europe when they suffer from so many handicaps to begin with? As this planet Earth goes into the 21st century, it appears that the economic and technical gaps between developed and developing countries are enormous and, in some cases, growing. Consider, for example, some simple data which compares scientific developments in one of the richer countries, in this case, Sweden, with the virtual absence of such technological activity in a poor country in Africa, namely, Uganda. Closing that gap is the single most important challenge facing the Earth's governments, yet not too many of them appear to appreciate that fact. Indeed, despite the admirable work of the World Bank, the UNDP, and a large number of non-governmental organizations in addressing this challenge, the citizens of many rich countries seem hardly to consider it to be a problem. Still, it would be grossly inaccurate to suggest that a simple division could be made of the peoples of the planet Earth into rich or poor, with nothing in between. For reasons that are deep in human history but probably make no sense to extraterrestrial observers, the inhabitants of the Earth have divided themselves into more than 190 separate units which they call nation-states. Each has some form of governance, national symbols like a flag and an anthem, security forces, and so on. Each attends a curious and often ineffective body called the United Nations, and joins in an assembly to vote on international matters. Some of these nations are very large and populous, others are quite small. Given the pressures toward globalization and transparency and universal trading standards, it would be surprising if all developing countries were as poorly equipped as Uganda and all developed countries were as rich as Sweden. There are a goodly number of countries at an in-between stage, and they are perhaps the most interesting societies of all. They have roughly the same climatic conditions, so that cannot explain the great differences. Haiti has 7 million inhabitants, Costa Rica around 4 million. Yet there are incredible differences in their social and economic indicators. In every one of these indicators, the differences are so striking that they must seem incomprehensible to an outside observer. Moreover, these are chiefly data upon socio-economic indicators, and do not reflect political conditions. In addition, therefore, we should notice that, whereas Costa Rica is regarded as the model democracy of Central America and has led the efforts to arrange regional peace accords, Haiti is seen as a terrible basket case with little prospect of significant improvement. Yet it seems likely that one of the greatest contrasts between these two countries is much less known about, namely, the differences in military spending and in the role of the military. Haiti still has too many people in uniform, whether soldiers or armed police. Its spending on the military is high, and remains a diversion from much-needed investments in the civilian sector. Its government is ineffective and corrupt, and relies upon armed force. By contrast, Costa Rica has gone further perhaps than any other society in demilitarizing itself. It has abolished its army, and invites its neighbors to do the same. Its political leaders, like Nobel Peace Prize winner Oscar Arias, preach against the arms trade and against spending on weapons, whether of the large or small variety. For all readers deeply interested in understanding global trends, this concern is worthy of being taken much more seriously by our governments, whether in the rich countries that make and supply the weapons or in poor, corrupt, non-democratic developing states that so willingly make the purchases. The data available about armaments leads to a further matter for general concern, namely, the remarkable spending by rich and poor countries on their military compared with spending on education and health. Clearly, the developed nations have nothing to boast about, their spending on students and on health care are significant, but it is dwarfed by their spending on their military forces, and this despite the ending of a 40-year major arms race which we termed the Cold War. But the disproportionality of spending on military and non-military services is even more acute in the developing world, with rare exceptions like Costa Rica, Botswana, and a few established democracies. A poor country which spends a mere $22 per head annually on healthcare but $9,000 on each of its soldiers shows a warped sense of priorities that is not simply immoral and offensive, it is also probably the single best indicator that that country is in deep trouble or soon will be in trouble. There are simple, understandable reasons why the Costa Ricas of the world flourish and the Haitis flounder. These have to do with human rights, transparent government, the rule of law, correct investments in society and infrastructure, the empowerment of women, the education of young girls, and freedom of expression. They have also to do with job opportunities, or lack of them, for the millions of young people coming onto the job market. Will they find gainful employment, or turn in unemployed frustration to youth armies, violence, and fundamentalist or ethnic movements? The answer to that critical question is a complicated one, but the basic data is not in dispute regarding the location of the major armed conflicts that have occurred on this puzzling and contradictory planet during the past decade. Here, disturbingly, is a very real and persistent global trend. The 1990s conflicts were and are all in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, the Balkans, and parts of Latin America, that is, in regions experiencing a lack of a decent social fabric and the constant pressures of ever-growing populations. The latter is a point worth stressing, lest recent demographic indicators cause us to be over-sanguine about the future of our planet. Is it simply a coincidence that the country in Africa with the highest fertility rate is Rwanda, and the country in the Western Hemisphere with the highest rate is Haiti, and the region in Europe with the highest rate is the province of Kosovo? A population explosion does not necessarily cause political and social collapse by itself, but it certainly produces a tinderbox of frustrations that can feed upon other reasons for conflict. Still, these are the basket cases and it may be unwise to allow ourselves to be mesmerized by them lest we draw too gloomy a picture of the Earth's condition at the close of a century, which is why viewing the whole planet. 185. as outside observers in space is so useful an exercise. Thus, a more balanced way of looking at this problem might be to think of the 190 or so nation-states on our planet, or at least the 175 countries that are ranked in the UNDP's annual Human Development Report as being located in one of three groups. The first is the prosperous, democratic, developed countries, chiefly in Europe, North America, Japan, and Australasia, but joined by several others like Israel and Singapore, probably Chile and Argentina. They number around 30 to 40, depending on the cut-off point one makes to the composite list. Then, at the lower end of the human development totem pole, there are about 50 or 60 chronically low-income countries, chiefly in Africa but also in Asia and Central America. These are the poorest of the poor. It is highly unlikely that they will be able to rescue themselves, or that private international capital flows will come to help them. They all need help from the global community and transnational bodies, presumably orchestrated by the World Bank. The third and final group, perhaps the most important for the future condition of our planet, consists of the 60 or 70 states that are in the middle. Like the poorest group, they have large environmental and population and structural and social challenges, but they also have some educational and infrastructural resources, plus considerable access to capital. These include small island nations like Jamaica, but also big, populous countries such as India, Pakistan, Brazil, Mexico, and Indonesia. With the addition of China, we are talking here about 60% of the world's population. Where they go, you might say, goes the future of the earth. These are the nations, it will be recalled, that at present are being globalized, modernized, brought into the world markets and world labor force in an unprecedentedly swift time, virtually within one generation. Not surprisingly, these countries are often full of contradictions. India, for example, has the world's largest middle class, almost 200 million people, and the Bangalore region in the southeast is the second biggest producer of computer software in the world, but those 200 million middle-class folks are surrounded by 750 million impoverished peasants and by chronic environmental stress. It is not an exaggeration to argue that these societies are in a race against time. Can they increase their standards of living without committing ecocide, or being overwhelmed by the sheer press of young people seeking work? It is staggering to think that India adds to its population each year the equivalent of the total population of Australia, around 17 million people. Will they all get jobs in 2020? Once again, it will be noted that in the richer countries the absolute numbers are virtually static, whereas those in poorer lands are booming. This then becomes the great challenge facing the peoples of the earth over the next generation: can they bring several billion new workers into production for 186. The global marketplace and steadily raise their standards of living without environmental disaster? Or are these numbers simply too big to absorb? Will the richer countries tolerate an ever-increasing flow of imports from counties with low labor costs, even if it hurts domestic workers in similar industries, or will they seek to protect themselves and hurt these developing nations' trade? If sufficient jobs cannot be created in the developing societies, will their hundreds of millions of ambitious young people be permitted to move elsewhere, to the aging nations of Japan and Europe? Are these developing societies being compelled to modernize too fast, and in too many ways? It is probable that a group of extraterrestrial observers of our planet would focus on many other things than those presented here, were they writing their own succinct report on global trends. Still, whoever steps back and attempts to survey our planet as a whole is probably likely to arrive at a few basic conclusions, the most obvious of which is that sweeping generalizations about the fate of the Earth really have to be avoided. For the plain fact is that the planet in which we live is neither enjoying a new, wonderful world order for everyone nor sustaining an outright disaster for all. It has great problems, but also great potential and great resources. As it enters the 21st century, it is easy either to be too optimistic or too pessimistic, because we only look at one side of the story. It is perhaps particularly easy for Americans, enjoying their 8th year of boom and an unprecedented prosperity and stock market, to assume that all is going well in the world except for some crazy people in the Balkans and some other madmen who shoot up schools in the United States itself. But the planet is a lot more complicated than that. That is why it would take any Martian observers such a lot of time to study it, and to try to understand the broader picture. And this is why we all need to take more time to study global trends, and to reflect on where we are going. The Chinese curse says it all: may you live in interesting times. These certainly are interesting years, and they are likely to become even more interesting times to live in when our children grow up. Knowing about these matters therefore becomes a prime prerequisite for all of us, and for membership of the world's citizenry. 100 years ago that great seer H.G. Wells said that human civilization was engaged in a race between education and its own destruction. Why contemporary capitalism needs oppressive exploitation? Capitalism is a system based on exploitation. For Marxists, this has a precise scientific meaning. Capitalists take for themselves the monetary values created by or belonging to other people, usually workers, but also small farmers and, to varying degrees, small shop owners and nominally independent tradespeople. 187. This value is what their capital consists of. But exploitation does not exhaust the harmful effects that capitalism has on the rest of the world. Capitalist society also invents many forms of oppression, as well as perpetuating many inherited from earlier forms of social organization. Oppression is the systematic imposition of inferior conditions of life on particular groups of people. Members of an oppressed group may be discriminated against economically, socially, and/or politically. Sometimes oppression has an economic impact. In some way, it increases the capitalist's ability to exploit. An obvious example is discrimination against women or against a national or racial minority. The victims of such discrimination often receive lower wages than other workers, so this oppression adds directly to capitalists' profits. Capitalists gain a slightly more indirect economic benefit from militarism and war. 2 world wars in the 20th century occurred primarily because the capitalists of the major imperialist countries were competing for colonies and semi-colonies, to monopolize the profits from them. Today capitalists are risking making the planet uninhabitable for much of the human race because behaving differently might reduce their profits. Political motives. Capitalism also maintains oppressions in which profits are at most a very secondary consideration. The economic benefits that capitalists seek from war and militarism are less significant than their political role. The military forces maintained by imperialist countries like Australia are an ever-present threat to the peoples of the underdeveloped countries. Step too far out of line, don't do as you're told, and you'll have a fight on your hands. These forces are also the ultimate guarantee of capitalists' power in their own country, that is, they are intended for use against their own working people if they get too far out of line. Capitalists have to maintain a variety of oppressions because they are a very small minority in any society. If the exploited majority were to act together to put an end to exploitation, they could very easily overcome the capitalists. For this reason, the capitalists have a very strong vested interest in preventing the exploited majority from getting used to the idea of working together on almost anything. Oppression has a political function for capitalism if it sets one section of the exploited against another section. Male union members who think that a woman's real place is at home won't build a strong union. Parents who are concerned about their children going to school with immigrant children won't be raising demands on the government to provide better education for everyone. People who think that a neighboring country's religion is dangerous to them won't resist their own government's militarism. 188. Theoretical exploration. Accounts of neoliberal state intervention tend to see the political sphere as a separate moment of the capital relation. But, in reality, neoliberalism is an ever-changing political expression of class rule which mirrors the struggles occurring within the wider reorganization of the social relations of capitalist production. Set against the backdrop of the general crisis of capitalism, Neoliberalism is made up of highly contradictory political and ideological projects aimed at ensuring the continued expansion of capital accumulation, especially in light of the tensions involved in the broader dialectic between national and transnational restructuring, that is, the tensions between deeper economic integration and increased levels of competition. Moreover, these new political forms of class domination are not determined by a particular instance, such as the market or the global economy, but shape, and are in turn shaped by, class struggles associated with economic restructuring. Consider these examples of alleged exploitation. 1. So-called sweatshop labor characteristically involves long hours, dangerous conditions, and very low wages. Many critics charge that such workers are exploited by the multinational enterprises that profit unfairly from the goods those workers produce. 2. Proposals to establish markets in human organs are sometimes met with the charge that such markets would lead to the exploitation of the poor who might face undue pressure to sell their body parts to wealthy buyers. 3. Some scholars have argued that justice requires the establishment of a universal basic income to be paid to all persons regardless of their willingness to work. However, one influential criticism of such proposals is that their implementation would involve the exploitation of tax-paying workers by those who receive the income and are able but unwilling to work. 4. Some feminists have charged that the institution of traditional marriage and the relationships to which it gives rise are exploitative insofar as they prey upon and reinforce pernicious forms of inequality between men and women. 5. Clinical research on vulnerable populations is sometimes thought to be exploitative, especially when it involves practices such as conducting placebo trials on sick subjects when a known effective treatment is available, or developing medicines to be used primarily in wealthy countries by clinical trials in poor countries. Although we frequently claim that some act, practice, or transaction is exploitative, the concept of exploitation is typically invoked without much 189. Analysis or argument, as if its meaning and moral force were self-evident. They are not. Even if some or even all of these sorts of claims are true, we still need to ask why are they true? And if they are true, what follows? More precisely, we can ask two questions: what are the truth conditions of an exploitation claim? What is the moral force of an exploitation claim? Let me explain. For present purposes, an exploitation claim refers to statements that A's interaction with B is wrongfully exploitative or to statements that presuppose such a claim. To say that colleges exploit student athletes is to make an exploitation claim. Susan Oken makes an exploitation claim when she says that our family system constitutes the pivot of a societal system of gender that renders women vulnerable to dependency, exploitation, and abuse, for we must know what exploitation involves to determine whether this claim is true. The first task of a theory of exploitation is to provide the truth conditions for an exploitation claim. At least one such condition is a moral criterion: a transaction is exploitative only if it is unfair. Interestingly, however, the fact of exploitation settles less than meets the eye. We must also consider the moral force of exploitation. In particular, we can ask whether the state should prohibit exploitative transactions or refuse to enforce exploitative agreements. The wrongness of exploitation does not dictate the way in which these moral questions should be answered. This entry focuses on exploitative transactions or relations rather than systemic or macro-level exploitation. It also has little to say about the Marxist view of exploitation. There are two major reasons for taking a different tack. First, the moral core of the Marxist view of exploitation is not unique to Marxism. When Marxism claims that the capitalist class exploits the proletariat, it employs the ordinary notion that one party exploits another when it gets unfair and undeserved benefits from its transactions or relationships. On that, the entry will have something to say. Second, what is unique to Marxism, its approach to measuring exploitation through calculations of surplus value, is very problematic. This entry does the following. It first surveys the definitional landscape that has been marked out and highlights the conceptual quarrels which have arisen in the literature. It then sketches a very rough and preliminary account of the elements of exploitation. Finally, it makes some brief remarks about the moral force of exploitation. Accounts of exploitation. At the most general level, A exploits B when A takes unfair advantage of B. One problem with such a broad account, as Arneson notes, is that there will be as many competing conceptions of exploitation as theories of what persons owe to each other by way of fair treatment. We can gain a somewhat sharper view of the issues that we must confront if we consider a sampling of the accounts that appear in the literature. 1. Exploit a person involves the harmful, merely instrumental utilization of him or his capacities, for one's own advantage or for the sake of one's own ends. 2. It is the fact that the income is derived through forced, unpaid, surplus labor, the product of which the workers do not control, which makes exploitive. 3. Exploitation necessarily involves benefits or gains of some kind to someone. Exploitation resembles a zero-sum game, viz. What the exploiter gains, the exploitee loses, or, minimally, for the exploiter to gain, the exploitee must lose. 4. Exploitation demands that there is no reasonably eligible alternative and that the consideration or advantage received is incommensurate with the price paid. One is not exploited if one is offered what one desperately needs at a fair and reasonable price. 5. Exploitation of persons consists in wrongful behavior, the moral norm of protecting the vulnerable. 6. There are 4 conditions, all of which must be present if dependencies are to be exploitable. First, the relationship must be asymmetrical. Second, the subordinate party must need the resource that the superordinate supplies. Third, the subordinate party must depend upon some particular superordinate for the supply of needed resources. Fourth, the superordinate enjoys discretionary control over the resources that the subordinate needs from him. 7. Common to all exploitation of one person by another, is that A makes a profit or gain by turning some characteristic of B to his own advantage. Exploitation can occur in morally unsavory forms without harming the exploitee's interests and, despite the exploitee's fully voluntary consent to the exploitative behavior. 8. Persons are exploited if others secure a benefit by using them as a tool or resource so as to cause them serious harm. 9. A society is exploitative when its social structure is organized so that unpaid labor is systematically forced out of one class and put at the disposal of another. On the force-inclusive definition of exploitation, any exploitative society is a form of slavery. 10. Group is exploited if it has some conditionally feasible alternative under which its members would be better off. 191. 11. Exploitation is seen as the failure to pay labor its marginal product. 12. An exploitative exchange is an exchange in which the exploited party gets less than the exploiting party, who does better at the exploited party's expense. The exchange must result from social relations of unequal power. Exploitation can be entered into voluntarily, and can even, in some sense, be advantageous to the exploited party. 13. Social relations are exploitative, not only in the specific sense of extracting surplus labor, but in the more general sense of using someone as a means, utilizing her to detriment as a way of promoting one's own good. 14. Workers are exploited if they work longer hours than the number of labor hours employed in the goods they consume. 15. Exploitation forms part of an exchange of goods and services when 1. The goods and services exchanged are quite obviously not of equivalent value, and 2. One party to the exchange uses a substantial degree of coercion. 16. Exploitation is a psychological, rather than a social or an economic, concept. For an offer to be exploitative, it must serve to create or to take advantage of some recognized psychological vulnerability which, in turn, disturbs the offeree's ability to reason effectively. All these accounts are compatible with the view that A wrongfully exploits B when A takes unfair advantage of B. But there are some important differences among them. Some accounts are technical definitions of exploitation that are specific to a Marxist approach. Although none of the accounts denies that exploitation requires a gain to the exploiter, only some specifically mention that criterion. Some accounts invoke the Kantian notion that one wrongfully exploits when one treats another instrumentally or merely as a means. On some accounts, the exploited party must be harmed, whereas other accounts allow that the exploited party may gain from the relationship. On some accounts, the exploited party must be coerced, whereas others require at least a defect in the quality of the consent, and another maintains that exploitation can be fully voluntary. We should not put rigid constraints on what counts as exploitation, at least at the outset. While some exploitative transactions are harmful to the exploitee, we often call exploitative cases in which the exploitee seems to gain from the transaction. Indeed, it is arguable that exploitation would be of much less theoretical interest on a no harm, no exploitation rule. It is trivially true that it is wrong for A to gain from an action that unjustifiably harms or coerces B. And even A. 192. Libertarian will grant that some harmful exploitation may be legitimately prohibited by the state, if only because it is harmful rather than because it is exploitative. By contrast, it is more difficult to explain when and why it might be wrong for A to gain from an action that benefits B and to which B voluntarily consents. And it is certainly more difficult to explain why society might be justified in prohibiting such transactions or refusing to enforce some such agreements. For these reasons, it will be useful to make two sets of distinctions. First, we can distinguish between harmful exploitation and mutually advantageous exploitation. By mutually advantageous exploitation, we refer to those cases in which the exploitee gains from the transaction as well as the exploiter. The advantageousness of the transaction is mutual, not the exploitation. To use somewhat different terminology, exploitation is mutually advantageous only when the transaction is Pareto superior, that is, a transaction that leaves all parties better off. We can similarly distinguish between non-consensual exploitation, where the exploited party does not give voluntary consent, say because of coercion or fraud, and consensual exploitation, where it appears that the exploited party has given voluntary and appropriately informed consent to the transaction. It might be argued that it begs the question to assume that exploitation can be mutually advantageous and consensual. The objection fails. If we were to assume, for the sake of argument, that the word exploitation is best limited to cases in which the exploitee is harmed, nothing would have changed. We would still have to ask whether there are important distinctions between those cases which are wrongly referred to as mutually advantageous exploitation and those mutually advantageous transactions that are not described in that way. It would remain an open question as to whether some mutually advantageous arrangements are wrongful and why they are wrongful. If one wants to claim that a mutually advantageous and consensual transaction cannot be unfair, then that is not a dispute over language. That is a substantive claim, but there is no reason to think that position is correct. The elements of exploitation. Let us start with the claim that A exploits B when A takes unfair advantage of B. Taking unfair advantage could be understood in two ways. First, it may refer to some dimension of the outcome of the exploitative act or transaction, that is, the transaction is substantively unfair. And this, it seems, has two elements, the benefit to A and the effect on B. We may say that the benefit to A is unfair because it is wrong for A to benefit at all from his act, or because A's benefit is excessive relative to the benefit to B. Second, to say 193. That A takes unfair advantage of B may imply that there is some sort of defect in the process by which the unfair outcome has come about, for example, that A has coerced B or defrauded B or has manipulated B. In the final analysis we may find that these three elements are not all necessary to account for exploitation, but they provide us with a way to begin. Benefit to A. A cannot take unfair advantage of B unless A gets some advantage from B. We can see the relevance of the benefit to A by contrasting exploitation with other forms of wrongdoing, such as discrimination, abuse, and oppression. Let us say that A discriminates against B when A wrongly deprives B of some opportunity or benefit because of some characteristic of B that is not relevant to A's action. There was a period in American history in which many women became public school teachers because they were denied the opportunity to enter other professions such as law and medicine. To the extent that society benefited from the pool of highly qualified public school teachers, the discrimination may have been exploitative, even if unintentionally so. But if A refuses to hire B solely because of B's race, then it would be odd to say that A exploits B, for A does not gain from the wrong to be considered abuse. It has been alleged that medical students are frequently abused by verbal insults and denigration and that this abuse may leave long-lasting emotional scars. It is also sometimes claimed that medical interns are exploited, that they work long hours for low pay. The contrast is just right. There is no reason to think that anyone gains from abuse, but it is at least plausible to think that the hospitals or patients gain from the exploitation of interns. Let us say that A oppresses B when A deprives B of freedoms or opportunities to which B is entitled. If A gains from the oppressive relationship, as when A enslaves B, then A may both oppress and exploit B. But if A does not gain from the oppression is wrong but not exploitative. We might say that the unemployed are oppressed, but unless we could specify the ways in which some gain from their lack of employment, the unemployed are not exploited. Marxists would claim that capitalists pay exploitative wages to the employed precisely because there is a reserve army of the unemployed with whom the employed must compete. But that merely confirms that they are exploited because the oppression generates a gain to the capitalist class, and it is the employed who are exploited and not the unemployed that make such exploitation possible. 194. The effect on BB. As our definitional survey indicated, some commentators maintain that exploitation resembles a zero-sum game, that the exploiter gains what the exploitee loses. Others maintain that exploitation is always harmful to the exploitee, even if the gains and losses do not cancel out. It is relatively uncontroversial that exploitation can be harmful to B, as in slavery. Other cases are more controversial. There are cases in which B is not directly affected by A's utilization of B, what Feinberg refers to as harmless parasitism, as when A follows B's tail lights in a dense fog. A uses B to his own advantage, but does not render B worse off. In other cases of non-harmful exploitation, the transaction appears to benefit both A and B, as may be true of organ sales or commercial surrogacy. Now, in asking how A's action affects B's interests, we must be careful to adopt an all things considered point of view. There are, after all, negative elements in virtually all uncontroversially beneficial transactions. Paying money for a good that is clearly worth the price is still a negative element in the transaction. It would be better to get it for free. If A and B enter into a cooperative agreement where A gives B $100 for a book that is worth a lot to A but is worth little to B, we do not say that B has been harmed by the transaction just because B has lost her book any more than we say that A has been harmed because the transaction required A to pay $100. Similarly, we do not say that a worker is harmed by employment merely because the worker prefers leisure to work. If the benefits to B from employment are greater than the costs to B, then employment is beneficial to B, all things considered. So in deciding whether a case of alleged exploitation should be classified as harmful exploitation or mutually advantageous exploitation, we must look at its net effect on B. If the benefits of a transaction exceed its costs, then it is not harmful even if it is exploitative, as might be true of organ sales and working as a stripper. Joel Feinberg argues that if a transaction is mutually advantageous, then A does not gain at B's expense. Not quite. There is an important sense in which any marginal gain to one party within a zone of agreement is always at the other party's expense. For while the parties may prefer any outcome within the zone of agreement to the non-agreement solution, they are not indifferent to the terms of the agreement. Mutually advantageous exploitation occurs when A and B gain relative to the non-cooperation baseline, but where the distribution of the benefits between A and B is unfair to B. Consider a garden variety case of alleged exploitation. An unexpected blizzard hits an area and people rush to the hardware store to buy a shovel. The hardware store owner sees the opportunity to make an abnormal profit and 195 raises the price of a shovel from $15 to $30. If B agrees to pay $30 for the shovel, because the shovel is worth more than $30 to B under the circumstances, then the transaction is advantageous to both parties. If B is exploited, it is because B has paid too much. A similar structure applies to some of the other cases of alleged exploitation with which we began AZT for AIDS, surrogacy, organ sales. We need not deny that B benefits from these transactions, all things considered. Rather, A may exploit B if B pays too a high price for what she gains or does not receive enough for what she gives. A mutually advantageous transaction is arguably exploitative only if the outcome is unfair to B. This is not merely definitional. After all, it may be thought that a transaction is exploitative whenever it takes advantage of B's vulnerabilities or desperate situation to strike a deal. That is false. For if A makes a reasonable proposal that B has no alternative but to accept given B's desperate situation, A does not exploit B. If a doctor proposes to perform life-saving surgery for a reasonable fee, the patient is hardly exploited, even though the patient would not have agreed but for the fact that her life was in danger. It might be said that mutually advantageous exploitation can and should be understood as a form of harmful exploitation. If we evaluate a transaction by reference to a fairness baseline as contrasted with a no-transaction baseline, then B is harmed when she pays $30 for a shovel by comparison with the fairness baseline even if B gains by comparison with the no-transaction baseline. Such relabeling would not change anything, for we would still have to distinguish between those cases in which B is harmed relative to both the fairness baseline and the no-transaction baseline and those cases where B is harmed only by reference to the fairness baseline but not by reference to the no-transaction baseline. It may also be objected that the proposed distinction between harmful exploitation and mutually advantageous exploitation ignores a deeper Kantian way in which mutually advantageous exploitation is harmful to B, namely that it treats B merely as a means to be utilized to his own advantage rather than as an end in herself if so treating a person is to harm her. Alan Buchanan argues that exploitation occurs whenever persons are harmfully utilized as mere instruments for private gain, and adds that this could apply to business transactions between two affluent bankers each harmfully utilizes the other as a mere means to his own advantage. It is not clear what to make of this view. First, on one plausible reading of the Kantian maxim, one treats another as a mere means only when one treats him in a way to which he could not possibly consent, as in cases of coercion and fraud, where A seeks to undermine B's capacity as an autonomous decision-maker. There is no reason to think that each banker could not possibly consent to be so treated by the other banker. Second, to say that A 196 exploits B when A harmfully utilizes B as a mere means is equivocal as to whether harmfully is a reinforcing or modifying adverb. On one view, harmfully is merely reinforcing because the utilization of B merely as a means constitutes an independent harm to B. On another view, harmfully is a modifying adverb, because we can contrast the cases in which A harmfully utilizes B as a mere means with cases in which A non-harmfully utilizes B as a mere means. If we accept the first interpretation, we would still want to distinguish between those cases in which B is harmed apart from being treated merely as a means from those in which B is not harmed apart from the harm that derives from being treated merely as a means. On the second view, the bankers may utilize each other as means, but absent an independent form of harm, there is no reason to think that they are harmed by their utilization as a means itself. So that Kantian view does nothing to deny the distinction between harmful exploitation and mutually advantageous exploitation. And so it seems better simply to grant that some allegedly exploitative transactions are mutually advantageous and go on to ask what makes a mutually advantageous transaction unfair. This is not easy because there is no non-problematic account of fair transactions. Here are several possibilities. We might say that a transaction is unfair when the goods exchanged are incommensurable, as might be thought of the exchange of an organ for money. There are two problems here. First, it is not clear whether goods are ultimately incommensurable. Second, if goods are incommensurable, it is not why an exchange of those goods is unfair. Assuming that we can compare the gains of the parties, it is frequently suggested that a transaction is exploitative when A gains much more than B. But if we measure the parties' gains in terms of marginal utility from the no-transaction baseline, the exploitee often gains more than the exploiter. If a doctor overcharges for life-saving surgery, exploiting the patient's situation, the doctor gains less than the patient. If a store owner charges $30 for a shovel, the buyer may well get more utility from the shovel than the seller gets for the money. Indeed, the exploiter's power over the exploitee stems precisely from the fact that he does not stand to gain too much. He can easily walk away from the transaction, whereas the exploitee cannot. This suggests that we cannot evaluate the fairness of a transaction solely by comparing the gains of the parties. Rather, we must measure the fairness of their gains against a normative baseline as to how much the parties ought to gain, and that baseline is not easy to specify. A promising but not unproblematic candidate is to measure the parties' gains against what they would have gained in a hypothetical competitive market, where there was relatively complete information. On this view, there is no independent standard of a just price. 197. For goods such as a shovel or a kidney, nor need we accept whatever the actual market yields, given the market's sundry imperfections. Rather, we evaluate the parties' gains by what they would have received under relatively perfect market conditions, just as we may try to determine the fair market value or a home by what the home would sell for under relatively perfect market conditions in that locale. It might be thought that exploitation is confined to cases in which the exploitee is less well off than the exploiter. Although most cases of exploitation will probably fit this pattern, exploitation is not confined to such cases. We might think, for example, that a store owner who charges an exorbitant price for the snow shovel is exploiting the customer, even if the customer is much wealthier than the store owner. On the present view, exploitation is transaction-specific. Although I am not sure that any available account of fair transactions provides the solution we need, some transactions are intuitively quite unfair even though they are advantageous to both parties. So let us assume that, in principle, some account of unfair transactions can be given. The question now arises as to whether an unfair transaction is always exploitative or whether A exploits B only if there is some defect in the process that culminates in B's decision. Process. As we have seen, it seems plausible to argue that A does not exploit B simply because there is unfairness in the distribution of rewards. If B voluntarily agrees to what might otherwise be a maldistribution of advantages, as when B voluntarily decides to make a gift of goods or labor to A, then it seems wrong to say that A has exploited B. It would, for example, be odd to claim that a hospital exploits its volunteer workers just because the workers are volunteers rather than paid employees. So it seems that a relationship or transaction is exploitative only if there is some defect in the process by which it came about. Interestingly, both Marxists and libertarians accept the view that voluntary transactions cannot be exploitative. Marxists tend to adopt a force-inclusive definition of exploitation. Marxists do not say that capitalists exploit their workers in spite of the fact that the workers voluntarily agree to their employment status. They argue that workers are exploited only because they do not voluntarily agree to their employment status. Marxists concede that the proletariat is not enslaved, because they are not tied to any particular employer, but they transfer their labor to the capitalist under the dull compulsion of economic relations. 198. Libertarians can be understood as accepting this force-inclusive definition of exploitation, but come to the opposite conclusion. They maintain that since market transactions are not coerced, the workers are therefore not exploited. We do not need to accept these alternatives. Leaving aside just how to distinguish between non-consensual and consensual exploitation, A can arguably exploit B even if B is not coerced, even if there is nothing untoward about B's decision within her objective situation. Let us press this issue a bit further. there are some instances of alleged exploitation in which the issue of consent does not seem to arise. There are cases in which the exploitee may be entirely passive. A may sell photographs of B without B's knowledge, or rob a purse from a sleeping B or follow B's tail lights in a dense fog. In these cases, B's will is not involved. Call this non-volitional exploitation. If non-volitional exploitation operates without the engagement of B's will, then non-consensual exploitation operates against B's will, as when A coerces B or deceives B. The question now arises as to when there is such a procedural defect. In general, A coerces B to do X only if A proposes to make B worse off with reference to some baseline condition if B chooses not do X, although specifying the appropriate baseline against which to measure the proposal can be a complicated matter. If A gets B to pay A $100 per week by threatening to bomb B's store if he does not pay up, then A coerces B into paying $100 a week. By contrast, if A gets B to pay A $100 per week by proposing to clean B's store each night, then A has made a non-coercive offer to B. A does not propose to worsen B's situation if B rejects A's proposal. On this view, A does not coerce B in the cases involving organ sales or commercial surrogacy, because A does not propose to worsen B's situation if B rejects A's proposal. Fraud also undermines the validity of B's consent. Suppose that A offers to sell B a car for $10,000. A tells B that the car has been driven only 50,000 miles, but has set back the odometer from 90,000 to 50,000. B has not given valid consent, because valid consent must be informed as well as uncoerced. By contrast with cases of coercion and fraud, there are at least some cases of alleged exploitation in which B's consent is not defective in either of these ways. In many cases of alleged exploitation, A gets B to agree to a mutually advantageous transaction to which B would not have agreed under better or perhaps more just background conditions, where A has played no direct causal role in creating those circumstances, where A has no special obligation to repair those conditions, and where B is fully informed as to the consequences of various choices. Although B might prefer to have a different range of options available to him, she can make a perfectly rational choice among the various 199 options. Such conditions may obtain in cases such as commercial surrogacy, organ sales, and, say, our snow shovel case. It might be objected that perfectly rational and uncoerced choices are not appropriately consensual if made under conditions of desperation or from an inequality of bargaining power, or under unjust background conditions. But even if we refer to such transactions as non-consensual, we would still have to contrast the cases that are non-consensual because of coercion or fraud and those that are allegedly non-consensual in other ways. And we will still have to ask what the moral force of such exploitation amounts to. Should we prohibit A from making such proposals? Should we refuse to enforce agreements made under such conditions? And that brings us to the moral force of exploitation. The moral force of exploitation. I have suggested that exploitation provides a moral description of a transaction, but that its moral force is less clear. The moral force of harmful and non-consensual exploitation is relatively unproblematic. Whatever the added moral importance of the gain to A from the harm to B, it is certainly at least prima facie wrong for A to harm B, and it seems that the state is at least prima facie justified in prohibiting or refusing to enforce such transactions. Mutually advantageous transactions present a more difficult set of problems. Even if a transaction between A and B is unfair, it might be thought that there can be nothing seriously wrong about an agreement from which both parties benefit, particularly if A has no obligation to enter into any transaction with B. At the very least, it seems difficult to show how a mutually advantageous interaction can be morally worse than no interaction at all, since, ex hypothesi, there is no party to the transaction for whom it is worse. In the recent literature on exploitation, this thought has been formulated more precisely as the non-worseness claim, NWC. Interaction between A and B cannot be worse than non-interaction when A has a right not to interact with B at all, and when the interaction is mutually advantageous, consensual, and free from negative externalities. If NWC is correct, it might be a mistake to blame individuals who engage in price gouging by selling electrical generators to victims of natural disasters at inflated prices. After all, we would not blame those individuals if they stayed home and did nothing. But, so long as people are willing to pay the high prices, both parties are better off with the transaction than without it. So how could it be morally? 200. Worse to provide those customers with some benefit than it is to provide them with no benefit at all? Even if true, however, the NWC need not lead to a deflationary account of the wrongness of exploitation. It could, instead, lead to an inflationary account of the wrongness of non-interaction. In other words, we can account for the NWC's claim that mutually beneficial exploitation is not worse than non-interaction either by saying that mutually beneficial exploitation is less wrong than we thought it was, or by saying that non-interaction is worse than we thought it was, by saying that price gougers are less blameworthy than we thought, or by saying that those who stay home and do nothing to help victims of disaster are more blameworthy than we thought. Even if mutually beneficial exploitation is a serious moral wrong, however, it might not be a kind of wrong that can justify state intervention. Recall the snow shovel case. Even if A acts wrongly or fails to act virtuously, it is arguable that A does not harm anyone or violate anyone's rights, and only harm or rights violations justify state intervention. If the state cannot force A to sell the shovel to B, it might be thought completely irrational for the state to prohibit A and B from entering into a consensual and mutually advantageous transaction. Perhaps this view is correct. Bracketing arguments based on externalities, it seems perfectly plausible to maintain that the state is justified in interfering with transactions only if one party is violating the other's rights. That said, those who invoke the concept of exploitation frequently maintain that such exploitation provides a reason for state intervention. For example, when it is claimed that commercial surrogacy exploits the birth mothers, the critics typically argue that surrogacy contracts should be unenforceable or entirely prohibited. Similar things are said about the sale of bodily organs. Those who make such arguments do frequently claim that the transactions are non-consensual or harmful, but they seem prepared to make such arguments even if the transactions are consensual and mutually advantageous. On what grounds might we justify interfering with consensual and mutually advantageous exploitative transactions? It might be thought that we could interfere on paternalistic grounds. A paternalistic argument could not justify interfering with exploitative transactions if the exploitative transaction is advantageous to the exploitee and if interference is not likely to result in a transaction that is more beneficial to B. For paternalism justifies interfering for someone's good, and this interference would not be to the target's benefit. But there might be situations in which B knows enough to agree only to those exploitative transactions that are beneficial, but does not know that less exploitative transactions are available. And so there may be a soft paternalist justification for interference with some mutually advantageous exploitative transactions. 201. We might also justify interfering with exploitative transactions on strategic grounds. Suppose that A enjoys a monopoly position, say, as a potential rescuer of B. If we prohibit A from charging an exorbitant price for his services, then A might offer his services for a reasonable price. This argument would not justify interfering in a highly competitive market, for, under such conditions, A would not and could not offer his services for a better price. But there may be numerous situations in which such strategic arguments can work. Can we justify interfering with mutually advantageous and consensual transactions on perfectionist or moralistic grounds? That is more difficult. Joel Feinberg has maintained that because mutually advantageous exploitation is not harmful, such exploitation would constitute a free-floating evil, a wrong that is bad for no one. In these cases there is no wrongful loss for the exploitee, who can himself have no grievance. There are two questions here. Is mutually advantageous exploitation a free-floating evil? And free-floating or not, can we justify interfering with immoral transactions on the ground that they are immoral? Is mutually advantageous exploitation a free-floating evil? I think not. Suppose that B and C both need blood transfusions, and that the only available blood is compatible with B's blood type, but not with C's blood type. There are only two possible worlds: no transfusion, where neither B nor C gets a transfusion, where B gets the transfusion and C does not. In this case, to say that it would be wrong in any way to give the transfusion to B would seem to involve a free-floating evil. Giving the transfusion to B is good for B and bad for no one, including C, for there is no feasible alternative world in which C could have gained. But the world of mutually advantageous exploitation is not like this. Recall the snow shovel example. Here there are, let us say, three feasible alternative worlds: Transaction 1, where A sells B a shovel for an exorbitant $30, Transaction 2, where A sells B a shovel for the normal price of $15, no transaction. Is Transaction 1 better for A and worse for no one? Yes and no. Yes, when compared to the no transaction baseline. No, when compared with Transaction 2. By comparison with Transaction 2, the wrong in Transaction 1 is not free-floating. B is not harmed in Transaction 1, but B's interests are clearly negatively affected by A's choice to engage in Transaction 1 as contrasted with Transaction 2. To say that the wrong involved in mutually advantageous exploitation is not free-floating does not establish its moral force. There might be good reason for the state to stay its hand. But even if there are good reasons not to interfere with most cases of mutually advantageous exploitation, it does not follow that exploitation is morally trivial. The disposition not to take unfair advantage of one's fellows may be among the more important moral virtues and 202. A necessary condition of civilized life, even if there are also good reasons for not penalizing the failure to display that virtue. Even if exploitation is seriously wrong, it may not be the worst form of injustice or inequality. Suppose that social justice requires a relatively egalitarian distribution of resources. If an inequality between A and B is exploitative only if there is some causal relationship between A's and B's positions, then many injustices will have nothing to do with exploitation. Although it may be unjust that A has much more than B, A's having more may have nothing to do with B's having little. Consider the exploitation of labor. Some people are more productive than others, albeit often because of morally irrelevant factors, such as social background or native talents. If we exploit people when we fail to reward them in proportion to their productive contribution, then the low contributors may not be exploited. Indeed, if the high contributors are taxed to provide for the needs of the low contributors, they might maintain that it is they who are being exploited. Consider the unemployed. If the unemployed are not exploited because they do not produce any surplus value for the capitalist to appropriate, we may well conclude that being excluded from the labor system is much worse than being exploited in the system. Still, even if exploitative inequality is not always morally worse than non-exploitative inequality, it is an interesting and important question as to whether and in what ways the inequalities and suffering that arise from exploitation have a special call on our moral attention. Exploitation in the era of neoliberal imperialism. The globalization of production and its shift to low-wage countries is the most significant and dynamic transformation of the neoliberal era. Its fundamental driving force is what some economists call global labor arbitrage, the efforts by firms in Europe, North America, and Japan to cut costs and boost profits by replacing higher-wage domestic labor with cheaper foreign labor, achieved either through emigration of production or through immigration of workers. Reduction in tariffs and removal of barriers to capital flows have spurred the migration of production to low-wage countries, but militarization of borders and rising xenophobia have had the opposite effect on the migration of workers from these countries, not stopping it altogether, but inhibiting its flow and reinforcing migrants' vulnerable, second-class status. As a result, factories freely cross the U.S. Mexican border and pass with ease through the walls of Fortress Europe, as do the commodities produced in them and the capitalists who own them, but the human beings who 203. Work in them have no rite of passage. This is a travesty of globalization, a world without borders to everything and everyone except for working people. Global wage differentials, in large measure resulting from suppression of the free movement of labor, provide a distorted reflection of global differences in the rate of exploitation. The southwards shift of production signifies that the profits of firms headquartered in Europe, North America, and Japan, the value of all manner of financial assets derived from these profits, and the living standards of the citizens of these nations have become highly dependent on the higher rates of exploitation of workers in so-called emerging nations. Neoliberal globalization must therefore be recognized as a new, imperialist stage of capitalist development, where imperialism is defined by its economic essence, the exploitation of southern living labor by northern capitalists. We shall present the results of empirical analysis of the global shift of production to low-wage nations, and identify its key feature, imperialist superexploitation. For our convenience, superexploitation denotes rates of exploitation that are higher than the global average. These, it is argued here, are prevalent in low-wage nations. In addition, we shall explain this in terms of Marx's theory of value, first by visiting the debate in the 1960s and 70s between dependency theory and its orthodox Marxist critics, then by reflecting on V.I. Lenin's theory of imperialism, and concluding with a critical rereading of Marx's Capital. The globalization of production and of the producers. The globalization of production is reflected in an enormous expansion of the power and reach of transnational corporations, with the great majority owned by capitalists resident in imperialist countries. UNCTAD estimates that about 80% of global trade is linked to the international production networks of transnational corporations, either as in-house foreign direct investment, or as arm's-length relations between lead firms and their formerly independent suppliers. Export-oriented industrialization is the only capitalist option for poor countries not endowed with abundant natural resources. Under its aegis, the developing nations' share of global manufactured exports rose from around 5% in the pre-globalization period to close on 30% by the turn of the millennium, while the share of manufactured goods in the South's exports tripled in barely 10 years, stabilizing in the early 1990s at more than 60%. Chart 2 shows this dramatic transformation from the perspective of imperialist countries. In 1970, barely 10% of their manufactured imports came from 204. What was then called the Third World. By the turn of the millennium, this share of a greatly expanded total had quintupled. Chart 1. Share of developing nations in world exports of manufactured goods. Sources: UNCTAD Statistical Handbook, http://unctadstat.unctad.org. The 1955-1995 data is from UNCTAD, Handbook of Statistics Archive, Network of Exports by Region and Commodity Group Historical Series, http://unctadstat.unctad.org, accessed July 18, 2009, no longer online. The U.S. auto industry vividly illustrates this. In 1995 it imported 4 times as much automobile-related value added from Canada as from Mexico, just 10% more in 2005, and, by 2009, Mexico was the source of 48% more value added than Canada. The relocation of production processes to low-wage countries has been at least as important to European and Japanese firms as to their North American rivals. A study of EU-Chinese trade concluded that the possibility of offshoring the more labor-intensive production and assembly activities to China provides an opportunity to our own companies to survive and grow in an increasingly competitive environment, while Japanese electronics companies continue to flourish in American markets precisely because they have moved their assembly lines to China. 205. Chart 2. Share of developing nations in manufactured goods imports of developed nations. Sources: UNCTAD Statistical Handbook, http://unctadstat.unctad.org. The 1955-1995 data is from UNCTAD, Handbook of Statistics Archive, Network of exports by region and commodity group historical series, http://unctadstat.unctad.org, accessed July 18, 2009, no longer online. The result is a highly peculiar structure of world trade, in which northern firms compete with other northern firms, their success hinging on their ability to cut costs by outsourcing production, and firms in low-wage countries fiercely compete with each other, all seeking to exercise the same comparative advantage, namely their surfeit of unemployed workers desperate for work. But northern firms do not generally compete with southern firms. This simple, often overlooked fact is obviously true of relations between parent companies and their wholly owned subsidiaries, but no less so of the increasingly favored arm's-length relationship between Primark and its Bangladeshi suppliers, and between General Motors and the Mexican firms who manufacture more and more of its components. The relationship is complementary, not competitive, even if it is highly unequal. There are important exceptions, and indeed this peculiar structure is riven with contradictions, but the overall pattern is clear. There is north-north rivalry, and cutthroat south-south competition reaching race-to-the-bottom proportions, but there is a general absence of head-to-head north-south competition, that is, between firms. Meanwhile, workers face competition across the global wage divide, wage repression, and an accelerating decline in labor's share of GDP in all countries. 206. The globalization of production has transformed not just the production of commodities but of social relations in general, and especially of the social relation that defines capitalism, the capital-labor relation, which is increasingly a relation between northern capital and southern labor. The enormous growth of the industrial workforce in developing nations is portrayed in Chart 3, which reveals that, in 2010, 79%, or 541 million, of the world's industrial workers lived in less developed regions. This is up from 34% in 1950 and 53% in 1980 compared to the 145 million industrial workers, or 21% of the total, who in 2010 lived in imperialist countries. Sources: data from 1995 to 2008 was obtained from Laborsta, http://laborsta.ilo.org, and Key Indicators of the Labor Market, 5th and 6th editions, http://ilo.org. The former provided the numbers for the total economically active population, the latter the sectoral ratios allowing computation of the number of industrial workers. 2010 data was obtained by extrapolation. The 1950-1990 data is from ILO, Population and Economically Active Population, accessed in 2004, no longer online. The ILO categories more and less developed regions roughly correspond to the contemporary categories developed and developing economies, respectively. However, with the partial exception of China, a special case because of its one-child policy, extraordinarily rapid growth, and as yet incomplete transition from socialism to capitalism, no southern economy has grown fast enough to provide jobs to the millions of young people entering the labor market and the millions fleeing rural poverty. By uprooting hundreds of millions of workers and farmers in southern nations from their ties to the land and their jobs in protected national industries, neoliberal capitalism has accelerated the expansion of a vast pool of super-exploitable labor. Suppression of labor mobility has interacted with this hugely increased supply to produce a dramatic widening of international wage differentials, which, according to World Bank researchers, exceed any other form of border-induced price gap by an order of magnitude or more. The steep wage gradient provides two different ways for northern capitalists to increase profits: through the emigration of production to low-wage countries, or the immigration of workers from those countries. The International Monetary Fund made this connection quite precisely. The global pool of labor can be accessed by advanced economies through imports and immigration, significantly observing that trade is the more important and faster expanding channel, in large part because immigration remains very restricted in many countries. 207. Chart 3. Global industrial workforce. Global labor arbitrage, key driver of the globalization of production. what the IMF calls accessing the global labor pool others have dubbed global labor arbitrage, whose essential feature, according to Stephen Roach, is the substitution of high-wage workers here with like-quality, low-wage workers abroad. Roach, then head of Morgan Stanley's Asian operations, argued that a unique and powerful confluence of three megatrends is driving the global arbitrage. These are the maturation of offshore outsourcing platforms, e-based connectivity, cost control. Of these, cost control, that is, lower wages, is the catalyst that brings the global labor arbitrage to life. Expanding on this, Roach explains that in an era of excess supply, companies lack pricing leverage as never before. As such, businesses must be unrelenting in their search for new efficiencies. Not surprisingly, the primary focus of such efforts is labor, representing the bulk of production costs in the developed world. Consequently, offshore outsourcing that extracts product from relatively low wage. 208. Workers in the developing world has become an increasingly urgent survival tactic for companies in the developed economies. This is a much richer description of neoliberal globalization's driving force than the one offered above by IMF technocrats. We might ask, though, why Roach says extracting product instead of extracting value. Capitalists, after all, are not interested in the product of labor but in the value contained in it. The answer, we suspect, is that extracting value would make it even more explicit that these low-wage workers create more wealth than they receive in wages, in other words that they are exploited, a heretical notion for a mainstream economist. Roach's observation also begs the question: just how do companies in developed economies extract product from workers in Bangladesh, China, and elsewhere? The only visible contribution these workers make to the bottom line of firms in developed economies is the flow of repatriated profits from FDI, but not one penny of H&M's or General Motors' profits can be traced to their independent suppliers in Bangladesh or Mexico. All of it appears instead as value added by their own activities. This conundrum, inexplicable to mainstream economic theory and therefore ignored, can only be resolved by redefining value added as value captured. In other words, a firm's value added does not represent the value it has produced, but the portion of total, economy-wide value it succeeds in capturing through exchange, including value extracted from living labor in far-flung countries. Not only is value capture not identical to value creation, as mainstream theory maintains, there is no correlation between them. Banks, for example, generate no value but capture a great deal of it. Since a country's GDP is nothing else than the sum of its firm's value added, GDP statistics systematically diminish the real contribution of southern nations to global wealth and exaggerate that of the developed countries, thereby veiling the increasingly parasitic, exploitative, and imperialist relationship between them. I call this the GDP illusion. In sum, an analysis of the empirics of neoliberal globalization reveals global labor arbitrage, arising from the higher degree of exploitation prevalent in low-wage nations, to be its fundamental driving force. The central finding from our review of Marx's Capital is that this corresponds to the third form of surplus value increase, whose importance was stressed by Marx yet which he excluded from his general theory. Here is the only possible solid foundation for a renaissance of Marxism on a world scale. This central finding also allows us to see the place of the neoliberal era in history. In Grundrisse, Marx comments, as long as capital is weak, it still relies on the crutches of past modes of production. As soon as it feels strong, it throws away the crutches, and moves. 209. In accordance with its own laws. As soon as it begins to sense itself and become conscious of itself as a barrier to development, it seeks refuge in forms which, by restricting free competition, seem to make the rule of capital more perfect, but are at the same time the heralds of its dissolution and of the dissolution of the mode of production resting on it. This is startlingly similar to Lenin's argument that capitalism only became capitalist imperialism at a definite and very high stage of its development, when certain of its fundamental characteristics began to change into their opposites, when the features of the epoch of transition from capitalism to a higher social and economic system had taken shape and revealed themselves in all spheres. The rise of capitalism depended on the most barbaric forms of primitive accumulation, such as the transportation of millions of African slaves, colonial plunder, and opium trafficking. When capitalism reached its adult stage and took full control over the production process, competition flourished and the inner laws of capital became expressed most fully. Finally, in its epoch of decay, capitalism increasingly relies on forms other than free competition monopoly, vastly increased state intervention in all aspects of economic life, accumulation by dispossession, imperialism for its survival, but at the cost of distorting the operation of its laws and erecting new barriers to the expansion of the productive forces. How does this chronology relate to the three forms of surplus value increase discussed in this article? In immature capitalism, increasing absolute surplus value extending the working day to and beyond physical limits was predominant. Once capital took control of the production process, relative surplus value technology improvements to reduce the time needed to produce workers' consumption goods became the predominant form, though at all times this depended on the persistence of much more brutal and archaic forms of domination, especially in the subject nations. In the neoliberal era, the increasingly predominant form of the capital-labor relation is the global labor arbitrage, i.e., a means of appropriation whereby capitalism is able, via national oppression, to force down the value of labor power in emerging nations. This constitutes the third form of surplus value increase that is now the increasingly predominant form of the capital-labor relation. The proletarians of the semi-colonial countries are its first victims, but the broad masses of working people in the imperialist countries also face destitution. Expanded super-exploitation of new, youthful, and female proletarians of low-wage countries rescued capitalism from the hole in which it found itself in the 1970s. Now, together with workers in the imperialist countries, it is their mission to dig another hole, the grave in which to bury capitalism and thereby secure the future of human civilization. 210. Accumulation by dispossession. David Harvey's account of neoliberalism focuses on features that, he claims, lead to a new model of capitalist accumulation, accumulation by dispossession, primitive accumulation, and the absorption by capital of non-capitalist sectors and societies. Accumulation by dispossession is, he argues, the dominant form of accumulating relative to expanded reproduction and takes a wide range of forms. The privatization of land and the forcible movement of peasant populations, the conversion of common, collective, state, etc. property rights into exclusive property rights. The commodification of labor power and the suppression of alternative forms of production and consumption. The monetarization of exchange and taxation, particularly of land. The reduction of whole populations to debt peonage. The dispossession of assets by credit and stock manipulation. The patenting and licensing of genetic material, seed plasma, and all manner of products. The buying up of assets that have been devalued through crisis at fire sales prices, with crises being orchestrated, managed, and controlled to rationalize the system to permit accumulation by dispossession to occur without sparking a general crisis. The rolling back of regulatory frameworks designed to protect labor. Harvey's list includes a range of unpleasant features of contemporary capitalism. But merely describing these as dispossession does not explain the present stage of the system. Dispossession is simply a long word meaning theft. When Pierre-Joseph Proudhon used the phrase property is theft in the 19th century, it was an anti-capitalist rallying cry, capable of expressing people's indignation at the system. So too is Harvey's phrase accumulation by dispossession. But sloganizing against theft is not the same as providing a serious analysis, any more than it was when Marx criticized Proudhon in 1847. The problem with Harvey's analysis is all the more serious because it includes features that have always accompanied capitalist accumulation, like the dispossession of some capitals by others in the course of the recession-boom recession cycle, as well as attacks on wages and working conditions. It also includes methods that some capitalists use to expand their profits at the expense of other capitalists, such as the dispossession of assets by credit and stock manipulation. This cannot enable the capitalist class as a whole to accumulate more. As Marx put it, 211. The class of capitalists taken as a whole cannot enrich itself as a class, it cannot increase its total capital, or produce a surplus value, by one capitalist's gaining what another loses. The class as a whole cannot defraud itself. What applies to the dispossession of some capitalists by others even applies to certain forms of dispossession of non-capitalist sectors of the population. For instance, the widespread third world phenomenon of forcibly driving the urban poor from inner cities to make fortunes for property developers involves the further oppression of some of the poorest sections of the population. But it does not, in itself, create new value or surplus value for the capitalist class as a whole. The rents charged on luxury flats or office blocks are paid for out of already existing surplus value in the pockets of rich individuals or capitalist corporations. Primitive accumulation. Harvey argues that dispossession means that primitive accumulation, which Marx saw as important at the time of the rise of capitalism, continues to be a central feature of the world today, indeed, it seems, a more important feature than accumulation through the exploitation of labor power. But for Marx, primitive accumulation was not simply the building up of fortunes by early capitalists through robbery. It was, centrally, robbery of land from peasants, which then forced them to seek employment as wage workers. Its specificity did not lie in exploiting classes increasing their wealth by force. Crucially, it permitted the development of a specifically capitalist way of expanding this wealth by creating a class of free workers with no choice but to sell their labor power to those now in control of the means of production. This form of primitive accumulation does continue today. Old landowners in Egypt, agrarian capitalists in Brazil, local Communist Party bosses in China and recently established capitalist farmers in India are continually trying to grab the land of local peasants, and where they succeed a new proletariat is created. But Harvey is mistaken in claiming this only characterizes recent decades. As Thierry Byers has noted, primitive accumulation occurred in the colonial empires that persisted into the post-war decades, although it was far less successful in its separation of the producers from the means of production than domestic primitive accumulation was in Western Europe. It had also left a large stratum of poor peasants in possession of land. While recent decades have seen the crudest forms of primitive accumulation, it is not obvious that capitalist transformation is proceeding successfully except in the case of East Asia. For Byers, the only large country where primitive accumulation has added substantially to capital accumulation as such is China, where from 1978 onwards, millions were 212 driven off the land, i.e. were effectively dispossessed and proletarianist. No account of primitive accumulation should leave out the most important in the 20th century, the seizure of the land from the USSR's tens of millions of peasant families through Stalin's collectivization of agriculture from 1929 onwards. Harvey refers to this, but cannot include it in his account of the pre-neoliberal capitalist era, since he sees Stalinist-type regimes as attempts to implement programs of modernization in those countries that have not gone through the initiation into capitalist development. For Harvey, Marx's account of primitive accumulation is less important than an idea drawn from Rosa Luxemburg. She argued that a shortage of demand for capitalism's products meant the system could only continue to expand by cannibalizing the pre-capitalist world around it. Harvey writes, the idea that some sort of outside is necessary for the stabilization of capitalism has relevance. He argues that capitalism's problem is overaccumulation and that this can be solved by eating up non-capitalist social formations or some sector within capitalism that has not yet been proletarianist. Another of his fixes is investment in long-term infrastructure projects within capitalism. It is these that he sees as absorbing excess capital and labor during the early post-war decades, although without explaining how they maintain the profitability of capital. His argument in some ways resembles that of Baron and Sweezy in Monopoly Capital, but unlike them, Harvey hardly mentions the huge sums spent on arms in A Short History of Neoliberalism, the new imperialism, or his earlier the condition of postmodernity. It is this omission that allows him to conceive of a peaceful spatial fix for capitalism today. But what is there outside capitalism to allow accumulation by dispossession on the necessary scale? Harvey's answer is that the state constitutes this outside, whether it is the state of the so-called non-capitalist countries, the developmental state in much of the Third World, or the state sector in advanced capitalist countries. Since these are all, for him, non-capitalist, a shift of their resources into private hands can provide new resources for capitalist accumulation. In making this argument, Harvey chimes with the common sense of a good portion of the left internationally, but it is a mistaken common sense. Already in the 1870s, Engels understood that nationalization does not in itself produce something outside capitalism. The modern state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine, the state of the capitalists, the ideal personification of the total national capital. The more it proceeds to the taking over of productive forces, the more does it actually become the national capitalist, the more citizens does it exploit. The workers remain wage workers, proletarians. The capitalist relation is not done away with. It is rather brought to a head. In the period 213 following the Second World War, all serious Marxist analyses had to take into account intervention by states, not only to support private capitalists, but also to undertake capital accumulation in their own right. For instance, the German Marxist Joachim Hirsch described how, as the development of the productive forces progresses, the maintenance of the process of accumulation demands, on the one hand, forms and individual capitals of an order of magnitude which capital, to some extent, is no longer capable of bringing forth itself directly in its reproduction process, and which can only be realized through the intervention of the state apparatus. On the other hand, this very process creates the necessity for counteracting state interventions to guarantee a relative equilibrium in the process of reproduction as a whole. To read Harvey, you would think that the existence of a substantial state sector slowed down accumulation during the post-war decades. But that was a time with a higher rate of accumulation than today, so much so that it has been baptized the golden age of capitalism. As Ben Fine notes, the boom was sustained by the opposite of the factors that Harvey now takes to be instrumental in current accumulation, not least the extension of nationalist industries and the economic role of the state more generally. The real rationale for privatization. There has been a trend towards privatization of nationalist industries across much of the capitalist world for the past quarter of a century, just as there was a trend in the opposite direction through much of the 20th century. How are we to explain this? A number of distinct factors are involved. The first moves to private state-owned industries in the 1980s were often a pragmatic response to the fiscal crisis of the state, the pressure on government finances as recession cut into tax revenues, and unemployment forced up dole and social security payments. Selling off state holdings in profitable companies, and then whole state-owned corporations, brought in lots of cash and provided short-term relief for government's problems. It was this that motivated the 1974-9 Labour government to sell shares in Burma Oil and BP. Combined with this was a belief that state monopolies, removed from the pressure of competition, were not pushing their workers hard enough. This ties in with a wider notion that is often repeated today, even by some on the left, that the period of state economic interventionism was somehow based on a Fordist compromise between employers and workers, a view which should be refuted by the actual behavior of the Ford Motor Company. The logic of this view was that breaking up state-owned monopolies and opening them to the market would force their managers to be much harder on 214 the workers, and would intimidate the workers into accepting worse conditions. Certainly the approach of privatization often encouraged managers to force through methods to push up productivity. And once privatized, it was easy for companies to contract out a range of activities, so breaking the links that tie weak groups of workers to potentially more powerful ones. Ben Fine argues that privatization has been an important way in which the relations between capital and labor have been reorganized and is connected to so-called labor market flexibility. But this motivation for privatization could clash with its use as a short-term solution to the state's financial problems. For the state to make a lot of money out of privatization, the privatizers had to have a prospect of monopoly profits. The breaking up of firms to shake up managers and frighten workers would do away with the monopoly. In practice, most firms were sold intact, and left in a position of being able to charge monopoly prices to other sections of capital. Witness the bitter complaints of Ryanair's ultra-Thatcherite boss Michael O'Leary against BAA's monopoly charges for using London's main airports. The state then had to appoint regulators to try to do by decree what the market was meant to do. At the same time, privatization is not absolutely necessary to create the illusion of the automatism of the market. The breaking up of state-run institutions into competing units can try to achieve the same goal, so can market testing within particular entities. So too can deregulation aim to produce competition between different nationally based, and often still state-owned, companies. This is what the European Union is trying to do to a whole range of industries such as electricity and postal services. The end result of privatization in a country like Britain can be that whole sections of privatized services such as electricity, water, and rail can be run by foreign state-owned companies. These last examples refute Harvey's portrayal of privatization somehow crossing a magic line from non-capitalist to capitalist production. They do fit in with his description of neoliberalism as concerned with class power, although describing this as a restoration, let alone a creation, of class power is to massively exaggerate the weakness of the capitalist class in the pre-neoliberal period. There is also considerable debate about how effective privatization has really been. Keynesian pro-capitalist analysts have produced studies suggesting zero or very few gains to efficiency from privatization compared to changes such as new technology that could have been introduced just as effectively, perhaps even more effectively, in a nationalist concern. Class power is involved in privatization in another way. A powerful ideological myth sustaining capitalist rule within bourgeois democracies is that 215. The state represents the whole of the population. To sustain this myth, the ruling class has to concede a margin of influence to the mass of people over the behavior of the state through elections. This was not a problem when the general level of profitability allowed it to grant real reforms. Indeed, state possession of industries could help sustain the myth that the state was neutral in relation to class forces, so stabilizing capitalism politically as well as economically. But when capitalism entered a long period of crises 3 decades ago, a risk arose that people would expect the state-controlled section of industry to protect them against the impact of these crises. Separating industry off from the state and subjecting it to the market can depoliticize the attacks on workers that accompany the crisis, shifting the blame to the seemingly automatic, natural forces of the market. So Gavril Popov, the free market economist who was mayor of Moscow during the tumultuous years 1989 to 1992, argued, if we cannot soon denationalize and privatize property, we will be attacked by waves of workers fighting for their own interests. This will break up the forces of perestroika and put its future in question. We must seek new mechanisms and institutions of political power that depend less on populism. This Russian example challenges Harvey's ideas that non-capitalist states were transformed into capitalist ones to the benefit of the world system as a whole between 1989 and 1991. Far from this seeing the creation of a new class, many of the same people continued to control industry and the state. Faced with a great social crisis, they sought to find a way out by restructuring the economy under their control, and to protect themselves, through forms of privatization giving the impression of ownership by the mass of people. Some of the old ruling class gained from this and some lost out. But it can hardly be argued that the result was a great boost to accumulation either in the former USSR or worldwide. Accumulation rates worldwide fell in the 1990s to even lower levels than in the 1980s. The almost giveaway privatizations of 1980s Britain, when firms and housing stock were sold below their real value, had the additional ideological advantage of winning support from sections of the middle class and some workers. However, this was not nearly as powerful a force as those who talked in the mid-1980s about authoritarian populism used to claim. For instance, one 1980s study found that workers who bought their council houses were no more likely to vote Tory than those who had not. Harvey overstates the case when he writes that under Thatcher middle 216 class values spread more widely to encompass many of those who had once had a firm working class identity. There are two more factors involved in the trend towards privatization. Many commentators hold that it makes restructuring through mergers and acquisitions across national boundaries easier. As Ben Fine has argued, restructuring internationally has posed a problem to state-owned industries which are confined to domestic ownership alone. For capitalists involved in such activities, there is always the suspicion that a state-owned partner will be getting tax concessions and subsidies from its government which will distort its balance sheets, and that if the merged company faces economic difficulties that government will come under political pressure to try to pass the buck to the foreign partner. This element in the logic of privatization is particularly appealing to those best placed to gain from it. Privatization imposed on third world countries by the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank as the price of deferring debt repayments can be of considerable benefit to American and European capital. Harvey quite rightly makes this point. He is, however, mistaken when he gives the impression that this form of accumulation by dispossession is somehow central to profit-making. An indication of where capital can best gain profits is given by the global flows of foreign direct investment. 2/3 of these are to the advanced countries, and the biggest chunk of the rest is to one destination only, China. The fact that those non-Western countries with financial surpluses have been using them to finance private equity takeovers of Western firms suggests that they know where most of the lucre still lies. Duminil and Levy have completely distorted the picture in one of their widely read articles. They assert that in 2000, U.S. financial investments in the rest of the world amounted to $3,488 billion. The corresponding income was $381 billion, that is, a return of nearly 11%. It is interesting to note that this income was approximately equal to the total after-tax profits of all corporations in the United States, excluding such flows from abroad, that is a ratio of 100%. This is a complete misuse of figures, since it ignores foreign investments in the U.S. and the counterflow of income from the U.S. to capitalists and states abroad. Inward investment into the U.S. has for some years been considerably greater than outward investment from it, even if the outward investment is on average more profitable. Duminil and Levy recognize this elsewhere, giving figures showing income flows into and out of the U.S. balancing each other. See the graph reproduced in Harvey, 2005:191. 217. Finally, privatization is very profitable for some capitalists. It cannot in itself create more surplus value. Only increasing the exploitation of workers or peasants can do that. Otherwise all that is involved is diverting surplus value from one capitalist to another. But it does benefit particular capitalists. Their material interests are very much connected with the propagation of neoliberal ideology, and they set out to woo, bribe and browbeat politicians into pushing privatization further. How effective is neoliberalism for capitalism? There is always a certain danger in propagandizing and agitating against repeated capitalist offensives. In stressing the harm they do, it is very easy to overestimate their success and to underestimate the obstacles confronting them. It is also easy to forget that these obstacles come not only from popular resistance, but from contradictions within capitalism itself. A picture is presented of a defeated working class, no longer capable of withstanding the onslaught on its conditions. The typical worker is said to suffer precarious employment, with the threat continually hanging over his or her head of the firm simply shutting down and moving abroad. So John Holloway asserts, capital can move from one side of the world to the other within seconds. Holloway does at one point recognize that productive capital is less mobile than money capital, but then goes on to ignore the effect of this distinction on the relations between capitals and states. Hart and Negri's Empire claims, Capital can withdraw from negotiation with a given local population by moving its site to another point in the global network. Entire laboring populations have thus found themselves in increasingly precarious employment situations. For Harvey, capital relocates production as one of the spatial temporal fixes through which it responds to overaccumulation. The geographical mobility of capital permits it to dominate a global labor force whose own geographical mobility is constrained. With technological change, offshore production became possible and the search for profit made it probable. Wave after wave of deindustrialization hit industry after industry and region after region within the U.S. This, he claims, enables capital to impose increasingly precarious forms of work on workers. In the neoliberal scheme of things, short-term contracts are preferred in order to maximize flexibility. Flexible labor markets are established. The individualist and relatively powerless worker then confronts a labor market in which only short-term contracts are offered on a customized basis. Security of tenure becomes a thing of the past. Under neoliberalization, the figure of the 218 disposable worker emerges as prototypical upon the world stage. Disposable workers, women in particular, survive both socially and effectively in a world of flexible labor markets and short-term contracts, chronic job insecurities, lost social protections, and often debilitating labor, amongst the wreckage of collective institutions that once gave them a modicum of dignity and support. This picture is not unique to left critics of neoliberalism. It is also to be found in the writings of those who have abandoned the left to embrace some version of the third way. Some of the phrases in Harvey could almost come from the writings of Anthony Giddens or Manuel Castells. Castells, for instance, writes of structural instability in the labor markets everywhere, and the requirement for flexibility of employment, mobility of labor, and constant reskilling of the workforce. The notion of the stable, predictable, professional career is eroded, as relationships between capital and labor are individualist and contractual labor conditions escape collective bargaining. So many different voices tell the story that, it seems, no amount of counter-evidence can stop people believing in it. For instance, Harvey, writing 18 years ago, admitted that such counter-evidence exists, referring to the empirical work of Anna Pollard, who challenges the ideas of flexibility in labor markets and labor organization and concludes the discovery of the flexible workforces is part of an ideological offensive which celebrates pliability and casualization and makes them seem inevitable. His response was simply to dismiss such evidence out of hand. I do not accept this position. The evidence for increased flexibility through the capitalist world is simply too overwhelming to make Pollard's counterexamples credible. He did not himself provide such evidence, and does not in his later books either. I have challenged the sorts of claims Harvey takes for granted before and do not intend to lay out the evidence once more here. But certain important points need to be made. Financial capital may be very mobile, but industrial capital is fixed in buildings, machinery, and a material infrastructure required sustaining it. It cannot move at a moment's notice. Harvey at least recognizes that, but does not let it ruin his story of the relentless spread of precariousness. The major source of recent job losses has not been the contracting out of work abroad. Tim Coechlin has analyzed U.S. investment and concludes that 219. Between 1991 and 2004, foreign direct investment by U.S. companies only amounted to 7.4% of total productive investment by those companies, and investment in developing countries to only 2.5%. Another study shows that between 1993 and 1998 U.S. manufacturing employment increased from 16.8 to 17.6 million and almost regained the 1989 peak of 18 million. This was followed by the largest slump in manufacturing employment in post-war history. This was not caused by a flood of imports of either goods or services, but rather the result of inadequate growth of domestic demand in the presence of strong productivity growth and the weakness of U.S. exports due to the high U.S. dollar. Capital cannot manage without workers who have certain skills, and prefers workers who have some sense of responsibility for the job. It takes employers time to train people, and they are rarely keen to lose them if they can avoid it. They therefore do not always treat workers as disposable, even when it comes to semi-skilled and unskilled labor. This is true just as much in less developed countries as in the advanced industrial ones. The empirical evidence for Western Europe does not justify a picture of a uniform, relentless spread of precarious jobs. There was a substantial increase in the number of such jobs in the early 1990s, but the relative proportions of permanent jobs and non-permanent jobs remained almost unchanged between 1995 and 2000. There are also huge variations between countries. Despite Britain being supposedly the most neoliberal country in Europe, one measure of precarious employment shows it as amounting to only 16% of jobs in 1992 as compared to 35% in Spain. There was actually a decline in the course of the 1990s, so that by 2001 survey showed only 5% of British employees being on temporary contracts. And the number of people who had worked at the same workplace for more than 10 years rose from 29 to 31%. These figures are from the Office for National Statistics, Social Trends 2001, p.88. An excellent, but as yet unpublished, study of the transformation of work by Kevin Duggan provides a similar picture to these figures. Many forms of work lumped together as precarious are long-term, permanent jobs. This is true of the great majority of part-time jobs, which are by no means temporary. This is also true of many jobs with short-term contracts. Often short-term contracts are for workers who are in fact permanent, with their contracts regularly being renewed when they expire. They are denied certain employment rights, but that does not mean the employer can easily dispense with their services or prevent them having the power to fight back. After all, there were no such things as formal contracts of employment in Britain before. 220. The introduction of redundancy payments in the late 1960s, and employers had the right to sack workers whenever they felt like it. But this did not prevent the growth of shop floor-based union strength, even among groups such as dockers who were employed on a daily basis. Often what is involved is not workers losing the capacity to exert leverage on employers, but employers seeking to undermine workers' belief that they can do so. A study by Kate Brenfenbrenner found that during the economic upturn of the 1990s, American workers felt more insecure about their economic future than during the depths of the 1990-1 recession. More than half of all employers made threats to close all or part of the plant during union organizing drives. But afterwards, employers followed through on the threat and shut down all or part of their facilities in fewer than 3% of cases. In other words, it is in the interests of employers to overemphasize how precarious jobs are in order to demoralize workers and lower the level of resistance. The task of the left is not to exaggerate insecurity, but to point to the counterfactors that provide workers with continued strength if they have the confidence to deploy it. Neoliberalism, the welfare state and the social wage. There is an assumption in most anti-neoliberal writing that we are living through a period of the withdrawal of state from social provision, as Harvey puts it. But once again, empirical evidence does not back up such assertions, particularly for the advanced industrial countries. State expenditure on social provision, like state expenditure in general, has, if anything, tended to rise through the decades since the 1970s. Since 1995, expenditure on social protection by the main European countries has been more or less fixed, going up and down slightly with unemployment levels, and was no lower in the most recent U.S. recessions than previous ones, despite welfare reform in the Clinton presidency. An analysis by Anwar Sheikh calculated the net social wage, the value of social expenditure from which workers benefit minus the taxes which workers pay in a number of countries. He found that, for Germany, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and Sweden combined, this net social wage was generally higher as a proportion of GNP in the 1980s than in the 1960s and 1970s. The trend was similar in the US. Sheikh's analysis also makes a very important point. The bulk of social wage expenditure has always been paid for out of taxes on ordinary wages. In effect, it amounts to a redistribution of wage income within the working class, and in the US in the 1950s and 1960s, when the net social wage was negative, it amounted to workers providing a subsidy to the state rather than vice versa. Noting the variation between countries, he writes, unlike the United States, the other OECD countries had generally positive net social wage ratios. Germany and the United Kingdom had the highest ratios, though even they averaged only about 5% of GDP and about 8% of total wages. Second, Sweden, the very paradigm of a welfare state, had an average net social wage around zero over the boom period. There have been repeated attempts by governments to cut back on social expenditures over the past 3 decades. Indeed, in Britain, struggles against cutbacks began much earlier than that. Yet the expenditures have gone on rising. How is that to be explained? Part of the explanation has to do with struggles against the cutbacks. So long as governments depend on elections in bourgeois democracies, they cannot completely ignore the impact of their policies on the lives of the mass of the population. So in Britain, the prominence of the NHS in successive general elections led New Labour to increase the proportion of GNP going into it. Harvey is right to highlight the balance of class forces in determining the degree of neoliberalization. But that is not the end of the 222 story. There are features built into capitalism that compel it to pay out a social wage even though it resents doing so. Capitalist ruling classes can only prosper by exploiting people's capacity to work. That capacity is damaged by illness, accidents, and malnutrition. So capitalists have to worry about keeping a fit and able body of workers. That requires health care for workers, and benefits to enable workers to survive through periods of unemployment so that they can be fit for exploitation when the economy revives. Modern capitalism also has to worry about the upbringing of the next generation of labor power, and ensuring it has the right level of education, training, and work discipline to be profitably exploited. Hence the way its apologists worry about the human capital of the workforce and the amount of educational value added by schools. Finally, it is not just a question of physical well-being and aptitude. It is also a question of morale. The capitalist wants contented workers to exploit in the same way that a farmer wants contented cows. Workers cannot be expected to labor with any commitment to their work if they expect to starve to death once they reach retirement age. As Marx put it, there is a historically and socially determined element to the cost of reproducing labor power as well as a physiological one. A pivotal moment in welfare development in Britain was the panic that developed at the time of the Boer War, when it was discovered that a high proportion of those who tried to enlist in the armed forces were not fit enough to fight. Anne Rogers has summarized the upper and middle class reaction, the belief that change was necessary if Britain were to compete successfully with Germany and the United States remains central. Whether the argument was formulated by the Fabians or by liberal imperialists, the concentration was on the damage that poverty was doing to society rather than the misery it caused individual workers. The underlying reason for the desire to improve the health of the working class was the need for a healthier labor force in the factories and the army. This article provides an excellent account of the different forces involved in the rise of the welfare state and the current pressures on it. This was the background to the granting of old age pensions and the provision of school meals by the Liberal government of 1906. But labor power is not an object like other commodities, which are passive as they are bought and sold. It is the living expression of human beings. What from a capitalist point of view is recuperation of labor power is for the worker the chance for relaxation, enjoyment, and creativity. There is a struggle over the social wage just as over the normal wage, even if both are, up to a certain degree, necessary for capital. 223. This makes it very difficult for capital to redesign the welfare state in a way which would really fit with its narrow economic requirements. That would involve maintaining and even expanding those of its elements that are essential to the maintenance and reproduction of a productive labor force, while curtailing or abandoning non-productive expenditure on things like the care of the chronic sick, of the seriously disabled and of retired workers. The competitive extraction of surplus value demands the continuation of part of the welfare state. the political realities of maintaining power through bourgeois democracy rule out dismantling the rest of it. This is where internal markets, market testing, contracting out, privatization, encouraging private pensions and all the rest come in. They are mechanisms that are meant to depoliticize the process of social provision, so making it easier to refuse it to those deemed not to deserve it on the one hand, and to clamp down on the workers in the welfare sector on the other. The political ambiguities of anti-neoliberalism. Why do these arguments matter if we are all agreed that marketization, privatization, and precariousness are bad things? They matter because misanalysis leads to serious mistakes when it comes to fighting back. If the center of accumulation has moved from day-to-day exploitation to dispossession, then the focus of the fight shifts from the working class to struggles of those who are marginal to the productive process. The shift in focus is further reinforced if almost all jobs are seen as precarious, with employers being able to dismiss any workers who rebel. This is what Harvey seems to be arguing when he writes that in the post-1973 world accumulation by dispossession moved to the fore as the primary contradiction within the imperialist organization of capital accumulation. Such an analysis puts a stress on social movements as opposed to class movements. There is a confusion in the use of the term social movements in some European countries because it lumps together struggles waged along class lines against exploitation with those against oppression and war that appeal, to some extent, across class lines. The writers who have gone furthest in drawing such a conclusion are Lacan and Mauve, who write that the overdetermination assumed by social struggles in the Third World involves the construction of political identities having little to do with strict class boundaries. Harvey resists this conclusion, at points insisting that class is central to resistance, but his theoretical framework leaves it open to an interpretation little different from that of Lacan and Mauve. This has important practical implications. Struggles of social movements tend to rise rapidly and then fall back just as rapidly precisely because they are not based on those whose position within the structures of capitalist production. 224. Bind them together organically and provide them with the power to confront the system? As the saying goes, social movements rise like a rocket and fall like a stick. What are left behind are skeleton organizations that are too weak to achieve their goals. Those involved are then all too easily tempted to conclude that a struggle cannot lead to victory, and to put their faith in reforms within the existing society, whether through old-style reformist and populist parties or through NGOs. Instructive in this regard are the arguments used by Fausto Bertinati of Rifondazione Comunista in Italy to justify his turn to a government coalition with the pro-capitalist center-left led by Romano Prodi. His turn came as the wave of demonstrations that occurred between the Genoa G8 protest and the start of the Iraq War began to decline, and in the wake of the failure to gain enough votes in a referendum on workers' rights for it to pass into law. He painted a picture of the popular movements in Italy risking devastating defeats because precariousness had sapped people's capacity to fight back. The basic thing that characterizes neoliberal globalization is precariousness. It conditions the time devoted to labor and life, the relations of production and social relations, and which even penetrates into attempts to modify the people's lives. What was involved in Rifondazione's shift was not just the capitulation, or betrayal, of one individual. Crucial was his capacity to convince many thousands of activists to accept his arguments. This was possible because Rifondazione's activists had long been influenced by certain autonomist and Eurocommunist ideas that held that the working class's strength had been damaged permanently by the mobility of capitalism and the deindustrialization and precarity it produced. Social movements were seen as the only way forward, and when they went into decline the only hope seemed to be entering a government which might make at least a little turn away from neoliberalism. Much the same happened to some of the semi-autonomist left in Argentina after the Great Revolt of December 2001 to January 2002. Once the great upsurge of the social movements of Piqueteros and the popular assemblies died down, the easy option seemed to be to work with the Kirchner government as it made its turn away from the radical version of neoliberalism of the previous decade. Such shifts, from radical opposition to working through parties and governments that try to manage the system for capitalism, are encouraged by the notions of a good Keynesian version of capitalism and a bad neoliberal one, or the parallel contrast between finance capital that does not care for workers and productive capital that supposedly does. The reality is that capital uses the state as much today as it did in the heyday of 225. Keynesianism, indeed, even more so, insofar as it is faced with more crises needing intervention. Neoliberalism as an ideology does not guide practice when it comes to this matter. The difference with the post-war decades is that capital is anxious to cut back on many of the positive reforms it granted in a more profitable era, and states respond accordingly. It is this which leads to the ambiguities in the use of the term neoliberalism by the left. The term can be used simply to designate the negative features of many governmental measures in the present phase of the system, the anti-reforms that have replaced the positive reforms it was possible to extract from capital without a great deal of struggle from the late 1940s to the mid-1970s. But the term can also be used to reinforce the illusion that minor changes in the running of parts of the system are all that is necessary to improve the situation of the mass of people. By the same token, those who see their fight as an anti-neoliberal one can move on to see it as anti-capitalist, but they can also slip back into conciliation with the system. Rhetoric and slogans have a role in politics, but they are not a substitute for clarity about the enemy and how to fight it. And we will all need more clarity as the competitive pressures on national states and capitalist firms in a period of recurrent crises leads to more attacks on the wage, the social wage, working conditions, and jobs. Indeed, capitalism is a system of exploitation. A handful of parasites live off the backs of the workers and could not care less about their situation. This is how they came to pocket over $23 billion profits in 1991. Every bit of the capitalists' vast wealth was stolen from the working people. The capitalists get rich from the fruit of the labor of others. Chapter 5. Neoliberalism and Imperialism. Global Oppression and Powerlessness of the Weak. Overview. Neoliberalism or corporate imperialism or global capitalism is a pervasive and increasingly global ideology, associated with the favoring of free market. 234. Competition and private property rights, reduction or abolishment of government intervention and expenditure, and valuation of individual freedom of choice. Although often represented in everyday discourse or common sense as an efficient and self-evident way of social organization, neoliberalism is associated with a disproportionate accrual of wealth and opportunity among certain groups. In particular, critics point out that neoliberalism benefits multinational corporations and the financial sector, as well as particular government agencies and international organizations. When put into practice, neoliberal policy has produced increasing social and economic inequalities within countries as well as between countries and regions. These disparities potentially lead to disempowerment and produce negative effects on well-being. In fact, there is no place on earth where neoliberalism has not poisoned and rendered 5 human beings powerless. It has allowed a handful of private interests to control as much as possible of social life in order to maximize personal profit. It has poisonous effects especially in the Third World, where imperial powers continue to pirate natural and human resources to fill the pockets of transnational capitalists. Initiated by Reagan and Thatcher, for the last 2 decades, neoliberalism has become the dominant economic and political trend for much of the governments. Beginning of new era capitalist self-destruction. The neoliberal era can be retrospectively identified as beginning with the economic crisis of 1973, or, more precisely, with the strategic response of state managers and employers to that crisis. Previous eras in the history of capitalism have tended to close with the onset of further period of systemic crisis. 1973, for example, saw the end of the era of state capitalism which began in 1929. The neoliberal era, however, has not only survived the crisis which began in 2007, but its characteristic features are, if anything, being further extended and embedded, rather than reversed. Yet, although neoliberalism has massively increased the wealth of the global capitalist class, has it also restored the health of the system itself? The crisis which gave rise to neoliberalism was, after all, caused by the end of the unprecedented period of growth which characterized the post-war boom, and the consequent accelerating decline in the rate of profit, unimpeded by the countervailing tendencies, above all arms spending, which had held it in check since the Second World War. These levels of growth were never resumed, but it would be wrong to claim that capitalism experienced no recovery after 1973. The boom from 1982 to 2007 was certainly uneven and punctuated by particularly sharp financial crises and recessions in 1987, 1991, 1997, and 2000, but these were normal expressions of the business cycle and only a misplaced 235. Fixation with using the unique and unrepeatable period between 1948 and 1973 as a comparator could justify treating these as symptoms of crisis. When crisis did return in 2007-8, it simply proved that neoliberalism was no more capable of permanently preventing this than any other mode of capitalist regulation. Neoliberalism does, however, represent a paradox for capitalism. Its relative success as a ruling class strategy, particularly in weakening the trade union movement and reducing the share of profits going to labor, has helped to disguise that some aspects of this mode of regulation are proving unintentionally detrimental to the system. Serving the interests of the rich is not the same, or at least, not always the same as serving the interests of capital, and may, in certain circumstances, be in contradiction to it. Simply doing what the rich want is unlikely to produce beneficial results for the system as a whole, although it may help increase the wealth of individual capitalists. For not only are capitalists generally uninterested in the broader social interest, which we might expect, but they are also generally incapable of correctly assessing their own overall collective class interests, which might seem more surprising, although, as we shall see, it is a long-standing phenomenon, observed by many of the great social theorists from late 18th century onwards. As a result, capitalist states, or more precisely, their managers, have traditionally acted to make such an assessment, but in the developed West at least, neoliberal regimes are increasingly displaying an uncritical adherence to the short-term wishes of particular business interests. This is not the only emergent problem. The increasingly narrow parameters of neoliberal politics, where choice is restricted to social rather than economic issues, has encouraged the emergence of far-right parties, usually fixated on questions of migration, which have proved enormously divisive in working-class communities, but whose policies are in other respects by no means in the interests of capital. The self-destructive nature of neoliberal capitalism has nothing necessarily to do with the removal of restrictions on markets. The rise of neoliberalism made it fashionable to refer to Karl Polanyi's The Great Transformation, the assumption being that neoliberalism is in the process of realizing Polanyi's nightmare, reversing the second part of his double movement, the social reaction against markets, and unleashing the mechanisms that he saw as being so destructive of society and nature. Leaving aside the fact that capitalism was always capable of producing social atomization, collective violence, and environmental destruction, even in periods when the state was far more directly involved in the mechanisms of production and exchange than it is now, there are two problems with this position. First, rhetoric apart, capitalists no more favor untrammeled competition today than they did when monopolies and cartels first appeared as aspects of the emerging 236 system in the 16th century. Second, one would have to be extraordinarily naive to believe that the neoliberal project has been about establishing free markets in the first place, although this myth has been assiduously perpetrated by social democratic parties who, eager to disguise their own capitulation to neoliberalism, emphasize their opposition to the marketization of all social relationships, even though no one except perhaps the followers of Ayn Rand seriously imagines this is either possible or desirable. In what follows I will mainly draw on the experiences of the UK and the US, since these were the first nation-states in which neoliberalism was imposed under democratic conditions, unlike Chile or China, for example, and where it has in many respects gone furthest. To understand the real nature of the difficulties inadvertently caused for capital by neoliberalism, we have to begin with the role of capitalist states in general. Capitalist states before neoliberalism. How did capitalist states operate before neoliberalism? There are two foundational aspects of capitalism: the horizontal competition between capitals and the vertical conflict between labor and capital. The role of the capitalist state is to impose a dual social order determined by these two processes, over competing capitals so that market relations do not collapse into the war of all against all, and over the conflict between capital and labor so that it continues to be resolved in the interest of the former. Beyond this, states also have to establish general conditions of production, which individual competing capitals would be unwilling or unable to provide, including some basic level of technical infrastructure and welfare. These functions are mainly internal to the territory of nation-states, but they must also represent the collective interests of the internal capitalist class externally in relation to other capitalist states and classes, up to and including the conduct of war. In order to maintain links to capital in all its multiple incarnations, the state must partly mirror capital's fragmentation. As this suggests, not every action carried out by the state need necessarily be in the direct collective interest of the ruling class. Indeed, if it is to give the appearance of adjudicating between different class and other interests, then it is essential that they are not, so long as these actions are ultimately subordinated to ruling class interests. Nevertheless, the capitalist state has nevertheless tended not to be run by capitalists themselves. Why not? The earliest social theorists to concern themselves with the emergent capitalist system, which they tended to refer to as commercial society, were unambiguous in their assessment of how narrow business interests were. Since Adam Smith is, quite unfairly, treated as the patron saint of neoliberalism, is May 237. Be worth reminding ourselves of his still refreshingly candid views about the capacity of business interests for deception and oppression, and their inability to see beyond their own immediate interests. Nearly a century later, in the 1860s, Smith's greatest successor, Karl Marx, was able to point in capital to the example of the British Factory Acts as an example of how the state had to intervene to regulate the activities of capital in the face of initial opposition from the capitalists themselves. Reflecting on the entire legislative episode, Marx noted the way in which it took parliamentary legislation to force capital to accept regulation of the length of the working day. Indeed, the most irreconcilable positions were expressed not by employers but by their ideologues, the most important of whom was Herbert Spencer, who saw, and here we can detect the genuine ancestry of contemporary neoliberalism, the specter of socialist slavery in any form of state intervention. The thesis concerning bourgeois incapacity was not only restricted to critical supporters of capitalism like Smith or opponents like Marx. Joseph Schumpeter yielded to no one in his admiration for the heroic entrepreneur, but also noted during the Second World War that, with the possible exception of the United States, the bourgeoisie was so incapable of self-rule that it required a non-bourgeois group as a master. Without the kind of constraints provided by this pre-capitalist framework, the more sober instincts of the bourgeois would be overcome by the impulse towards what Schumpeter called creative destruction. The delegation of power to the state therefore exists because of the inaptitude of the capitalist class compared to other ruling classes in history. Feudal lords combine an economic and political role, capitalists perform only the former, although the necessity for capitalists to devote their time to the process of accumulation and their own multiple internal divisions also militate against their functioning directly as a governing class. Schumpeter was, however, too pessimistic. From the First World War in particular, the pre-capitalist classes which had acted as the shepherds of capital were increasingly replaced by state managers, the professional politicians and civil servants respectively responsible for the legislative and executive wings of the state. At the most fundamental level, the common interest between capitalists and state managers stems from their common class position. Both are part of the bourgeoisie. If we visualize the bourgeoisie as a series of concentric circles, then the capitalist class as such occupies the center and a series of other layers radiates outwards, with those closer to the periphery being progressively less directly connected to the core economic activities of production, exploitation, and competition, and more involved with those of the ideological, administrative, or technical aspects, which are nevertheless essential to the reproduction of capitalism. The incomes that state managers are paid from state revenues ultimately derive from the total 238 social surplus value produced by the working class, as are the profits, interest, and rent received by different types of private capitalist. And this applies not simply to the source of their income but also to its level, since the relatively high levels of remuneration, security, and prestige enjoyed by these officials depend on the continued exploitation of wage labor. At that level the interests of state managers and capitalists are the same. These groups have a shared ideological commitment to capitalism, but their particular interests arise from distinct regions of the totality of capitalism, in its various national manifestations. A shared background in institutions like schools, universities, and clubs helps to consolidate a class consciousness that articulates these interests, but a more fundamental reason is that the activities of states are subordinated to the accumulation of capital. In the British case, the state may not do this as successfully as the capitalist class might wish, but that is an indication of the problems of managing long-term relative decline, not that the state managers have different goals. Regardless of their class origins, state managers and capitalists are drawn together into a series of mutually supportive relationships. The former need the resources provided by individual national capitals, principally through taxation and loans, in order to attend to the needs of the national capital as a whole. The latter need specific policy initiatives to strengthen the competitive position of their sector of the national capital within the global economy. There have nevertheless always been tensions, above all the fear on the part of capitalists that states which they regard as Weberian autonomous entities with their own interests will either restrict or abolish their right to private property. What gives these fears plausibility is precisely the fact that state managers have both to facilitate the process of capital accumulation and ameliorate its effects on the population and environment, returning us to the factory acts and capitalist responses to them described by Marx in 1867. Has the neoliberal era seen the capitalist class finally succeeding in binding Leviathan, to quote the title of an early British neoliberal text by William Waldegrave? We need to be clear that it is not the nature of capitalist states themselves that has changed, they still need to perform the core functions described at the beginning of this section. There is no neoliberal state, but there are neoliberal regimes. In the case of the UK, the regime began, not with Margaret Thatcher's general election victory in 1979, but around halfway through the preceding Labour government of 1974-9, and it persists, with variations, to this day, whatever the bleeding from Polly Toynbee and others on the liberal left about the supposedly fundamental differences between the two main parties. What has changed is that the relationship between neoliberal regimes and capital since the 1970s has prevented states from acting effectively in the collective, long-term interest of capitalism. Neoliberal regimes have increasingly 239 abandoned any attempt to arrive at an overarching understanding of what the conditions for growth might be, other than the supposed need for lowering taxation and regulation and raising labor flexibility. Apart from these, the interests of the total national capital is seen as an arithmetical aggregate of the interests of individual businesses, some of which, to be sure, have rather more influence with governments than others. Insofar as there is a strategic view, it involves avoiding any policies which might incur corporate displeasure, however minor the inconveniences they might involve for the corporations, which of course includes regulation. These developments have, not unexpectedly, led to complete incomprehension among remaining Keynesians of the liberal left such as Ha-Joon Chang and Will Hutton, but they are not beyond explanation. The reason is not simply because of successful lobbying and PR on behalf of individual businesses or industries, pernicious and pervasive though these increasingly sophisticated activities undoubtedly are. But corporations have always done this. Why are state managers now so predisposed to respond positively to their efforts? The answer is in the way in which neoliberalism has reconfigured politics. Distance between state and capital. The necessary distance between the state and capital that Smith, Marx, and Schumpeter from their different political perspectives all regarded as being essential for the health of the system, is being minimized. In particular, the regime adoption of timescales associated specifically with the profit-maximizing drives of financial capital is important as it indicates the short-termism involved. Three factors are important in producing this tendency. The first is the depoliticization of the political wing of the state managers through the delegation of functions away from the government in office to ostensibly non-political bodies, the introduction ostensibly objective assessments of the effectiveness of policy and imposition of binding rules which restrict the range of actions which politicians can take. In relation to the latter in particular, each successive phase of the neoliberal experiment saw the incremental abandonment of the repertoire of measures through which governments had traditionally influenced economic activity, beginning with Geoffrey Howe's abandonment of exchange controls in 1979 and concluding with Gordon Brown's transfer of the power to set interest rates from the Treasury to an unelected committee of the Bank of England. As a consequence of their heightened managerial function, politicians have increasingly become a professional caste whose life world is increasingly remote from any other form of activity, economic or otherwise, and therefore more 240 autonomous, while simultaneously becoming more committed to capitalist conceptions of the national interest, with business as an exemplar. Consequently, most discussion of politics in the developed world at least is devoted to expending more or less informed commentary and speculation on essentially meaningless exchanges within parliaments and other supposedly representative institutions. Debates therefore have the quality of a shadow play, an empty ritual in which trivial or superficial differences are emphasized in order to give an impression of real alternatives and justify the continuation of party competition. To understand why, we have to focus on the weakening of the labor movement, since one of the inadvertent roles which it historically played was to save capitalism from itself, not least by achieving reforms in relation to education, health, and welfare. These benefited workers, of course, but also ensured that the reproduction of the workforce and the conditions for capital accumulation more generally took place. In this respect, social democracy occupied a similar place to the pre-capitalist elites identified by Schumpeter as necessary to rule on behalf of a congenitally incapable capitalist class. But with the weakening of trade union power and the capitulation of social democracy to neoliberalism, there is currently no social force capable of either playing this reformist role directly or by pressurizing non-social democratic state managers into playing it. The second factor, opposed to the depoliticization of politicians, is the politicization of the non-political wing of the state managers, the civil servants. As the political parties became less distinct from each other, the officials required to implement their increasingly similar policies are required to turn themselves more completely into extensions of the parties themselves. In the US, the politicization of the civil service has always been a more significant factor than in the UK, but even there the neoliberal era saw a heightening of the existing tendency. The permeability and lack of technocracy of the US state bureaucracy compared to the French or British may have some advantages for capital, but generally hinders the separation of policy making from political considerations and leads to the politically motivated choice of budget projections. These tendencies were exacerbated by the Civil Service Reform Act of 1978, which further weakened the autonomous basis of the government bureaucracy. In the UK, following hard on the heels of the United States as always, there has been since 1979, and especially since 1997, a more generalist influx of private sector appointees into the civil service, to the point where it has been effectively subject to a corporate takeover. But even in relation to the permanent home civil service, the expectation that senior civil servants in particular will not attempt to point out the difficulties involved in governmental policies or even 241. Consider alternative ways of delivering policies, but simply present arguments to justify them, regardless of the empirical data. The third and final factor in producing chronic short-termism in neoliberal regimes is the depoliticization of the electorate. except it is not so much depoliticization as abstention by sections of the electorate who no longer have any parties for whom to vote. Many of those electors still involved in casting their vote do so appropriately enough on a consumer model of political choice, where participation is informed by media-driven perceptions of which result will be to their immediate personal benefit. Unsurprisingly, the numbers prepared to carry out even this minimal level of activity are declining. This can be reversed, as was demonstrated in the popular insurgency for a yes vote during the 2014 Scottish independence referendum, where 97% of population registered to vote and 85% actually did, but under normal conditions, those who vote are more likely to belong to the middle classes, who tend to have a more focused view of their material interests and deploy more interventionist strategies for maintaining them than those bearing the brunt of austerity. Ironically, one reason for the rise of neoliberalism in the US was a paradoxical outcome of the successful demand for greater democratic accountability during the 1960s and 1970s. This led to the weakening of both congressional committees and party structures, and produced a new breed of entrepreneurial politicians interested in highlighting issues popular with specific audiences which would provide them with a stable following. A model for returning power to the people along these lines was built early on in the neoliberal experiment, in the US. The most fully developed version can be found in California. Since the mid-1970s, politics in the world's fourth biggest economy have been characterized by a combination of falling voter participation among working class and minority groups, and a targeted use of local referendums on propositions. The latter have been designed to defend property values by blocking integrated schooling and urban development, and by preventing progressive taxation. Proposition 13 was passed in 1978 and signaled the commencement of the neoliberal era in the US by capping taxes on property, even though house values were rising. As a result, the burden of taxation fell disproportionately on income tax, even though for most workers salaries and wages were stagnant or falling, and even increasing income tax requires a two-thirds majority in both houses of the state legislature. It is the self-interested behavior of a mobilized middle class that has brought California to fiscal crisis in 2009, after which the usual remedies of cutting public services, including child health care, were now being offered as a solution to the structural inability of the state to raise the necessary levels of taxation. The paralysis of California may foreshadow the future of U.S. politics as a whole and 242. In turn, the U.S. may foreshadow the future of politics in the rest of the world, a development for which there are, unfortunately, historical precedents. Irreversibility of neoliberalism. The entire neoliberal project was premised on the irreversibility of the process, the abolition of regulatory mechanisms, dismantling of welfare programs, ratification of international treaties for which there are no formal mechanisms allowing them to be either amended or annulled, and so on. All these could be reversed, but it would require new legal and administrative structures which would in turn require planning and a political will to do so which has not existed since the beginning of the neoliberal era. For all practical purposes then, members of the ruling class in the West are now united in accepting neoliberalism as the only viable way of organizing capitalism as an economic system, but they are divided in relation to how capitalism should be organized as a social system. They may all be neoliberals now, but they are not all neoconservatives. In the US both Democrats and Republicans are openly committed to capitalism, but there are also real divisions of opinion between them concerning, for example, gay rights or environmental protection. Electoral support for the far right in these circumstances is based on the apparent solutions it offers to what are now two successive waves of crisis, beginning respectively in 1973-4 and 2007-8, which have left the working class in the West increasingly fragmented and disorganized, and susceptible to appeals to blood and nation as the only viable form of collectivism still available, particularly in a context where any systemic alternative to capitalism, however false it may have been, had apparently collapsed in 1989-91. The political implications are ominous. The increasing interchangeability of political parties, discussed above gives the far right an opening to appeal to voters by positioning themselves as outside the consensus in ways which speak to popular appetites for destruction fostered by capitalism itself. The potential problem for the stability of the capitalist system is, however, less the possibility of far-right parties themselves coming to power with a program destructive to capitalist needs, than their influence over the mainstream parties of the right, when the beliefs of their supporters may inadvertently cause difficulty for the accumulation process. Take an important area of Republican Party support in the U.S. Since the late 60s, Republicans have been increasingly reliant on communities of fundamentalist Christian believers, whose activism allows them to be mobilized for voting purposes. But this religious core vote, or at any rate their leadership, naturally also demand the implementation of policies in return for their support. The problem for the Republicans is not, however, only that the extremism of fundamentalist Christianity may alienate. 243. The electoral middle ground on which the results of American elections increasingly depend. What is perhaps interesting here is less the consciously oppositional elements of right-wing populist ideology, which tend to be directed against the socio-cultural views of one wing of the ruling class, and more what I referred to earlier as outcomes which might be unintentionally detrimental to capital. In other words, politicians may be constrained from undertaking policies which may be necessary for American capitalism, or be forced into taking decisions which may harm it. But it is not only religious belief which can cause difficulties for U.S. capital, so too can overt anti-migrant racism. One concrete example of this is the Tea Party-inspired Beeson-Hammond Alabama Taxpayer and Citizen Protection Act HB 56 as it is usually known, which was passed by the state legislature in June 2011, making it illegal not to carry immigration papers and preventing anyone without documents from receiving any provisions from the state, including water supply. The law was intended to prevent and reverse illegal immigration by Hispanics, but the effect was to cause a mass departure from the many of the agricultural businesses which relied on these workers to form the bulk of their labor force. But the effects went deeper. Before the laws introduced, it was estimated that 4.2% of the workforce, or 95,000 people, were undocumented but paying $130.3 million in state and local taxes. Their departure from the state or withdrawal to the black economy threatened to reduce the size of the local economy by $40 million. Moreover, employers had to spend more money on screening prospective employees, on HR staff to check paperwork, and on insuring for potential legal liabilities from inadvertent breaches of the law. In an earlier era, social democratic reforms were usually intended to enable the system as a whole to function more effectively for capitalists and more equitably for the majority, however irreconcilable these aims may be in reality. But far-right reforms of the type just discussed are not even intended to work in the interests of capitalists, nor do they really embody irrational racist beliefs which take precedence over all else. The British Conservative Party has encountered similar problems to the Republicans in relation to Europe. The imperial nationalism unleashed by the Conservatives before 1997 in relation to Europe, was not because the EU was in any sense hostile to neoliberalism, but as an ideological diversion from the failure of neoliberalism to transform the fortunes of British capital. The nationalism invoked for this purpose now places a major obstacle for British politicians and state managers who want to pursue a strategy of greater European integration, however rational that may be from their perspective. A 2013 British Chambers of Commerce poll of 4,387 companies showed only 18% agreeing that full withdrawal from the EU could have a positive 244 impact, while a majority of 64% supported remaining inside the EU while repatriating some powers. Unsurprisingly, the real source of anti-EU feeling is small business. The key beneficiary of the anti-European hysteria has been UKIP, and its success has in turn emboldened the right within the Conservative Party, even though the policies associated with both are incoherent. But these contradictions may not matter in terms of the political struggle for power. The narrowly won Swiss referendum vote in 2014 to introduce quotas on migrants from the EU, passed against the wishes of local capitalists and ruling classes of Europe and potentially bringing retaliation from Brussels, gives a small indication of what might follow. If I am right that certain aspects of far-right politics are counterproductive in relation to the needs of capital, it does not follow that the increased chaos consequent on the implementation of these policies would necessarily be of benefit, even indirectly, to the left. Defense of the system is always the principal objective of the bourgeoisie, even at the expense of temporary system malfunction. In a situation where economic desperation was leading to mounting disorder, far-right parties would be brought into play to direct attention from the real source of social anguish onto already identified scapegoats, no matter what price they exacted in terms of policy. Symbiotic relationship. What we see emerging is a symbiotic relationship between one increasingly inadequate regime response to the problems of capital accumulation and another increasingly extreme response to the most irrational desires and prejudices produced by capital accumulation. In Descent, the most recent novel by the Scottish science fiction author, Ken MacLeod, the author imagines a situation in the near future where the ruling classes of the world take coordinated legal and military action in a passive revolution to smash the dominance of financial capital, restore that of industrial capital, and essentially put an end to the neoliberal era. This aspect of the novel is far more incredible than the alien encounters that occur elsewhere in its pages. Clearly, in situations of absolute, immediate crisis, short-term emergency measures would be introduced in the same way as the effective nationalization of banks and other financial institutions took place in both the US and UK during 2008. But these were minimal interventions to prevent outright collapse, save the institutions without using them for any coherent strategic end, let alone any broader social purpose, and of course on the basis that they would be reprivatized as soon as possible. Let me clear what I am not saying. I am not suggesting that it should be the work of socialists to propose solutions to the crisis of capitalism. It is always 245 necessary to argue for reforms, of course, but the idea that the application of Keynesian solutions would restore the golden age of the post-war welfare state is simply illusionary and underestimates the extent to which those years were the result of a unique set of circumstances. Booms will continue to occur, as they did between 1982 and 2007, but the beneficiaries will become fewer and fewer. Consequently, I am not predicting that developments discussed here mean that capitalism will simply collapse under the weight of its own internal contradictions either. Scenarios of this type, from those of Rosa Luxemburg onwards, have been proved false in the past, and there is no reason to suppose that they will be any more accurate in the future. Indeed, a collapse not brought about by the conscious intervention of the oppressed and exploited would not be to their advantage in any case, but simply a step towards the barbarism to which Marxists from Engels onwards have seen as the consequence of failing to achieve a socialist society. And this is no mere slogan. The condition of Central Africa and parts of the Middle East today indicates the presence of actually existing barbarism as the daily reality for millions. Events in the developed world are unlikely to take this form, at least until environmental catastrophe becomes irreversible, but rather involve a gradual and, for all but the very poorest, almost imperceptible worsening and coarsening on their conditions of life. What I am suggesting is that neoliberalism as a strategy has almost been too successful as a method of capitalist regulation. It has finally brought about the situation that Schumpeter feared, where creative destruction has no limits or boundaries. Both Engels and Benjamin envisaged capitalism as a runaway train heading for destruction. It appeared, within less than a decade of the latter's suicide in 1940, that forces within capitalism itself were capable of pulling the handbrake. It now appears that his initial intuition was right and that revolution is all stands in the way of the disaster that otherwise awaits. The 13 Commandments of Narcotizing Neoliberalism. Neoliberals are not fundamentalists. But they approach crises with a certain logic, one that is directly relevant to comprehending neoliberalism's unexpected strength in the current global economic crisis. Throughout the second half of the 20th century, the neoliberal project stood out from other strains of right-wing thought in that it was self-consciously constituted as an entity dedicated to the development, promulgation, and popularization of doctrines intended to mutate over time. It was a movable feast, and not a catechism fixed at the Council of Trent. It is very important to have some familiarity with neoliberal ideas, if only to resist simple-minded characterizations. 246. Of the neoliberal approach to the financial crisis as some form of evangelical market fundamentalism. Although many second-hand purveyors of ideas on the right might wish to crow that market freedom promotes their own brand of religious righteousness, or maybe even the converse, it nonetheless debases comprehension to conflate the two by disparaging both as fundamentalism, a sneer unfortunately becoming commonplace on the left. It seems very neat and tidy to assert that neoliberals operate in a modus operandi on a par with religious fundamentalists, just slam the road to serfdom on the table along with the King James Bible, and then profess to have unmediated personal access to the original true meaning of the only book you'll ever need to read in your lifetime. Counterpoising morally confused evangelicals with the reality-based community may seem tempting to some, but it dulls serious thought. It may sometimes feel that a certain market-inflected personalized version of salvation has become more prevalent in Western societies, but that turns out to be very far removed from the actual content of the neoliberal program. Neoliberalism does not impart any dose of old-time religion. Not only is there no ur-text of neoliberalism, the neoliberals have not themselves opted to retreat into obscurantism, however much it may seem that some of their fellow travelers may have done so. You won't often catch them wondering, what would Hayek do? Instead they developed an intricately linked set of overlapping propositions over time, from Ludwig Erhardt's social market economy to Herbert Geerse's cosmopolitan individualism, from Milton Friedman's monetarism to the rational expectations hypothesis, from Hayek's spontaneous order to James Buchanan's constitutional order, from Gary Becker's human capital to Stephen Levitt's Freakonomics, from the Heartland Institute's climate denialism to the American Enterprise Institute's geo-engineering project, and, most appositely, from Hayek's socialist calculation controversy to Chicago's efficient markets hypothesis. Along the way they have lightly sloughed off many prior classical liberal doctrines, for instance, opposition to corporate monopoly power as politically debilitating, or skepticism over strong intellectual property, or disparaging finance as an intrinsic source of macroeconomic disturbance without coming clean on their reversals. Clearly, neoliberals do not navigate with a fixed static utopia as the astrolabe for all their political strivings. They could not, since they don't even agree on such basic terms as market and freedom in all respects. One can even agree with Robert Brenner and Naomi Klein that crisis is the preferred field of action for neoliberals, since that offers more latitude for introduction of bold experimental reforms that only precipitate further crises down the road. 247. Nevertheless, neoliberalism does not dissolve into a gormless empiricism or random pragmatism. There persists a certain logic to the way it approaches crises, and that is directly relevant to comprehending its unexpected strength in the current global crisis. Under that supposition, we endeavor here to provide a necessarily non-canonical characterization of the temporary configuration of doctrines that neoliberals had arrived at by roughly the 1980s. These 13 commandments below are chosen because they have direct bearing upon unfolding developments during the period of the crisis from 2007 onwards. Thou shalt revive authority in a new guise. The starting point of neoliberalism is the admission, contrary to classical liberal doctrine, that their vision of the good society will triumph only if it becomes reconciled to the fact that the conditions for its existence must be constructed, and will not come about naturally in the absence of concerted political effort and organization. As Michel Foucault presciently observed in 1978, neoliberalism should not be confused with the slogan laissez-faire, but on the contrary, should be regarded as a call to vigilance, to activism, to perpetual interventions. The injunction to act in the face of inadequate epistemic warrant is the very soul of the neoliberal thought collective. Classical liberalism, by contrast, disavowed this precept. The neoliberals reject society as solution, and revive their version of authority in new guises. This becomes transmuted into various arguments for the existence of a strong state as both producer and guarantor of a stable market society.